Travel to the immortal world. I actually awakened the legendary Avenue carrier. But everyone regarded it as a joke. Because this kind of physique is invulnerable. But I can't practice this legendary physique. It makes my six senses extremely sharp. In addition to eavesdropping on some gossip. And peek at some pretty beauties. I was lying on a tree branch. Slowly opened his eyes. A handsome young man in white clothes was lazily lying on a tree branch and taking a nap. His name is Ji Fan, a natural carrier of the great Dao. Although he cannot practice cultivation, he is the mascot of the entire cultivation world. Many people come here just to see the legendary carrier of the great Dao. Even though he is useless, his existence has earned some fame for Wanjian Mountain in the past few years. Hearing this, all the young boys and girls showed sarcastic smiles. The mascot of the cultivation world? That sounds nice, but it's nothing more than a clown for people to watch. That's right, I don't want this kind of honor even if it's given to me. It's too embarrassing. In the world of immortal cultivation, strength is everything. If you can't cultivate, no matter how precious your physique is, it's just a joke. The elder also smiled sarcastically, then cleared his throat and said, "Okay, let's not waste time on this, let's talk about the top 3 divine bodies. Let's talk about the Shura body first." The Shura body, using killing to prove the truth, looking down on the world. On a towering tree outside the school. Ji Fan, dressed in white, slowly opened his eyes. Yes, in this world where strength is respected, what's the use of having a precious physique if you can't practice? Ji Fan smiled self-deprecatingly. In fact, he could hear all the conversations in the school. Although the carriers of the great Dao cannot practice cultivation, they are born with 6 ears and 6 sharp senses. The 6 ears mentioned here do not refer to 6 ears, but 6 senses, such as the clairvoyance and clairaudience, which are similar to the clairvoyance and clairaudience. Such ability can be fully utilized by any practitioner, but it is useless to Ji Fan. Apart from eavesdropping on some gossip and peeking at some pretty female disciples, it's completely useless. Now, Ji Fan looked up at the sky, tears in his eyes silently. "Dad and Mom, you are too good at giving birth. It's my fault for being too good at rebirth. I finally got a chance to be reborn like the protagonist in a novel, but I ended up being reborn into a body like this. 15 years ago, Ji Fan was reborn from Blue Star into this world of immortal magic and became the son of the god of Wanjian Mountain. The Son of God is the hope for the future of Taoism, the highest achievement, and the successor of Taoism. When Ji Fan was still an infant, his father Ji Jianyun went to fight on behalf of the sect. Half a year later, Ji Jianyun's body was sent back, and only half of it was left. Ji Jianyun died in battle. Ji Fan's mother is also missing. The sect originally placed its hopes on Ji Fan, hoping that Ji Fan would inherit Ji Jianyun's Taichu sword body, which is the 10th ranked divine body among the 10 great divine bodies. But after awakening, Ji Fan did have a special physique, and it was a rare legendary physique in ancient and modern times, a carrier of the great Dao. The elders of Wanjian Mountain are so heartbroken. What's the use of a carrier of the great Dao that cannot be cultivated, no matter how precious or legendary it is? There is no way to bring any substantial benefits to the sect. Very quickly, the news that a great Dao carrier had appeared in Wanjian Mountain spread throughout the entire cultivation world. Many people came to visit, even the saints and goddesses from famous holy places, all wanting to see this rare species. Ji Fan thus became the mascot of the cultivation world. Whoosh! Sudden, a sword light broke through the air. A young man in his early 20s came to Ji Fan on a sword. He was wearing the attire of a true disciple, looking down from above, and standing with his hands behind his back. "Huh, Ji Fan, you really have a lot of free time. The true disciple said, looking at Ji Fan with eyes full of indifference. What about the carrier of the avenue? So what about the mascot of the world of immortal cultivation? If you don't have the ability, no one will look down on you. This is the reality. The true teachings of the elders? What do you want from me? Ji Fan asked after opening his eyes. The elder is calling you, please come with me, said the true disciple. Then he raised his hand and grabbed Ji Fan, dragging him to the magic sword, and turned into a sword light and left. This is the difference in strength. Without cultivation, even if he has a legendary physique, any cultivator can control him like a chicken. Ride the sword and ride the wind, and the mountains and rivers are at your feet. Ji Fan stood on the magic sword, looking at the scenery below that was rapidly receding, and couldn't help feeling envious. This is every man's dream, to roam freely between heaven and earth with a sword. Envy is useless. People like you will never be able to put yourself in other people's shoes and experience this feeling in your entire life. The true disciple saw Ji Fan's envious look and couldn't help but sneered. Zhangmen Peak, also known as Wanjian Peak. This mountain is filled with various magical swords. It is said that every inner disciple, after entering the sect, has the opportunity to find his or her destined sword here. Some of these immortal swords were made by the Weapon Refining Hall, and some were collected from other places. There are a dazzling array of swords of various styles. The practice method of Wanjian Mountain is to enter the Tao through sword, and swordsmanship is the main theme of this sect. Ji Fan was left in front of the hall by the true disciple and then left. Ji Fan took a deep breath, touched a metal pendant on his chest, and sighed, what's coming will eventually come. I knew that these old guys would not give up. Ji Fan stepped into the hall. Inside the main hall. The solemn and dignified atmosphere here alone gives people a great sense of oppression. There are 3 people in the hall at this moment. The 2 old men with white hair and beard are the 2 great elders of Wanjian Mountain and also the 2 elders with the most power. Behind them stood a young man with an imposing bearing. He looked down on everyone, with undisguised arrogance between his brows, and looked at Ji Fan with an aggressive gaze. Xiao Feng is a genius that Wanjian Mountain has just discovered. If nothing unexpected happens, he will soon become the new son of God of Wanjian Mountain. When Ji Fan saw the young man, he immediately recognized his identity. Because this person is so famous, the biggest news in Wanjian Mountain in the past 6 months is Xiao Feng's joining. He was discovered from outside by the elders of Wanjian Mountain. He was also a gifted child of heaven with a special physique known as the War King Body. Although the War King Body ranks low among the 10 divine bodies, only 9th, it is still a rare existence. It is even ranked higher than Ji Jianyun's Taichu sword body. After all, Wanjian Mountain is not a famous holy place. It is a great fortune to be able to attract a divine body ranked within the top 10. So ever since Xiao Feng entered the school, the topic about him has remained high, with people discussing him every day. Countless envious and respectful eyes were focused on this young man. Various halos were bestowed upon him, and he was even selected as the model of the best Taoist companion by some nosy female disciples. My surname is Xiao, and the online articles never lied to me. Damn, it turns out that everyone with the surname Xiao is not easy to mess with. Ji Fan complained silently in his heart. This is the carrier of the great Dao. It looks very ordinary. At this time, Xiao Feng spoke, with an arrogant and disdainful look, looking at Ji Fan almost condescendingly. The 2 elders were very fond of Xiao Feng and said with a smile, although the great Dao carrier has a legendary physique, you cannot compare with Fenger. Don't be obsessed with this superficial reputation. Your achievements in the future will be something that Ji Fan will never be able to catch up with. What the elder said is right. I, Xiao Feng, aim to reach the peak of the immortal path. Some things are nothing but a joke in my eyes. Xiao Feng said proudly, not hiding his disdainful expression towards Ji Fan. You. Ji Fan raised his head and looked directly at Xiao Feng. Wipe the vegetable leaves off your teeth. It looks ugly. Puff. In an instant, Xiao Feng's tall and noble image seemed to be shattered, his aura was gone, and only the word awkward remained floating in the air. He didn't know whether it was true or not. He subconsciously touched his mouth and then stared at Ji Fan with disgust. Elder Gu, Elder Peng, are you looking for me? Ji Fan ignored him and looked at the two elders. Elder Gu and Elder Peng looked at each other. Finally, Elder Gu said, Ji Fan, your father Ji Jianyun once left you something, and I hope you will hand it over now. Hearing this, Ji Fan frowned, and sure enough, he came. Elder Gu narrowed his eyes and looked down at Ji Fan. I won't hide it from you. We have learned that your father Ji Jianyun left behind a number of inheritances. He sealed some of the natural treasures and elixirs he obtained outside in a cave. This news is not a secret, I believe you have heard about it. Ji Jianyun died suddenly that year, and he left no message about where this cave is. But over the years, Tianjian Mountain has successfully found the cave based on some clues. The key to the cave should be with you, so take it out. Tianjian Mountain will take charge of this batch of treasures and give it to Xiao Feng. Hearing this, Ji Fan clenched his fists tightly. That's too much. I am the first heir to the estate left by my father. It is unreasonable for you to want to take it for yourself or give it to others. Now you are giving me orders without even discussing it with me. Really? In a world where strength is respected, without strength, you don't even have the right to speak. Seeing Ji Fan didn't say anything, Elder Gu snorted coldly and shouted, Ji Fan, I know you don't accept it, but Ji Jianyun's inheritance is useless to you. Don't you know your own situation? Don't squander the gifts of nature. Ji Jianyun's legacy is of no use to you. It's better to help someone who needs it more. At this time, Elder Peng also spoke, pointing at Xiao Feng next to him. His name is Xiao Feng. I believe you have heard of his name. The War King body is so precious that it carries the future of the sect. It ranks higher than Ji Jianyun's Taichu sword body. This batch of treasures should be used to help Xiao Feng, which is the best use of it. When he said this, Xiao Feng took a step forward and said in a commanding manner, bring it here. Ji Fan took a deep breath and said, I don't know what key it is. How old was I when my father died? Would he leave the key to me? Snort. Elder Gu snorted coldly and raised his hand to grab. Whoosh. The metal pendant on Ji Fan's neck flew directly into his hand. It's all over. Ji Fan felt sad in his heart. Resist? How can I resist? I don't have any magic power at all, so I can only let others do whatever they want. To these immortal cultivators, they, as carriers of the great Tao, are actually no different from ordinary mortals, and they can manipulate them at will. Do you really think we don't know? Over the years, we know everything about you. Before Ji Jianyun left, he gave you the pendant he carried with him. Now think about it, this pendant must be of great use. If nothing goes as expected, this is the key to the secret cave. Elder Gu sneered. Ji Fan felt hopeless. Ever since the news of Ji Jianyun leaving behind a treasure cave spread throughout the sect, Ji Fan also knew that there must be something fishy about the pendant he carried with him. But if he could think of it, how could these old guys in Wanjian Mountain not think of it? The reason why they didn't ask Ji Fan for it immediately was because they had a firm control over Ji Fan and knew that Ji Fan couldn't run away. Ji Fan raised his head and said in a cold voice, my father left it to me. He should have known that if he fought for the sect, he would be in danger and might not be able to come back alive. He died fighting for the sect and was a hero of Wanjian Mountain. Is this how you treat heroes now? You're right. Elder Peng said, but this is reality. Yes, this is reality. Ji Fan took a deep breath. In fact, he had already expected what would happen today. It would happen sooner or later. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, he was still extremely angry that his father's inheritance was taken away by someone else and given to someone else. Only he knew the frustration in his heart. Ji Fan, you don't have to be dissatisfied. Wanjian Mountain has protected you for so many years. With your physique, you can hardly take a single step in the world of immortal cultivation, which is full of dangers at every step. Without the protection of Wanjian Mountain, you would have died long ago. Therefore, Ji Jianyun's legacy is the price you should pay. Elder Gu said in a cold voice. That sounds very nice. Then why don't you mention the great contributions my father made to the sect? Everyone knows that half of Wanjian Mountain was conquered by the previous generation son of God, Ji Jianyun. Ji Fan, right? Remember, without strength, you can't hold on to good things even if you are given them. This is reality. Xiao Feng stared at Ji Fan, then took the key from Elder Gu, and then deliberately said to Ji Fan, "Thank you for your father's legacy, I will make good use of it, the carrier of the avenue." Ji Fan suddenly looked at Elder Gu, "Master, do you know about this?" The two elders did not speak. Ji Fan didn't know how he left Wanjianfeng. His mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Without strength, you will have no say under any circumstances. Reality is cold and cruel. He was unwilling to accept it. Is it true that a carrier of the great Dao cannot practice cultivation? Is there not even a slight chance of becoming stronger? Late at night, a figure dressed in white as snow appeared in front of the cottage where Ji Fan lived. This is a woman who embodies nobility and elegance, with delicate features and pure and refined beauty, like a fairy from the Moon Palace, bathing in the moonlight. She is dressed in white, which sets off her tall and well-proportioned figure, making her graceful and charming. Ji Fan, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes and looked at the woman in white in front of him. Haven't given up yet? Are you trying to practice? The woman in white spoke. Ji Fan nodded lightly. The woman in white was silent for a moment, then said, "We found his cave, and Xiao Feng took away everything inside, leaving only some useless items. I brought them to you." As she spoke, the woman in white waved her hand, and a bunch of miscellaneous things appeared in front of Ji Fan. It was just as she said, they were all junk, not rare treasures. Ji Fan took a look and said without even looking up, "Thank you very much, Master." That's right. This cold and frosty woman in white is Qin Ku, the headmaster of Wanjian Mountain. I know this is unfair to you, but... Qin Ku opened her red lips and said to the young man in front of her. Realistic? You want to say that? Ji Fan said. Qin Ku nodded his fair chin. I am the headmaster of Wanjian Mountain. I have to consider the future of Wanjian Mountain, so I acquiesce to the decision of Elder Gu and Elder Peng. I guessed it. Ji Fan said, looking up at Qin Ku. Master, you said a lot to me today, is it because of guilt? If outsiders knew that Ji Fan dared to speak to the leader of a sect like this, they would definitely be shocked. Even though you, Ji Fan, are the mascot of the world of immortal cultivation, you are, after all, a mortal without any cultivation. Qin Ku, on the other hand, is the head of a high and mighty sect, and the difference in status and strength between you and Qin Ku is like heaven and earth. But only Ji Fan and Qin Ku knew that their relationship was not that simple. Qin Ku was silent. In the end, she said nothing and left here on her sword. Ji Fan stared blankly at some things in front of him. These could be considered as relics left by his father. Although to others it is just useless junk and a pile of rubbish, to Ji-fan it is of great significance. These sundries are nothing more than some unwanted books, playthings, torn battle suits, damaged scabbards, etc. In addition, there is an oval-shaped stone that looks like an egg, but it has no spirituality and is probably just a decoration. Ji-fan carefully put away the debris, but just as his palm touched the oval stone, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. "Oh my God, a carrier of the avenue, ha ha ha, I actually bumped into it, it's time for me to come out. It's time for me to come out." "Who?" Ji-fan was startled, then looked at the oval stone and asked in surprise, "Is this stone talking?" Yes, it was me who was talking. This time, the voice was more obvious. It didn't even sound in Ji-fan's mind, but was spoken directly. "Oh my God, it's Sun Wukong." Ji-fan said in surprise. A stone started talking. "I am not a stone, I am the immortal fetus of chaos," said the stone. "Chaos immortal fetus? Damn, what kind of placenta is so awesome, it has become a spirit?" Ji-fan couldn't help but ask. The stone that called itself Chaos Immortal Embryo was speechless, and then said, "Boy, you are quite talkative. This way of speaking. Do you get beaten often?" Ji-fan was speechless. This placenta has become a fossil, but it can still become a spirit. The world is so big that there are so many wonders. The stone said, "Who has become a fossil? It's just that the world's people are ignorant and can't see the magic of this seat. My immortal fetus is obscured by the energy of the great Tao, so in your eyes, I am just a piece of stone. Boy, don't say anything first. I want to ask you, you are the carrier of the great Tao, right?" "Yes." Ji-fan nodded. "Ha ha 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 ha." Shirtu laughed excitedly. "Great. Great. I finally met a carrier of the great Tao. If you were not a carrier of the great Tao and had not a divine power of the great Tao in your body, you would not be able to wake me up from my slumber. Only you can help me to be born." "I help you to be born? Don't make me laugh. I am the carrier of the great Tao and I am born unable to practice cultivation. How can I help you to be born? I don't even have the power to smash you." Ji-fan smiled self-deprecatingly. "Bullshit, do you know how magical the Avenue Carrier is?" Stone asked back. "I am immune to all kinds of attacks, but I can't store any magical power. I am the rarest useless body in history." Ji-fan spread his hands and said. Shirtu laughed and said, "People are ignorant, people are ignorant. The carrier of the great Tao is actually called a waste body. Boy, you deserve to rule the heavens after meeting me. Who will compete at the end of the immortal road? The carrier of the great Tao reigns supreme." "What the hell, it doesn't even rhyme." Ji-fan said with a dark face. "Besides, shouldn't the saying be, once you see the beginningless path, it becomes empty?" Shirtu seemed not to care about these details, and said, "Boy, let me tell you, I once achieved nirvana under the ancient heavenly Tao, and spied a ray of heavenly secrets, which is related to the carrier of the great Tao. You. Not a waste body." Ji-fan's heart moved, as if he saw a ray of light in the darkness. "Could it be that I can also practice?" "Ha ha ha, a carrier of the great Tao doesn't need to be cultivated at all." Shirtu laughed. "People only know that carriers of the great Tao can't store mana, but in fact, you don't need to store mana at all. You are born with an affinity for the great Tao, which is an advantage that no one else has. You only need to establish a connection with the great Tao in the dark. The laws of the great Tao will be the source of your mana. You can directly borrow the laws of the heavenly Tao and exert the laws of the great Tao. It is inexhaustible and can be used endlessly." These few words were like thunder in Ji-fan's heart. Borrowing the laws of nature, we have inexhaustible resources. Borrowing the laws of nature, we have inexhaustible resources. So cool. Tu continued, the carrier of the great Tao, as the name implies, your body is used to carry the power of the great Tao. It is the incarnation of the ancient heavenly Tao in the human world, and it is the law of the great Tao walking in the human world. Ji Fan was extremely excited. He would talk about whether he was awesome or not later. Right now, he just wanted to know how to practice and become stronger. Then what should I do? Do I need to practice special skills? Ji Fan asked impatiently. This is how most novels are written. What kind of cultivation method is that? I have already said that the carrier of the great Tao does not need to cultivate cultivation methods. There is a ray of the great Tao divine power in your body. With the help of the great Tao divine power, you can comprehend the great Tao in the dark. As your compatibility with the great Tao gradually improves, the more power of the great Tao you can use, and the stronger you will be. You will be unmatched in the heavens. Listening to the words of the chaos immortal fetus, Ji Fan fell into deep thought. What exactly is the great Tao divine machine? Is there such a thing in your body? Dan asked, were you born with 6 ears and 6 talents? Yes, there is. Ji Fan nodded. Tu said disdainfully, you are really stupid. Have you never tried to integrate this ability, gather it into the spirit platform, and sense the changes between heaven and earth? Ji Fan said speechlessly, I do use this ability often, especially the clairvoyance and clairaudience, but who would have thought that they would be the great Tao divine machine? Even the 4 words, Tao divine machine, were the first time Ji Fan heard them. Tu smiled and said, that's true, but now I have broken through this layer of window paper for you, and the specific operation is up to you. In fact, you don't need me to tell you what to do. As long as you break through this layer of window paper, you will know what to do. Just do it. Ji Fan immediately sat down cross-legged and started trying. Being born with 6 ears refers to the 6 senses. Ji Fan's 6 senses are very sharp. In addition to the clairvoyance and clairaudience, he also has the telepathy, the divine consciousness, the divine soul and the knowledge of cause and effect. This is different from the 6 supernatural powers of Buddhism. The 6 ears of the carrier of the Tao are more inclined to infinite magnification of the senses, from the inside to the outside, from the body to the soul. Now, under Ji Fan's control, these 6 abilities gradually merged into one, and all 6 senses converged towards his spiritual platform. Boom! A moment. Ji Fan felt that the whole world had become quiet. He closed his eyes, but seemed to be able to sense everything around him. And it seemed so clear, even clearer than what he saw with his clairvoyance. Every flower, every tree, every blade of grass, every stone, the sound of the wind, the sound of water, the pulse of the mountains and even a speck of dust, all seemed to have their own breath. Everything was so clear and completely under control. This feeling is so magical. Ji Fan exclaimed sincerely. This is the first time in my life that I know my 6th sense can be used in this way. Suddenly, everything around me changed again, and it seemed as if everything in the world no longer existed. Ji Fan found himself standing under an ancient starry sky, with a 1,000-foot-high mountain under his feet, and he was standing on the top of the mountain, bathing in the night sky and covered in thousands of starlight. This is... Ji Fan was shocked. Lingtai Fengtsuan Mountain. The voice of the chaos immortal embryo reached Ji Fan's mind. Do you see yourself on top of a mountain? Under the eternal sky? This is within your spiritual platform. The so-called Fengtsuan Mountain is a place that only exists within the square inch of your spiritual platform, so it is called Fengtsuan Mountain. It is difficult for ordinary people to enter this place. Only when one is in a state of enlightenment can one enter Lingtai Fengtsuan Mountain. In a place like this, one's understanding will be developed to the extreme, and the ability to comprehend any magical power or technique will increase exponentially. But the opportunity to attain enlightenment is too hard to find. It depends on chance and luck, and it is something that cannot be controlled. Ordinary people will never get the chance to realize the truth in their entire lives. Even those who are the chosen ones of heaven and have unparalleled divine bodies need to rely on chance and luck to realize the truth. But you are different. As a carrier of the great Tao, you can enter the Lingtai Mountain at any time. This means that as long as you want, you can enter the state of enlightenment anytime and anywhere. Cool. So cool. Ji Fan wanted to let out a long roar. This is the carrier of the Great Way, this is the talent brought by the legendary physique. Putting aside other things, just being able to enter the Lingtai Mountain at any time and anywhere is a talent that no god in the world can possess. With all 6 senses activated, it is possible to reach such a state. This was something Ji Fan had never expected. Of course, the most important thing for Ji Fan now is to become stronger and have the power to resist everything. This is the most important thing. Ji Fan sat cross-legged on the Fangsuan Mountain, closed his eyes, and felt the eternal starry sky. It is indeed as Chaos Immortal Embryo said, in fact, after breaking through this layer of window paper, he does not need anyone to teach him. As the carrier of the Tao, he is naturally friendly to the Tao, and can instinctively comprehend the laws of the Tao and gain insight into the infinite mysteries between heaven and earth. Soon, Ji Fan entered a state of oblivion of both himself and the world. His own spirit, energy and soul seemed to merge into the eternal starry sky and become one with the myriad of starlight. Inside Wanjian Mountain. In front of a simple thatched cottage. The young man in white sat cross-legged quietly on the ground. At this moment, he seemed to have merged into the universe and become a part of it. His every breath merged with the breath of heaven and earth, becoming one with them. Wang, you are indeed a carrier of the great Tao. You can enter the state of transforming the heaven and earth right away. It's amazing. The voice in the Chaos Immortal Embryo came. It turns out that the great cause and effect of peeping into the secrets of heaven is acting on this kid. Perhaps from the moment I peeped into that ray of the secrets of heaven, I was destined to be tied to the carrier of the great Tao. Late at night. No one knew that a young boy was undergoing a complete transformation. His body glowed with a jade-like radiance, holy and otherworldly, as if immortal energy was lingering around his entire body, making him look like a banished immortal descending to the mortal world. Boom! Sudden. A ray of divine light from the avenue fell from the sky, passed through space, and landed directly on Ji Fan. So fast, it has already begun to resonate with the laws of the great Tao, and has given birth to the great Tao's divine light. The Chaos Immortal Fetus said secretly. It only took half an hour. At this moment, earth-shaking changes are taking place inside Ji Fan's body. The divine light of the great Tao circled around his body, and based on this, Ji Fan instantly entered the spiritual energy realm. The spiritual energy realm is the first realm that a cultivator enters on the road to immortality. Using the body as a furnace, one refines the energy within the body and achieves one's own magical powers. In ancient times, this state was called the Qi refining realm. Ji Fan's avenue carrier can dissolve all magic power. Logically speaking, his body cannot store any magic power, and he has not even stepped into the spiritual energy realm. But now it's different. Ji Fan successfully resonated with the laws of the Tao. In this process, the Tao would feed back to him to improve his cultivation. This is a method of cultivation that is exclusive to the carriers of the great Tao. It does not require any skills, nor even any rare treasures. At this moment, the divine light of the avenue was circling around Ji Fan's body, and his cultivation level was soaring all the way, from the beginning of entering the spiritual energy realm, then the middle, late, peak, and great perfection of the spiritual energy realm, improving madly. When Ji-Fan's cultivation reached the great perfection of the spiritual energy realm, a barrier appeared in his body, like a solid wall, blocking his way to the realm. Boundary barrier. This is the difficulty that one must face every time one breaks through to a new realm. If one cannot break through, one will remain at the current realm for the rest of one's life. This is the barrier from the spiritual Qi realm to the foundation establishment realm, and it is as strong as a solid wall of steel. The higher the realm, the harder it is to break through the realm barriers. It is hard to imagine how thick the realm barriers of the Golden Core realm and the nascent Soul realm are. For ordinary cultivators, just breaking through the foundation building stage requires a huge price to pay. Not only do they need all kinds of elixirs, but they also need personal support from their elders. But for the carrier of the avenue, this realm barrier is like nothing. That ray of divine light penetrated into Ji-Fan's body, and with a slight movement, the realm barrier was broken. Ji-Fan successfully entered the foundation establishment stage. This is already comparable to the cultivation level of an inner sect disciple. Finally, it was not until the peak of the foundation establishment stage that this time of feedback from the great Tao came to an end. Ji-Fan opened his eyes, feeling his current state, and felt indescribable joy in his heart. In just 1 hour, he had leapt from having no cultivation at all to reaching the peak of the foundation establishment stage. This was just an opportunity for the great Tao to repay his kindness, allowing him to complete the achievement from mortal to immortal. The Chaos Immortal fetus jumped over and said, "How's it going, kid? You should be able to feel how well you fit in with the great Tao. How much is it?" The 81st level of the great Tao. I have reached the initial resonance with the laws of the great Tao and have now reached the 3rd level. As his integration with the Tao becomes higher and higher, Ji-Fan's cultivation level also increases, and the laws of the Tao that he can master become stronger and stronger. There are 81 levels of the great Tao, and now he has only reached the 3rd level, but he has already broken through to the peak of the Tao foundation establishment stage. If his compatibility with the great Tao reaches the 50th level, or even the final 81st level in the future, God knows to what heights he will grow. The road ahead is long and arduous, Ji-Fan said with emotion. Now, although Ji-Fan was at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, he still did not have a single bit of magic power stored in his body, and even outsiders could not see through his cultivation. Because to observe a person's cultivation level, one needs to look at the fluctuations of magic power reflected from his body. Ji-Fan has no magic power at all, so where does the magic power fluctuation come from? Now he is just a person who has a certain level of cultivation but no magical power. At least, that's what it looks like. Ji-Fan took a deep breath, then raised his hand, and a ball of scorching flame appeared in his palm, the size of a human head. Ha ha ha, it worked, I can really cast magic. Ji-Fan laughed excitedly. This is just a low-level spell called Samadhi True Fire Curse, which can be easily performed even by people in the spiritual realm. Ji-Fan had no magical powers before, but he had studied magic a lot, so he knew the operating principles of the Samadhi True Fire Curse. I wonder how powerful these spells will be if they are cast based on the laws of the Tao. Ji-Fan said, then raised his hand and blasted the fireball in his palm out. Whoosh! This small fireball rushed high into the sky, like a meteor flying back into the sky. Boom! At last! The fireball exploded in the sky, and a mushroom cloud of flames rose up, like a small volcano erupting in the air, illuminating a section of the night sky, as if a big hole had been blasted in the sky. This moment. Inside Wanjian Mountain. Many people who were practicing with their eyes closed opened their eyes and looked at the flames that exploded in the sky. Who is this? Experimenting with magical powers so late at night? Could it be that an elder in the alchemy pavilion had his furnace explode? The furnace blew up into the sky. What kind of elixir is he refining? Could it be that someone is fighting in the air? Many people were attracted and looked into the distance towards the sky. However, after the ball of fire exploded, there was no more movement, and these curious people could only go back and continue practicing. And now, in front of the dilapidated hut, Ji Fan was stunned with surprise. Is this a spell driven by the laws of the Great Way? It's surprisingly powerful. It was just a small ball of Samadhi true fire, but after it was released, it had such great power, it was like a great magical power, shocking the world. Chaos Immortal Fetus jumped onto Ji Fan's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't look at it, this is a normal operation. Others cultivate their magic power and use it to control various spells. You, old man, directly use the laws of the Great Way to cast spells. Even if it is a small spell, it can show the power of supernatural power. This is just a small scene now. When your compatibility with the Great Tao becomes higher and higher in the future, the power of any spell in your hands will increase exponentially." Ji Fan was extremely excited. Was this the pleasure that came from power? Who said that the carrier of the Great Tao is useless? From today on, this legend will be broken, and the mythical era of the carrier of the Great Tao will finally come. Ji Fan looked deeply into the distance, where was the first peak of Wanjian Mountain. "Humph, you are trying to seize my father's inheritance and yet you are so aggressive. Just wait, I will make you pay the price." Ji Fan clenched his fists. In fact, Ji Fan can now leave Wanjian Mountain and create a world of his own. However, he has no plans to leave for the time being. The legacy left by his father Ji Jianyun is not just a treasure cave, but something more important, which has been taken by Wang Jianshan. They thought Ji Fan was young at the time and didn't know about this. In fact, Ji Fan's intelligence had already been awakened by then, and he remembered everything about his past and present lives. However, if you want to get that thing back, you must fight against the entire Wanjian Mountain. With his current strength, it is impossible for him to fight against the entire sect. He still needs some time. Boy, practice well. Once your compatibility with the Great Tao reaches the 81st level, you will be able to erase the Great Tao energy from my immortal fetus and help me be born, said the Chaos Immortal Fetus. There are 81 levels of the Great Tao. I have only reached the 3rd level and have broken through the foundation establishment stage. If I reach the 81st level, what level should I break through to? Moreover, I can feel that behind the 81st level, there is something. Ji Fan said. This is the feeling he gets when he resonates with the Tao. The Chaos Immortal Embryo said, as your cultivation becomes stronger, the degree of compatibility you need to achieve will become higher. The 81st heaven is just the beginning. Okay, it seems that I thought too much. Ji Fan touched his nose speechlessly, and then said to the Chaos Immortal Embryo, by the way, what the hell is the Chaos Immortal Embryo? Ignorance. The Chaos Immortal Fetus sneered disdainfully, there is a Holy Spirit in the innate nature, which was born by seizing the fortune of heaven and earth, giving birth to the vitality of heaven and earth, becoming a stone fetus, breaking out of the stone, and shaking the heavens and the earth. Ji Fan narrowed his eyes and said, I've heard of something like Kunlun fetus. Is it similar? Kunlun Tai, these 3 words were what Ji Fan saw in his previous life. It is recorded in the art of feng shui that the essence of mountains, rivers, grass and trees forms a product shaped like a baby, which is sealed in a stone and is called an earth-born fetus. On the blue planet where he lived in his previous life, there was a Kunlun mountain. It was said that there was such a thing inside the mountain, which was called the Kunlun fetus. The monkey in the ancient book Journey to the West seems to be this kind of thing. The Chaos Immortal Fetus said disdainfully, you should be talking about the earth-born fetus, but this seat is different. This seat was born in the chaos and is the Holy Spirit among the Holy Spirits, woof. Woof? You're not a dog, are you? Ji Fan stared. What does woof mean? You are the dog. I am the noble holy spirit of chaos, born supreme, woof, said Kunlun immortal fetus. You're still barking. Ji Fan was speechless. He now seriously doubted the true appearance of Kunlun immortal fetus. Boom! Just at this moment, from a certain direction of Wanjian Mountain, a ray of colorful divine light shot up into the sky, instantly illuminating the night sky and turning the entire darkness into a world of 7 colors, extremely gorgeous. A moment. Everyone in Wanjian Mountain was alarmed. What is it this time? The 7-colored rays of light, could it be the light emitted by the 7-colored treasure tree? There is a treasure protecting the Wanjian Mountain, called the 7-colored treasure tree. Whenever a genius breaks a record or achieves outstanding achievements in the Wanjian Mountain, the 7-colored treasure tree will resonate with him and emit divine light. This time, there are actually 7 colors. In the history of Wanjian Mountain, it is said that the most people who triggered 3 colors of divine light were when the previous generation of Son of God Ji Jianyun broke through. This time there are 7 colors, which means the achievement is even more amazing. A more evil genius has appeared in our Wanjian Mountain. Is there any need to say more? It must be Xiao Feng. He is the 9th-ranked special divine body, even stronger than Ji Jianyun back then. This 7-colored glow must have been caused by Xiao Feng's breakthrough. Everyone was talking about it, and when the name Xiao Feng was mentioned, there was envy and awe in everyone's eyes. Such glory is truly not something that mortals can possess. Only a gifted person like Xiao Feng could receive this honor. At this moment, on a sacred peak of Wanjian Mountain, Elder Gu and Elder Peng were sitting opposite each other, drinking tea. But at this moment, the 2 elders were attracted by the 7-colored rays of light, and their eyes were filled with joy. As expected of a war king body, Fenger has made a breakthrough. Unexpectedly, he can even attract 7 colors of light. This is the highest achievement. He is even stronger than Ji Jianyun back then. Ji Jianyun could only attract 3 colors of light back then. Elder Peng said with a smile, his eyes full of pride. Elder Peng, you have accepted a good disciple. Elder Gu said enviously. Xiao Feng, who had the War King body, was brought back from outside by Elder Peng, so naturally he had to worship Elder Peng as his master. It's right to leave Ji Jianyun's inheritance to him. Such a proud child of heaven would have to give way to him even if Ji Jianyun were still alive. Elder Peng laughed, feeling very proud, as if he had already seen the bright future of his precious disciple. In a blessed place for cultivation in Wanjian Mountain. Xiao Feng was dressed in a majestic battle suit, and his whole body was filled with spiritual light, making him look like a young god of war, high and mighty. He had just broken through the Zhenyuan realm. Moreover, it only took 1 month to advance from the foundation establishment stage to the true essence stage. This speed of cultivation is so terrifying that it is incomparable to that of ordinary people. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Xiao Feng had just obtained a large amount of rare treasures from Ji Jianyun's inheritance, which sent him into the true Yuan realm at the fastest speed. 7-color rays of light, you really give me face. I heard that the previous generation of the Son of God, Ji Jianyun, could only trigger 3-color rays of light. So, although our rankings are only 1 level apart, there is a world of difference between them. Xiao Feng stood with his hands behind his back, saying conceitedly. Xiao Fengji was very proud. He knew that since he had achieved such an accomplishment, Wanjian Mountain would definitely reward him handsomely. The next day dawned. Ji Fan was sitting cross-legged in front of the wooden house, with a ray of divine light wrapped around his body and moving around his body like a nimble little snake. Although he can now borrow the power of the laws of the Tao, he still needs to master how to use this power flexibly. Just at this moment, Ji Fan opened his eyes. His clairvoyance and clairaudience were so sharp that he immediately noticed someone coming. A sword light descended from the sky, and this was a young man flying on a sword. "Is that you?" Ji Fan said. "He knows this person. The person who Yu Jian took him to Wan Jianfeng that day was him. He was a true disciple, and he vaguely remembered that his name seemed to be Su Nan." Su Nan stood with his hands behind his back, glanced at Ji Fan, and suddenly let out a light exclamation. Because he found that Ji Fan's temperament seemed to have changed in some way, and his temperament became more extraordinary. If there were not still no fluctuation of magic power in Ji Fan's body, he would even suspect that Ji Fan had become an immortal cultivator. Ji Fan had long ago retracted the divine light of the great Dao that was circling around his body, hiding it without leaking out. However, due to the improvement of his cultivation, there were still changes in his temperament. Su Nan scolded softly, thinking that he was overthinking. How could someone like him become an immortal cultivator? "Ji Fan, let me be frank. I heard that Xiaofeng occupied the treasure cave left by your father. All the treasures in it belong to Xiaofeng." Su Nan said directly. Ji Fan frowned and said, "That's true, but it belongs to me, I will take it back myself." Hearing this, Su Nan snorted in disdain, "With you? How are you going to get it back? Do you still want to fight Xiaofeng? Don't say such nice words. What do you want to say?" Ji Fan asked impatiently. Su Nan put his hands behind his back and said in a domineering tone, "I heard that Xiaofeng took away all the natural treasures, but the headmaster still sent some things that Xiaofeng didn't need. I want you to hand those things over now." Xiaofeng is the son of God, I can't compare with him. The things he left behind may also be treasures for ordinary disciples like us. No matter what Xiaofeng left behind, I want it all." Hearing this, a ball of anger burned fiercely in Ji Fan's heart. Xiaofeng relied on his status as the son of God to seize Ji Jianyun's inheritance. Now, anyone who comes out actually wants to take the things that Ji Jianyun left behind. Did he, Ji Fan, just a decoration? Su Nan was also hoping for the best, thinking that there must be some left in Ji Jianyun's legacy. Xiaofeng looked down on it because he was the son of God and had high standards. Even the leftovers he picked out were treasures. Su Nan did not hide his contempt at all, and said, "Ji Fan, you must know that the things in the world of immortal cultivation are so precious that people like you cannot get your hands on them. Don't even think about using some spiritual medicine to prolong your life in your old age. People like you are destined to only enjoy 100 years of life as mortals. Give me all the remaining inheritance of Ji Jianyun, and you can make a good relationship with him. I will protect you in Wanjian Mountain in the future." Ji Fan sneered slightly and stood up. The next moment, Ji Fan suddenly moved, picked up the Chaos Immortal fetus placed next to him, and threw it directly at Su Nan. "You called me Ji Jianyun too? Bastard!" Bang! Ah! Su Nan screamed as the solid chaos stone hit Su Nan's face hard, making his facial features seem to be sunken. Puff! 2 streams of blood spurted out of the nostrils. "Asshole! Ji Fan, you dare to attack me!" Su Nan was furious and his eyes were spitting fire. He never expected that a mere mortal would dare to attack him, a cultivator. Fighting with someone like you is already a light punishment. Today, Dad will teach you a lesson on how to behave. Ji Fan said coldly. Su Nan's face was grim. "Okay. Very good. Since you want to die, I will help you. Don't think that just because you are the mascot of the immortal world, I will not touch you. I will cripple you and make you a crippled mascot, which is more suitable for you." Su Nan slapped over with his palm, which contained an overwhelming momentum and an oppressive aura. The methods of immortal cultivators are able to split mountains and rocks with just a wave of their hands. Although Su Nan did not use his full strength in this palm strike, it was still not something that ordinary mortals could resist. If you get hit, your bones will be broken. I know you can dissolve your magic power, but the physique of a cultivator possesses infinite power. You are just an ordinary person. The power created by my palm is enough to break your bones and tendons. Su Nan shouted with a sarcastic sneer. Ji Fan snorted coldly and punched Su Nan. There was a divine light of the avenue in the flesh and blood of his fist, which he held on to. Humph, you're looking for death. Su Nan sneered. In his eyes, Ji Fan's fist was as weak and powerless as that of a baby. It is ridiculous that a mortal dares to punch a cultivator. Boom! Ji Fan's fist hit Su Nan's palm. The next moment, Su Nan was surprised to find that his palm and even his entire arm were twisted and deformed. Then, with a puff, the flesh and blood suddenly exploded, and blood and broken bones splattered everywhere, spraying Su Nan's face. Ah! A sharp pain suddenly came over Su Nan's brain. He stepped back screaming, looking at Ji Fan in horror. He couldn't believe that as a cultivator, he had his arm broken by a punch from an ordinary person. How is that possible? Su Nan widened his eyes in disbelief. My eldest son, remember, your father will always be your father. Ji Fan said with a grin. Su Nan stared at the black ring on Ji Fan's finger and shouted, I understand. I understand. Ji Jianyun really left you a good treasure. It's that ring. You borrowed the power of that ring. Ji Fan was speechless. This iron ring was indeed found among Ji Jianyun's relics, but it was just an ordinary storage ring. Almost every cultivator has something similar. Originally, there should have been some pills stored in this storage ring, but they had been taken away by Xiao Feng. When Ji Fan first saw the black ring, he was shocked, thinking that an old man with a white beard would jump out of it. Sure enough, Ji Jianyun really left you something good. If I guessed correctly, this ring is a treasure that can store mana on its own to attack, allowing a mortal like you to unleash tremendous power. Su Nan laughed. Ha ha ha, great, I didn't expect Xiao Feng to leave behind a good thing, it's mine. Are you mentally retarded? Ji Fan was speechless. When people are greedy, they really don't care about anything. This guy's arm was broken, but he could still laugh. Although some rare treasures can regenerate flesh and blood and restore the arm, it also comes at a considerable price. Su Nan's eyes were filled with greed and heat. A treasure like this cannot continue to work. Ji Fan, you are done. I want you to repay me 100-fold for my broken arm. So what if I kill you? Anyway, no one knows that I have been here. Just accept your fate. Even an immortal cannot save you. As he spoke, Su Nan had already pounced on him, his eyes full of murderous intent. Clang! A magic sword was unsheathed and held in his hand. It turned into a sword light and went straight towards Ji Fan. He really wanted to kill the mascot of the immortal world in front of him. Oh. So no one knew you were here. That's good. A cold light flashed in Ji Fan's eyes. This time, a ray of divine light from the great Dao was released and condensed on Ji Fan's fist, and he punched up again. Boom! This time, a sun-like light burst out from Ji Fan's fist, which was extremely dazzling. The air in front of him was instantly blown up, forming a terrible air wave. Bang! Crack! Under Su Nan's horrified gaze, the magic sword in his hand shattered and was smashed into pieces by Ji Fan's punch. Immediately afterwards, a tremendous force, like a huge mountain, hit Su Nan hard. Impossible! Ah! Su Nan screamed and flew backwards. Half of his body exploded on the spot under the power of the punch, and his flesh and blood were blurred. Blood and broken bones splattered everywhere. Half of Su Nan's body was blown hundreds of meters away and hit a mountain, creating a hole in it. That half of the body was embedded in the concave hole in the mountain. Before Su Nan died, he stared with unwilling eyes, a look of fear and confusion. This true disciple was killed instantly with just one punch. Clean and neat. Su Nan was afraid that he would never believe until his death that he would die at the hands of an ordinary person who didn't even have any magical powers. What does it mean to lose the rice while trying to steal the chicken? Su Nan thought he could get some benefits from this visit, but not only did he fail to steal any chickens, he also lost his feed factory. It's just one punch, but it's so powerful. I feel like I'm Saitama. I won't go bald, will I? Ji Fan thought speechlessly. This was Ji Fan's first time killing someone, and he didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt inexplicably sour and happy. After coming to this world for so many years, facing the cold and cruel world of cultivating immortals, Ji Fan has figured it out long ago. It's either killing or being killed. Moreover, the psychological impact of killing the enemy with absolute strength made Ji Fan very intoxicated. Is this the pleasure that strength brings to oneself? Now. Ji Fan looked at the avenue divine light wrapped around his fist and smiled happily. This avenue divine light is surprisingly powerful. Although Su Nan is an ordinary true disciple, he is also a master of the true Yuan realm, one realm higher than me, but he was killed instantly with one punch. Tisk, as a carrier of the great Tao, is this all you pursue? In a battle above your level, anyone with a special physique can be dealt with. Boy, you should have bigger ambitions. The Chaos Immortal Fetus jumped over and said with a look of disappointment. I surpassed a higher realm and killed my opponent in seconds. Can't I be proud for a while? Ji Fan was speechless. Other people are playing with magic power, and you are using the laws of the universe to attack them. How can it be the same? The Chaos Immortal Fetus rolled his eyes. Of course, he has no eyes now. By the way, I used you to hit Su Nan in the face just now. Is your shell okay? Ji Fan couldn't help but ask. TSK, my immortal fetus is made of chaos stone, and it is as hard as divine iron. Even if the strongest person on your continent comes, he can't break my shell. It doesn't hurt at all. Shurdan said confidently. Ji Fan grinned and said, in that case, how about you stay with me for a while and be my weapon? No problem. Unexpectedly, the placenta's answer was very straightforward. This surprised Ji Fan a little. Strange, logically, you should feel extremely humiliated, right? I'm going to use you like a brick. Ji Fan said. The Chaos Immortal Fetus chuckled and said, you don't understand. Although it is indeed humiliating for you to use me as a brick, every time you take action, you must use the power of the Great Tao Law. Frequently using the Great Tao Law to refine my immortal fetus can speed up the progress of my birth, so I will do it with reluctance. That's fine too. Ji Fan was too tired to complain. The next 2 days. Ji Fan is still in seclusion. Now that he has the opportunity to become stronger, he doesn't want to waste time. During the day, Ji Fan basically mastered his control over the laws of the Tao. A ray of divine light of the Tao was circling around his body, and under Ji Fan's control, this ray of divine light of the Tao could change into various forms. Ji Fan had tried it before. He condensed this ray of divine light into a magic sword. With one strike of the sword, he cut an unknown mountain in half. Its sharpness was unstoppable. Even for a cultivator at the peak of the true Yuan realm, it would be impossible to cut off an entire mountain with one sword. And at night, Ji Fan entered the Lingtai Fangtsuan mountain to comprehend the Great Tao. An In addition to comprehending the Great Dao, practicing magic in Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain can also enhance his compatibility with the Great Dao. The root of all things is part of the Tao, and practicing magic is equivalent to the understanding of the Tao. What a pity! The spells that Ji Fan knows now are all low-level spells with limited improvement. In 2 days, Ji Fan's compatibility with the Tao increased by 3 levels. However, this time, there was no sign of the Great Dao feeding back to him, so his cultivation did not change at all. Because only by relying on the feedback from the Great Dao can his cultivation level break through. Ji Fan understood that every time the Dao gave back to him, he needed to reach a certain level of integration with the Dao. If he wants to continue to receive feedback from the Great Dao, he needs to constantly comprehend the Great Dao and improve his degree of compatibility. Ji Fan felt his current state. Although there was no progress in his cultivation, after the degree of compatibility reached the 6th level, that ray of divine light from the avenue became noticeably stronger. Now, Ji Fan's most powerful weapon is this ray of divine light, which makes him invincible. In addition, Ji Fan's use of the laws of the universe to activate magic spells is also incredibly powerful, but all he knows now are some low-level spells. Wan Jianshan's advanced magic will not be available to him. Maybe I should go choose a sword of my own. Ji Fan thought so. He now only has ordinary iron swords in his hands. These iron swords cannot withstand the power of the laws of the Tao. Even a small trace of the laws of the Tao will cause these iron swords to shatter into pieces. He needed a real magic sword to carry his power, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to fly with a sword. Wanjianfeng. The easiest way to get a magic sword is to go to Wanjian Peak, where you may find a magic sword that is destined for you. All inner disciples have a chance to choose a sword. Come on, Brother Placenta, accompany me for a walk. Ji Fan said, taking the Chaos Immortal fetus with him, and headed towards Wanjianfeng. A lot of people gathered under the thousands of swords at this moment. Because today is the day when a group of newly minted inner disciples come to choose their magic swords. Every year, Wanjian Mountain has more than a dozen vacancies for inner disciples, all of whom are carefully selected. Although they are not geniuses, they are all the best among their peers. Ji Fan, dressed in a coarse white robe, appeared at this place, looking at the tall mountain in front of him, which was filled with various kinds of swords. Ji Fan? What is he doing here? Choosing a sword? How is that possible? The carrier of the Great Dao cannot be cultivated, and he cannot control any of the swords on the 10,000 swords. Ji Fan's appearance immediately attracted a lot of people's attention, and they started talking about him. There was a beautiful girl in the crowd, who said, "This is the carrier of the Great Dao. I finally saw one alive. I heard the elders of the inner sect introduce this physique in the academy. This is the mascot of the world of immortal cultivation." Junior sister, the carrier of the Great Way sounds good, but he is just a useless body that cannot practice. He is not as good as us. A tall young man, who brought this junior sister who had just entered the inner gate to choose a sword, could not help but sneer at this moment. Well, the elder talked about the disadvantages of this physique. Although it is immune to all kinds of attacks, it cannot store magical power. It's a pity, said the girl. Why? Junior sister, are you interested in the Great Dao carrier? The tall young man smiled and said, do you want to observe the mascot of the immortal cultivation world up close? I'll call him over and let you, junior sister, enjoy him. Judging from the meaning of his words, he seemed to treat Ji Fan, the carrier of the Great Dao, as a plaything and wanted to use it to please the girl. This girl is indeed good-looking, and men all like to show off in front of beautiful women. The same is true for this tall young man. The girl said, Senior brother Shenfei, this is not good, after all, he is so famous. What's wrong? Although it is called the mascot of the world of immortality, it is just a mortal body. Compared with us, he is nothing. What's more, since it is a mascot, it should be appreciated by others. Yes. Shen Fei curled his lips disdainfully. Ji Fan, come here. Shen Fei shouted loudly, ordering Ji Fan in a commanding tone. Ji Fan heard everything he said just now. After all, he had the ability to have clairvoyance. He knew that Shen Fei was a little bully, just because his mother was an elder of the inner sect. Get out. Ji Fan said coldly. This guy had a bossy attitude, and his words were full of contempt for him. It was strange that Ji Fan would look good on him. Hey, you have a bad temper. Are you itchy? Mascot. Shen Fei curled his lips in disdain and shouted, come here quickly, or I will stab you to death with one finger, ha ha ha. This is exactly the tone that cultivators use towards mortals, condescending and arrogant. As soon as Ji Fan raised his hand, an oval-shaped stone flew out from the storage ring. You laugh so hard, you owe me a lot of money. Whoosh! Ji Fan raised his hand and pointed, and the chaos stone flew out through the air, detonating an astonishing wave of air and breaking through in front of Shen Fei in an instant. Boom! Ah! Shen Fei screamed and was directly blasted away. He spit out a mouthful of blood with a wow sound in midair and rolled out a long way away. At this moment, everyone around him was startled and looked at Ji Fan in disbelief. What happened? The mascot hit someone, and it was Shen Fei who hit him. Damn it, Shen Fei was actually beaten out by Ji Fan. I'm not dazzled, right? An ordinary person and a cultivator of the true Yuan realm. The difference in strength between the two is as big as clouds and mud. I used a stone to knock Shen Fei away. This stone must be some kind of treasure. What kind of treasure is it? It has no spiritual fluctuations. It's just an ordinary stone. The people around him were shocked and couldn't understand this scene at all. Senior brother Shen Fei, how are you? The girl ran to Shen Fei in panic. Asshole. Shen Fei struggled to get up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and glared at Ji Fan. How dare you attack me? My mother will not let you go. Idiot, you are so old and still looking for your mother all the time. You are just a tadpole. Ji Fan curled his lips and said. Shen Fei has never suffered such a loss, especially in front of the girl he likes. He originally wanted to express himself, but unexpectedly he was beaten away by an ordinary person. This is simply a shame and a great humiliation. I kill you. Shen Fei yelled and rushed towards Ji Fan. His whole body was filled with magical power, turning into the power of lightning. Shen Fei practices thunder magic, and among the younger generation, his attainments in thunder magic are considered to be quite good. Ji Fan raised his hand again. The chaos stone flew up and hit Shen Fei again. Its astonishing speed and power caused the sound of explosions in the air. What? Shen Fei screamed in surprise. This momentum and power made him dare not be careless. He quickly surged out mana and turned into thunderous light, covering his whole body. Boom! Ah! Shen Fei screamed and flew backwards again. When he fell to the ground, his chest was sunk into a dent. It was obvious that his bones were shattered. He was lying on the ground unable to stand up and was vomiting blood. Ji Fan hooked his fingers, and the chaos stone flew back to him and got into his storage ring. At this moment, the people around looked at Ji Fan and then at Shen Fei, who was vomiting blood, and were stunned for a while. Shen Fei was repaired by Ji Fan? Damn, it's been a long time since I've seen him. What's going on? Didn't it say that the Dao carrier can't practice? Did the elders of the school lie to me? The Dao carrier is actually very good. Some new disciples expressed their incomprehension. As for Shen Fei, he was filled with fear in his heart. How so? Facing Ji Fan, he had no power to fight back. The power contained in the broken stone just now was so amazing that the lightning that protected his body was shattered like window paper. At this moment, Shen Fei felt as if he was not facing an ordinary person, but a master at the Golden Core realm. And at this moment, Ji Fan was already slowly walking towards him. Shen Fei felt an unprecedented fear in his heart and shouted loudly, "Don't come over." Ji Fan was speechless. These words sounded so familiar. Was he possessed by Bu Jingyun? Seeing Ji Fan approaching step by step, Shen Fei was seriously injured and unable to move at all. He could only shout in panic, "What are you going to do? Don't come here." Humph, embroidered pillow, Aeolian legs. Bang 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 bang. Ji Fan raised the soles of his feet and kicked Shen Fei violently. Shen Fei's face and body were all covered with dark footprints. There was a click-click sound of popping beans coming from his body, which was the sound of broken bones. Ji Fan was merciless with his kicks, and he didn't know how many bones Shen Fei was broken by his kicks. Puff! Finally, Shen Fei spit out a mouthful of blood again, passed out, and lay on the ground unconscious. I don't know if he was beaten or knocked unconscious. Huh, hot chicken stuff. Ji Fan pouted, then without even looking at Shen Fei, he turned and walked towards the Kendo monument under Wan Jianfeng. Everyone stared with big eyes and small eyes, surprised again and again. Shen Fei was defeated like this? Can someone explain to me what is going on? How could Ji Fan, a man with no magic power, defeat Shen Fei? No, I just saw Ji Fan control that stone in the air. If he doesn't have magic power, how can he control an object? Humph, it's just a blinding trick, just with the help of external force. At this time, a true disciple in the crowd said, he can control that stone, he must be carrying a treasure that reserves mana. With the help of the magic stored in that treasure, mana controls things. However, even if he uses external magic power, it is impossible to defeat Shen Fei head-on. Someone raised a question. The true disciple who spoke pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up and he said, that can only mean that the magic power stored in that treasure is very strong. That must be the case. That treasure is definitely extraordinary. It must be the Son of God from the previous generation. Ji Jianyun stayed. Didn't I say that all Ji Jianyun's relics were taken away by Xiaofeng? Why are there still some left behind? This is such a good thing, how can it be left on Ji Fan? Several true disciples present were interested. Like Su Nan before, they mistakenly thought that Ji Fan had a treasure and wanted to get their hands on it. Hush, keep quiet. Don't spread this matter, lest more people know about it. After Ji Fan leaves Wan Jianfeng, we will find a deserted place to do it. Several true disciples whispered to each other and spoke in low voices. And at this moment, Ji Fan has arrived in front of the sword monument under the 10,000 swords. This sword Dao monument is very exquisite. As long as you sit cross-legged under the sword Dao monument, you can communicate with the swords on the Wanjianfeng. The immortal sword that is destined to be with it will resonate with it and fly down from the mountain on its own. The so-called fate sounds mysterious, but it is actually related to the skills you practice and the swordsmanship you use. Here you can choose the sword that suits you best. It is not true that every immortal sword has spirituality and can choose its own master. In front of the Kendo monument, there was a middle-aged man standing there. He was the deacon in charge of looking after the Kendo monument. Uncle Li. Ji Fan walked over and called out. Xiao Fan, you come, to choose a sword? The deacon's name was Li Wen. When he was young, he had received advice from Ji Jianyun. However, Li Wen's talent was limited, so he only worked as a deacon, which was considered a job. Li Wen was grateful for Ji Jianyun's advice and was nice to Ji Fan. At least he did not treat Ji Fan as a joke like others did. Well, although I am not an inner disciple, the headmaster said at the beginning that I can enjoy the privileges of a true disciple in Wanjian Mountain and can choose the sword, right? Ji Fan asked. It was indeed what Master Qin Ku said about enjoying the privileges of a true disciple. However, everyone knew that the carrier of the great Tao could not practice cultivation, so even though he enjoyed the privileges of a true disciple, Ji Fan had never been given any elixirs or skills. The spells that Ji Fan could look up in Wanjian Mountain were only some low-level spells. Li Wen said, "Xiao Fan, what method did you use to defeat Shen Fei just now? Is it really borrowed magic power from the outside? You have never practiced kung fu, nor have you practiced swordsmanship. You will not have the ability to fight with an immortal sword. It resonates with you." Ji Fan smiled and said, "Let's give it a try. Can I choose a sword?" Li Wen sighed and said, "It's okay if you want to give it a try. If a fairy sword can really fall down, it will be good for you to defend yourself." Ji Fan smiled, walked over, and sat cross-legged under the Kendo monument. Just then, Ji Fan discovered that there was another person under the Kendo monument, a girl of 15 or 16 years old. The girl is beautiful and has an excellent appearance. She has become plump and exquisite at a young age. Her facial features are exquisite and she also has a sense of cuteness. A set of bright silver armor wrapped the girl's graceful figure, making her look like a valkyrie, heroic and valiant. Her jet-black hair was tied into 2 ponytails, full of youthful vitality, and draped softly over her shoulders. At the same time that Ji Fan sat down cross-legged, the girl resonated with the immortal sword on the Wanjianfeng. Clang! A sword light shot up into the sky. A scarlet immortal sword flew up from the top of Wanjianfeng and then stabbed straight in front of the girl. That's the Scarlet Thunder Sword. She actually got the Scarlet Thunder Sword of the previous generation of the Son of God. Who is this girl? She's so pretty, and her twin tails are sexy. I like twin tails the most. You don't even know her? Xia Ziyue, the younger sister of that beautiful elder. In the past 6 months, besides Xiao Feng who has the War King body, the most talented person is Xia Ziyue. She also has a special physique. Although it is only a treasure body, her strength still crushes ordinary geniuses. Her Fengho treasure body is born with the power to control the wind. Now, Ji Fan sat cross-legged next to the girl, but his eyes were not on this beauty. Instead, he was attracted by the Red Thunder Sword. "Dad," Ji Fan murmured. This Scarlet Thunder Sword was indeed the sword that Ji Jianyun wore during his lifetime. Ji Jianyun majored in the 5 spirits thunder method back then, and he mastered the thunder methods of the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. He once relied on a Red Thunder Sword to be invincible and brought the rapid killing technique of thunder method to the extreme. A flash of red lightning killed the enemy in an instant. Therefore, Ji Jianyun had a nickname back then, called 5 Spirits Red Light. That's right, it's the 5 Spirits Red Light. When Ji Fan heard the news for the first time, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. When my father was alive, he was definitely an old driver. Later, when Ji Jianyun died in battle, the Red Thunder Sword was sent back and placed at the top of Wanjianfeng. Xia Ziyue stood up with a smile on her face. The girl had a graceful figure. Accompanied by a fragrant breeze, she held the Red Thunder Sword in her hand and danced with the sword with her backhand. It was like a sword dance, graceful and beautiful. This immediately attracted a lot of attention from the surrounding area. And at this time, Xia Ziyue also noticed Ji Fan. "You are the carrier of the great Tao, Ji Fan?" Xia Ziyue asked, her voice as pleasant as a wind chime. Ji Fan nodded. Xia Ziyue took a look at the red thunder sword in her hand. She also knew that this was Ji Jianyun's former sword. I like this sword very much. Although you will definitely not be happy if I take it away, I promise you that you can come to me anytime to learn swordsmanship. As long as you beat me in swordsmanship, I will return the red thunder sword to you. Of course, I know you can't practice, but the way of swordsmanship is not just about actual combat, theory is also important. As long as you can convince me of the theory of swordsmanship, you win. How do you think? It is obvious that this girl is a sword fanatic and has an extraordinary obsession with kendo. At this moment, Xia Ziyue blinked her bright big eyes and looked at Ji Fan. Ji Fan said, although this sword once followed my father, it is also a thing of Tianjian Mountain. Moreover, you obtained this sword through normal channels. What can I say? Now. Ji Fan sat cross-legged in front of the sword monument and began to choose a sword. Ji Fan is going to choose a sword. What sword do you think he will choose? There were good people around. Stop making trouble, how can a fairy sword resonate with it? Even if he uses external power to defeat Shen Fei, he still has no cultivation and it is difficult to achieve success. This is a bit sensational. I really don't know who gave him the courage. A person with no cultivation actually dares to choose a sword. These people are all true disciples. It turned out to be the same people who had just agreed to find a deserted place to rob Ji Fan. So they didn't leave and kept staring at Ji Fan. Xia Ziyue held the red thunder sword in her arms and was about to leave, but at this moment she stopped and observed Ji Fan. She was also curious about whether Ji Fan could choose a sword in his situation. No one is a fool. Ji Fan suddenly came to choose a sword. Without some ideas, it would definitely be impossible. Is there some unique sword technique? Xia Ziyue is a sword fanatic, so she is naturally interested. Now. Ji Fan used the sword Dao Steel as a medium and instantly sensed thousands of sword energy fluctuations on Wan Jianfeng, all of which were emitted by the immortal swords inserted on Wan Jianfeng. Moreover, as he was born with 6 ears, he could control the condition of every sword. It can even be said that if he wanted, he could drive any of the swords on the 10,000 swords to fly over. After all, once the laws of the Tao are released, they can control everything. There is nothing that he cannot control. If I pack up all the swords here, would it be too high profile? Ji Fan thought to himself. When the time comes, he will pretend to be loud and shout. Sword! Then thousands of immortal swords on the Wanjianfeng rushed towards him one after another. Ji Fan swung his long sleeves, pressed his middle and ring fingers with his thumb, raised his index and pinky fingers high to the sky, and shouted, I am DJ Li Chungang. This should be of high standard. Boy, there's something good in here. At this moment, the voice of the Chaos Immortal Embryo came and appeared in Ji Fan's mind in the form of telepathy. Damn, you can sense the outside world even when you are in the storage ring? Ji Fan said in surprise. Woof, my divine sense is unrivaled. How can a mere storage ring deceive my eyes, said the Chaos Immortal Embryo proudly. You said good stuff? Which one is it? Ji Fan couldn't help but ask. The Chaos Immortal Embryo has a great origin, and the sword it chooses must be a good sword. In the northeast direction, in the 5th row, the 6th sword, the thing shaped like a bamboo, said the Chaos Immortal Embryo. Forehead. Ji Fan's face darkened. Brother Placenta, please don't lie to me. This bamboo sword, let's just call it a sword. It's just a piece of tattered bamboo. There's not even any sword energy fluctuations. You want me to choose this? Chaos Immortal Fetus sneered and said, You know nothing, do you know what that is? What is it? Ji Fan transformed himself into a qualified supporting actor. This thing is the Chaos Purple Bamboo, the nemesis of all soldiers. Your Wanjian mountain really has collected a lot of good things. Although it is damaged, you are the carrier of the Great Dao, and you can slowly repair it with the help of the aura of the Great Dao in the future. The Chaos Immortal Fetus smacked his lips and said. Chaos Purple Bamboo, you mean, the raw material for the Divine Whip? Ji Fan exclaimed. He had seen this thing in ancient books, but it was just a myth. Legend had it that there was a magical whip in the world that whipped the gods and Buddhas. Once the magical whip came out, no matter what kind of magical weapon it was, it would shatter into pieces when it touched it. The raw material of the Divine Whip is a 9-section chaotic purple bamboo, but few people have seen what the real chaotic purple bamboo looks like. And at this moment, the one on the 10,000 Swords Mountain was actually the Chaos Purple Bamboo? It looked like a bamboo sword, thick at the bottom and thin at the top. It was called a bamboo sword, but in fact it didn't even have a sword guard. Moreover, it was covered with black blood stains and had cracks in many places. Who could have imagined that this was the Chaos Purple Bamboo? Boy, believe me, this thing was born from chaos, just like me, so I will not admit my mistake. Besides, among all the swords in this mountain, only the Chaos Purple Bamboo can withstand the power of the laws of the Tao. It is very suitable for you. Chaos Immortal Embryo reminded. Well, that's you. Ji Fan said. Under the Kendo Monument. He opened his eyes, raised his hand, and grabbed Wan Jianfeng in front of him. Whoosh! On the 10,000 Swords front, in the northeast area, in the 5th row, the 6th black and broken bamboo sword flew up, turned into a black light and came into Ji Fan's hands. This scene was seen by people around. I really chose the sword. Wait, is that a sword? Isn't it just a broken bamboo pole? Ha ha ha, this is such a joke. Who stuck a broken bamboo pole onto the peak of the sword? And now, it's been chosen by another joke. Ha, a rare useless person with no magic power, he and this sword are a perfect match. Several true disciples around couldn't help but mock him, looking at the bamboo sword in Ji Fan's hand as if they were looking at a joke. This bamboo sword, maybe it's really meant to be with him. At this time, Li Wen, who was guarding the Sword Dao Monument, said, this bamboo sword was obtained by Ji Jianyun when he entered the Divine Beast Cemetery. Along with it, there was also a broken bone sword made of the bones of a divine beast. Later, when Ji Jianyun came back, he inserted this bamboo sword and the bone sword together into the Wan Jianfeng. Not long ago, the bone sword was taken away by Xiaofeng. Hearing this, the ridicule in the eyes of these true disciples became even more intense. Ha ha ha, there is such a past story. But Ji Fan, you have inherited Ji Jianyun's legacy, so you should be happy. A true disciple said with a smile. At this moment, Ji Fan was looking at the bamboo sword in his hand. Unexpectedly, this was also left by my father. The black bamboo was thick at the bottom and thin at the top, and was covered in blood. I don't know what kind of blood it was stained with. It looked dull and badly damaged. The bamboo sword has a total of 7 sections and is about 3 feet long, which is 3 sections short of the 9 sections of the legendary Divine Whip. Moreover, these 7 sections are all covered with cracks and look very bad. But Ji Fan could feel that this bamboo was as solid as rock and extremely strong. Perhaps it is true as Chaos Immortal Embryo said, of all the swords on the Wanjian Peak, only this Chaos Purple Bamboo can withstand the power of the laws of the Tao. Is this, really a sword? Xia Ziyue also came over and looked at Hun Dun Zizhu with curiosity on her pretty face. Why haven't you left yet? Ji Fan said speechlessly. Xia Ziyue curiously knocked on the bamboo pole in Ji Fan's hand, and it made a metallic trembling sound. It feels like the iron bamboo that is a specialty of the southern continent. It's quite hard. For Xia Ziyue, a sword fanatic, she is very curious about any sword. Even if it is just a broken bamboo pole in the eyes of others, she is still very interested in it. How about I'll chop it with the red thunder sword and see if I can chop it into pieces? Xia Ziyue asked with her big eyes blinking. Go play somewhere else. Ji Fan waved his hand. He had achieved the purpose of coming to Wanjian Peak this time, so there was no need to stay here, so he carried the chaos purple bamboo on his back and turned around to leave. And those true disciples who had ill intentions exchanged glances with each other and followed quietly. Suddenly, Ji Fan frowned, and without thinking, he quickly moved sideways. Boom! Almost at the same time, a bolt of lightning struck the place where Ji Fan had stood before, leaving a charred hole. Who? Everyone was surprised. The few true disciples following Ji Fan were also shocked. Could someone here be planning to take action against Ji Fan? They looked at each other and thought it was someone between them who was responsible, but it was not the case. Soon, exclamations came from the crowd, and a woman wearing a cyan thunder robe walked towards this side. Tian Mu, He Xiu. For a moment, many people around him made way and showed fear towards this woman. He Xiu, the elder of the inner sect of Wanjian Mountain, also practices thunder. He is good at using a purple thunder mirror as a weapon. When combined with the thunder, it is extremely powerful, so he is known as the Mother of Lightning in the inner sect. And He Xiu's son is none other than Shen Fei. The reason why Shen Fei dared to be domineering among the younger generation of disciples was precisely because his mother was an elder of the inner sect, and He Xiu was famous for protecting his shortcomings. There was once an inner disciple who competed with Shen Fei for the spot of true disciple, but that inner disciple was chopped into charcoal by a bolt of thunder that fell from the sky that night and almost died. Many people guessed that Shen Fei's mother He Xiu did it, but He Xiu was an elder of the inner sect, so no one dared to say anything. Even the top management turned a blind eye and muddled along, giving He Xiu face. Hey, it's exciting now. Shen Fei was taught so badly by Ji Fan. Thinking about it, you know that elder he will never give up with his protective character. You see, it was less than half an hour before and after. Elder he is here to kill him. People around were whispering. Especially when he saw He Xiu coming in an aggressive manner and her target was Ji Fan. Even a fool would know that she was here to seek revenge. What's more, there were people behind him who also carried Shen Fei over. Shen Fei was now awake, wrapped like a rice dumpling, with only one pair of eyes exposed, glaring at Ji Fan. Ji Fan, you're done. From a distance, Shen Fei yelled at Ji Fan, full of hatred. He was recuperating at home, but when he learned that his mother wanted to vent her anger on him, he followed her no matter what, wanting to see how miserable Ji Fan would be dealt with. Ji Fan sneered slightly, if you beat the little ones, the old ones will come looking for trouble. You guys are really bloody. Shen Fei, you are really a tadpole. You will look for your mother. Tadpole? What do you mean? Xia Ziyue was standing next to Ji Fan at the moment and couldn't help but ask. Haven't you heard that nursery rhyme? The little tadpole is looking for mother finds the turtle and calls out for mother. Ji Fan sang it casually. Hearing this, there was silence all around. This nursery rhyme, it sounds a bit insulting no matter how you listen to it. Who is the turtle? Everyone looked at He Xiu. Presumptuous. He Xiu shouted angrily. She had come here in anger to begin with, and hearing these words made her even more angry. She raised her hand, and a bolt of lightning shot out from her palm, heading straight for Ji Fan. Ji Fan snorted coldly, raised his hand and slapped him. Bang! This palm thunder was directly shattered by his palm, turning into scattered electric light. Ji Fan said calmly, "Have you forgotten that I am invulnerable to all kinds of attacks?" "Oh. You, a loser, are somewhat interesting. I thought you couldn't even block a palm from me. He Xiao walked towards them step by step, with electric lights surrounding him. Don't call me trash all the time. It's an old joke. Ji Fan picked his ears. He Xiao stopped and looked Ji Fan up and down. With just you, who have no magic power, it's impossible for you to beat Fei like that. Fei said that you might have used external magic power. Could it be that you took the route of extracorporeal magical powers? He Xiao said with a light scolding. Extracorporeal magical power? What is extracorporeal magical power? Someone in the crowd asked. A true disciple explained, there was once a sect in the world of immortal cultivation that created the path of external magical powers for mortals without immortal roots to use, under the pretext of creating an era where everyone can cultivate immortals. Basically, it involves using instruments that store magic power to cast spells and even improve one's cultivation. However, mortals are mortals, and without immortal roots, they simply cannot become immortal cultivators. The route of external magical power can only allow people to reach the true essence realm, which is the ultimate. Because as the level of cultivation increases, the realm constraints become stronger as you progress. The level of cultivation that is forced to grow will not be able to break the realm constraints after the true essence realm, so this route is abandoned. I see. I was wondering how the carrier of the great Tao could suddenly use mana. He Xiao said sarcastically, it's just a side door. You think you can cultivate the carrier of the great way by this method? In the end, it's just a show of force. Ji Fan smiled and said, even the unorthodox methods can beat your son like a dog. Your son is really a waste. You. After these words were spoken, He Xiao was suddenly speechless and his face turned ashen with anger. She originally wanted to mock Ji Fan, but ended up shooting herself in the foot. When Shun Fei heard this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood again and cursed, Ji Fan, you bastard, am I not as good as you? You just defeated me in a sneak attack. With your physique, I can beat the shit out of you. Ji Fan dug his ears impatiently. Suddenly I heard a dog barking in the alley. I wonder whose child is crying. Ah! Hearing these words, Shun Fei became even more impotent and furious, roaring repeatedly. The onlookers were speechless for a while, thinking that Ji Fan's mouth was really powerful. With just a few words, Shun Fei was as angry as a mad dog. Does this compare Shun Fei to a bitch? The problem is, I'm still standing here. If Shun Fei is a son of a bitch, then isn't he Xiao, a mother? But no one said it out loud, after all, no one dared to provoke He Xiao here. Xia Ziyue showed no inhibitions and praised with a sweet smile, what a poem, what a poem. If he is a son of a bitch, wouldn't that bitch be Elder He? There must be something wrong with this girl's brain circuitry. It would be great if everyone knew this. Why are you saying it? Elder He doesn't want to lose face? I really don't know if it's intentional or unintentional. Ji Fan also glanced at Xia Ziyue with a wry smile, girl, I feel so hateful when I hold her hand. Boom! Sure enough, He Xiao was angry, and thunder surged from his body. With her He Xiao character, how could she not be angry? You are a sharp-tongued little thing. If Shun Fei is really not good at learning and is defeated, I will naturally not say anything. But just you, 100 of you, are no match for Shun Fei. You are opportunistic and dare to speak out. Boom! A blast of thunder, accompanied by a weapon, flew out from He Xiao's body. Purple Thunder Mirror. This is the signature weapon of He Xiao, the goddess of lightning. Wait a minute, Elder He. At this time, Li Wen, who was guarding the Sword Dao monument in the distance, ran over and said, Elder He, please calm down. This is a fight between the younger generation. It's against the rules for you to take action. Roll! He shouted, Li Wen, who do you think you are? You are just a deacon, and you think you are qualified to manage me? Boom! The purple thunder mirror glowed, and a ray of lightning blasted out, heading straight for Li Wen. At such a close distance, Li Wen had no way of dodge. Moreover, his cultivation was far inferior to He Xiu's, so he could not be his opponent. After just one encounter, Li Wen was blasted away and fell far away. Ji Fan looked cold. She had witnessed with her own eyes today the tyranny of Dianmu He Xiu, who had relied on her personal relationship with a certain elder to act arrogantly and domineeringly over the years, completely ignoring the rules. Li Wen just said a fair word, but she attacked him without mercy. Humph, the mascot of the immortal world, do you really think you are a celebrity? Today I will turn you into charcoal and hand you over to the law enforcement hall. You will go to the dark cell of the law enforcement hall and be your mascot. He Xiu's brows were ferocious, and the purple thunder mirror was glowing, gathering the power of thunder. Huh, are you starting to quarrel? Are you so angry? It should have been done a long time ago. Why did you waste so much time talking just now? Ji Fan snorted coldly. Ji Fan, you are immune to all kinds of attacks, right? You can dissolve the magic power, but can you dissolve the damage caused by the murderous aura? He Xiu said sarcastically, holding the purple thunder mirror and pointing it at Ji Fan. This is the truth. Su Nan also said before that although Ji Fan can dispel various spells, the methods of immortal cultivators are as diverse as weapons, such as weapons. The weapons used by immortal cultivators are all unique things. The damage caused by the weapons themselves cannot be removed by the avenue carrier. Hey, are you using your power to bully others? Xia Ziyu snorted coldly, unsheathed the red thunder sword and held it in her hand like a valkyrie. Ji Fan, I took your father's sword, and I will fight for you in this battle. Beat! Ji Fan didn't expect Xia Ziyu to stand up. However, as Xia Ziyu, He Xiu really didn't dare to do anything to her. She is the biological sister of a certain high-level elder. She, He Xiu, is just the elder of the inner Dean. How dare she offend Xia Ziyu? A trace of fear also flashed in He Xiu's eyes. Ji Fan, if you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. If you hide behind a woman, are you still a man? Shen Fei said at this time. He couldn't let Xia Ziyu ruin a good thing. Humph, as you wish. Ji Fan said, taking a step forward and pulling out the Chaos Zizhu from behind. Shen Fei laughed coldly and secretly scolded Ji Fan for being stupid. A small provocation worked. Is this the sword you chose? It suits you very well. He Xiu mocked. Now. Ji Fan held a broken bamboo sword and kneaded the magic formula with his left hand. In an instant, electric currents pulsed in Ji Fan's palm. This is thunder and lightning technique? Pfft. No way, this kid can really put on a show. He played with thunder in front of the lightning mother He Xiu, and he used low-level thunder and lightning. He must be joking. Ha ha ha, I think you are seeking death. Have you given up resistance? He's really good at sensationalizing. Everyone lamented that most people thought what Ji Fan did was extremely funny. Everyone knows this thunder and lightning spell. It is an ordinary low-level spell. After the foundation establishment level, basically no one will use this low-level spell. Ji Fan actually wanted to use thunder and lightning to fend off enemies in front of the lightning mother He Xiu. What did he think? Even Xia Ziyu looked at Ji Fan speechlessly. Is he planning to resist like this? Ha ha ha, Ji Fan, there is something wrong with your brain. What can you say by casting a lightning spell? Shen Fei laughed unscrupulously. He Xiu said with disdain, external supernatural powers are just heresy after all. I'm afraid you won't be able to cast any brilliant spells with the magic power you borrowed. Ji Fan sneered, don't take yourself too seriously. To deal with you, a little thunder and lightning technique is enough. Then, just when everyone thought that Ji Fan was just talking nonsense, he saw him use this lightning technique to strike into the chaotic purple bamboo. Boom! The next moment, a dazzling flash of lightning suddenly burst out from the bamboo sword, which was extremely blinding. Ji Fan raised the chaos purple bamboo high. Boom! Above the blue sky, a black cloud descended from nowhere, rolling and churning. Terrifying streaks of lightning, like a dragon, raged in the black cloud. What? He Xiu's eyes widened in shock. That is, thunder falling from the sky. It is said that there is an invisible sea of thunder condensing above the sky. Only those with great supernatural powers can communicate with the sea of thunder above the sky and draw down the thunder from the 9 heavens to strike the target. But that is a great supernatural power. Only by practicing the magic to an unattainable level can the so-called supernatural power be produced, thus breaking away from the scope of magic. Ji Fan only used a small lightning technique, how could he possibly cause the 9 heavens thunder to resonate with it? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Now, Ji Fan's white clothes fluttered in the wind, and his long black hair danced in the air. He held the bamboo sword high in his hand, and was dragged into the air by a strong airflow, looking down at He Xiu from above. Impossible. This is not lightning magic. He Xiu shouted, his eyes almost popping out of his brow. Ji Fan smiled grimly and spoke loudly. 9 heavens' mysterious blade, transformed into divine thunder. The mighty power of heaven is led by the sword. This spell is actually useless. Ji Fan added this just to show off, plagiarizing words from some novels he had read in his previous life to raise his own status. Boom! In the void, thunder rumbled and dazzling lightning flashed. Ji Fan actually brought down the violent thunder from the sky. A thick and violent thunder, like a thunder dragon, bared its fangs and claws, winding and roaring, tearing through the 9 layers of heaven and crashing down. His target is He Xiu. Damn it! Do you think I'm afraid of you? This must be an illusion. How can you use your magical powers? He Xiu roared at this moment, and used all his strength to activate the purple lightning mirror in his palm, and purple lightning condensed. Thunder method, Thunder Eagle kills quickly. Boom! Above the purple lightning mirror, a large amount of purple lightning condensed into a huge thunder eagle, which flew up against the sky and blasted towards the thunder dragon in the air. The two collided with each other in an instant, bursting out with dazzling light. But the giant lightning eagle only held out for a moment before being defeated by the lightning dragon. The thick thunder continued to bombard He Xiu without slowing down. 5 thunderbolts hit the top of the head. He Xiu once again activated his magic and blasted out with the purple thunder mirror. 5 purple lightning bolts rose into the sky and attacked the lightning dragon. But in the blink of an eye, the 5 thunders were swallowed by the thunder dragon. How is this possible? He Xiu's face turned extremely pale. This is the real 9 heavens divine thunder, it is not just for show, this domineering thunder power cannot be fake. Ji Fan actually attracted the thunder of the 9 heavens and resonated with the sea of thunder above the sky. Lei Qianlu. The purple thunder mirror glowed again, and a purple electric net rose into the air, trying to intercept the thunder dragon. But soon the purple electric net was also torn apart. The thunder and lightning dragon fell from the sky with unstoppable force, carrying with it the power of destruction. He Xiu was at his wit's end. He watched helplessly as the huge bolt of lightning fell. There was no way to avoid it. In the end, he could only use the purple lightning mirror as a shield to protect himself. Boom! Ah! The lightning drowned He Xiu, and his scream sounded like a pig being slaughtered. But the screaming only lasted for a moment and then there was no sound. When the lightning dissipated, a deep pit was blasted out on the spot. He Xiu was like burnt charcoal, her whole body was black and emitting black smoke. She lay there groaning, unable to move, and all the bones in her body were shattered by the blow. This was because He Xiu used 3 great spells to offset part of the power of the lightning dragon, otherwise, her fate would have been even more miserable. As for the weapon that made her famous, the purple thunder mirror, it was blown into pieces and scattered on the ground. The onlookers witnessed this scene and were silent. What did they see? One move. Just one move. He Xiu, an inner sect elder, was known as the Mother of Lightning, which showed her achievements in thunder magic. But now, she was blasted into charcoal by Ji Fan using the same thunder method. For a moment, those who had previously laughed at Ji Fan for his grandstanding were speechless, as they were shocked. Wow! After a moment's silence, there was a noise everywhere, and everyone finally realized how incredible the scene that had just happened was. He actually used lightning magic to defeat He Xiu. Stop talking nonsense. Do you believe that it was just a small lightning spell? Ji Fan must have used it to humiliate He Xiu. In fact, he had already been preparing for his ultimate move in secret. Yes, that can't be lightning magic. Didn't you hear him chanting the spell? Jiu Tian Xian Sha turned into divine thunder. Have you ever seen someone chanting a spell while performing lightning magic? It's impossible that the in-body magical power is so powerful. The move just now was definitely at the magical power level. It must be the carrier of the great Dao. This is a legendary physique. Although it cannot store magic power, it is a god-level physique after all. In terms of comprehension, it should be on par with the 10 great god-level bodies. At this time, Deacon Li Wen stood up shakily and spoke. Deacon Li, what you are saying is that Ji Fan has already mastered a certain kind of thunder method and understood it to the level of magical power, but he is unable to use it because he has no magic power? Li Wen nodded. This is the only explanation. Everyone sighed. The carrier of the great Dao is indeed unique. If he can practice it successfully, Ji Fan may be qualified to become the supreme being in the world. It's a pity that the setting of invulnerable to all laws has made the avenue carrier miserable. It cannot store mana, and no matter how good the understanding is, it is useless. Even if Ji Fan mastered the method of extraterrestrial supernatural powers, it would only be a moment of bravery and there would be no future. Mother! Mother! Shen Fei screamed and struggled to get up from the stretcher. But soon, a figure stood in front of Shen Fei. Ji Fan. What are you doing? What are you going to do? Shen Fei was terrified. Now Ji Fan looked like a devil in his eyes. Ji Fan didn't say a word, he raised the bamboo sword in his hand and stabbed Shen Fei in the dantian. Poof! Blood spurted out, and Shen Fei's shrill screams echoed here. Everyone's scalp was numb when they saw it. Dantian was broken. In other words, Shen Fei was deposed and was no longer an immortal cultivator. In the world of immortality, there is another way to torture people more than killing people, and that is to turn them into cripples. As an immortal cultivator, who doesn't have a few mortal enemies? If anyone knew that Shen Fei was crippled, his enemies would torture him in the most cruel way. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but sigh as they recalled what Shen Fei had done today. At first, Shen Fei just showed off his power in front of women and offended Ji Fan. After being beaten, he moved his mother out and made the matter bigger. Now he has been reduced to having his dantian destroyed and becoming a useless person. Shen Fei's disguise was too big, and he was included in it. In the crowd, the girl who had been with Shen Fei before was bursting into tears. it's all because of me, senior brother Shenfei, that he ended up like this. The Luan family is so sad. Junior sister, this has nothing to do with you. Shenfei did it on his own. From now on, senior brother will protect you. Yes, yes, junior sister, if you have any trouble in the future, please tell your senior brothers. A few more people suddenly gathered around the girl. Well, I will be obedient from now on and won't cause any trouble to my senior brothers. The girl smiled through her tears and said softly. Ji Fan, who possesses the telepathic ear, also heard these words. He looked at Shenfei, who was lying on the ground and twitching, and sneered, "You are just a big jerk." Then he crossed Shenfei and left here. Even after Ji Fan left, people here were still discussing Ji Fan's move, Divine Sword and Thunder, just now. I believe that it won't be long before what happened today will spread throughout Wanjian Mountain. The mascot of the World of Immortality, who was once good and easy to bully, will show off his power this time and is destined to become a hot topic. And at this moment, Ji Fan was walking back, but before he had gone very far, he stopped and looked back at a dashing and heroic girl with twin tails in silver armor, who was Xia Ziyue. Why are you following me? Ji Fan couldn't help but ask. Xia Ziyue said with a smile, Ji Fan, you can fight with me. Ji Fan was speechless. What is this requirement? Xia Ziyue's pretty face flushed with excitement, her eyes full of little stars. That move of your divine sword controlling lightning was so cool, the divine power level of lightning is really powerful. What kind of lightning technique did you practice? Did you inherit Ji Jianyun's lightning sword art? Let's have a fight, okay? I want to learn from you. This Xia Ziyue is not only a sword fanatic, but also a martial arts fanatic. Ji Fan was speechless. What kind of magic sword can control lightning? If others knew that I just used a lightning spell to kill He Xiu, I wonder what they would think. Ji Fan smiled and said, I still have some things to deal with. I will discuss with you later. You can go back first. Really? Then we have a deal. You must remember to find me. I'm at Jubao Tower. Xia Ziyue said. Treasure House. The second treasure house of Wanjian Mountain. It is said that the person who manages Jubao Tower is a beautiful elder who is famous for her beauty, but Ji Fan has never seen her. Okay, I understand. I'll leave first. I'm in a hurry. Ji Fan waved his hand and left in a hurry. Xia Ziyue looked at Ji Fan's back, then happily played with the red thunder sword in her hand, muttering, Nine Heavens' mysterious blade, transformed into divine thunder, magnificent heavenly power, guided by the sword handsome. Ziyu. At this moment, a purple figure fell from mid-air. The person who came was wearing a luxurious purple long dress, which wrapped around her graceful body. She walked towards Xia Ziyue with her slender waist twisted, like a lotus leaf swaying in the wind or a banana leaf moistened by the rain. As the purple skirt fluttered, a pair of snow-white legs wrapped in black tights were graceful and unparalleled, and could be called the most beautiful legs. Charming and romantic, a top-notch beauty. These words seemed to be created specially for her. She was simply a fairy. Sister. Xia Ziyue smiled sweetly. The person who came was Xia Ziyue's sister, also the beautiful elder of Wanjian Mountain, named Xia Xuanji. She was like a peerless fairy, stunning and incomparable. The entire Wanjian Mountain, from some high-level officials to some disciples, all had ideas about this beautiful elder. Sister, I saw the carrier of the avenue. He is quite interesting. It was so cool that he used the magic sword to control lightning just now. Xia Ziyue said with a happy smile. Well sister, you know. In fact, I was not far away just now and saw everything. Xia Xuanji touched Xia Ziyue's little head lovingly. At this time, Xia Xuanji also glanced in the direction where Ji Fan left, with something strange flickering in her charming eyes. How come you suddenly become stronger? I don't have much time left. It's not a good idea to continue watching from afar. Maybe, it's time to get in touch with him. At this moment, on the other side of the mountain road, several true disciples left the restricted area and were preparing to fly away on their swords. Damn it, I thought I could get some benefits by following Ji Fan, but I didn't expect him to be so fierce. Even He Xiu, the inner sect elder, fell into his hands. We can't contend with the divine power level of thunder magic. I think we should just forget about it. Humph, what are you so proud of? The in vitro psychic ability is just a side path. Can Ji Fan really rely on this method to rise to prominence? These true disciples were the ones who had discussed robbing Ji Fan in front of Wan Jianfeng before. However, after they saw how Ji Fan controlled lightning with his magic sword, they gave up the idea. They can't afford to offend Ji Fan now, so they can only complain sourly at this moment. Where are you going? Just then, a figure blocked his way. It was Ji Fan. Ji Fan folded his hands, wearing a white robe, with flying black hair, looking at these true disciples with a smile. Ah! Ji Fan. What are you doing? Several true disciples looked terrified and subconsciously took a step back. Huh? Didn't you say that? After I leave Wanjian Peak, you will find an opportunity to attack me, but now I'm here myself. Ji Fan spread his hands and said. You heard everything. Several true disciples looked pale. If it were in the past, they would not take people like Ji Fan seriously at all, but it is different now. Although the extracorporeal magical powers that Ji Fan practiced had no future, with his current abilities, it was no problem for him to defeat a few true disciples. Thunder and lightning surrounded Ji Fan's palm, and he stared coldly at the disciples. Are you still going to fight this calamity? No. No, that's not right. We never thought of robbing you. Brother Ji Fan, this is all a misunderstanding. You must have heard it wrong. This is not what we meant before. Yes, Brother Ji Fan, you are so famous, how dare we be rude to you? These true disciples looked pale and said with an apologetic smile. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. They can't afford to provoke Ji Fan now, so they can only surrender. Ji Fan nodded. Okay, if you don't want to rob me, I will. Ahem, robbery. Hand over all the storage rings, then take off all your clothes and squat down with your hands on your head. I said. Several true disciples looked ashen. A few minutes later, Ji Fan played with a few storage rings in his hand, then burned the clothes of these true disciples with a fire. Only a few naked monkeys were left squatting in the bushes with their heads in their hands, with resentment on their faces, but they dared not show it. They kept their heads down and said nothing. Humph, although vindictiveness is not a nice word, but it feels really good. Ji Fan sneered. The chaotic purple bamboo rose into the air. Ji Fan controlled the bamboo sword and left this place. Finally, I can fly with a sword. Wanjian Mountain, on the spiritual peak where Elder Peng is. At this moment, Xiao Feng, in the form of the War King, was wearing a bright and shining battle suit. He looked extremely mighty, with black hair draped over his shoulders. He looked like a young god of war, majestic and looking down on everything. This battle suit, called Hunyuan Sword Suit, is a treasure left by the ancestors of Wanjian Mountain. It is made up of 180,000 flying swords and can be used for both attack and defense. A few days ago, everyone thought that it was Xiao Feng who attracted the seven-colored divine light of the mountain protecting treasure, so Elder Peng opened the back door and let Xiao Feng enter the treasury and take away the sword suit. Opposite Xiao Feng at this moment was his master, Elder Peng. At this moment, the master and disciple were sitting opposite each other, drinking tea while Elder Peng explained the way of cultivation to Xiao Feng. Whoosh! At this time, a flying sword broke through the air and was caught by Elder Peng's 2 fingers. Flying sword delivers the letter. This is a common means of communication used in the world of immortal cultivation. Elder Peng looked at the contents of the flying sword letter and frowned unconsciously. Then he smiled sarcastically and said, "What's the big deal about these unorthodox techniques?" "Master, what's wrong?" Xiao Feng couldn't help but ask. "It was sent by the subordinates. Take a look for yourself. It's about that kid Ji Fan," Elder Peng said, handing the flying sword letter to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng took a look at it and found that what was described was exactly what happened to Ji Fan in front of Wan Jianfeng this afternoon. Xiao Feng sneered, "This guy actually practiced the art of external magical power, how ridiculous, oh. He actually comprehended the thunder method to the level of magical power. The understanding of the carrier of the Great Way is not weak. But I still don't take this kind of person seriously, he is just a jumping clown, how high can he jump?" Elder Peng said as he drank tea, "Fenger, you took away Ji Jianyun's inheritance before, so there might really be something good left in it. At least, the device for storing mana is something Ji Fan didn't have before. It is because Ji Fan has this device for storing mana that he dares to come out and show off." Xiao Feng nodded and said disdainfully, "Maybe I really misjudged some things, but the device for storing mana is not a good treasure. It's useless for me to take it. It's just that I'm very unhappy now." At this point, Xiao Feng's eyes flashed with jealousy, and he said, "Judging from Ji Fan's performance today, he couldn't have achieved it overnight, and he must have worked hard behind the scenes. Even without mana, he was able to study thunder magic to the level of supernatural power. Perhaps, except for the inability to store mana, the talents of the great Dao carrier in other aspects are far superior to those of other divine bodies. Even, the talents of the 10 great divine bodies are not as good as his great Dao carrier." Elder Peng narrowed his eyes. He knew what Xiao Feng was concerned about, and said, "Fenger, you don't need to worry about this. No matter how powerful the other talents of the carrier of the great Dao are, it is still a waste body after all. It cannot grow. No one can stop your growth. Of course I know this, but it still makes me feel a little unhappy." Xiao Feng clenched his fists so hard that they creaked. As a child of destiny, he is arrogant and proud. How could he not feel jealous and resentful when he found out that his talent is not as good as others? Elder Peng said, "However, Ji Fan has just mastered some tricks, but he can't wait to make a big statement. It seems that he is very dissatisfied with you taking away Ji Jianyun's inheritance and wants to prove himself." "Proof? Ha ha ha, what can be proved by using such unorthodox methods as external magical powers? Do you think everyone will think highly of him? That's ridiculous." Xiao Feng said disdainfully, "Of course, if this kid just jumped in front of me, I don't mind putting some pressure on him to make him face the reality." Elder Peng smiled in a secretive manner and said, "Don't worry, someone will put pressure on him soon. That he Xiao has a secret relationship with the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall. If he beats he Xiao like that, the elders of the Law Enforcement Hall will not let him go." Somewhere in Wanjian Mountain, an old man with red hair and beard, flying through the air at high speed with a group of disciples on his sword. These disciples were all wearing black sword robes, which were the exclusive fashion of the Wanjian Mountain Law Enforcement Hall. And this old man with red hair and beard is actually the law enforcement elder of Wanjian Mountain. At this moment, the law enforcement elder was extremely furious, and the direction in which he flew his sword was exactly where Ji Fan was. "Law enforcement elder, where are you going?" Suddenly, a figure in white clothes as white as snow appeared almost out of thin air in front of the law enforcement elder and blocked his way. Qin Ke was dressed in white, with an extraordinary temperament, like a fairy from the moon palace, cold and aloof. Moonlight condensed around her body, as if there was a moon floating up and down behind her, making her look even more otherworldly. "Master." The law enforcement elder quickly saluted. "Go back." Chin Ku's cold voice came, with an extraordinary temperament, but with a kind of aloofness that was intimidating without anger, just like a snow lotus blooming on a glacier. "Master, Ji Fan severely injured the inner sect elder He Xiu. This kid is lawless and commits treason." The law enforcement elder angrily listed Ji Fan's crimes today. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Chin Ku interrupted him. "What do you want? Take Ji Fan to the law enforcement hall? Just because of your relationship with He Xiu?" As soon as these words were spoken, the law enforcement elder's expression changed. He opened his mouth but no words came out. "Humph, do you really think I don't know about the little things between you and He Xiu? I'm just too lazy to care. If it weren't for the protection of the law enforcement hall, He Xiu's actions in the inner gate would have expelled her from Wanjian Mountain long ago. He Xiu is a petty person. I don't care about your relationship with her, but aren't you afraid that He Xiu will cause you a big disaster and drag you down with her one day? For a woman like this, you ignore the rules for her? As an elder of law enforcement, if I can't understand, should I consider changing someone?" Chin Ku was dressed in white clothes that were whiter than snow, but his temperament was extremely sharp, like an icy sword. Even the law enforcement elder felt cold all over in front of Chin Ku, as if his soul was about to be frozen. "Master, what I am saying is that I was impulsive. I will go back now," said the law enforcement elder. He didn't dare to anger Chin Ku, and Chin Ku's attitude was very clear. He couldn't continue to control Ji Fan on this matter, so he quickly took the disciples of the law enforcement hall and returned to the original place. Chin Ku stood in mid-air, her white clothes fluttering, her black hair dancing, her face cold and clear. She turned her head and looked towards a corner of Wanjian Mountain. Next, Chin Ku's figure flashed a few times and appeared in front of the cottage where Ji Fan lived. Squeak! The door was opened from the inside. Ji Fan, who had 6 ears, naturally knew that Chin Ku was coming. "You've been coming to my place quite frequently lately," Ji Fan said calmly. "Talk?" Chin Ku glanced at the secluded mountain road in the distance and spoke, still with a frosty demeanor, like a snow lotus on an iceberg. Ji Fan nodded. He followed Chin Ku, walking on the mountain road, bathed in the moonlight, as if they were in a dreamlike world. Extracorporeal magical powers have no future after all. Chin Ku looked back at Ji Fan. "Oh." Ji Fan nodded, but sneered in his heart. Now everyone is doubting whether Ji Fan has cultivated extracorporeal magical powers. In everyone's opinion, this is a road with no future. Even if he succeeds, he will only stop at the true Yuan realm. Ji Fan still had no magical power. Even Chin Ku couldn't tell how powerful Ji Fan was, so he thought that Ji Fan had practiced some magical power outside the body. But for you, having some means to save your life is not a bad thing. Chin Ku continued, but I hope you won't be so high profile and don't provoke some people. This is for your own good. Are you referring to Xiaofeng? Ji Fan asked. Chin Ku nodded. Xiaofeng is a war king body, and the 2 elders think highly of him. I know that your father's legacy made Xiaofeng successful, and you are very dissatisfied, but I hope you don't provoke Xiaofeng, let alone think about revenge. Ji Fan raised his head and looked in a certain direction of Wanjian Mountain, and suddenly said, "You said, if Xiaofeng is disabled, will the 2 elders complain about you? Let me put it bluntly, if the War King body dies, will it cause you trouble?" Ji Fan. Chin Ku suddenly turned around and looked at Ji Fan with a pair of cold eyes. There was an indescribable complexity in her eyes. Do you know what you are saying? Do you really want to give them a chance? Qin Ke shouted, people's hearts are complicated. Xiao Feng took your father's inheritance. Although he thought it was his due, he must feel ashamed deep down. But with the pride of the War King, this sense of shame will turn into hatred for you, and it will be like a thorn in your throat. Do you want to take the initiative to give them a chance to deal with you justifiably? Ji Fan looked at the figure in front of him who looked like a fairy from the Moon Palace and smiled. Let's see if they can achieve their wish. After saying, Ji Fan turned and left. Qin Ke looked at Ji Fan's back, pursed her red lips, and said, does your magic power storage device need to be replenished? No, thank you. Ji Fan said, and walked away without looking back. Don't you understand my difficulties? Do you think it's easy to be the headmaster? Qin Ke murmured to himself, then turned around and disappeared from this place. Ji Fan walked a long way away, with a bitter smile on his face. I understand your difficulties, so I don't want you to get involved in this matter. The next few days, Ji Fan continued to comprehend the Great Tao step by step. As he entered the Lingtai Fengtsuan to gain enlightenment every night, his degree of compatibility with the Tao was also improving, and now he had reached the 9th level. And this time, the opportunity to repay the kindness has appeared again. I see. Ji Fan has mastered some rules of the Tao's feedback. Every time the Tao feeds back to him, he needs to reach a certain level of compatibility with the Tao, and this number is particular. For example, the first time you resonate with the Tao has 3 levels. 3, this number has a special meaning in the evolution of Tao. It means, 3 gives birth to all things. It is also the beginning of everything, the origin of everything. This time, the Great Tao's feedback is at the 9th level. The number 9 has a special meaning both in some religions and in the number of Heaven's Way. Ji Fan's cultivation is improving. From the peak of the foundation building stage, leap to the great perfection. The divine light of the Great Tao entered his body, and with one easy strike, he broke through the realm barrier and successfully sent Ji Fan into the Zhenyuan realm. Ji Fan's whole body seemed to be sublimated, his skin was radiant, bright and shiny, and his eyes were deep and mysterious, as if they could hold the sea of stars. His overall temperament seems even more otherworldly, like a banished immortal. Even though he has no magical powers, he looks more ethereal than the average cultivator. Wow, Ji Fan, what's wrong with you? You look more handsome than yesterday. A ray of sword light fell, and Xia Ziyue appeared in front of Ji Fan with a smile. She was still wearing the silver armor that wrapped her exquisite body. She was like a valkyrie, heroic, youthful and lively, especially the pair of ponytails dancing in the wind, which was particularly charming. These days, Xia Ziyue came to Ji Fan's place almost every day to fight with Ji Fan. This girl is impatient. Ji Fan promised her that he would go to Jubao Tower to practice with her. But the next day, Xia Ziyue came to Ji Fan on her own and wanted to practice swordsmanship with him, especially wanting to see Ji Fan's divine sword controlling thunder move. You haven't made a breakthrough in your cultivation, have you? Alas, you have no magical powers. Even if you use external magical powers, I can't tell your depth at all. Xia Ziyue said angrily with a pout. Why are you here again? Ji Fan said speechlessly. Xia Ziyue's eyes were bright and her teeth were white, and her eyes were full of little stars. When I went back yesterday, I figured it out. The last time I attacked you with my sword, the trajectory of my sword was wrong. This time, you can try my move, Sword Dance of Spring and Autumn, again. Ji Fan was helpless. He raised his hand, and the chaos purple bamboo appeared in his hand, and said, come on then. Ji Fan knew that if he didn't fight with her, Xia Ziyue, the martial arts fanatic, would stick around him all day and he would not be able to do anything. Xia Ziyue stood holding a sword. The red thunder sword in her hand released a bright light, and the red thunder sword energy condensed on the sword body. The next moment, Xia Ziyue danced like a fairy, with a sword dance, wrapped in a hurricane, making her whole body spin rapidly. Fengho's precious body. Xia Ziyue also has a special physique. Her Fengho body is endowed with the power to control the wind. At this moment, when combined with her Lei Dao sword technique, the might of wind and thunder is resounding and powerful, turning into a thunder and lightning hurricane, strangling Ji Fan. Sword dance of spring and autumn. Oh, it seems that every warrior in the online game will use this move. Whirlwind slash is whirlwind slash, why dance of spring and autumn? Ji Fan complained, and his pupils shrank instantly. Clairvoyance. Its ability is not just clairvoyance. If used in battle, it can instantly see through the opponent's moves. If combined with telepathy, the principles of the opponent's magic power and even the loopholes in it can be seen clearly. This is the advantage of being born with 6 ears. The next moment, Ji Fan moved and swung the bamboo sword in his hand vigorously. Boom! An ordinary, even broken bamboo sword suddenly burst out with amazing sword energy. It slashed at the thunder and lightning storm, instantly breaking all the power on it and bringing the thunder and lightning storm to an abrupt end. Oops! Xia Ziyue flew out with her sword and fell on her butt. The red thunder sword was stuck diagonally in front of Xia Ziyue. Chaos purple bamboo, the nemesis of all weapons, can shoot down all weapons. It is really not just talk. Even if this chaos purple bamboo is severely damaged, it can still restrain other weapons. Ji Fan thought in his heart. The Scarlet Thunder Sword is also considered an immortal sword of excellent quality, but it is still restrained when encountering the chaos purple bamboo. Xia Ziyue pouted her lips, rubbed her aching buttocks, and said angrily, "Every time you break my sword moves with just one strike, damn it, I don't accept it. Wait for me to study it more, and I will make sure you can't find any flaws." Ji Fan smiled without saying anything. He looked at the red thunder sword. Xia Ziyue seemed to have guessed something and said, "I did say that if you beat me, I would return the sword to you, but I really like this sword, otherwise, you name a price." Ji Fan said, "I said, you got the Scarlet Thunder Sword from a normal channel. Although this sword once followed my father, it is, after all, a thing from the 10,000 Swords Mountain. Forget it." He. Xia Ziyue embraced the Scarlet Thunder Sword with great joy, and said, "By the way, today I am mainly here to give you the invitation, okay?" After saying that, Xia Ziyue handed Ji Fan an invitation. "What is this?" Ji Fan couldn't help but ask, looking at the invitation in his hand. "Qilin Banquet?" Xia Ziyue said with a smile, "This is hosted by my sister. It can be regarded as a genius banquet. Geniuses from all branches will come. Although other people have hosted similar banquets in the past, this time my sister is personally hosting the Qilin Banquet, and there are benefits." Hearing this, Ji Fan smiled and said, "I think that for most of the disciples of Wanjian Mountain, being able to witness Xia Xuanji's peerless grace is already a great benefit." Humph. Hearing this, Xia Ziyue snorted and said angrily, "You male creatures only know how to covet my sister's beauty. Do you like my sister too?" Ji Fan was speechless and said, "I haven't even met your sister, I just know her. By the way, what exactly are the benefits you are talking about? You can't really be looking at beautiful women, right?" "Of course not." Xia Ziyue said, "You also know that my sister manages the treasure house. The treasure house is known as the number 2 treasure house of Tianjian Mountain. There are countless good things in it. This time, my sister took out 3 treasures from the treasure house as a benefit. As long as you complete certain tests, you can get these 3 prizes." Treasure house. Ji Fan narrowed his eyes. This place is not unique to Wanjian Mountain. Looking at many sects on the mainland, from the famous holy places to some third-rate immortal cultivation forces, they all have a place like Jubao Tower. This treasure tower actually belongs to the Xia family, the richest family on the continent. The Xia family's business spans the entire continent. They build treasure towers in various forces to facilitate foreign trade for cultivators. This is conducive to the development of the sect, so many people are happy to accept the Xia family's establishment of Jubao Tower in their own places, and the Xia family will send an important person to manage each Jubao Tower. And this person will also become the guest elder of this sect. Since he is in charge of such an important place as Jubao Tower, even some high-ranking elders of the sect dare not offend him easily. The beautiful elder of Wanjian Mountain is Xia Xuanji from the Xia family. Ji Fan opened the invitation to the Qilin banquet, which contained information about the 3 prizes. The Bifang precious body, a complete Bifang corpse. Bifang is the descendant of the mythical beast Phoenix. Although this Bifang corpse is just a corpse, it contains precious blood essence inside. It can be extracted and used to cleanse the body and improve cultivation. Bifang's treasure body, what a grand achievement. Ji Fan sighed. Jubaila is indeed wealthy and powerful. Ji Fan was somewhat tempted. As a cultivator, beast blood was very important. Beast blood can cleanse the body, making it stronger. If it is the blood of a divine beast, it would be priceless. Bifang is the descendant of a mythical beast. Although its precious blood is not as valuable as that of a mythical beast, it is also extremely precious. After all, looking across the entire continent now, there are only 3 pure-blooded divine beasts, and they are in famous holy places. They have become their holy spirits and enjoy extremely high treatment. The second treasure is a scabbard, called the dragon-slaying scabbard. It is said that more than 3,000 years ago, there was a dragon-slaying sword that briefly appeared on the continent. It was a divine weapon that had killed a real dragon. However, the whereabouts of the dragon-slaying sword is now unknown, and only the scabbard remains. Even so, the dragon-slaying sword scabbard is also very precious. It is said that there is a dragon breath in the scabbard that can nourish the sword intent. Damn, is Jubao Tower so rich? This scabbard is a great treasure for sword practitioners, and they just give it out as a welfare. Ji Fan smacked his lips. Rich people are indeed different. As for the third treasure, it is a pair of boots called Fengho crystal boots. This is my favorite. I am the body of Fengho, and these Fengho crystal boots are a perfect match for me, so I must complete the test and get these Fengho crystal boots. Xia Ziyue's pretty face was full of obsession. Ji Fan closed the invitation and said, "Great, half a month later, right? Okay, I'll go there then." He values the precious body of Bifang very much, so he must have it. In the following period of time, Xia Ziyue seldom comes to see Ji Fan, probably because she is busy with the Qilin banquet. Ji Fan was also happy to have some free time, and devoted himself to enlightenment. After his alignment with the Great Tao reached the 10th level, he could clearly feel his progress in attaining enlightenment slowed down a lot. However, he managed to raise his compatibility with the Great Tao to the 16th level. Unfortunately, there was no feedback from the Great Tao, and Ji Fan's cultivation remained unchanged. The Qilin banquet will be held tonight. By then, all the geniuses of the younger generation in Wanjian Mountain will go there. Not to mention the 3 treasures, the Bifang body, the dragon-slaying sword scabbard and the Fengho crystal boots, just to catch a glimpse of the peerless charm of the beautiful elder. There is no telling how many people will flock to her. On top of the Lingfeng mountain where the Jubao Tower is located, the lights are bright and the place is bustling. The Jubao Tower was also built in an extremely luxurious manner, covering a large area, like a large manor. At this moment, many handsome men and beautiful women came here, communicating enthusiastically and walking towards the manor. Just like the 3 words, Qilin banquet, those who can attend the banquet are all Qilin heroes. This banquet is really grand. Even the scabbard of the dragon-slaying sword is out. I've seen it in the display case of Jubao Tower before. The price is staggering. Even some elders of Wanjian Mountain can't afford it. Well, there used to be a dragon-slaying sword, but unfortunately it has been lost, leaving only this dragon-slaying scabbard. But it is still a rare treasure that can nourish the sword's will. The Bifang body is not bad either. It just happens that I need a batch of beast blood to cleanse my body. This time, I am determined to get the Bifang body. A young man said confidently. Ha ha ha, when senior brother Shiman takes action, no one can compete with him. If others knew that senior brother Shiman has set his eyes on the Bifang treasure body, no one would dare to snatch it away. Yeah, who doesn't have some self-awareness? Everyone was talking, and the topic they were talking about was all about the 3 treasures of this banquet. At this time, Ji Fankai arrived late and walked towards the Jubao Tower unsteadily. Ji Fan? Did Jubala send him a message? Those who can come here are all outstanding people. Why would Jubala post a message to him? That can't be said. After all, Ji Fan is no longer the same as he was before. The battle in front of Wanjian Peak made him completely famous. External magical power? It is an unorthodox method after all. Relying on external magical power, cultivating to the true essence realm is already the limit. Everyone knows that he can't break the shackles of the realm behind it. Who cares? It's none of our business anyway. Let's go in quickly. I can't help but want to see Xia Xuanji's peerless grace. Today, I can finally observe this fairy elder up close. Ji Fan stood at the door of Jubao Tower, and soon a figure ran over. Ji Fan, this way. Xia Ziyue waved with a smile not far away. Today, Xia Ziyue did not wear her shiny silver armor, but changed into a moon-white long dress, which outlined her graceful curves and made her look exquisite. Although she lacked the heroic spirit, she gained a kind of coquettishness, making her look youthful and energetic. After all, Xia Xuanji was born with a charming and seductive body, and was known as a great fairy. As Xia Ziyue was Xia Xuanji's biological sister, how could she be worse? You look good in this outfit. Ji Fan couldn't help but admire. Does it look good? Xia Ziyue turned around gracefully. Your legs look much longer. Ji Fan gave a thumbs up. Xia Ziyue said angrily, my legs used to be long and beautiful. Come on, let's go in. Xia Ziyue smiled and pulled Ji Fan into the Jubao Tower. After these few days of contact, Ji Fan had a good impression of Xia Ziyue. This girl was outspoken, carefree, and never thought about trivial things. That was why she could have so much fun with Ji Fan in just a few days of getting along. It's completely different from other people. When making friends with someone, I also have to think about whether the other person has a future. When the people around saw Xia Ziyue holding Ji Fan's hand, they looked at her with envy, jealousy and hatred. After all, Xia Ziyue is a well-known beauty in Wanjian Mountain, and she is from the Xia family. There are countless people who want to get close to her. Especially today, Xia Ziyue was wearing an evening gown, looking exceptionally gorgeous, with a bit of her sister's style. The pair of iconic twin ponytails bounced up and down with the girl's light steps. Is this the elastic twin ponytails everyone is looking for? Ji Fan exclaimed, and a magical BGM appeared in his mind. Xia Ziyue glanced sideways at this moment and said with a smile, how does it feel to be famous? A lot of people have been talking about you recently. I used to be quite famous. Ji Fan smiled self-deprecatingly. Xia Ziyue rolled her eyes and said, by the way, considering our friendship, I will tell you the news about the 3 tests in advance. The 3 major tests of this Qilin banquet are about who will get the 3 treasures. The test was set by Xia Xuanji. Xia Ziyue is Xia Xuanji's biological sister, so she naturally has first-hand information. You say. Ji Fan said. The test is to break through 3 levels. Xia Ziyue said. As the name suggests, each prize is guarded by a checkpoint. If you want to get what you want, you have to break through these 3 checkpoints. Then, Xia Ziyue leaned close to Ji Fan's ear mysteriously and whispered, I'll let you know in advance that the checkpoint where the Bifang treasure body is located is a sword formation. The fragrant breeze and the warm fragrance of soft jade beside his ears made Ji Fan feel light and airy. Ahem, pay attention to the impact. Ji Fan touched his nose and said. Xia Ziyue didn't care at all and said with a smile, whether you can get the Bifang body depends on you. That sword formation is not simple. What kind of sword formation? Ji Fan asked. The 3rd Sword King. Xia Ziyue said. Sword? Net? 3? Ji Fan looked strange. Xia Ziyue said, haven't you heard of the Sword King formation? This is one of the sword formations protecting the mountain of Wanjian Mountain. My sister specially found 2 elders of Wanjian Mountain to set it up. The Sword King formation has 7 variations. The sword formation that protects Bifang's treasure body is the 3rd variation. Oh my god, this is the 3rd Sword King. Ji Fan was speechless. Very quickly. They came to the inside of the manor, the real venue of the Qilin banquet. Everyone's eyes were focused on 3 places in the manor. In one of the places, on a high platform, a body of an immortal bird gleaming with red light was particularly eye-catching. Although it was a corpse, it was not cold at all. Instead, it was filled with an auspicious atmosphere. This was the body of Bifang. It's just that there is a sword formation guarding around the body of Bifang. The swords are dazzling and the aura is compelling. Before he even gets close, he seems to be injured by the sword energy in the sword formation. This is the Sword King's formation. Even before it's activated, its restrained sword energy seems able to cut a person into pieces. The other side. A cyan gold scabbard was placed on a high platform. That was the dragon-slaying sword scabbard. It was said that it contained the power of dragon breath and could nourish the sword intent. There was a blazing red fire around the scabbard of the dragon-slaying sword. It was also a formation, and its power was no less than that of the Sword King formation. This is the 8 desolate mysterious fire formation, an array formed with the help of a wisp of fire Kirin's breath. Its power is more terrifying than an active volcano. The Jubao building has even brought out the 8 desolate mysterious fire formation. It is said that the Xia family has a fire Kirin in charge. There are only 3 pure-blooded divine beasts on the continent now. 2 of them are in famous holy places, and the 3rd one is the Xia family's fire Kirin. Although only a trace of Qilin's breath has been integrated into the formation, it is still not something that ordinary people can break. Yes, it seems that each of the 3 levels is as difficult as ascending to heaven. A group of people gathered around the 8 desolate mysterious fire formation and couldn't help but click their tongues. The last one was the pair of Fengho crystal boots, a pair of ice jade boots that looked like they were carved from crystal, but they were for women. The people surrounding the Fengho crystal boots were all female disciples. Looking at this pair of Fengho crystal boots that look like works of art, my eyes are full of little stars. The party has already begun. Ji Fan picked up a glass of wine out of boredom, found a quiet place to sit down, and watched those geniuses chatting and laughing with each other, praising each other, and trying to win over each other. However, few people approached Ji Fan. Even if they saw him, they pretended not to see him and at most they just talked about him from a distance. Even though everyone knew that he defeated Shen Fei and severely damaged the inner sect elder He Xiu, these so-called geniuses still looked down upon Ji Fan, who practiced extraterrestrial supernatural powers, thinking that it was a road with no future. Therefore, there is no need to make friends with Ji Fan. Ji Fan was also happy to have some free time and went there alone to study the Sword King's formation. In the distance, in an elegant and luxurious attic, the windows slowly opened, and a figure in purple stood there, mature, graceful, with a perfect face, purple gem-like eyes, charming eyes, red lips, outline a charming smile. Little guy, you can't escape this time. After enduring it for so many years, my sister will definitely kill you this time. Ji Fan studied the Sword King's formation alone and circled around it. At this moment, Ji Fan keenly sensed a murderous aura, very cold, and he turned his head to look. I saw an eye-catching figure who came to the Qilin banquet like the moon surrounded by stars. He was wearing a bright battle suit and had an extraordinary aura. He seemed to be the embodiment of thousands of brilliance in one. All the envious and respectful eyes around him fell on this young man, Xiao Feng. He is here too. Since this Qilin banquet is a gathering of the proudest of heaven, how could Xiao Feng, the #1 prodigy of Wanjian Mountain, be absent? Xiao Feng was surrounded by a group of people, like a natural protagonist. A large number of geniuses gathered around him. These people are called the War King Alliance. In short, they are a group of Xiao Feng's followers. Xiao Feng has the War King body, ranking 9th among the 10 divine bodies. Such a child of destiny has a promising future, bright and promising, so naturally he has many followers around him. And at this moment, Xiao Feng looked towards Ji Fan aggressively, with a cold look in his eyes. He snorted coldly and turned his head away, as if he was too lazy to pay attention. He enjoyed the flattery of those geniuses and walked aside. Just as Qin Ke said, people like Xiao Feng are arrogant and proud. Even if he does something against his conscience, he will not reflect on himself, but will vent his anger on others. Ji Fan sneered. But this kind of pride, how long can it last? Finally, under everyone's expectant gaze, another protagonist of the banquet appeared. Xia Xuanji. This peerless fairy, dressed in purple, walked gracefully, with an enchanting figure, showing her mature, voluptuous and charming temperament to the fullest, and her figure is even more attractive than the S shape. She has towering snow-capped mountains, a wasp waist and round hips, and especially her 2 long legs, which are swaying in the fluttering skirt, and are white and charming, with elegant curves, which can be called the best long legs. Of course, in addition to this, there is also Xia Xuanji's charming face, which is almost a disaster for the country and the people. Her natural purple eyes are unique in charm. All of a sudden, everyone fell silent. They were all impressed by the charm of this great goblin. Even a proud man like Xiao Feng showed a hint of obsession in his eyes. Xia Xuanji walked over and looked around at the people present. Her eyes swept over Ji Fan. Ji Fan suddenly shuddered all over. Pupil technique? His 6 senses were extremely sharp, and he was born with 6 ears. At that moment, he knew that Xia Xuanji had used a kind of pupil technique on him, as if he wanted to see through him. This is a special treatment? What does it mean? You know. Even for someone like Xiao Feng, Xia Xuanji didn't pay special attention to him, but instead focused on Ji Fan. Certainly. Among the people present, except Ji Fan who felt Xia Xuanji's pupil technique, no one else noticed it. Xia Xuanji was dressed alluringly in purple, charming everyone, and spoke at this moment. Everyone, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Now I declare that the 3rd level breakthrough has officially begun. Xia Xuanji stood in the center of the banquet, smiling charmingly. I believe everyone has heard about the 3 prizes, so I won't go into details here. I will only talk about the requirements for breaking through the 3 levels. The Bifang body is protected by the Sword King formation. This is the 3rd variation of the Sword King formation, which is mainly used to trap and kill. The challenger needs to successfully pass through the Sword King formation to obtain the Bifang body. Of course, before entering the formation, the challenger will receive a top-grade life-saving talisman. If they encounter life-threatening situations in the formation, they can activate the life-saving talisman and return safely, but they will also lose the qualification to challenge. The second item, the dragon-slaying sword scabbard, is protected by the 8 desolate mysterious fire formation. Just like the previous one, only by breaking through the blockade of the 8 desolate mysterious fire formation can you obtain the dragon-slaying sword scabbard. Xiao Feng looked at the dragon-slaying sword scabbard with an extremely fiery gaze. It was obvious that his target was the dragon-slaying sword scabbard. Xia Xuanji continued, the 3rd pair of Fengho crystal boots is protected by the Fengji severing array, and the requirements are the same as the first 2. Everyone, there is no time to lose. If anyone is willing to help, please go ahead. Xia Xuanji smiled lightly and stepped aside. Everyone was excited when they heard this. I'll take the dragon-slaying sword scabbard. Xiao Feng walked directly towards the gate where the scabbard of the dragon-slaying sword was located. He walked with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, with his hands behind his back. His battle suit was bright and dazzling, like a generation of war god descending to the earth. After this statement was made, many people backed off. Xiao Feng has his eyes on the dragon-slaying sword scabbard, so basically no one else will have the chance to own this treasure. Who dares to compete with the War King? Moreover, the 8 desolate mysterious fire formation is no joke. Among the people present, it is estimated that no one except Xiao Feng can shake this formation. Ji Fan was not idle either. He naturally went to the Bifang treasure body. This was the purpose of his coming to the Qilin banquet. However, at this moment, someone rushed towards Bifang's body first. Ha ha ha, the Bifang body is mine, no one can snatch it from me. This was a young man dressed in a pink robe, which was very flashy, like a big milk bottle, with an unruly look between his brows, and he strode towards the Sword King formation. Shiman Jinlian. Someone exclaimed. Ji Fan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He knew this person. He was quite famous and could be considered a leader of the younger generation and the chief senior brother of the Shuzi sect. Wanjian Mountain is divided into 5 major sections. The Sword sect, which specializes in swordsmanship, is also the head sect, the Shu sect, which specializes in magic, the Alchemy Pavilion, which specializes in fire and alchemy, the Weapon Refining sect, which naturally specializes in weapon refining, and there is also the Law Enforcement Hall, which brings together the outstanding talents from all the major sects. Shiman Jinlian is the chief senior brother of the contemporary Shuzi sect, which shows how extraordinary his strength is. It's just an unfortunate name. This guy doesn't look like a good person. Whether it is the surname or the name, it feels like there is a story behind it. I don't know if there is a novel called Xian Ping Mei in this world. Fu is coming. Shiman Jinlian shouted loudly, took a life-saving talisman from the gatekeeper, and rushed into the Sword King's formation. Although he is conceited, he also values his life. Especially when facing the powerful Sword King formation, he dare not joke with his own life. Boom! The Sword King formation has been activated. The sword light shot up into the sky, transforming into sword energy storms that rose into the air. The sword energy flowed with a murderous aura that strangled Shiman Jinlian. Hundreds of flowers are like swords, and the sky is full of sunset clouds. Shiman Jinlian shouted loudly, and an enchanting red fairy sword appeared in her hand. It was extremely delicate and felt like a fairy sword used by a woman. There was also a blooming rose shape on the sword guard between the hilt and the blade. Shiman Jinlian comes from the Shiman family. What he holds in his hand is the clan's ancestral sword, the Chuexie Rose. This sword. Seeing the magic sword in Shiman Jinlian's hand, Ji Fan was speechless. It really fits this guy's temperament. Even the sword he uses is so cool. Boom boom boom. Shiman Jinlian made a move, waving the rose fairy sword. The sword energy was like petals flying in the sky, colliding with the murderous sword energy in the Sword King's formation. It was not weaker at all, and sparks filled the sky. This senior brother Shiman is very powerful, but his moves are too tempting. I dare not envy him. The Shiman family's ancestral sword art, the 100 Flowers sword art, is indeed extremely beautiful if performed by a woman, but on Shiman Jinlian. To be honest, it's a bit disgusting, isn't it? Having said that, the 100 Flowers sword art is indeed powerful, especially when combined with the magic of 10,000 Swords Mountain. The essence of sword energy is condensed on every petal, and the falling petals are colorful, but the momentum is amazing. It actually competes head-on with the Sword King's formation. This kind of swordsmanship, coupled with Shiman Jinlian's flamboyant outfit and the ecstatic expression when she uses the sword. Oh my god, I can't bear to watch this anymore. It's a bit irritating. She may be powerful, but it would be better if Shiman Jinlian was a woman. Fuck, big brother, could you please not look so into the role? Many people said they couldn't enjoy it. Even the geniuses in the art of calligraphy covered their faces. It feels okay. Ji Fan hugged his shoulders and watched with great interest. He couldn't help but think of a sentence. In fact, there is a girl's heart hidden in every passionate young man. Humph, this Simon guy can't walk more than 10 steps. Just as everyone was sighing, a cold voice was heard. A young man in black came over with an ancient black gold sword on his back. His eyes were as sharp as swords and he spoke coldly. When they saw this man, the people around him stepped back, as if the young man was very scary. Zhao Wuming. He is the chief senior brother of the Law Enforcement Hall and a well-known swordsman of the younger generation. I thought he was going for the dragon-slaying sword sheath, but I didn't expect he would also be interested in the Bifang body. Huh, Xiao Feng went to get the scabbard of the dragon-slaying sword. Who here dares to snatch it from Xiao Feng? That's true. Besides, Zhao Wuming is originally a member of the War King Alliance and a capable general beside Xiao Feng. How could he compete with Xiao Feng? This Zhao Wuming is definitely one of the best among the younger generation and is a genuine genius. But even so, he still chose to follow Xiao Feng. Moreover, in Zhao Wuming's opinion, this was not a shameful thing. After all, Xiao Feng's future was full of light. Even Wanjian Mountain could not restrain him. He was destined to be the king on the road to immortality. No one would feel ashamed to follow such a person. Instead, people would be envious of being chosen by the War King body and enjoying endless benefits in the future. Ji Fan frowned. Ma Dan. It seems that the competitiveness of the Bifang treasure body is not inferior to the dragon-slaying sword scabbard at all. Zhao Wuming, what nonsense are you talking about? I can't walk more than 10 steps. Shiman Jinlian in the Sword King formation also heard this and said indignantly. Zhao Wuming sneered and said, my duty as the Law Enforcement Hall is to guard the Mountain Protection Sword formation. I naturally know the changes in this Sword King formation. The real trap is in the center of the sword formation. You can't walk more than 10 steps. What are you talking about? Shiman Jinlian shouted, you know so much about the Sword King formation, and you have the nerve to come and take the Bifang body? You are suspected of cheating, aren't you ashamed? Humph, the rules set by Elder Xia don't say that people who understand the formation can't break through. This is just my advantage. Zhao Wuming said, in fact, it's not me who wants the Bifang body, it's Xiao Feng who wants it. He went to get the scabbard of the dragon-slaying sword and didn't have time to worry about this, so I helped him get the Bifang body. As soon as these words came out, the people around them suddenly gritted their teeth. There are only 3 prizes in this Qilin banquet, and Xiao Feng wants to monopolize 2 of them. This appetite is too big. However, everyone just dared to be angry but not to say anything, because he was one of the 10 divine bodies. Not to mention Xiao Feng, they couldn't even afford to provoke Zhao Wuming. "Shimen, do you dare to snatch what Xiao Feng wants?" Zhao Wuming said proudly, hugging his shoulders. "You." Shimen Jinlian felt aggrieved in the sword formation. Boom! At this moment, a surge of sword energy suddenly erupted from the Sword King's formation. All the sword energy swarmed in, trapping and killing Shimen Jinlian. It was not known whether Shimen Jinlian was really afraid of Xiao Feng, but in any case, he was just as Zhao Wuming said. He was trapped by the Sword King's formation before he took 10 steps. In desperation, Shimen Jinlian used a life-saving talisman, and her body was protected by a ball of golden light. She flew out of the Sword King's formation and fell heavily to the ground. Zhao Wuming smiled sarcastically. "I told you before, you can't walk more than 10 steps. Get out of the way and watch my show." After saying that, he walked towards the Sword King formation. No one around dared to move, and did not dare to compete with Zhao Wuming. At the same time, they also saw the power of the Sword King's formation and knew that they could not withstand such a terrifying sword formation, so most people chose to give up. "Hey, kid, you want to cut in line?" Sudden. Ji Fan spoke up and blocked Zhao Wuming's way. "Humph." Zhao Wuming frowned and said, "Ji Fan, you think you can compete with me, Zhao Wuming? Get out of here. Don't you know that this is what Xiao Feng likes?" Ji Fan sneered, "The War King body is so majestic, but you still have to queue up, go to the back." When these words were spoken, everyone around was extremely shocked, even Shimen Jinlian was a little stunned. "Are you so disregarding of Xiao Feng's reputation? Who dares to do this in Wanjian Mountain? Even the elders above have to serve and even curry favor with this War King. Not to mention Xiao Feng, even Zhao Wuming is not someone Ji Fan can afford to offend. How dare you? Do you think that you are so conceited just because you have cultivated some supernatural powers? I, Zhao Wuming, don't take you seriously at all." Zhao Wuming shouted in a deep voice and strode towards Ji Fan. "Humph, you're being treated like a dog, what's the point of being so awesome?" Ji Fan said disdainfully. "What did you say? Are you looking for death?" Zhao Wuming was furious. He had never been provoked like this in public before. "Sword!" Zhao Wuming shouted loudly, and the black gold ancient sword clanged and turned into a black sword light, slashing towards Ji Fan. "Oh my god, anyone can say these 2 words." Ji Fan said embarrassedly. Facing Zhao Wuming's sword, Ji Fan smiled indifferently. On his palm, the divine light of the avenue condensed in his flesh and blood, making his entire arm look crystal clear and full of holy light. He slapped the black gold ancient sword behind him. Sonorous. Accompanied by a crisp sound of metal clashing, sparks flew, and the black gold ancient sword was slapped away by Ji Fan. "You!" Zhao Wuming gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and the black gold ancient sword flew back into his hand again. He said, "Very good, it seems that you really want to fight me. In this case, I will not be polite." The next moment, Zhao Wuming moved, his body moved with the sword, turning into a black sword light, and slashed towards Ji Fan again. This is Tonggu sword art. This is considered one of the top sword arts in Wanjian Mountain. Zhao Wuming is serious. Now we are going to have a good show. Although Ji Fan is immune to magic power, it happens that the power of sword is the nemesis of the carrier of the great Dao. Because the power of sword is not only magic power, the most important thing is to strengthen the power of the immortal sword, that is, the power of the magic weapon itself, which is something that the carrier of the great Dao cannot resolve. Zhao Wuming's Tonggu sword art has already reached the 3rd level. How many moves do you think Ji Fan can withstand? 3 moves. Just the 3 consecutive slashes of the 1st level of Tonggu sword Dao are extremely powerful. Ji Fan can't possibly withstand it. Along with the discussions of the crowd, the black gold ancient sword in Zhao Wuming's hand turned into a black dragon, and it seemed as if there was really a sound of dragon roar, and it cut him in half. Go! Sudden. Ji Fan made a move, and a ray of divine light flew out from his fingertips and instantly wrapped around the black gold ancient sword in Zhao Wuming's hand. Come! Ji Fan shouted in a deep voice. Then, something surprising happened. The black gold ancient sword in Zhao Wuming's hand flew out of his hand and was caught by Ji Fan through the air. The most powerful method in the art of kendo is to focus on the sword in your hand. Now Zhao Wuming didn't even have his sword anymore. His so-called ancient sword art didn't even give him a chance to get close to Ji Fan. It came to an abrupt end. What? Zhao Wuming exclaimed. Not only him, but everyone present was stunned. What the hell? Zhao Wuming rushed forward with great momentum, but before he could even launch his move, the sword in his hand was snatched away by Ji Fan. How did he do that? This is naturally the power of the law of the Tao. The law of the Tao can control everything. Taking weapons from others is a piece of cake for Ji Fan. Certainly. If Zhao Wuming's sword skills were strong enough, he could have put up a fight, but unfortunately, he hadn't mastered the sword yet. Humph, you can't even hold a sword, how can you talk about kendo? That's nonsense. Ji Fan snorted coldly, and controlled the black gold ancient sword with the principles of the Tao. He swung the sword and the sword flew into the air. Boom! The black gold ancient sword instantly blasted back and pierced through Zhao Wuming. Its speed and power instantly broke through the sound barrier, creating a visible air wave in the air. At this moment, the ancient black gold sword was like a world-destroying black dragon, roaring and unstoppable, and it arrived in front of Zhao Wuming in an instant. Ah! Puff! Blood splattered and Zhao Wuming screamed. He had no time to dodge or resist as his own magic sword pierced his chest. And the momentum of the black gold ancient sword did not slow down, carrying Zhao Wuming flying backwards 100 meters, and finally nailing him to the ground alive. During this process, the black gold ancient sword passed by where Xia Xuanji was standing. The sword light flashed, and the beautiful elder who looked like a big fairy had her purple skirt flying, her black hair dancing, and her foxy purple eyes staring at Ji Fan with great interest. Ah! A pig-slaughtering scream came out of Zhao Wuming's mouth. He was nailed to the ground, blood flowing everywhere. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken by the sword energy caused by this sword. He lay on the ground wailing. How so? Zhao Wuming roared unwillingly. Zhao Wuming's cultivation level is similar to that of the inner courtyard elder He Xiu, both are in the true Yuan realm. Zhao Wuming also knew that Ji Fan's divine sword controlling thunder move had severely injured He Xiu, but Zhao Wuming asked himself that the power of swordsmanship he cultivated could just restrain the carrier of the Great Way, so he felt that he could severely injure Ji Fan with one sword and did not give him the chance to cast a spell. But he overestimated himself after all. Before he could even launch his sword attack, his sword was taken away by someone. This is a huge shame and humiliation for a sword cultivator. For a moment, everyone stared at each other. Just now, who said Ji Fan couldn't withstand 3 moves? I don't understand, can you please stop fooling around? I almost believed it. Oh my god, Zhao Wuming is the chief of the law enforcement hall, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Ji Fan. What a great carrier of the avenue! Even with the help of external magical powers, he can still be so powerful. Even someone as powerful as Zhao Wuming was killed in one blow. Too terrifying. A legendary physique must have its own unique features. At least this kind of physique's comprehension of any technique is far beyond that of ordinary people, even beyond those divine bodies. Fortunately, this avenue carrier cannot practice normally. If it could really be cultivated to the highest level, the immortal cultivators in the world would not be able to survive. Everyone sighed with emotion. While they admired the power of the carrier of the great Tao, they were also glad that they had such a physique that they could not practice normally like them, otherwise it would be against the will of heaven. Even Shiman Jinlian sighed, Ji Fan's sword is very domineering, but not as beautiful as mine. Everyone. Most people can't be as sexy as you, who can compare to you? Ji Fan was too lazy to look at Zhao Wuming again. He turned around and strode towards the Sword King's formation. The moment he stepped into it, a sword formation erupted and sword lights submerged it. Oh my god, I was so busy watching the show. Ji Fan, you didn't take the life-saving talisman. The gatekeeper came to his senses. He was just stunned by Ji Fan's domineering sword. Ji Fan passed by him and entered the Sword King's formation, but he didn't even react. Everyone was terrified. The Sword King's formation is so powerful that if you go in without a life-saving talisman and you can't withstand it, what's the difference between that and suicide? Keep it, I don't need it. Ji Fan's voice came from the sword formation. He was dressed in fluttering white clothes and walked with relaxed steps into the depths of the formation. Brush, brush, brush. Ji Fan ignored the pressure of thousands of sword energies and walked forward as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the garden, as if he was strolling in the back garden of his own home. The sword energy came and as soon as it got close to his body, it melted away like ice and snow and disappeared into thin air, posing no threat to him at all. Huh! I almost forgot that he is a carrier of the Tao. Although this Sword King formation is powerful, it is just a sword formation condensed from pure mana, not the power of the sword. It would be strange if these sword energies could hurt him. Fuck, this Sword King formation. He actually strolled around in it like he was taking a walk. Look at his comfortable expression. Is he using the Sword King formation as a massage? Immune to all methods. It's so infuriating. Everyone felt a toothache when they saw this. This feeling was both envious and painful. Being immune to all attacks is indeed precious, but even if they were given this trait, they would not want it. After all, it has no value for their growth. Even if Ji Fan cultivated extracorporeal magical powers, he could only do whatever he wanted at a low level. In the distance, Xia Xuanji saw everything, and a bitter smile flashed across her charming face. Indeed, what these people said is right. If the carrier of the great Tao really grows to the highest level, I am afraid it will become the nightmare of all immortal practitioners. That's all. Ji Fan calmly came to the front of Bifang's precious body, raised his hand, and put the precious body of the immortal bird into the storage ring. Everyone watched with envy. Precious blood could be extracted from the body of the Bifang treasure. Although it was not as good as the blood of divine beasts, it was also priceless. Who wouldn't want it? Even though Ji Fan got the Bifang treasure body, don't forget that Xiao Feng also wants it. Do you think Ji Fan can take it away? Although the thing is good, he may not live long enough to get it. It is indeed remarkable that he can defeat Zhao Wuming, but Xiao Feng is not the same kind of person as Zhao Wuming. Although Zhao Wuming is also gifted, he does not have a special physique. Xiao Feng's War King body is amazing. Even if he is in the true Yuan realm, Ji Fan may not be able to withstand it. Some people who were envious and jealous suddenly laughed maliciously. And at this moment, on the other side, Xiao Feng had already broken into the 8 desolate mysterious fire formation that was guarding the scabbard of the dragon-slaying sword, and was concentrating on breaking the formation. Therefore, he did not pay attention to the situation on Ji Fan's side. Xiao Feng was sure that with Zhao Wuming's understanding of the Sword King's formation, it would be a sure thing for him to get the Bifang treasure body. And since Xiao Feng had asked for it, he was sure that no one would dare to interfere. Who dares to offend the War King? Now. Ji Fan walked out of the Sword King formation and was greeted by a graceful figure in purple. It was Xia Xuanji, the beautiful elder who looked like a great fairy. Congratulations, Ji Fan, you are the first person to get a prize. Xia Xuanji smiled softly, her beautiful purple eyes shining brightly, as if they could melt an iron arhat. What a goblin! Ji Fan couldn't help but say. It was clear that Xia Xuanji didn't use any magic or other means, but she was still extremely charming. It is rumored that this beautiful elder was born with a rosy skull, or what people call a natural charmer, and it seems to be true. The so-called rosy skull means that this person's bones are different from others. Other people's bones are white, but the rosy skull, as the name suggests, is red. Moreover, the red skull naturally exudes an aura that charms everyone, so she is said to be born with a charming body. When Ji Fan thought about his previous life, some historical figures on Blue Star, such as Wu Meinyang, Zhao Fian, Yang Yuhuan, and the legendary Su Daji, were all born with charm. Moreover, the red skull itself has a special physique, and its cultivation speed is also incredibly fast. You little brat, have you seen enough? Seeing Ji Fan staring at her in a daze, Xia Xuanji said something lightly, with a hint of blame in her beautiful eyes. But even if this big demon gets angry, he will confuse everyone. Ahem. Ji Fan coughed dryly, recovered, and said with a smile, "Sorry, Elder Xia, I was just thinking about something." "Humph, you are so young, but your mind is not pure. You must be thinking bad things," Xia Xuanji said angrily, staring at Ji Fan. "You're thinking about good things," Ji Fan said. This. Xia Xuanji also thought there was nothing wrong with it after hearing it, and anyone who heard it would think there was nothing wrong with it. In front of this big demon, even the strongest Arhat would have to think of good things. But Ji Fan's next words were not so pleasant to hear. "I was wondering, is the story about the rosy skull true? Elder Xia, are your bones red? I heard that with this physique, bones are as charming as rubies." Hearing this, Xia Xuanji rolled her eyes charmingly. "What? You still want to chop me with your sword and see? Do you know how to chat, little guy?" Ji Fan scratched his head. Indeed, this didn't sound right no matter how he listened to it. He really wasn't very good at chatting. "After the Qilin banquet, I want to talk to you about something, is that okay?" At this moment, Xia Xuanji lifted the black hair by her ear and asked with a smile. "Talk about something? What is it?" Ji Fan couldn't help but ask. "That's good," Xia Xuanji said with a smile. "What I was thinking." "Ahem, no, I didn't say anything. Elder Xia spoke, and I just listened." Ji Fan quickly changed his words. "Elder Xia, something bad has happened to your sister, Xia Ziyue." At this time, a female disciple ran over and called out to Xia Xuanji with an embarrassed look on her face. "Ziyu? What happened to her?" Xia Xuanji's pretty face suddenly changed. "Elder, please follow me quickly. Junior sister Ziyu has been injured by the Feng Ji formation," said the female disciple, and walked towards the Feng Ji formation with Xia Xuanji. Ji Fan frowned and followed him over. Xia Ziyue has the body of Feng Ho, so logically speaking, she is most suitable for breaking through the Fengji formation. The reason why Xia Xuanji placed the Fengho crystal boots in the Fengji formation was probably out of selfish motives, wanting to fulfill his sister's wish. As a result, Xia Ziyue was injured. On Fengji Zhen's side, Xia Ziyue was sitting cross-legged on the ground, her face was pale, her hair was disheveled, and her moon-white dress was torn in many places, revealing her fair skin, which was also cut in many places and bleeding. Fortunately, Xia Ziyue's life was not in danger, she was just seriously injured. She took some healing medicine and sat cross-legged to rest. How could this happen? Xia Xuanji's eyes were full of pity. She squatted down and gently stroked the wound on Xia Ziyue's body. Junior sister Ziyue wanted to take the pair of Fengho crystal boots, but when she was breaking through the formation, she didn't use the life-saving talisman in time, so she was injured by the Fengji formation. Several female disciples around gave a brief account of what had just happened. The people gathered here are all women, and they come for the Fengho crystal boots. After all, the Fengho crystal boots are women's products and have special powers, making them very precious. Xia Ziyue opened her eyes slightly and said aggrievedly, "Sister, I am so useless. I have embarrassed you." Xia Xuanji's charming eyes seemed to melt everything. She hugged her sister's shoulders and said, "Silly girl, your careless character worries me the most. Although your Fengho body is also wind-related, I have told you before that a strong physique is a double-edged sword. If you don't control it well, you will suffer from it. You can't be countered by the power." This is a very learned statement. Many people around were nodding their heads, and this was indeed the truth. I just was unwilling to accept it. I almost got it, so I didn't use the life-saving talisman in time. Xia Ziyue pouted in grievance. Oh, someone broke into the formation. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. I saw a figure walking into the Fengji formation, which immediately activated the Fengji formation. Countless wind blades rolled up, carrying a murderous aura, and slashed towards the person who broke into the formation. Ji Fan? Xia Ziyue was stunned, her pretty face full of surprise. The person who broke into the formation was Ji Fan. The Sword King formation couldn't do anything to Ji Fan, and the same could be said about the Wind Extreme formation. This formation made up of pure magic power was ineffective against him. Facing the slashing of those wind blades, Ji Fan calmly passed through the Fengji formation and then took off the pair of Fengho crystal boots. The female disciples stared at each other in amazement. Just get through like that? It was even easier than drinking cold water. The Fengji formation, which strangled everything, had such powerful force that it swept away everything in its path that many people suffered. As a result, Ji Fan just walked in with a straight face and strolled around. Was he shopping? But what does a grown man do with the Wind Queen crystal boots? Ji Fan held the crystal boots carved out of crystal and came to Xia Ziyue, saying with a smile, "Take it. You treated me to barbecue for several days. I'll take these boots for you." This guy. Xia Ziyue blushed, pursed her red lips, and a hint of warmth appeared on her pretty face. Are you trying to be sentimental? Should I cooperate with you? Ji Fan said with a smile. Go away, you are so unruly. Xia Ziyue said angrily, then took the Fengho crystal boots and held it in her arms. Although she said that, anyone could tell from Xia Ziyue's eyes that this girl was attracted. Xia Xuanji looked at her sister, then at Ji Fan, a hint of intrigue flashing across her purple eyes. What about you? Did you get the Bifang body? Xia Ziyue asked. It's okay, don't worry. Ji Fan said with a smile. Boom! Just at this moment. In the distance, flames shot up into the sky, accompanied by a dragon roar that resounded through the sky. Ha 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 ha. A loud and wild laugh came from a distance, instantly attracting everyone's attention. It's Xiao Feng. He has passed the 8 desolate mysterious fire formation and obtained the dragon-slaying sword scabbard. Everyone said. However, since Ji Fan had just easily broken through 2 major barriers, everyone's surprise had already reached its limit. They should have been shocked that Xiao Feng had broken through the 8 desolate mysterious fire formation so quickly, but they suddenly discovered. There's nothing surprising about that. If Ji Fan went in, he could probably just go shopping and get the dragon-slaying sword scabbard, and it would be much quicker. People are afraid of comparison. At this moment, Xiao Feng was holding the scabbard of the dragon-slaying sword. He jumped out of the 8 desolate mysterious fire formation and returned to the outside of the formation. He looked around with a proud look in his eyes, with his black hair draped over his shoulders and full of energy. Huh! But soon, Xiao Feng realized something was wrong. Where are the exclamations? What about the praises? Everyone's eyes. Why do you look so normal? That's right. To them, it's only natural that I can break through the 8 desolate mysterious fire array and get the dragon-slaying sword scabbard so quickly. So there's no need to be amazed. Xiao Feng thought self-righteously. Xiao Shenzi. At this time, Zhao Wuming came over. He had been nailed to the ground by Ji Fan's sword, but fortunately he was rescued by other people from the War King Alliance. However, he was still seriously injured. Zhao Wuming took the healing pill and should have gone downstairs to heal his wounds, but he immediately ran to Xiao Feng to complain. He didn't get the Bifang body and was afraid that Xiao Feng would be unhappy. At the same time, Ji Fan brought such great humiliation to Zhao Wuming that he also wanted to use Xiao Feng to suppress Ji Fan. Zhao Wuming, did you get the Bifang body? Oh. Are you injured? Even with your understanding of the Sword King's formation, can you be injured? Xiao Feng said lightly, and he didn't doubt that the Bifang body was lost. The precious body of Bifang has been taken away by someone first. Zhao Wuming said, gritting his teeth. What did you say? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Feng instantly became furious, and his eyes shot out shocking beams of light. How dare someone touch my things? You are so brave. It seemed that in Xiao Feng's eyes, as long as he set his eyes on something, it should belong to him by right. If anyone else dared to touch it, it would be a serious crime. Zhao Wuming quickly recounted what had just happened, emphasizing it. After hearing that it was Ji Fan who took away the Bifang treasure body, Xiao Feng laughed in anger. Good, very good. A mere Ji Fan actually dared to climb over my head. It seems that this in vitro magical power has given him a lot of confidence. I said, this kid better not jump in front of me, otherwise, I will make him pay with blood. The words fell. The magical power on Xiao Feng's body surged like a raging ocean wave, causing the surrounding space to creak. Xiao Feng's gaze instantly locked onto Ji Fan in the distance. For a moment, the scene was silent. Everyone knew that Ji Fan was in big trouble this time. He really angered Xiao Feng. In fact, everyone knew from the beginning that Ji Fan would not be able to leave the Qilin banquet peacefully, because he touched things that he shouldn't have touched. Once Xiao Feng came out of the 8 desolate mysterious fire formation, he would find trouble with Ji Fan the first time. Although Ji Fan has gained a certain level of strength with the help of his external magical powers, he can only act arrogantly at a low level. Moreover, his magic power is external, so he is definitely no match for the War King body, which is the 9th most powerful divine body in the world. Ji Fan. Who gave you the courage to touch my Xiao Feng's things? Xiao Feng walked towards Ji Fan with big strides, like a dragon and a tiger. With every step he took, his magical power burst out, as if shaking the entire manor. What does Xiao Feng want to do? Xia Ziyu snorted, glanced at Ji Fan with some worry, and at the same time looked at her sister Xia Xuanji. The look in his eyes was clearly a request for help. Elder Xia, the rules of the Qilin banquet don't say that we can't use force, right? I need to take care of someone, so please give me, Xiao Feng, some face. Xiao Feng looked at Xia Xuanji. Even when he was asking for consent, he still had a domineering attitude. And Xiao Feng also wanted to show his strong side in front of this beautiful elder. Xia Xuanji smiled slightly and said, fighting between disciples is tolerated by any faction and is conducive to growth. It's just, do you want to challenge others or bully them? It's just a normal challenge between sect disciples. Xiao Feng laughed coldly. Of course he couldn't say it was bullying. Firstly, it didn't sound good. Secondly, if it wasn't a legitimate challenge, it would be troublesome if Xia Xuanji intervened. After all, what happens in Jubao Tower is not decided by the top leaders of Wanjian Mountain. Moreover, anyone can see that even if it is a challenge, to Xiao Feng, it is no different from bullying, it just sounds better. Since it's a challenge, it must have the consent of the opponent, right? Xia Xuanji said with a smile. He has no choice. Xiao Feng shouted in a deep voice, and divine light became like a pillar. The radiance of magical power gushed out from the top of his head, forming a strong cyclone of divine light. Ji Fan, do you think you have a choice? I will not let you go even if you leave the Qilin banquet. It's your fault for touching things you shouldn't touch. Xiao Feng said aggressively with a look of contempt on his lips. At this time, everyone looked at Ji Fan, and many of them showed a mocking look, wanting to see how Ji Fan would deal with the powerful Xiao Shenzi. Ji Fan's eyes flashed coldly, and he took a step forward and said, the 9th best fighting king body in the world. I don't know if it is forbidden to chop or not. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, there was a commotion all around. Provocative. A naked provocation. Ji Fan is really brave. Even Xia Xuanji looked at Ji Fan with some surprise. Was he really going to attack the King of War? Ha ha ha. Very good, I was really afraid that you wouldn't dare to accept it. In that case, are you ready to be suppressed? Xiao Feng shouted and strode towards Ji Fan. Boom! 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 He took 3 steps in succession, and then suddenly burst forth, rising into the air, like a returned ancient god of war, leaping into the 9th heaven, looking down from above. Xiao Feng had a defiant smile on his face and slapped down in midair. He wanted to suppress all opponents with this condescending attitude. This was also Xiao Feng's usual method. Only in this way could he show his superiority. Boom! A sword and palm pressed down with force, and the terrifying sword energy illuminated the entire manor. Xiao Feng only used one palm, and the sword energy gushing out from his palm was comparable to the strongest blow at the peak of the true Yuan realm. This palm has the power of swordsmanship. Xiao Feng can actually display the power of swordsmanship with his bare hands. He is indeed a war king. Any spell in his hands is so powerful. This time, Ji Fan will probably be suppressed by a palm. The carrier of the Dao is not immune to the power of the sword. While everyone was amazed, they also observed a moment of silence for Ji Fan. The War King's body is indeed powerful and almost invincible. Any of his moves are irreversible. Sister! Xia Ziyue exclaimed and looked at her sister. Don't worry, he's smiling. Xia Xuanji said lightly. Facing Xiao Feng's domineering palm, Ji Fan smiled. Above his fist, the divine light of the avenue condensed in his flesh and blood. His entire arm was bright and dazzling, and he punched forward. Boom! This punch, carrying unparalleled power, exploded the air in front of it. And Xiao Feng's palm power, which he thought could suppress everything, was more like paper. It was shattered by a punch and exploded in the air. It exploded. A palm that contained the power of swordsmanship was exploded just like that. What's going on? The power of the sword didn't hurt him? Before the crowd could exclaim more, they saw Ji Fan shouting, jumping up, and rushing towards Xiao Feng, who was half hanging in the air, with an attitude of defeating the strong with the weak. Humph! Are you worthy enough to come close to me? Kill! Xiao Feng was looking down at Ji Fan. Although he did not suppress him with one palm, which surprised Ji Fan, it did not affect Xiao Feng's pride. Facing Ji Fan's punch that came at him from behind, Xiao Feng grabbed him with his palm again. The void exploded, and a palm print formed entirely by the power of swordsmanship came across the sky. The palm of his hand was filled with terrifying sword energy, as if it wanted to shatter the sky. Everyone was terrified. Xiao Feng's sword skills are simply incomparable to those of Zhao Wuming. You know, Xiao Feng has only been practicing for half a year, while Zhao Wuming has been practicing for several years. His achievements are far behind Xiao Feng, no wonder Zhao Wuming is so willing to follow Xiao Feng. But just at this moment, something shocking happened. Ji Fan's fist burst into dazzling light, and the divine light of the avenue wrapped around his fist, like a small glowing sun in his hand. Boom! Xiao Feng's domineering and arrogant palm was pierced through by Ji Fan's punch, just like penetrating a layer of window paper. What? Xiao Feng was also startled, and his pupils shrank sharply, but before he could be too surprised, Ji Fan had already rushed in front of him. Get out! Ji Fan spoke coldly and slapped Xiao Feng's face with his palm. He pressed Xiao Feng's face down from mid-air, like a meteorite falling to the ground, and pressed Xiao Feng hard to the ground. Boom! A big hole was shaken out on the ground, and Xiao Feng was lying in the hole with his face held down by Ji Fan, his hair disheveled, his face covered in mud, his eyes full of astonishment and disbelief. Quiet. The scene was surprisingly quiet. What did they see? It was a great humiliation for a dignified warrior to have his face pressed to the ground and rubbed in the first encounter. Some little geniuses cannot bear such humiliation, let alone the number one genius of Wanjian Mountain. He must have wanted to die by now. No one expected Ji Fan to be so violent. Xiao Feng originally wanted to suppress Ji Fan with one move to show his superiority and inviolability. However, his attack was resolved by Ji Fan with a single punch, and he successfully countered it, suppressing the 9th best war king in the world to the ground with a single palm. This scene was too shocking. Oh my god, Xiao Feng was pinned to the ground like this. One palm suppressed the war king body. I never dared to dream that this scene would happen in reality. This. Even if Xiao Feng underestimated his enemy, he shouldn't be so unbearable. Being pressed to the ground and rubbed, I can't stand it. Everyone was shocked and felt that the scene before their eyes was like a fairy tale. Oh. Xia Xuanji was dressed in red, with her cheeks raised charmingly, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. Ah! At this time, Xiao Feng let out a startling long roar, full of anger and violence. The magical power on his body rose up and turned into a ray of light that shot up into the sky. He broke free from Ji Fan's restraints and soared into the sky. Ji Fan! How dare you do this to me? Xiao Feng was furious, like an awakened god of war, his hair flying, and his momentum reached its peak. Huh, you are too self-righteous. You are so weak, yet you are so proud. Ji Fan said calmly. Too weak? Is this the evaluation of the 9th war king in the world? This tone is too arrogant, who dares to say that? You are dead today. What a useless carrier of the Great Way. You'd better disappear completely from the world. Xiao Feng roared, his whole body glowing, and a bone sword appeared in his hand. Although this bone sword is a broken sword, it emits terrifying sword energy fluctuations because it is an immortal sword made from a piece of dragon bone. This dragon bone sword was found by Ji Jianyun from the Cemetery of Divine Beasts. Also found along with it was the chaos purple bamboo in Ji Fan's hand. Later, both swords were placed on Wanjian Peak. As soon as Xiao Feng entered the sect, he took a fancy to the dragon bone sword and successfully obtained the sword under the sword monument. Although it is a broken sword, it is made of real dragon bones after all, and its power cannot be underestimated. Kill! Xiao Feng rushed forward. The dragon bone sword in his hand was invincible, breaking through the space, carrying the sound of a real dragon's long roar, and slashed towards Ji Fan. The pressure from the sword alone made everyone present breathless. He really wanted to kill Ji Fan. Then I'll give you a chance. Lose! Ji Fan shouted, with the divine light of the avenue entwined on his fist. Facing the dragon bone sword in Xiao Feng's hand, he still chose to fight against this war king with his bare hands. Boom! Ji Fan's punch collided with the dragon bone sword in Xiao Feng's hand, and a violent sonic boom was heard between the two. The sword pressure on the dragon bone sword was shattered by Ji Fan's punch. Faced with this amazing force, Xiao Feng took a breath of cold air. He felt a sharp pain in the palm of his hand and was knocked back by Ji Fan's punch. How could this be? He actually suppressed me, and with his bare hands. Is this really an external magical power? Xiao Feng just felt incredible. At this time, Ji Fan took the initiative to attack, punching Xiao Feng one punch after another, without any fancy moves. Each punch condensed the divine light of the avenue, and the fist was as hot as the sun. Boom boom boom. Xiao Feng swung the dragon bone sword in his hand, unleashing the power of swordsmanship, and collided with Ji Fan's blazing fist. However, the force of each of Ji Fan's punches was as heavy as a mountain. Even Xiao Feng could not resist it. Every collision with his punch made Xiao Feng retreat. Every step leaves a deep footprint, and every footprint represents a song. Damn it! No way, Xiao Feng is suppressed. Ji Fan actually suppressed Xiao Feng head-on, and he suppressed the War King body holding a divine weapon with his bare hands. This is really out of line. That's Xiao Shenzi, a dignified War King. How could he be so unbearable? Everyone's eyes widened in shock and their mouths opened wide. The scene before them made them unable to believe that this was reality. Impossible. Impossible. Why would he suppress me? Xiao Feng was also shocked. Even with the dragon bone sword in his hand, he was no match for Ji Fan with his bare hands. What? You can't even withstand 30% of my strength? You're such a weakling. Ji Fan attacked without mercy. Xiao Feng was so angry that he almost died. Although he knew that Ji Fan did it on purpose, such provocation was a great humiliation for him. Boom! Ji Fan crushed him with another punch. This punch contained the power of thunder and lightning. It was the lightning thunder fist. Although it was a low-level close combat spell, when Ji Fan used the laws of the Tao to perform it, its power increased many times over. He can use small lightning techniques to create power at the level of supernatural powers, and the same is true for this lightning thunder fist. One punch unleashes the power of supernatural powers. Ah! Xiao Feng was hit by a punch on the chest and flew backwards like a weightless scarecrow, spitting out a mouthful of blood in mid-air. The ninth in the world is nothing more than this. Ji Fan said, his white clothes fluttering, his black hair flying. He put his hands behind his back, walked leisurely and continued to approach Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng was knocked away. His invincible War King body was suppressed so thoroughly in front of Ji Fan. If this news were to get out, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Originally, the people who came to attend the Qilin banquet today had already reached the limit of surprise in their hearts, but at this moment it exceeded the critical point, and everyone was dumbfounded in surprise. Ji Fan. You can't bear the consequences of angering me. Come and die. Xiao Feng got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his black hair stood on end with anger. Clang clang clang. This time, a total of 3 immortal swords flew out from Xiao Feng's body. All 3 immortal swords were top grade in the current realm. Including the Dragon Bone Sword, the 3 swords resonated and released a sword light that soared into the sky. A domineering sword force shook the entire mountain. 3 wonders of Tonggu. Xiao Feng shouted loudly, and the 3 immortal swords all flew up, turning into 3 long dragons of sword energy, slashing towards Ji Fan. What, the 3 wonders of Tonggu? This is the most powerful killing move of the 6th level of Tonggu's sword art. Xiao Feng has actually cultivated Tonggu's sword art to the 6th level so quickly, and is on par with the elders. Zhao Wuming exclaimed. He also practiced Tonggu's sword art, but after a year, he only mastered Tonggu's sword art to the 3rd level. Even so, he is already considered a genius, otherwise he would not have been able to sit in the position of chief of the law enforcement hall. And Xiao Feng, it only took half a year, to cultivate the Tonggu sword art to the 6th level. This talent is really incomparable to ordinary people like them. Come and die. The 3 immortal swords transformed into long dragons of sword energy and locked onto Ji Fan, just like 3 real giant dragons. Their terrifying sword pressure was enough to shatter the mountains and rivers. Lightning Thunder Fist. Ji Fan sneered, and lightning flashed brightly on his fist. He used the laws of the Tao to activate the Lightning Thunder Fist. Every punch he threw out had a power close to the level of supernatural powers. Boom! Ji Fan punched one of the immortal swords. The Thunder Fist exploded, and the sword energy shattered. The immortal sword made a metallic sound and was knocked away by Ji Fan's punch. Boom! Another Thunder Fist was blasted out, and the second fairy sword was also blown away. Ji Fan's fist seemed to turn into a thunder that could destroy everything in its path. Snap! This magic sword was actually shattered in midair. Similarly, the 3rd Dragon Bone Sword, although its sword light was stronger, still failed to block Ji Fan's fist, and was also knocked out by a Thunder Fist. The 3 wonders of Tonggu swordsmanship was broken by Ji Fan with a tough attitude, which amazed the whole audience. This is probably something that some elders cannot do. How so? Xiao Feng was furious. This shouldn't be the case. I have the body of a war king and should be able to crush everything. Although Ji Fan's carrier of the avenue is a legendary physique, he has no magic power after all. His means of improving his strength through unconventional means should be insignificant in the face of absolute magic power. But now, Ji Fan's burst of fighting power made Xiao Feng, who had always been proud, feel panic and powerless. Number 9 in the world, are you scared? Ji Fan stepped forward and approached Xiao Feng. He was dressed in white, with flying black hair, and with his handsome face and holy aura, he looked like a banished immortal, otherworldly and with outstanding temperament. There were countless female disciples present who were impressed by his demeanor. What a good boy! Even the great fairy Xia Xuanji couldn't help but have her beautiful eyes light up. Xia Ziyue was completely stunned, her eyes also full of surprise. Before, her relationship with Ji Fan was that of buddies, but now Xia Ziyue was also fascinated by Ji Fan's charm, and her pretty face flushed a little. Ji Fan's extraordinary and otherworldly nature is completely different from that of other immortal cultivators. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Xiao Feng roared. Things had developed to this point, and he had completely lost face. If he couldn't kill Ji Fan today, he would just have to give up his fighting king physique. Boom! A mysterious power suddenly emerged from Xiao Feng's body. Feeling this power, Ji Fan frowned. Every special physique has its own unique innate magical power, which is unmatched by others. The War King body naturally has its own unique methods. What Xiao Feng used at this moment was the innate magical power that belonged exclusively to the War King's body. I didn't expect that the first time I used the War King body divine art was to deal with someone like you. However, you have to die gracefully. Xiao Feng said, and 5 halos flew out from his body, each of which showed a different color. 5 rings? Ji Fan was stunned. Go! With arrogance on his face, Xiao Feng raised his hand and pointed at Ji Fan. The next moment, the 5-colored divine ring disappeared from the spot. When they reappeared, these 5 halos of different colors were all cast on Ji Fan, sealing his entire body. It appears. This is the innate divine art of the War King body, the 5-colored divine seal. Zhao Wuming shouted excitedly, I heard from God Xiao that the 5-colored divine seal can lock onto any enemy, instantly restrain the opponent, and seal all actions. Once sealed, there is nothing you can do. So domineering? Everyone was shocked. Wouldn't that make me invincible? All my movements are blocked instantly, so I can just wait to be killed. No wonder ancient books record that the War King body is so powerful in single combat. It turns out it's because of this 5-colored divine seal. Indeed, in a one-on-one fight, as long as the 5-colored divine seal is in place, the War King body will be able to look down upon everything. Ji Fan really astonished me, but facing the innate divine arts of the War King body, I am afraid I can do nothing. This 5-colored divine seal should not be a pure mana method, and his avenue carrier is not immune to it. That's right, Ji Fan is dead. He's now like a fish on the chopping board. Zhao Wuming said with a proud smile. Ji Fan's fighting power just now really scared Zhao Wuming. If Xiao Feng couldn't get rid of Ji Fan today, Zhao Wuming's life would not be easy. Sister, what should we do now? Xia Ziyue asked nervously. Xia Xuanji said nothing. Her pair of purple eyes had been observing Ji Fan's expression. Until now, Ji Fan had not shown any sign of panic. Even though he was sealed by the 5-colored divine seal, his expression remained calm. Is all this still under your control? Xia Xuanji couldn't help but be curious. Ji Fan, how can you not die? Avenue carrier, disappear today. Xiao Feng roared and rushed over, turning into a divine light, and arrived in front of Ji Fan in the blink of an eye. The dragon bone sword flew into his hand again, and he slashed at Ji Fan's neck with the sword, trying to cut off his head. Xiao Feng had a proud look on his face. In his opinion, Ji Fan was sealed by the 5-colored divine seal and there was no chance for him to resist. This sword of his would definitely kill him with one strike. Bang! But the next moment, Xiao Feng's eyes almost popped out. Because Ji Fan's whole body was shocked, the 5-colored divine ring collapsed on the spot and shattered into pieces, feeling as fragile as glass products. What's going on? Xiao Feng roared, his eyes almost popping out of his head. His 5-colored divine seal was actually broken free by Ji Fan so easily. Fuck you. Boom. Ji Fan's fist was filled with lightning, and he punched Xiao Feng in the face. Puff. Blood was gushing out of Xiao Feng's nose and mouth, and he flew backwards again, and like a rolling gourd, he rolled 100 meters away. Such an embarrassing posture made the onlookers feel hopeless. Is this the son of God from their Wanjian mountain? Is this the undefeated warrior king body? Xiao Feng, the son of God, acts like it's a joke. Certainly. Everyone was shocked that Ji Fan could break the five-colored divine seal so easily. Most people attributed this phenomenon to his invulnerability. Maybe the five-colored divine seal is also made of pure magic power, so it is ineffective against Ji Fan. But only Ji Fan himself knew that the innate magical power of a special physique had nothing to do with magic power. It was something almost like a law. However, Ji Fan can control the laws of the Great Way, and it is impossible for other small laws to seal him. The next moment, Ji Fan moved, took the initiative to attack, and killed Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng got up from the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes were red, he swung the dragon bone sword in his hand, cut it across with one blow, the sword energy was everywhere, the compressed power of his sword could raise a mountain to the ground. Brush. At this moment, in Ji Fan's hand, the divine light of the avenue turned into a sword blade, which broke the sword energy slashed by Xiao Feng with one sword. The sword passed by Xiao Feng in a flash. Phew! Ah! Xiao Feng screamed, he looked at his arm, the hand holding the sword was cut off by Ji Fan's sword, blood gushed out like water, it was extremely miserable. Ah! Xiao Feng screamed, he looked at his arm, the hand holding the sword was cut off by Ji Fan's sword, blood gushed out like water, it was extremely miserable. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. It was unimaginable that a dignified war king could be suppressed to this extent. Bang! Ji Fan turned around and kicked Xiao Feng sideways, sending him flying like a human sandbag. He fell heavily to the ground, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Xiao Feng, you're a bit funny as the son of God. Ji Fan said, he flew into the air and then stepped towards Xiao Feng. No! Xiao Feng shouted, he was the son of God, extremely proud. If he was stepped on, it would be like being stepped on by others, which would be a big stain in his life. No matter what Ji Fan's fate will be in the future, this stain will follow Xiao Feng for the rest of his life, and may even cause him mental demons and affect his cultivation. Ji Fan wants to step on Xiao Feng. This scene made everyone's scalps numb. If Xiao Feng, who was ranked 9th in the world in terms of war physique, was trampled under someone's feet like this humiliation was something that he could not endure. The chosen ones are different from ordinary people. The humiliation that ordinary people endure will have completely different effects on the chosen ones. So fame is also a double-edged sword. Boom! Ji Fan stepped down with his foot, and Xiao Feng couldn't dodge in time. He could only try his best to control his body to move slightly, at least this kick would not step on his face. Bang! Snap! Ji Fan stepped down from the sky and stomped hard on Xiao Feng's broken arm. With a teeth-grinding sound, the arm, including bones and flesh, was crushed to pieces. Ah! Xiao Feng screamed. Even though his face wasn't stepped on, his arm was broken by someone's foot, which was equivalent to being stepped on. This was destined to become a great calamity for his inner demons. Son of God Xiao, you are ridiculous. The war king body of this generation is so weak. Ji Fan said coldly, then raised his foot and stepped towards Xiao Feng again, this time on his face. Sword God protects. Suddenly, Xiao Feng roared, and shadows of flying swords suddenly appeared on his body. These flying swords were all made of light and flew out from his battle suit. Sword God protects. This is the effect of the battle suit he is wearing. This is the sword armor left by the ancestor of Wanjian Mountain, and it is one of the sect's treasures. Not long ago, 7 colored rays of light shook Wanjian Mountain. Everyone thought that this was Xiao Feng's achievement, so his master, Elder Peng, lobbied from all sides and gave Xiao Feng the battle suit left by the ancestor of Wanjian Mountain. This set of sword suit, called Hunyuan sword suit, is composed of 180,000 flying swords. It can be transformed into combat uniform and can also be used as a means of attack and killing. However, the attack and killing methods require the cooperation of secret methods, and now this secret method has long been lost. Even so, this sword suit still has an ability called Sword God's Guardian, which is a defensive measure that can be used in life or death situations. Seeing this sword suit, Ji Fan smiled. You have enjoyed using my father's legacy, right? Now it's time to repay you. This set of sword suit will be considered as interest. Ji Fan said, and a ray of divine light penetrated into the sword suit on Xiao Feng's body. Come. The next moment, Ji Fan hooked his hand, and the battle suit on Xiao Feng's body disintegrated, turning into 180,000 flying swords, which broke away from his body and flew onto Ji Fan's body. Accompanied by a sword light covering Ji Fan, this set of sword suit, which was already worn on his body, was bright and dazzling. Every detail of the battle suit was a flying sword, which made his whole person look extraordinary and more domineering than when it was worn on Xiao Feng. No, give it back to me. Xiao Feng shouted and rushed towards Ji Fan regardless of everything. I'm giving you a head. Ji Fan punched Xiao Feng and sent him flying again. Everyone watched with emotion. Anyone could see that Xiao Feng had lost his will to fight. He was frightened by Ji Fan's beating and had developed fear in his bones, otherwise he would not have been unable to dodge such an ordinary punch. The future of Wanjian Mountain, the generation of the War King body, actually. Alas! Ji Fan's fighting power is too terrifying. Even if he can't grow to a high level, he is truly invincible at the current stage. This is the carrier of the Great Dao. Except for the inability to store mana, his abilities in all aspects are incredible. His comprehension and combat talent are far superior to other special physiques. Xiao Feng really shouldn't have come to provoke Ji Fan at this time. At least wait until he grows to the Golden Core realm. Sigh. Xia Xuanji was dressed in purple. She touched her sister Xia Ziyue's head and said softly, Ziyue, did you see that? I told you that a special physique is a double-edged sword. If you don't use it well, you will hurt yourself. Xiao Feng is a good example. Okay, I understand, sister. Xia Ziyue nodded her fair chin. At this moment, Ji Fan attacked again. How could he let Xiao Feng go so easily? The rule in the world of immortal cultivation is that either you die or I die. Cut. The divine light of the Great Dao in Ji Fan's hand slashed out, aiming straight for Xiao Feng's neck, intending to kill him here. Fuck, he really wants to kill Xiao Feng. Ji Fan has also made a move, and he wants to kill Xiao Feng here. Are you so bold? Xiao Feng is the future hope of Wanjian Mountain. If he is really dead, the top leaders of Wanjian Mountain will definitely not let Ji Fan go. Xiao Feng's face was pale, but he also knew that he could not withstand Ji Fan's attack. His fighting power was too terrifying. Stop it. Sudden. Two figures dropped from the sky and stood in front of Xiao Feng. I knew it. Ji Fan sneered. Wang Jianshan thinks so highly of Xiao Feng, why wouldn't they arrange a protector for him? These were two elders at the Jindan realm, high-ranking members of Wanjian Mountain. They came forward at this moment and stood guard in front of Xiao Feng. They could not bear to watch Xiao Feng die here. This is the future of Wanjian Mountain. No matter how powerful Ji Fan is, he can only be invincible at a low level. Xiao Feng is the future support of Wanjian Mountain. Two Jindan realm elders stepped forward and blocked the great Dao divine light that Ji Fan slashed out. Boom! Boom! But soon, the faces of the two elders changed drastically, because even they were knocked back by this blow, and their blood was churning. Ji Fan, you are such a big idiot. Do you know how bright Xiao Feng's future is? You dare to kill him and ruin the future of Wanjian Mountain. This is a great sin. For what you did today, wait for the judgment of the Law Enforcement Hall. A Jindan elder shouted angrily. Get out! Bastards! Ji Fan took a step forward, and the divine light of the avenue transformed into the form of a magical sword, and he slashed across. Phew! A bloody head flew out. This Jindan realm elder was beheaded in public. The head rolled to the ground. Before the death of this Jindan realm elder, his face was full of disbelief, as if he had never expected Ji Fan to wield the butcher knife against him. This immediately scared many people around. This was a high-level elder. He could kill people without any hesitation. This was too ruthless. Moreover, the elder in the Jindan realm was killed instantly after a single encounter. How strong is Ji Fan's fighting power? Oh my god, to kill the elder with one sword, what realm is Ji Fan in? I don't know. As a person with external magical powers, without any fluctuations in mana, we can't tell what realm he is in. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Directly killing a high-level elder is a serious crime. Even if everyone present is a genius, they cannot bear it. Xiao Feng's face was ashen. Although two Jindan realm elders came forward to protect him, Xiao Feng knew that they could not deal with Ji Fan. With a special physique, everyone has the ability to fight against enemies of higher levels. As for Xiao Feng, he can even fight against enemies of a higher level. Even he found Ji Fan's fighting power terrifying, so how could an ordinary Jindan realm cultivator be able to stop him? But Xiao Feng asked himself, he could defeat the Jindan realm elder, but he couldn't kill him instantly like Ji Fan did. You dare to kill the elder, you are finished. The law enforcement sword of the Law Enforcement Hall will definitely leave a scar the size of a bowl on your neck, said another Jindan elder in horror. Noisy. Phew. The divine light of the great Dao in Ji Fan's hand flew out and directly split the Jindan elder into two halves. The bloody corpse fell in a pool of blood. Jindan realm elder. One sword, one. This astonishing fighting power made the onlookers drop their jaws in shock. Who said that Ji Fan was only invincible at a low level? External magical powers can indeed only allow people to cultivate to the Zhenyuan realm, but as a carrier of the great Dao, Ji Fan has a huge advantage. It is no problem for him to kill the enemy across a large realm. At least, the Jindan realm will definitely not be able to stop him. Shiman Jinlian said this, his eyes full of admiration for Ji Fan. Such courage and spirit, regardless of whether there is a future in the future or not, should be a role model for the younger generation. Xiao Feng, come and die. Ji Fan shouted, with a ray of divine light entwined in his palm, chasing after Xiao Feng. Don't want. Xiao Feng panicked, turned around and ran, using a set of body skills to increase his speed rapidly and rushed into the distance. The War King was completely afraid of fighting and fled in panic. 180,000 swords. Suddenly, Ji Fan shouted loudly, and the sword armor on his body disintegrated and turned into 180,000 flying swords. Each flying sword was the length of a finger, and then reassembled behind Ji Fan, becoming a pair of metal sword wings shining with a cold luster. Each sword wing is dozens of meters long, and when the two sword wings are spread out horizontally, they are a full 100 meters long, just like a pair of Kuanpeng wings growing on Ji Fan's back. This is Kuanpeng sword wings, how could it be? Without secret methods, it is impossible to control these flying swords. Xiao Feng exclaimed in shock. The 18,000 flying swords in this set of sword suits can be used for both attack and defense, but without the secret mantras, these flying swords can only form a set of sword suits and can only be used for defense. Any other changes require secret control. But Ji Fan had just taken away this set of sword equipment, and he could summon out the Kunpeng sword wings that only the ancestor of Wanjian Mountain had used. This was too unrealistic. Ji Fan didn't explain. With the Kunpeng sword wings on his back, his speed increased dramatically and he caught up with Xiao Feng in an instant. He grabbed Xiao Feng's head, pressed it hard to the ground and started rubbing it. Xiao Feng, the godly son Xiao, was once again being rubbed on the ground with his head pressed down. I guess all his pride will be destroyed tonight. And this time the friction was more thorough. Ji Fan carries the Kunpeng sword wings on his back, so he can fly without the need to control the sword, and at an astonishing speed. At this moment, Ji Fan pressed Xiao Feng's face to the ground and flew all the way, rubbing the face of this son of God Xiao on the ground like a mop. Wherever he passed, a deep groove was dragged out on the ground. There were traces of blood in the ravine. Ah! Xiao Feng's screams echoed in the darkness. Ji Fan was unyielding and the divine light from the palm of his hand slashed out again, aiming directly at Xiao Feng's vital point. Bold Ji Fan, how dare you do this? Suddenly, a loud shout came from the air. Immediately afterwards, a glowing rope came down at an incredibly fast speed, immediately wrapped around Xiao Feng and lifted him into the air. Damn it! It's really not realistic to kill Xiao Feng in Wanjian Mountain. Ji Fan frowned. Wan Jianshan regards Xiao Feng as his hope for the future and protects him meticulously. Really? Ji Fan had just killed 2 Jindan realm elders when immediately, a stronger one appeared. And this person was none other than Xiao Feng's master, Elder Peng. At this moment, Elder Peng was standing in the air, holding a glowing rope. It was this rope that rescued Xiao Feng and brought him to Elder Peng's side. The 2 Jindan level elders that Ji Fan had just killed had actually sent a letter via flying sword to inform Elder Peng before they took action. Too good to be true. Feng is so talented and has a domineering and unparalleled war king body, but he couldn't defeat a person who practices unorthodox methods. However, no matter how shocked I was, I had to vent my anger. Elder Peng glared at Ji Fan. Ji Fan, you little bastard, you dare to do such a thing to Zhan Wangti, and even dare to kill him, I will not forgive you. Oh. The worthless disciple was defeated, and the worthless master came to seek revenge. They are really not from the same family, so they are birds of a feather. Ji Fan sneered. Elder Peng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. You attacked the Son of God and killed the elders. This is a crime of insubordination. There is no need for the law enforcement hall to intervene. I will punish you here today. Do you think you can kill me? Ji Fan remained unmoved, the Kunpeng sword wings behind him clanging. Snort. Elder Peng said disdainfully, you little bastard, you are too self-righteous. Although I don't know how you mastered the secret technique of Kunpeng sword wings, do you think that you can fight against me with this set of sword equipment? I am in the nascent soul realm. Oh, nascent soul stage, so amazing? In Ji Fan's hand, a chaotic purple bamboo appeared, and with a bamboo sword in his hand, he pointed at Elder Peng in midair. I really couldn't do it before, but now I can. As long as I can keep up with the speed, I can kill the Yuanying. Brush. The words fell. Ji Fan pushed the speed of Kunpeng sword wing to its extreme, and 180,000 flying swords exerted force together. Ji Fan moved forward as if he was tearing through space. In an instant, he appeared in midair and came in front of Elder Peng. Ah! Elder Peng cried out in surprise, and felt a sharp cold light pointing directly at his forehead. A threat of death came instantly. When he understood what was happening, he saw a bamboo sword emitting divine light, hanging in front of his eyebrows, less than an inch away, as if it could chop off his head at any time. You! Elder Peng was shocked and was about to speak. Try to move again and I'll chop you to pieces. Ji Fan said coldly. The scene became eerily quiet. But in everyone's heart, there were turbulent waves. No one would have thought that Ji Fan could actually do this. Facing a great elder of Wanjian Mountain, a master in the nascent soul realm, Ji Fan actually dared to swing his sword. Not only that, he actually subdued the arrogant great elder with one sword, making the great elder so frightened that he dared not move a word. He stared at the bamboo sword in front of him with an embarrassed and terrified look, fearing that the bamboo sword would move forward even a millimeter. Because the aura contained in the bamboo sword was so terrifying, Elder Peng truly felt the threat of death. He had no doubt that this young man could really chop off his head with one sword. "Old dog, aren't you going to jump around anymore?" Ji Fan said with a joking look on his face. If it was before he fought with Xiao Feng, Ji Fan really didn't have the ability to subdue the nascent soul realm master with one move. However, through the battle with Xiao Feng, Ji Fan discovered that his compatibility with the Great Dao had improved again. It turns out that it's not just about perception, but in battle, one can also hone one's compatibility with the Great Dao. Moreover, he was promoted 2 levels at once, reaching the 18th level of the Great Dao. The Dao's feedback appeared again, and without anyone noticing, it sent Ji Fan to the peak of the true Yuan realm. With the power of the great laws that he now possesses, he can indeed cross 2 realms and pose a life threat to masters in the nascent soul realm. But after all, there is a gap of 2 realms. Fortunately, there is the speed assistance of Kunpeng sword wings. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the means are, it will be useless if the speed cannot keep up. Moreover, Elder Peng had completely underestimated the enemy. He had never thought that Ji Fan would do this, so he was caught off guard. However, he had been restrained and did not dare to act rashly. Elder Peng's face turned pale and he stepped back slightly. "Don't move," Ji Fan said. Nothing moved. Elder Peng argued. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. Xia Ziyue pulled her sister's sleeve and said, "Sister, why don't you go over and persuade them? If Ji Fan really kills a great elder, this matter will become a big deal." Xia Xuanji smiled slightly and said softly, "It seems that I don't need to take action. Someone has come to stop the fight." The words fell. In full view of everyone, a bright moon appeared out of nowhere, and its cunning moonlight almost illuminated the starry sky, appearing in this place. And under this bright moon, Qin Ku, who was like the fairy Guanghan, walked out in the moonlight. She was dressed in white as snow, holy and otherworldly, like a lonely and proud snow lotus, which people could only admire from afar but not touch. At this moment, Qin Ku looked at Ji Fan with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes, and then looked at the great elder. "Ji Fan, could you please stop making trouble for my sake? I promise that no one will make things difficult for you because of this." Qin Ku spoke slowly. Ji Fan stared at Xiao Feng and sneered, "It seems that it will not be easy to kill you today." "You." Xiao Feng gritted his teeth and stared at Ji Fan angrily, but in this angry look, there was also a kind of fear. As the 9th best warrior in the world, he was really scared today. This battle in the future will become his inner demon and a shame that can never be washed away. The bamboo sword in Ji Fan's palm disappeared. Elder Peng immediately protected Xiao Feng and quickly retreated to a safe area. Ji Fan said coldly, "Elder Peng, your beloved disciple has suffered such a great humiliation, you must teach him well and let him become stronger quickly, and then come to me for revenge. Of course, as his master, you must also plan well for your disciple, and don't be stingy with any conspiracies or tricks, and use them when necessary." After these words were spoken, everyone was speechless. As the saying goes, letting a tiger go back to the mountains will cause great trouble. Ji Fan defeated Xiao Feng today and humiliated Elder Peng. He must be careful to deal with the revenge of this master and disciple in the future. But Ji Fan not only didn't mind, but also encouraged it, and even asked Elder Peng to use conspiracy and tricks to deal with him. This was the first time that everyone heard such a request. Is Ji Fan stupid? Why are you reminding me of this? Xia Ziyue said angrily. Xia Xuanji smiled charmingly. This is called retreating to advance. Do you think that if he doesn't say it, Elder Peng and Xiao Feng won't retaliate? Now that he says it openly, it will only put Elder Peng in a difficult position. Snort. As expected, Elder Peng snorted coldly and said, "Boy, you don't need to fight me. There is no need for any conspiracy or trickery. When Xiao Feng breaks through the Jindan realm, you will no longer be his opponent. At that time, Xiao Feng will definitely come to you for a fair fight." Jindan realm? That's a bit exaggerated. How about I wait until he reaches Yuanying realm? Ji Fan sneered. He actually had no intention of retreating in order to advance. Ji Fan simply hoped that Xiao Feng would come and seek revenge on him as soon as possible. He knew that it was impossible to kill Xiao Feng in Wanjian Mountain this time, but next time, Ji Fan must seize the opportunity. He was not afraid of Xiao Feng's growth, nor was he afraid of Elder Peng's conspiracy and revenge. He was only afraid that they would not come. Ji Fan hugged his shoulders and stared at Xiao Feng. "Xiao Feng, you must listen to your master, do you hear me?" Xiao Feng glared at Ji Fan. Today's humiliation was like a nightmare to him. "Say!" Ji Fan shouted in a deep voice. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth and said, "I will fight you again. I will repay you 100-fold for the humiliation I suffered today." Ji Fan nodded with satisfaction. "That's right, go play." Everyone was speechless, and Xiao Feng was even more embarrassed. Ji Fan, did Xiao Feng think about Xiao Feng? "Elder Peng, please take Xiao Feng away." Qin Ku spoke at this time. Elder Peng gritted his teeth and looked at Ji Fan. "Ji Fan, bring me the Hunyuan sword suit. This is Xiao Feng's." Ji Fan sneered, "Now this sword suit is my trophy. If you want to take it, let Xiao Feng defeat me legitimately and take it back yourself." "You." Elder Peng was about to get angry. This was a good thing left by the ancestor of Wanjian Mountain. Ji Fan sighed, "Old Peng, we can't spoil our children like this. You think you can control him for a while, but can you control him for the rest of his life? Look at his miserable behavior. Isn't it all because of you? Old Peng, when we educate our children, we must." "Master, let's go. I will take it back myself," Xiao Feng said quickly, interrupting Ji Fan. Elder Peng said nothing, and flew away with Xiao Feng at an extremely fast speed. Ji Fan was too mean, always acting like an elder lecturing a younger one when facing Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng felt that if Elder Peng continued to argue with Ji Fan, who knows how many generations of trouble he would have to endure. He has already been embarrassed enough today and really doesn't want to embarrass himself any further. Watching Elder Peng and Xiao Feng leave, Ji Fan sighed in a dignified manner. "Alas, both adults and children have no manners, and I haven't even said a word yet." "You can do it now," Qin Ku said lightly, then looked at Xia Xuanji and bowed slightly. "Miss Xia, today's incident made you laugh." Xia Xuanji smiled charmingly, full of charm and tenderness. "It's okay, in fact, today's show is quite exciting." "Excuse me." Qin Ku bowed to Xia Xuanji, then said to Ji Fan, "I have something to tell you, let's go to that place." After saying that, Qin Ku turned into a silver moon and flew across the sky, heading towards Wanjian Mountain. Ji Fan glanced at Xia Ziyue and Xia Xuanji, nodded, then carried the Kunpeng sword wings on his back, cut through the void, and followed. He knew where that place Qin Ku was talking about. This Qilin banquet ended successfully. Compared to ordinary gatherings of geniuses, this Qilin banquet was lively and exciting. Not to mention how brilliant the 3 treasures Xia Xuanji took out were. Just what happened today was enough to be called big news that would be recorded in the history of Wanjian Mountain. The carrier of the great Dao shone with light and used external techniques to defeat the War King Body, who was known as the 9th best in the world. Even the great elder of Wanjian Mountain was almost chopped down when he stepped forward. If they hadn't seen these things with their own eyes, they would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. Even after leaving Jubao Tower, people were still talking about this incident with great relish. The attention on this topic was bound to be difficult to calm down in a short period of time. This Qilin banquet has been full of twists and turns, Xia Ziyue said faintly, then looked at Xia Xuanji. Sister, do you think that Master Qin will punish Ji Fan? Xia Xuanji rubbed her cheeks and smiled. Even if they are punished, it shouldn't be a big deal. I heard that they have a special relationship. After saying that, Xia Xuanji rubbed her sister's bangs and said, Ziyu, you should go and have a rest first. I need to go out for a while. Inside Wanjian Mountain. In front of a crystal lake, the moonlight is reflected in it, clear and flawless. Around the lake, the grass is lush and green, like a fairyland. A statue of a beauty stands at this place, which is carved from precious jade. Qin Ku was dressed in white, standing in front of the statue of the beauty. Her white clothes were whiter than snow, and she looked like a fairy standing alone in the wind. She was so graceful and beautiful that she could not be desecrated. Ji Fan, carrying the Kuanpeng sword wings on his back, also came to this place. This is Qin Ku's practice residence. Only with the approval of the beautiful headmaster can one enter this place. Ji Fan looked at the statue of the beauty, feeling a mixture of emotions in his heart. The owner of the sculpture of the beauty is named Wangu Qinglan. This is the name of Ji Fan's mother. The surname Wangu cannot be found on the mainland at all. No one knew the true origin of that extraordinary woman. After Ji Jianyun died in battle, his mother Wangu Qinglan also disappeared, and no one knew where she went. And Qin Ku has a great relationship with Wangu Qinglan. Even Qin Ku's attire imitated Wangu Qinglan in some way. He also wore a white dress as white as snow, like a lonely and proud snow lotus. Is there any news about her? Ji Fan asked. Qin Ku looked up at the statue of the beautiful woman, shook his head, and said, it's as if she has evaporated from the face of the earth. There is no clue at all. It even feels like she has never appeared in the world. After saying that, Qin Ku turned around and looked directly at Ji Fan with her beautiful eyes. I am actually happy for you for what you have achieved today. At least, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, you have the ability to protect yourself. Well, thanks. Ji Fan said lightly. Are you angry with me? Qin Ku frowned slightly when he noticed Ji Fan's tone. Not really. You don't let me kill Xiao Feng. I understand. You have your difficulties. You have to deal with these elders and those living fossils in the mountains. I have given you face today. Ji Fan said. Qin Ku opened her red lips and said, if you don't kill him today, I can help you get more. Although you have mastered the outer way and cannot grow to the highest realm, with your current conditions, at least your combat power below the nascent soul realm is obvious to all. As long as you don't offend those old guys, I can guarantee you a position as an elder, so that Wanjian Mountain will have another invincible elder below the nascent soul realm, and they will not object. Ji Fan was somewhat moved. I didn't expect Qin Ku planned this. Although it is impossible for him to become an elder or to please those old guys, Qin Ku's idea is indeed thoughtful. What a pity. People with different ideals cannot work together. I appreciate your kindness, but I have my own plans. I won't compromise with anyone, even if I am alone from now on. Ji Fan said. Alone. Qin Ku's delicate face flashed a complicated expression. I understand, the reason why you are angry is not because of whether you can kill Xiao Feng, but because, I abandoned you back then, right? Ji Fan looked at Qin Ku's pretty face under the moonlight and felt complicated. In fact, his relationship with Qin Ku was no secret among the top leaders of Wanjian Mountain. Because before Ji Fan was 10 years old, he grew up with Qin Ku. Qin Ku was a girl who was rescued by Wangu Qinglan outside. Wangu Qinglan brought her to Wanjian Mountain. Qin Ku had amazing talent. Even though she did not have a special physique, her talent was comparable to those with rare physiques. Back then, apart from Ji Jianyun, the son of God, almost no one could suppress Qin Ku's talent. Later, Ji Jianyun died in battle and Wangu Qinglan disappeared. Qin Ku, grateful for Wangu Qinglan's kindness in the past, took the infant Ji Fan away and brought him back to his own residence for cultivation. Before he was 10 years old, Ji Fan grew up by Qin Ku's side. Everything changed until Qin Ku inherited the position of headmaster. His relationship with Qin Ku gradually became distant, and he finally moved out of her practice residence and lived alone. Qin Ku became the headmaster. He had too many things to do every day, and he became more and more concerned, so he deliberately kept his distance. Ji Fan is not a real child. Although he feels a little uncomfortable, he still understands what Qin Ku did. To put it bluntly, he and Qin Ku are not blood relatives. Qin Ku was grateful for the kindness of Ji Fan's mother and took care of him until he was 10 years old. Only after he was able to live independently did she send him away. This was already the most she could do. What's more, Qin Ku, who has become a local leader, has more and more concerns, and many of the things she does are actually beyond her control. Ji Fan sighed and said, I understand that you sent me away back then. The elders of each clan had their own ideas. They didn't want you to spend your time on me, but wanted you to focus all your attention on the interests of Wanjian Mountain. Besides, there is a difference between immortals and mortals. Immortal cultivators have a lifespan of 1,000 years or even more. Even though I am a carrier of the great Tao, I only have a lifespan of 100 years like a mortal. The most taboo thing for immortal cultivators is to be tied to the mortal world. It is not wrong to draw a clear line between them in time. Listening to Ji Fan's words, Qin Ku said, so, even if you understand all this, you still want to be angry with me? I'm not angry. Ji Fan said with a scorching gaze, I can guarantee that I can hate everyone in Wanjian Mountain, but I will always have feelings for you. After saying that, Ji Fan bowed to Qin Ku and turned to leave. Only Qin Ku was left, dressed in white, standing in front of the statue of the beauty, staring at the lake covered in moonlight in a trance. Ji Fan left Qin Ku's training residence, but was soon blocked by a graceful figure. The great demon Xia Xuanji. Xia Xuanji was dressed in purple, with a charming temperament, tenderness and sweetness. Her every frown and smile revealed all kinds of charm. Her slender waist and round red buttocks exuded a fatal temptation. You heartless boy, you just left without saying goodbye. Don't you even know how to say thank you to me? Xia Xuanji said angrily, glaring at Ji Fan with seductive eyes. Ji Fan hurriedly smiled and said, yes, I must thank you. I will never forget the kindness of Elder Xia in teaching me the secret method. The so-called secret method is the mantra to control the 180,000 flying swords in the Hunyuan sword armor. Ji Fan took the Hunyuan sword armor from Xiao Feng. The reason why he could control the changes of the Kuanpeng sword wings right away was mainly because Xia Xuanji told Ji Fan a mantra through telepathy at that time. This incantation is exactly the method of changing the wings of Kuanpeng sword. Xia Xuanji smiled and said, you are really lucky. My Xia family accidentally found the transformation technique of Kuanpeng sword wings. I also studied it, so I told you. Ji Fan smiled and said, then Elder Xia will suffer a great loss. If the top leaders of Wanjian Mountain knew about this secret method, they would probably spend a lot of money to buy it back. Do you think I'm someone who's short of money? Xia Xuanji smiled charmingly. Ji Fan was speechless. That was true. The Xia family was the richest family in the entire continent, and they had Jubaila branches all over the world. How could they be short of money? However, Xia Xuanji's secret technique given to Ji Fan at the critical moment was definitely not something that would be given to him for nothing. Elder Xia, are you here to settle accounts with me? Ji Fan asked. Xia Xuanji smiled, her beautiful and charming face moved closer, and said, of course we have to settle the account. I gave you the secret method for a purpose. Really? What's the purpose? Ji Fan asked. Xia Xuanji smiled softly, sister wants to please you. Ahem. Ji Fan took a step back. The naturally charming demon was indeed unmatched, so he said, Elder Xia, you should talk to her from a distance. Who can stand such a charming person? Can't you control your charming aura? Xia Xuanji said angrily, you are too mean, you are so young and you don't learn well. Ji Fan was speechless, then Elder Xia, please don't be so gentle when you speak. Maybe it will be better if you speak a little more harshly. A little fierce, huh? Okay, I'll satisfy you. Xia Xuanji smiled, then glared at him with her beautiful eyes, little thing, call me sister. Depend on. This is even more fascinating. Deliberate. This goblin definitely did it on purpose. Ji Fan was puzzled. What was Xia Xuanji trying to say? Couldn't she just say what she wanted to say? Seeing Ji Fan's embarrassed look, Xia Xuanji smiled and said, okay, I won't tease you anymore. Walk with me. I have something to talk to you about. Ji Fan nodded. He knew that Xia Xuanji had given him the secret method before and then came here to wait for him. She must have had a purpose. The two walked together on the mountain road. Xia Xuanji walked gracefully with her long legs, charmingly, and said, of course, I didn't give you the secret of Kunpeng sword wings for free. In fact, I want you to do something for me. What's the matter? Ji Fan asked. Do you know the place called Leizhe? Xia Xuanji said. Ji Fan nodded. Of course he knew about the land of Leizhe, a famous and dangerous place on the continent, which had been recorded in ancient books. There is a magnetic spirit vein in this Leizhe area, so this place can attract lightning. It is surrounded by terrible thunder all year round and it is extremely dangerous inside. Even the first-class masters on the continent avoid that place like snakes and scorpions. Xia Xuanji said, although the land of Leizhe is dangerous, there is something called thunder tribulation liquid in it. If you wash your body with thunder tribulation liquid, you can get the same effect as beast blood, and it can also make your body resistant to thunder magic. If a thunder practitioner uses it, it can also strengthen his own thunder magic. Recently, the headquarters of Jubao Tower plans to enter the land of Leizhe to collect a batch of thunder tribulation liquid. I need to gather a group of monks who are proficient in thunder magic to go with me. After all, to enter a place like the Thunder Lake, we need to drive and attract thunder. Without thunder monks, we can't move forward. Ji Fan understood. In other words, Xia Xuanji was impressed by his attainments in thunder magic and wanted to hire him. It is no secret that Ji Fan has cultivated his thunder magic to the level of supernatural power. He has demonstrated his thunder magic in the battles with He Xiu and Xiao Feng. Even though Ji Fan has never admitted it, everyone already thinks that Ji Fan's attainments in thunder magic are amazing. Entering the Leizhe area, such a dangerous place, Elder Xia. No, Sister Xuanji, you only use the secret technique of Kunpeng sword wings in exchange, isn't that a bit stingy? Ji Fan said, trying to get closer and changing the address. Although the secret technique of Kunpeng sword wings is precious enough, bargaining is always necessary when doing business. Xia Xuanji stretched out her slender jade fingers, tapped the battle suit on Ji Fan's body, and said, "Do you know where this Hunyuan sword suit came from? Isn't it the thing of the ancestor of Wanjian Mountain?" Ji Fan said. Xia Xuanji shook her head. "Actually, this is something from the Sword Saint Road. On the mainland, there is an ancient inheritance road called Sword Saint Road, which contains the inheritance and treasures left by the ancient Sword Saint. The ancestor of Wanjian Mountain was a participant in the Sword Saint Road, and it was on that road that he obtained this set of Hunyuan sword suit." Sword Saint Road, the ancient Sword Saint. Ji Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this set of Hunyuan sword suit was actually related to such a big shot. It can be said that all sword practitioners on the continent dream of becoming someone like the ancient Sword Saint. He is the ancestor of swordsmanship and has left behind too many legends. In ancient times, the ancient sword master used only his sword to kill people in the ancient times with fear. Ji Fan had never expected that this set of Hunyuan sword suit was actually related to the ancient Sword Saint. It was a treasure passed down from the ancient mythological era. Xia Xuanji smiled and said, "The strongest point of the Hunyuan sword suit lies in the changes between the 18,000 flying swords. Unfortunately, by the time it was passed down to this era, the formulas had long been lost, and only a set of dusty sword suits remained." Ji Fan smiled. He understood what Xia Xuanji meant. "That is to say, the Xia family knows some of the formulas, right?" Ji Fan said. Xia Xuanji smiled charmingly. "Someone from the Xia family once tried the Sword Saint path and did obtain 2 formulas. One of them is the formula for Kunpeng sword wings, and there is also an attack formula. If the operation in the Lei land goes smoothly this time, I will teach you this formula." Ji Fan's heart moved. This sword suit is indeed a good treasure. The Kunpeng sword wings are at best only an auxiliary change. If they can be changed to attack, and one can control this sword suit with the laws of the Tao, its power will be unimaginable. "Okay, I'll participate in the operation in Lei." Ji Fan said happily. Xia Xuanji smiled lightly, stretched out her slender jade palm, and said, "Okay, it's settled then, high five. Why do you still like to play such childish tricks? Come on, make a pinky promise." After returning to his residence, Ji Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, sensing his degree of compatibility with the Tao. There are 81 levels of the Great Tao, and I have already comprehended the 18th level. Previously, at the Qilin banquet, the battle with Xiao Feng actually allowed me to increase my compatibility with the Great Tao by 2 levels in one go. Ji Fan said with a smile. At the same time, he also realized that the Tao could be comprehended not only in his spiritual realm, but in fact, in battle, while applying the laws of the Tao, his degree of compatibility with the Tao was also increasing. Sure enough, for cultivators, practicing martial arts and fighting are both indispensable and are ways to improve themselves. "Brother Placenta, are you online?" Ji Fan took out the Chaos Stone. "I am sleeping now. Please don't bother me with trivial matters. Please leave a message for important matters. Wipe." Ji Fan shook the Chaos Stone vigorously. "Don't give me that. You even set an automatic reply, didn't you?" Ji Fan shook the Chaos Stone frantically and knocked it hard on the ground twice. "Damn it, what are you doing? I'm sleeping soundly, why are you making so much noise?" The Chaos Immortal Fetus finally replied. "What was that automatic reply just now?" Ji Fan was very curious. "How does the placenta know this? Is this guy a time traveler?" Chaos Immortal Embryo said, "This is a gadget I learned from the technological means of a planet with life while traveling through the starry sky before my nirvana. I used my mental power to weave a net. What you just heard was the echo of my mind. Damn, I seriously doubt whether this guy has been to Blue Planet. Ji-Fan thought so in his heart. Do you know how to extract beast blood? Ji-Fan asked, taking out the Bifang body obtained at the Qilin banquet. That's all. I'll give you a method to extract beast blood to 100%. You figure it out yourself and don't disturb my sleep, said the Chaos Immortal Fetus, throwing over a piece of mental information. This dog? Isn't it this seat? Ji-Fan asked. Chaos Immortal Fetus. Ji-Fan read the information sent by the Chaos Immortal Fetus in his mind, which was a method of refining beast blood. Its name was 100% Beast Blood Refining Technique 3.0 Revised Version. Ji-Fan was speechless. This way of naming is too casual, just like that of an online writer. However, Ji-Fan had no doubt at all about the method given by Chaos Immortal Embryo. This guy has traveled through the starry sky and is knowledgeable. Although the name of this technique for refining beast blood is not very good, it is called 100% extraction, so it must be unique. You know, there are thousands of ways to refine animal blood, but none of them can claim to be able to extract 100% of the essence. Whenever animal blood is refined, some of the essence will definitely be lost during the refining process, which is uncontrollable. Try it. Ji-Fan said. He cut a hole in the body of Bifang in front of him, and then performed 100% refining. A ray of divine light flew out from his palm, replacing the magic power, entering the body of Bifang and refining the essence of its blood. I have to say, although the name of this secret technique is not very impressive, it is indeed domineering and exquisite. The blood essence in Bifang Bao's body actually did not leak out at all. It was wrapped in a ray of divine light and condensed into a fist-sized blood stone, crystal clear, like a ruby. Soon, the blood essence in Bifang Bao's body was completely drained and flew out of Bifang Bao's body. Such a rich energy aura. Bifang is indeed the descendant of a divine beast. Its precious blood contains a rich divine essence. Ji-Fan exclaimed, looking at the ruby-like bloodstone in his palm. Next. He immediately tried to baptize his body with the precious blood of Bifang. No matter how powerful a divine body is, it still needs precious blood to be cleansed, because the power of a divine body comes from its unique innate divine arts, but it is still a flesh and blood body. In the fight for immortality, one has to face too many unknown dangers. Not to mention the battles between people, just after the Golden Core realm, the various catastrophes that one has to face every time one breaks through a realm are extremely terrifying. If the body is not strong enough, it will be reduced to ashes in the catastrophe. Take Ji-Fan for example. Being invulnerable to all kinds of magic and supernatural powers can certainly make him immune to all kinds of spells and magical powers, but the path to becoming an immortal involves more than just spells and magical powers. For example, the power of swordsmanship, various treasures, magical weapons left over from ancient times, and even immortal cultivators who mainly cultivate strength, all of these are enough to cause fatal damage to Ji-Fan. To put it simply, the so-called immunity to all magic means that the magic resistance is maxed out, but the physical defense is not good enough. The baptism of the body with various precious bloods makes up for this deficiency. The divine light of the great Tao wrapped around the ball of Bifang's precious blood and merged into Ji-Fan's body. He began to baptize his body with the precious blood. If ordinary people saw the way he refined beast blood, they would probably be scared to death. Others who refine the precious blood use vessels to refine it, and with the help of some natural treasures, they can use their flesh and blood to slowly melt the essence in the beast blood. Because the energy of beast blood is very overbearing, direct fusion is like having your meridians devoured by a powerful beast, which is extremely painful. Directly integrating the beast's blood into the body for refining is simply seeking death. Even the most powerful divine body would not dare to do such a thing. But Ji Fan didn't care at all. This ball of Bifang's precious blood was directly suppressed by the laws of the Tao, and was refined bit by bit within Ji Fan's body. The essential energy in the precious blood traveled through Ji Fan's limbs and bones. Wherever it passed, it strengthened his meridians, every inch of flesh and blood, and even his bones, baptizing his entire body from the inside out. His bones made a creaking sound, and his flesh and blood glowed with blood at this moment. It was a brilliant light like a gem, illuminating his entire body. Faintly, one could hear the cry of a divine bird coming from within Ji Fan's body. Ji Fan suddenly opened his eyes and spread his hands. A wisp of red flame transformed into a divine bird and coiled around his palm. No way, I'm so lucky, this is Bifang magic. It is said that some of these beast bloods contain inherent innate skills, especially the divine beasts or the descendants of divine beasts, whose bloodlines inherit the skills of the ancient divine beasts. In the process of refining the precious blood, there is a chance to obtain this divine beast technique, but the probability is very small. Moreover, the beast blood must be completely extracted. This alone has stumped countless people. Chaos Immortal Fetus heard the voice and said, "What's the big deal? First of all, this Bifang treasure body is well preserved. Secondly, I'm giving you the 100% extraction of beast blood technique, and it has been revised 3 times, becoming stronger and stronger. All these reasons combined will naturally allow you to obtain the treasure technique. It's just a small Bifang technique, there's nothing to make a fuss about. Go to sleep, it's getting darker." The Chaos Immortal Fetus said impatiently and fell asleep. The next few days, Ji Fan has been waiting for news from Xia Xuanji. Xia Ziyue has only come to see him once in the past few days. She said that she wanted to go into seclusion for a while. At the Qilin banquet, Xia Ziyue broke through the Fengji formation, but was instead restricted by the power of her own Feng Ho body. Xia Xuanji said that her practice was not enough, and specially arranged a training plan for Xia Ziyue. Ji Fan also had some free time. His daily routine, apart from entering Lingtai Fangcuan Mountain to comprehend the Great Tao, was to study thunder magic. Not long ago, Qin Ku came here and handed Ji Fan a volume of classics, saying that it was left by Ji Jianyun. Ji Jianyun majored in thunder magic during his lifetime. This volume of Thunder Code is the practice notes left by Ji Jianyun when he was practicing thunder magic. It not only records various thunder techniques, but also his practice experience. After leaving behind the Thunder Code, Qin Ku left. This is like wanting to eat hail. Ji Fan plans to go to the land of Lei Zhe, and he needs to familiarize himself with thunder magic. Moreover, these are the thunder methods practiced by his father Ji Jianyun, and they have special meaning to Ji Fan. Moreover, there are also several advanced thunder techniques in this Thunder Code, which, if practiced, can help Ji Fan improve his compatibility with the Great Tao. In just a few days, his compatibility with the Great Tao reached the 20th level. Although there was no feedback from the Great Tao, Ji Fan clearly felt that the ray of Great Tao divine light in his hand had become stronger. And there are more great laws that can be applied. Finally, on this day, news came from Jubao Tower that they would set out for Lei Zhe the next day. The next day, Ji Fan, carrying the Kunpeng sword wings on his back, cut through the void and came directly to the mountain where the Jubao Tower was located. In front of the Jubao Tower, Xia Xuanji was dressed in purple, charming and seductive, independent and fairy-like, as if making the mountains pale in comparison. Xia Ziyue was also beside her sister, still wearing silver armor, dressed like a valkyrie. The armor also outlined her graceful figure and did not look bulky at all. Moreover, Xia Ziyue's pair of flowing ponytails danced in the wind, full of youthful and lively atmosphere. After Ji Fan arrived here, he looked at the charming demeanor of the two sisters and couldn't help but secretly said, young people don't know how good sisters are, and mistakenly treat girls as treasures. Here I come. Xia Xuanji glared at Ji Fan and said. Why are you glaring at me? Ji Fan felt strange. Yes. Ji Fan nodded, looked at Xia Ziyue, and said, Ziyue, do you want to go with us? Humph, I won't go. I knew you were leaving today, so I came out specially to see you off. But now it seems that it's a bit redundant. Xia Ziyue glared at Ji Fan angrily and pouted her little mouth, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Ji Fan looked strange. Why are you two staring at me? And Ziyu, who made you angry? Xia Ziyue snorted lightly and said sarcastically, you are young and don't know how good your sister is. You mistakenly treat a girl as a treasure, right? She is quite good. Forehead. Ji Fan was suddenly embarrassed. Did I just mumble out loud? Nonsense, what do you think? Xia Ziyue frowned, rubbed her silver teeth, and there was a bit of sourness in her eyes. Ji Fan touched his nose awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. What? Are the people gathered? Didn't they say that there would be a team proficient in thunder magic? Xia Xuanji, dressed in purple, said, yes, but they are waiting for us somewhere else. This thunder magic team is made up of experts I summoned from the mainland. We can just go over and join them. Well, let's go without further ado. Ji Fan said. He originally thought that he was going to fly to the land of Lei Zhe on his sword. But unexpectedly, Xia Xuanji directly summoned a vehicle with 3 fairy birds, each of which had the blood of a divine beast and was a descendant of a divine beast. They pulled a luxurious chariot, descended from the sky, and landed in front of the Jubao Tower. These 3 immortal birds, both in appearance and bloodline, are the dream mounts of many immortal cultivators. But now, I am pulling the cart here. This chariot is also a treasure. There is a different world inside. The space is spacious and there is a small blessed land inside. The Xia family is so wealthy. If anyone becomes your son-in-law, he will be able to rise to the top overnight. Ji Fan couldn't help but sigh. Do you want to be a son-in-law? Xia Xuanji chuckled. No, I don't like the story of a son-in-law. Ji Fan shook his head. They got into the chariot, and the 3 immortal birds cried out, then flew into the air, left Wanjian Mountain and headed for the Lei Zhe area. There really was a different world inside the carriage, just like a valley, with picturesque scenery, singing birds, fragrant flowers, and even a holiday estate. I have to say, this enchantress Xia Xuanji really knows how to enjoy herself. With the speed of this car, we will be able to reach the Lei Zhe in 2 days. You should have a good rest and adjust yourself to peak condition before entering the Lei Zhe. Xia Xuanji smiled charmingly, then turned and left, leaving behind a graceful back. As the saying goes, if you have something to say, it will be long, and if you have nothing to say, it will be short. 2 days later. We finally arrived at the land of Lei Zhe. Ji Fan walked out of the carriage and looked at the Lei Zhe area in the distance. Before actually reaching the land of Lei Zhe, we could see the end of the horizon. It was extremely gloomy, with black clouds covering the sky. There were thunder and lightning everywhere, electric dragons and snakes entwined, and the breath of thunder and lightning was so strong that from afar one could feel a violent airflow belonging to thunder and lightning surging towards him, as if it was going to destroy everything in the world. Xia Xuanji, dressed in fluttering purple, stood beside Ji Fan and said, the gathering place is in front. The thunder magic team is there. Let's go over there. On a hill outside the Lei Zhe area. There were people setting up camp here, obviously the thunder magic team that Xia Xuanji mentioned. Miss Xia, you are here, Miss Xia is here, everyone come over. When these people saw Xia Xuanji coming, they quickly gathered people over. One after another, about a dozen people came over, both men and women, all of them had a very strong aura, and each of them was a powerful Jindan realm expert. "Miss Xia, do you still remember me?" At this time, a young man wearing a purple and gold robe, with luxurious clothes and extraordinary bearing, walked towards this side. He looked to be in his 20s, but his aura was stronger than anyone else here. These dozen people all followed the lead of this young man in the purple gold robe. "A rising star," Ji Fan said. "You also figured it out? This person is no ordinary person," Xia Xuanji said softly. "No, I just think this guy has two pointed horns on his head, so I call him Tujio Zhengrong," Ji Fan said, hugging his shoulders. "This is related to his physique. His name is Lei Tingyun. He comes from the well-known Lei Dao family on the mainland. He possesses the Lei family's ancestral physique, the Thunder Kirin King body," Xia Xuanji said, then walked towards Lei Tingyun and greeted him politely. Thunder Kirin. Ji Fan's heart moved slightly. Could it be that this physique involved the power of the divine beast? Qilin is the bloodline of an ancient mythical beast. This mythical beast is very particular. Qilin refers to the male Qilin, which represents fire and is also called the fire Qilin. Lin refers to the female Qilin, which controls water and is also called water Qilin. In other words, only the fire Qilin and the water Qilin are the true pure-blooded divine beasts. Others, such as the wind Qilin, thunder Qilin, black Qilin, etc., are just hybrid breeds with some of the divine beast's blood. In the Lei Dian family where Lei Tingyun belongs, there is a Thunder Kirin King body born in every generation, who is called the heir of the family and the next head of the family. Lei Tingyun is the heir of the Lei family of this generation. Xia Xuanji and Lei Tingyun exchanged a few polite words, and it could be clearly felt that Lei Tingyun had an obsession with Xia Xuanji, this great enchantress, and was trying to get close to her. Xia Xuanji responded with a polite smile. Lei Tingyun said proudly, "Miss Xia, don't worry. Now that I am here, no matter what trouble you encounter in the Lei Zhe land, I, Lei Tingyun, can help you solve it." Hehe, speaking of thunder magic, although everyone present is a thunder magic cultivator, how many of them can compare with the Thunder Qilin King body of my Lei family? I have to say, Lei Tingyun is very arrogant. But the people present had to admit it. Indeed, the Thunder Kirin King body can increase the power of any thunder magic by 2 to 3 times, which is already a very considerable number. "I'll trouble you this time, Mr. Lei. Jubao Tower will pay the Lei family sufficient compensation when the time comes," Xia Xuanji said with a smile. Lei Tingyun smiled confidently, and then said, "Miss Xia, although your cultivation is not low, you are not good at thunder magic. After entering the land of Lei Zhe, you must stay by my side at all times. I will ensure your safety." Xia Xuanji smiled and said nothing, then told everyone to get ready, and they entered the Lei Zhe area an hour later. During this period, Ji Fan sat alone and no one paid any attention to him. Some people noticed Ji Fan, but they didn't know that he was the mascot of the immortal world, the carrier of the avenue. They just frowned slightly when they saw that he was so young and had no mana fluctuations. However, they did not suspect that Ji Fan was immortal. He came with Xia Xuanji, and it was impossible for Xia Xuanji to find a mortal to help. The only possibility is that he is carrying some kind of magic weapon that can conceal the fluctuations of his magical power. But they looked down on Ji Fan because he was so young, still a teenager. They are all masters of the Jindan realm, and entering the Lei Zhe area is still full of dangers. And how high can a young man like Ji Fan's cultivation level be? After entering, he would be useless except for being a hindrance. But Ji Fan was brought by Xia Xuanji after all, so they gave face to Xia Xuanji and did not say it. How? At this moment, Xia Xuanji came to Ji Fan with a gust of fragrant wind and said with a faint smile. "They are all Jindan realm masters, it's scary. Even I, a mere Jinyuan realm master, am nervous. Ji Fan said casually. Xia Xuanji spat lightly and said angrily, "Stop it, I don't know you. You little scoundrel pretending to be a pig but trying to eat the tiger." "Who is pretending to be a pig? My realm is low to begin with, but no one believes it." Ji Fan curled his lips nonchalantly. Xia Xuanji rolled her eyes charmingly, looking like she was saying, "I don't believe you at all." "That Lei Tingyun, are you familiar with him?" Ji Fan asked. Xia Xuanji said, "Jubaila is in the Lei family's sphere of influence and has a branch, so naturally there is some cooperative relationship with the Lei family. I have met Lei Tingyun once before. His talent and strength are also ranked among the best among the younger generation. The Thunder Qilin King body should not be underestimated, and it far exceeds the ordinary genius." At this time, Lei Tingyun looked over and saw Xia Xuanji actually talking and laughing with a young man. The charm and tenderness between her eyebrows made this young master Lei jealous. "Miss Xia, who is this person?" Lei Tingyun walked over with his hands behind his back, walking as fast as a dragon or a tiger. "This is my friend, and I asked him to help," Xia Xuanji said with a smile. "Him? Come to help?" Lei Tingyun frowned, glanced at Ji Fan, and said, "He is so young, how strong should he be? He doesn't look like a favored child of a big power, can he really do it?" In their eyes, Ji Fan's age doesn't make him look like a master at all. Moreover, they did not think that Ji Fan would be the son of God or a genius of some big force, because those people were very famous, and their names and appearances were well known in the outside world. Xia Xuanji said, "Over the years, I have been staying at the Jubaila branch in Wanjian Mountain. I met this brother there. Don't underestimate him just because of his age." 10,000 Swords Mountain. Lei Tingyun looked at Ji Fan, a solemn expression flashed across his face, and he said, "I heard that a war king body appeared in Wanjian Mountain. Could it be, that you are Xiao Feng?" Xiao Feng. Ji Fan was speechless for a while. It seemed that Xiao Feng, the war king, was somewhat well known on the mainland. However, he was just his defeated opponent. "No," Ji Fan said calmly. "Huh." Lei Tingyun's eyes were filled with more sarcasm, and he said, "There is only one warrior body Xiao Feng in Wanjian Mountain who is worthy of attention. The others are not worth paying attention to. Boy, no matter how talented you are in Wanjian Mountain, this world is very big, and there are many strong people. You haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you dare to come to the land of Lei Zhe with your pretentiousness?" Ji Fan sneered, "It doesn't matter whether the hair is fully grown or not, but I am older than you." "What did you say? You are such a vulgar person." Lei Tingyun shouted in a deep voice. The aura of thunder and lightning on his body was astonishing. Ji Fan shrugged his shoulders. "I said I was brave and I dared to come to Lei Zhe at such a young age. What do you think I said?" "You." This time, Lei Tingyun was speechless. He thought to himself that you clearly didn't mean that just now. Did you think I didn't hear it? Now you're turning the tables on him, making Lei Tingyun look like someone with dirty thoughts. And it happened in front of Xia Xuanji. "Humph, you are so sharp-tongued." Lei Tingyun snorted coldly and said contemptuously, "You are brave, right? Very good. When you arrive at the Lei Zhe, don't let the thunder scare you to the point of peeing your pants." After saying that, Lei Tingyun swaggered away from here. He wanted to leave Xia Xuanji with a lonely and arrogant back. But this style, no matter how you look at it, it seems a bit deliberate and contrived. Looking at Lei Tingyun's back, Ji Fan sneered, "Young man." Xia Xuanji said with a smile, "You always speak in such an old-fashioned tone. This Lei Tingyun is obviously older than you." Ji Fan curled his lips. "He is older than me, but very naive. He thinks that he can attract the attention of beautiful women by belittling others to improve his own status. In fact, it looks very funny. He also wants to pose as a tall back figure, and even walks with his feet turned. His acting skills are too poor. Xia Xuanji smiled and nodded. Lei Tingyun's back looked a little unnatural. An hour later, everyone was ready to go and headed towards the Lei Zhe area. Boom! As soon as you enter the land of Lei Zhe, you will be filled with violent thunder and lightning. The atmosphere here was extremely violent, with lightning flashing everywhere, and the ground was pockmarked with holes everywhere. If you walk in such a place, if you are not careful or have bad luck, you will be struck by lightning. This is still the outskirts of the Lei Zhe land. The surrounding thunder and lightning are not too strong, but the deeper you go into the Lei Zhe land, the more violent the surrounding thunder becomes. One could even see that in the depths of the Lei Zhe area, spherical lightning was raging, shattering space wherever it passed. Prepare to drive away the thunder, Lei Tingyun said with a deep shout, acting like a leader. The next moment, all these thunder magic monks moved, and one by one they used thunder magic to disperse the thunder around them, preventing the lightning from getting close to them. Ji Fan did not take action because there was no need. The thunder and lightning here are still too weak. Huh, what's the matter? Are you scared to death? Lei Tingyun glanced at Ji Fan sarcastically and deliberately teased him. How do you know? Did it splash on your face? Ji Fan said indifferently. Lei Tingyun gritted his teeth and thought to himself that this kid was really sharp-tongued. He really looked down on Ji Fan. First of all, he was young and had no fame. He could not be a child of destiny. His status was totally incomparable to his own. The most important thing is that Xia Xuanji values this young man very much. Xia Xuanji mostly smiled politely at Lei Tingyun, but when it came to this young man, her eyes would reveal an intriguing tenderness, which made Lei Tingyun very unhappy. Hey, young man, don't hold us back. That's right. The danger of this thunder lake is far beyond your imagination. Now we are still on the periphery. Once you go inside, the thunder will be even more violent. We won't have time to take care of you. Other thunder law practitioners also spoke up. Among them, several followed Lei Tingyun's lead. Since Lei Tingyun disliked this young man, they were unwilling to get too close to Ji Fan. Everyone walked towards the Lei Zhe area. The further you go in, the more lightning gathers in the Lei Zhe area. Everyone started to use methods to drive away the mines. Ji Fan was walking at the back of the team. Some wandering mines approached him and were easily driven away by him. But gradually, the thunder became more and more, accompanied by rumbling sounds, and one after another, violent thunder struck towards Ji Fan and the others. The land of Lei Zhe is indeed unusual and dangerous. No wonder even though people know there is thunder liquid inside, few people dare to come here over the years. Lei Tingyun frowned. Boom! One after another, violent thunder fell and gathered together, just like a waterfall of thunder, rushing towards everyone. The rolling river of thunder contained a breath of destruction, as if a thunder dragon from the 9 heavens had sent down a breath of thunder, carrying with it a sense of oppression and destruction. Even these Jindan realm thunder magic practitioners had a drastic change of expression at this moment. If they were hit by this, even they would be turned into charcoal. Roar! Just at this moment, a beast roar came from within Lei Tingyun's body, as if a prehistoric beast from ancient times had awakened within his body, and a restless power came from it. Follow closely. Lightning flashed from Thunder Cloud's body and condensed into a giant thunder beast with horns behind him. Its body was covered with purple hair and looked very similar to the legendary mythical beast Qilin, but it was not a real Qilin. The real Qilin does not have hair. It is said that the descendants of Qilin are called common beasts, and common beasts have hair, so according to legend, common beasts are called the ancestors of hairy beasts. The so-called thunder Qilin should be the descendant of common beasts, with Qilin blood. Even so, the power of Thunder Kirin and its control over thunder and lightning are still strong. Roar! The shadow of the Thunder Kirin roared, and in an instant, the thunder was dispersed. Everyone also took action to assist Thunder Cloud in dispersing the waterfall of thunder. Boom! At last! This waterfall of lightning was shattered, and scattered bolts of lightning were driven out and flew in all directions. Snort! Lei Tingyun snorted coldly, a little out of breath. It was obvious that dispersing this waterfall of thunder was quite exhausting for him. I didn't expect that this Lei Zhe area is more dangerous than I imagined. Even for me, when I get here, I have to use 50% of my magic power to resist. Lei Tingyun said. Everyone. Ji Fan was also speechless. This guy will die if he doesn't pretend to be cool. Lei Tingyun turned around, glared at Ji Fan, and said, "Everyone took action just now, why didn't you take action?" Huh? So you need help from others. Seeing how arrogant you are, I thought I could handle it myself. If I help you, I'm afraid I'll embarrass you. Ji Fan said disapprovingly. Humph. Lei Tingyun snorted coldly, I really don't know why we asked you to come here. You are of no use at all. Although this operation was initiated by Miss Xia, it is for the common interests of everyone. I suggest that those useless people be kicked out of the team directly. The thunder cloud is very targeted at Ji Fan. It wasn't just because Xia Xuanji looked down on his strength that Lei Tingyun rejected him. The key was that Xia Xuanji was too close to him, which made Lei Tingyun jealous. Then I'll leave? Ji Fan smiled and said, but you don't have the final say. Even if I want to leave, Sister Xuanji won't let me go. If you don't believe me, just ask. Xia Xuanji knew that Ji Fan did it on purpose, but she could only cooperate and smiled. Yes, you are not allowed to leave. Oh my God. Lei Tingyun was so angry. Why did he feel like these two were flirting with each other? Ji Fan spread his hands to Lei Tingyun, whose face turned pale with anger. Ji Fan's eyes were clearly telling him. Lulyalu. If Lei Tingyun hadn't wanted to maintain his image in front of Xia Xuanji, he would have probably beaten Ji Fan by now. They continued to walk towards the depths of the Thunder Lake. The deeper they went, the more violent the power of thunder became, and there were even spherical lightning flying from the depths. Each ball of lightning contains violent thunder, and it takes the combined efforts of everyone to disperse it. Boom! Sudden. Violent breath of thunder and lightning gathered in the sky. In an instant, all the thunder was concentrated there and turned into a vortex of thunder and lightning, covering everyone's heads. Even the spherical lightning flying from the depths of the Thunder Lake was sucked away by the suction force of the lightning vortex and became part of the lightning vortex. A thunder and lightning storm swept down from the thunder and lightning vortex, instantly covering the surrounding area. A terrifying aura of destruction fell from the vortex of thunder and lightning, as if it could destroy the world and make people feel suffocated. This is a thunderstorm. Oh my God, why is there a thunderstorm gathering here? Disperse it quickly. We cannot let the lightning vortex descend, or everyone will die. Everyone shouted, their faces pale and their eyes full of fear. They were all thunder magic practitioners and knew very well the consequences of a thunderstorm. Even someone like Lei Tingyun, who possessed the body of a Thunder Kirin king, would still suffer a catastrophic disaster under the power of a thunderstorm. Everyone shouted loudly and used the thunder-driving technique to the extreme, trying to break the surrounding thunder and lightning storm and escape. But the power of the thunderstorm was so strong that in the half-suspended lightning vortex, lightning storms kept pouring out and could not be dispersed at all. Boom! Moreover, that vortex of lightning was also sinking at an incredible speed, like a giant mountain of thunder pressing down. The aura of destruction contained in it made it difficult for everyone to breathe, as if it would collapse at any time. Even the shadow of the thunder kirin condensed by the thunder cloud could not help but lower its head in the face of the power of the thunderstorm. No, we can't disperse it at all. We will die. We will die here. How could this happen? The power of the Lei Zhe land is so terrifying. Master Lei, you should think of a solution quickly. Right now, everyone can only place their hopes on Lei Tingyun. If even Lei Tingyun, the first heir of the Lei family, is helpless, then they are completely finished. Xia Xuanji glanced at Ji Fan and saw that he looked calm, which made her feel more secure. Boom! The lightning vortex was getting lower and lower, and violent bolts of lightning rushed out from it, hitting several monks in the blink of an eye, causing them to scream in pain. Half of their bodies were blown black, and they collapsed to the ground. No, we can't hold on. This thunderstorm has gathered too much lightning power. We're going to die here. Master Lei, please think of a solution quickly. We can only rely on you now. The others screamed in panic. Although they all understand thunder magic, compared with the thunder power that has been accumulated in the Lei Zhe land for many years, their thunder magic is nothing but child's play. Hateful. Lei Tingyun gritted his teeth. At this moment, he was staring at a place in the distance. He could feel that the lightning storm there was the weakest. If I attack with all my strength, maybe I can break through. But he could only break through alone, and it was impossible for him to break through with everyone else. Humph, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. In this situation, I can't care about others. Lei Tingyun thought to himself, what's more, thunderstorms gather here, which means that lightning from other places has been attracted here. Maybe after I go out, I can reach the depths of the Thunder Tribulation land by myself and harvest a large amount of Thunder Tribulation liquid, which is a very rare treasure. Think of this. A sneer flashed in Lei Tingyun's eyes. He turned around to look at Xia Xuanji, then looked at the others. Roar! A thunder kirin appeared behind the thunder cloud, roaring like thunder. He was completely wrapped in the shadow of the thunder kirin and rushed out of the lightning storm at an astonishing speed. Everyone, I'm sorry, I have to leave first. Don't blame me. Blame it on you being too weak and unable to protect yourselves. The voice of Thunder Cloud was heard, and he merged with the shadow of the thunder kirin and blasted towards the lightning storm in front of him. He blasted a gap in the lightning storm and drilled out. However, this gap was quickly filled by the lightning power surging out of the lightning vortex, and the lightning storm was still strong and fierce. How could it be? Mr. Lei, how could you do this? The rest of the people were all horrified. Lei Tingyun actually abandoned everyone and ran away, even Xia Xuanji, whom he admired. Along the way, everyone could see that Lei Tingyun was interested in Xia Xuanji, and that look in his eyes couldn't lie. But at the critical moment, Lei Tingyun not only abandoned everyone, but also Xia Xuanji, and ran for his life alone. It's human instinct to seek good fortune and avoid danger. At such a critical moment, it's also human nature for him to escape alone to save his life. Ji Fan said lightly. Everyone was disheartened, and it was true that if they were in their shoes, they would probably run alone if they had the ability to break through the obstacles on their own. After all, people are selfish. But once the thunderclouds left, these people suffered even more from being unable to withstand the power of the thunderstorm. Destruction was already a foregone conclusion and could not be changed. What do you think? Do you have any ideas? At this time, Xia Xuanji looked at Ji Fan. Ji Fan said, this thunderstorm has already formed. It is basically impossible to drive away the lightning from the outside, but it is very easy to destroy it from the inside. Xia Xuanji's expression changed, and he said, "You mean, you want to enter the thunderstorm? That won't work. Even if a Yuanying realm expert enters the thunderstorm, he won't be able to survive, and will be smashed into pieces by the thunder." Ji Fan smiled and said, "Sister Xuanji, have you forgotten how I got the title of the mascot of the cultivation world?" Xia Xuanji's eyes lit up, and she said in surprise, "Could it be that, being immune to all laws also makes one immune to the laws of heaven and earth?" Ji Fan nodded and said, "The thunder in the Lei land is indeed the law of heaven and earth, that is, the power of heaven and earth. In fact, the mana of immortal cultivators is also imitating the law of heaven and earth. For me, it doesn't matter what kind of mana it is." After saying, Ji Fan took a step forward and said to the people around him, "If you don't want to die, move aside." What are you going to do? It's useless. With so many Jindan realm cultivators attacking us, we can't resist. What's the use even if we add you, said a female cultivator. Forget it, little brother. I had no choice but to say bad things to you before, but your cultivation is too poor. Even with one more of you, nothing can be changed. Another person also said, completely disheartened, and sat on the ground. At this moment, even if you take action, what can you change? Although I really want to swear, it's pointless. Before I die, let me be a handsome man in peace. Ji Fan ignored them. He looked at the vortex of thunder and lightning that was about to sink. He controlled the chaos purple bamboo and flew towards the vortex of thunder and lightning in the air. Holy crap! Is he crazy? Are you going to rush over and die? That's the core of the thunderstorm. Anyone who gets close will be turned into ashes in an instant. This is the first time I've seen someone commit suicide like this. Can't we wait a little longer? The ending will be the same anyway. Faced with Ji Fan's surprising behavior, everyone was shocked and confused. Is there any difference between actively seeking death now and being submerged by the thunderstorm later? They are both the same. It's painful, and you will be reduced to ashes in an instant. Xia Xuanji clenched her white fists tightly, staring at Ji Fan who was soaring into the sky without blinking. Although we know that Ji Fan's avenue carrier is invulnerable to all kinds of attacks, can he really be immune to the power of heaven and earth? After all, the thunder in this Lei land is the law of heaven and earth, not the magic power of immortal cultivators. Ji Fan flew his sword and rushed directly into the lightning vortex at the core of the thunderstorm. Boom! In an instant, thousands of lightning bolts appeared. The energy at the core of the thunderstorm was so violent that it directly flooded towards Ji Fan. But as soon as these countless lightning bolts touched Ji Fan, all of them turned invisible. In the thunderstorm, these thunders that were powerful enough to destroy everything, after entering Ji Fan's body, were like a drop in the ocean, vanishing into nothing. As expected, the laws of heaven and earth are still useless against the invulnerable. Ji Fan grabbed a handful of the surrounding lightning, as if he was touching the clear water of a stream. Boom! There was a tremendous amount of thunder inside the thunderstorm, but Ji Fan stood proudly in the middle of it, allowing thousands of lightning bolts to hit him, but he was alone. Certainly, outsiders cannot see this scene. Because this place has been completely submerged by lightning, no one knows what is happening inside the thunderstorm. Ji Fan flew into the core area of the thunderstorm on his sword. The chaotic purple bamboo under his feet, facing the power of the thunderstorm, was still as solid as a rock, without any signs of damage. If it were any other immortal sword, it would have been chopped into pieces long ago. As Ji Fan expected, after passing through the outer edge of the thunderstorm, the core area was calm and the thunder pressure was not that alarming. Ji Fan raised his hand and chaos purple bamboo flew into his hand. At the same time, a ray of divine light from the Great Way wrapped around the bamboo sword. Based on the divine light of the great Tao, guide the laws of the great Tao to come. Thunder and lightning retreat. Ji Fan swung the bamboo sword in his hand vigorously, using the thunder-driving technique that any thunder magic practitioner would use. And at this moment, below the thunderstorm, Xia Xuanji and others looked at the sinking vortex of lightning, which was like a huge mountain of thunder pressing down. The terrifying lightning pressure and the astonishing aura of destruction made all of them breathless. At this moment, everyone seemed to have accepted their fate and waited for the final judgment. Several people hugged their heads in pain, unwilling to accept the reality. Even cultivators, facing the coming of death, were no different from ordinary people. Only Xia Xuanji stared at the vortex of lightning without blinking, as if expecting something. Sudden. An astonishing thing happened. The sinking vortex of lightning suddenly stopped. Even the rumbling thunder disappeared, and all the lightning stopped at this moment, as if time had stopped. Boom! Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a deafening roar, the half-suspended lightning vortex suddenly exploded, and all the lightning rushed into the sky and was immersed in the vast void. This thunderstorm just disappeared. Damn! What's going on? What happened? The thunderstorm actually dispersed. Someone dispersed the thunderstorm? How is that possible? How high a level of cultivation does one need to have to be able to disperse a thunderstorm? Wait, look, it's that boy. Everyone looked up. Amidst the scattered lightning in the sky, a heroic young man was seen slowly falling from the sky. Against the backdrop of thousands of lightning bolts, he looked like a young god of thunder, with bright armor and flying black hair. Xia Xuanji smiled, feeling extremely excited. Her expectations were finally not disappointed. Ji Fan really did it. He went into the thunderstorm alone and dispelled the disaster with his own strength. His extraordinary youthful demeanor was so stunning that even this great demon's heart was shaken. He is still alive. He entered the thunderstorm but did not die. Moreover, he dispersed the thunderstorm. We really underestimated him. Could it be that some old senior has regained his youth? With such skills, he can't be a teenager at all. These Thunder Law monks were stunned with shock, staring blankly at Ji Fan, who fell from the sky. Ji Fan fell from midair, glanced at Xia Xuanji, and said, "How's this pretending?" Xia Xuanji smiled tenderly and said, "You are quite capable. I thought you went through the thunderstorm alone and escaped like the thundercloud." In fact, Xia Xuanji had this idea just now. He believed that Ji Fan could rely on his own invulnerability to all attacks and enter the thunderstorm, but Xia Xuanji was unsure whether he could disperse the thunderstorm. It would also make sense if Ji Fan left alone through the thunderstorm. "You are a responsible boy. It's worth your sister's love for you." Xia Xuanji walked over gracefully and said with a charming smile. "Don't flatter me. If I can't disperse this thunderstorm, I might really leave." Ji Fan shrugged. Xia Xuanji cast a charming and angry look at her. "Then you can bear to watch your sister die here." Ji Fan smiled, leaned close to Xia Xuanji's ear, and whispered, "They will definitely die, but with Sister Xuanji's ability, I don't believe this thunderstorm can take your life." This is Ji Fan's true words. Xia Xuanji is from the richest family in the world, and judging from her identity, she should be quite important in the family. If a person like this said that he didn't have any valuable life-saving treasure on him, Ji Fan would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. From the beginning to the end of this thunderstorm, the two calmest people were Ji Fan and Xia Xuanji. Ji Fan remained calm because he knew that this thunderstorm could not hurt him. As for why Xia Xuanji was so calm, she certainly didn't simply believe that Ji Fan could handle it. For anyone to be so fearless in the face of a life-and-death crisis, there is only one explanation, and that is that she believes she will not die. Xia Xuanji was very smart, and seemed to have guessed Ji Fan's thoughts. At this moment, she leaned close to Ji Fan's ear, whispering softly and charmingly, "So you have been paying attention to me all the time. Are you thinking of something good again?" Ahem. Ji Fan coughed dryly and took a few steps back. "You win, I can't beat you," Ji Fan said speechlessly. "This big goblin, I am definitely no match for him." Xia Xuanji hugged her breasts, her purple dress fluttering, and she smiled softly, "But you have indeed made a great contribution. When we enter the depths of the Lei Zhe, I will give you a special reward." Special rewards. These words seemed to imply something. Regardless of whether Xia Xuanji meant this or not, any man who heard this would probably think of something wrong. "Well, please control your coquettish attitude, we are in front of so many people." Ji Fan touched his nose and said. Xia Xuanji raised her eyebrows proudly, with a hint of provocation. Ji Fan was embarrassed and quickly changed the subject, shouting to the Lei Fa team not far away, "It's getting late, let's keep going." "Yes, senior," those Thunder Law monks said respectfully. Compared to before, they have completely changed their attitude, and in their hearts, Ji Fan is not a teenager at all. "Senior?" Ji Fan was stunned. "You called me the wrong name, I am just a handsome young man." A female cultivator said, "Senior, please stop joking. What young man can have such ability? Even the sons of gods from powerful forces may not be able to do it. Senior looks so young, he must have regressed and deliberately concealed his cultivation." "Yes, yes, yes. Senior even hid the fluctuations of his magic power. He must want to keep a low profile." Ji Fan was speechless for a while. "It's not that I really want to keep a low profile, it's that I really don't have any mana, so where does the mana fluctuation come from?" However, Ji Fan was too lazy to explain, as his situation was indeed difficult to explain. And even if it is explained, people will only believe their own inner thoughts, which is of no use at all. Next. Everyone continued on their way. The Thunder Masters were dispersing lightning along the way. In some small situations, Ji Fan didn't need to take action at all. Unless they encountered a situation that they could not resist, Ji Fan would personally disperse the thunder. They were gradually approaching the depths of the Lei Zhe land, but they felt more relaxed than when they first entered the Lei Zhe land. Because everyone knows that there is a god-level figure around them, their confidence is greatly increased and they feel no pressure at all. If they encounter problems that cannot be solved, this senior will definitely be able to handle them all. Even along the way, these people started talking and laughing. "What level of cultivation do you think this senior has?" "The lowest level is the nascent soul stage. Only those who are above the nascent soul stage have this ability." "Indeed, I heard that cultivators above the nascent soul stage have the opportunity to rewind their youth." That idiot Lei Tingyun actually targeted this senior. Fortunately, this senior has a good temper, otherwise Lei Tingyun would not know how he died. Ha, but Lei Tingyun didn't get any advantage. A senior is always a senior. Even the way they speak is different. Every time Lei Tingyun said something to put pressure on others, he ended up getting pissed off. He has the upper hand. Ha, that's true. Ji Fan was speechless for a while as he listened to these people's discussions. I have to say, in this world where strength is respected, as long as you have strength, even your fart will smell good. Ji Fan actually didn't care much about them, and couldn't even remember all their names. "I only remember 3 names. A guy who practices thunder magic and spear techniques, named Lu Ming, talks the most. A woman who practices thunder swordsmanship, named Han Xian. There is also a fat man named Bai Wugue, who majors in the thunder palm and takes a violent and sweeping approach. These 3 people are also the strongest among this group." At this time, Xia Xuanji came over and handed Ji Fan a jade gourd. "Senior, you must be tired, would you like some water? Ji Fan rolled his eyes. Sister, stop joining in the fun. Xia Xuanji smiled sweetly and said, you are so funny. By the way, we are about to reach the depths of the Lei area. Let's find a safe place to regroup and adjust to peak condition before going in. There are ball lightning everywhere there, and the danger is much greater than here. Good. Ji Fan nodded. Not long after, they spotted a valley ahead. This valley is very strange. There seems to be no lightning approaching the surrounding area. The lightning in the Lei area is all circling around. It seems that the Thunder Tribulation Valley really exists. The woman named Han Xian said, it is recorded in ancient books that there is a valley in the land of Lei where lightning and thunder bypass each other. It is a safe area in the land of Lei. I think this valley is it. Let's go in and take a rest before heading deeper into the Lei area. Xia Xuanji said, walking forward. In the Thunder Valley. When everyone walked in, they were all stunned by the scene before them. My God, spiritual medicine, there are so many spiritual medicines in this Lei land, and they are all of excellent quality. They are natural treasures. Millennium Dragon Snake Pill, Lightning Fruit, 8th rank Precious Ginseng, 3-leaf Snow God Flower, Heart of the Earth. These are all rare medicinal herbs on the market. This Thunder Tribulation Valley is simply a huge medicinal garden. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. With so many elixirs, they were going to be rich now. Not to mention anything else, just taking these elixirs out is worth more than the reward for this mission. Xia Xuanji tapped her fair chin and said, a place of great disasters will give birth to a place of good fortune, with more than just the Thunder Tribulation liquid as a treasure. This time, we found the Thunder Tribulation Valley by chance, which can be regarded as a benefit for everyone on this trip. It can be felt that Xia Xuanji has very high standards. Even the elixirs all over the ground are not worth his attention for this great demon from the Xia family. Wait, there are people in the Thunder Tribulation Valley. At this time, someone said. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that there was indeed a person picking spiritual herbs in the Thunder Tribulation Valley. Thunder Cloud. After seeing this man's appearance, everyone immediately glared at him. Unexpectedly, the Thunder Cloud also came to the Thunder Tribulation Valley, and took the lead in attacking the spiritual medicine in the Thunder Tribulation Valley. It's you. Lei Tingyun also discovered Ji Fan and the others, and couldn't help but be surprised. How come you are still alive? It may surprise you, but we are living very well, said the fat man by Wugue. Humph, Mr. Lei, it's true that we meet everywhere in life. We are still alive, sorry to disappoint you. Han Xian also said. Lei Tingyun's face didn't look very good. Previously, under the thunderstorm, Lei Tingyun was only concerned with escaping for his own life, abandoning everyone else, and said, just go if you want to go, and did not forget to make a few sarcastic remarks before leaving. Unexpectedly, these people were not dead and were all alive and well. When they met again, the scene was awkward for a while. But this is also human nature. In moments of life and death, it is human instinct to seek good fortune and avoid harm. Although everyone was repelled by Lei Tingyun, they were not mortal enemies. At most, they were just too lazy to deal with such a person. You know, not long ago, several of these people wanted to curry favor with Lei Tingyun and follow his lead. But now, they saw the thunder clouds and hid far away. Snort. Lei Tingyun was arrogant and proud. Seeing the attitude of these people, he was too disdainful to pay any attention to them and walked towards Xia Xuanji. Miss Xia, are you hurt? Lei Tingyun asked softly, as if he had forgotten the scene of abandoning Xia Xuanji. It's okay. Fortunately, we still have an ace, and everyone escaped the thunderstorm. Xia Xuanji said lightly, with no emotion showing. Miss Xia, Lei Tingyun clearly felt Xia Xuanji's attitude and said, in that situation, you know, I had no choice. Yes, you really have no choice. Ji Fan sneered, that is indeed human instinct. We don't have much friendship. We only became companions because of this mission. It's a bit of a joke to say that we share life and death. We won't blackmail you morally, but our lack of hostility towards you doesn't stop us from hating you now. Do you understand? You. Lei Tingyun glared at Ji Fan and scolded, do you have the right to speak here? Who do you think you are? How dare you interrupt? Get out. Thunder Cloud, you are so outrageous. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Ming, Han Xian, Bai Wugui and a group of other cultivators immediately stood up, appeared behind Ji Fan, and confronted Lei Tingyun. Lei Tingyun, that's right. We won't cause trouble for you, but we won't treat you well either. Han Xian said with a cold snort. Lei Tingyun looked gloomy, and laughed sarcastically, saying, looking for trouble with me? With you? Are you worthy? Don't blame me for speaking harshly. Even if you all attack together, you are not enough for me to defeat alone. You. Lu Ming, Han Xian, Bai Wuliang and the others gritted their teeth, but they had to admit that they were indeed no match for Lei Tingyun. The opponent's Thunder Kirin King body was nothing to be trifled with. Huh, are you crazy? You want to offend me for such a loser? Lei Tingyun hugged his shoulders and looked at Ji Fan with disdain and curled his lips. Shut up. Bai Wugui shouted, what qualifications do you have to criticize others? Without him, we would not have gotten out of the thunderstorm this time. If you dare to speak rudely again, don't blame us for turning hostile. Huh, what can you do if we fall out? Wait. Lei Tingyun smiled contemptuously, but soon showed surprise and said, what did you just say? Was it this guy who rescued you? Just him? Can he solve the problem that I, Lei Tingyun, can't solve? What a joke. Shut up, Lei Tingyun. Xia Xuanji couldn't listen any longer. Lei Tingyun's arrogance and conceit made the big goblin completely angry. The cooperation between Jubao Tower and the Lei family has come to an end. You are no longer needed for this mission. However, Jubao Tower is not a stingy person and will still give you the reward you deserve. Xia Xuanji stared at Lei Tingyun with her phoenix eyes. Good, very good. Lei Tingyun gnashed his teeth and glared at Ji Fan with a face full of resentment. For such a small bastard, you all turned against me, Lei Tingyun. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Roar. A beast roar came from Lei Tingyun's body, and astonishing electric currents rippled out from his body. Behind him, they condensed into the shadow of a thunder unicorn, emitting tremendous thunder power. You still want to take action? Humph, Lei Tingyun, I really overestimated you. Xia Xuanji shouted, her phoenix eyes filled with anger. Ji Fan smiled and said, don't say that. Everyone has a sense of shame. This guy abandoned you and ran away before. When he faced you again, he felt ashamed. This shame made him angry and he just took the opportunity to explode. Lei Tingyun was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Because what Ji Fan said was very right, he was just angry and humiliated, and his shyness towards Xia Xuanji, coupled with the fact that everyone was against him at the moment, made the usually unruly Lei Tingyun want to start a killing spree to vent his personal anger. Boy, you have a very poisonous mouth, but you will die because of it. Today I will blow you to pieces. Lei Tingyun shouted, with murderous intent in his eyes. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other with obscure expressions. He, Lei Tingyun, I advise you to be kind. Lu Ming said with a smile. They have all seen Ji Fan in action. If this senior gets serious, even 10 thunderclouds may not be his match. This guy actually wanted to kill Ji Fan. He was totally courting death. Huh, kid, these people can't protect you. They are no match for me. Lei Tingyun said arrogantly, no one can save you today. You are dead. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Tingyun made a domineering move, curled his fingers into claws, and grabbed towards Ji Fan. In an instant, lightning surged, and a Qilin claw formed entirely of thunder blasted out. This attack actually tore the space in front of it apart. Even a mountain would be shattered by this attack. It was obvious that Thunder Cloud used killing means as soon as it came up. Thunder Palm. At this time, Ji Fan moved and slapped out with his palm. A dazzling lightning flashed and a thick beam of lightning roared out like a thunder dragon and collided with the lightning unicorn claw. Bang! At the first encounter, the Thunder Qilin claw was shattered on the spot, as if it was made of paper and was easily torn apart. What? Lei Tingyun cried out in shock, but at such a close distance, he couldn't dodge at all and was blasted away with a bang. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Lei Tingyun's mouth, and his body flew far away like a kite with a broken string. This. For a moment, Han Xian, Lu Ming, Bai Wugui and other members of the Leifa team were extremely amazed. Although they knew that Lei Tingyun could not defeat Ji Fan, they were still surprised that he was easily blown away by a Thunder Palm. Is this the Thunder Palm? How can it be so powerful? Lu Ming said in astonishment. Thunder Palm is actually palm thunder. It is the most common type of long-range thunder attack. We all use it, but compared with the Thunder Palm of our predecessors, it is nothing. Han Xian said. Of course, because this simple Thunder Palm has reached the level of a magical power. Bai Wugui said, the Thunder Palm I majored in is an advanced version of the Thunder Palm. It is fierce and domineering, but it is still far inferior to the Thunder Palm of my predecessors. A casual palm strike is a magical power. To achieve this, one must have mastered the art of thunder to a very high level. Now. Ji Fan looked at the thunder cloud that was blown away, frowned slightly, and turned to look at Xia Xuanji. Didn't they say that the Thunder Qilin King body is very strong? He is quite strong. Xia Xuanji spread her hands and said, Lei Tingyun is at the peak of the Golden Core realm. Although his physique is not as good as Xiao Feng's War King body, his realm is above Xiao Feng. Logically speaking, he should be stronger than Xiao Feng. In the distance, Lei Tingyun struggled to get up from the ground, his face was disheveled and his hair was disheveled. How is it possible, you can actually hurt me, and, using the same thunder method? Lei Tingyun raised his head and glared at Ji Fan. I didn't expect that you are just an embroidered pillow, good-looking but useless. I am very disappointed. Ji Fan raised his hand, still with the thunder palm, and the palm contained a violent aura of thunder and lightning. He was indeed a little disappointed, as he had originally wanted to see the unique thunder magic of the Thunder Qilin King body. You're looking for death. If I get serious, you'll only bring shame upon yourself. Thunder Cloud roared, and the shadow of the purple lightning unicorn behind him also roared, opened his mouth wide, and exhaled a breath of lightning, blasting towards Ji Fan's thunder palm. Boom! Two bolts of lightning collided in mid-air, instantly detonating violent energy. The two thunders confronted each other, and circles of lightning waves spread out in mid-air like ripples, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. But it only took a breath or two. The thunder in Ji Fanlei's palm completely suppressed Lei Qilin's breath. Impossible. A mere thunder palm can actually defeat my Kirin thunder technique. Lei Tingyun widened his eyes in surprise. Humph, I thought the Thunder Kirin was so great, but it turns out to be just a glowing wild dog. Break it for me. Ji Fan said in a deep voice. Boom! The breath of Thunder Kirin was torn apart on the spot, and the light of Thunder Palm blasted straight towards the thunder cloud. Lei Tingyun groaned and was blasted away again, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. You dare to underestimate the Wang Ji fighting body of my Lei family. You are looking for death. Thunder Cloud roared, and lightning surrounded his whole body, and Lei Qilin roared behind him. With just this little ability, you still dare not let me underestimate you. You are so mysteriously confident. Ji Fan sneered and walked towards the thunder cloud. Roar. The sound of Qilin's roar spread throughout the Thunder Tribulation Valley. Lei Tingyun got serious and exerted all the strength of the Thunder Kirin King body. The purple lightning surged and was filled with destructive aura. What a terrifying aura! Is this the Thunder Cloud at full power? The Thunder Qilin King body is indeed extraordinary. It is naturally friendly to thunder magic. This is the talent of this king's extreme combat body. Any thunder magic can produce 2 to 3 times the power. It is not comparable to ordinary people like us. Everyone exclaimed. Boom! Purple lightning danced wildly across the sky. I will make sure you die without a complete corpse. Thunder Cloud roared, and a lightning spear appeared in his hand. On it was the shadow of a purple unicorn running and jumping, which was completely condensed from lightning. Qilin Jia, kill! Lei Tingyun shouted with cruelty in his eyes, and swung his lightning spear. In an instant, the sky was filled with purple lightning, which condensed into a vivid purple lightning unicorn, which pounced towards Ji Fan with mighty and domineering power. At the same time, Thunder Cloud and the purple lightning unicorn attacked together, and the spear pierced Ji Fan's chest. The Lei family's ancestral martial arts technique, Qilin Tribulation, works perfectly with the Thunder Qilin King body. Senior, be careful. Lu Ming shouted not far away. Humph, it's just a glowing wild dog, not a Qilin. Ji Fan sneered, and in his palms, a torrential force of thunder and lightning condensed. The next moment, the power of thunder and lightning condensed into a huge hammer, more than 1 person tall, and was grabbed by Ji Fan in his hand. Thor's hammer. Boom! Ji Fan swung the lightning hammer with one hand and smashed it hard on the Thunder Kirin that was rushing towards him. With a loud bang, the Thunder Kirin was smashed to pieces on the spot. It broke. It only took 1 strike. Is that Thor's hammer? Yes, it's Thor's hammer, a kind of thunder method with great attacking power. I can also use this trick, but the Thor's hammer I condensed is only 1 foot long. It's amazing that Senior can make Thor's hammer so big. Han Xian said, feeling it was unbelievable. It seemed that the power of any thunder technique was infinitely amplified in the hands of this Senior. Lei Qilin was beaten to pieces. Lei Tingyun's face was filled with shock. But before he could exclaim, Ji Fan had already swung the lightning hammer again, carrying a torrential thunder power, and blasted towards him. Lei Tingyun's face turned pale. The power of this attack made him feel under tremendous pressure and he had to fight back with all his strength. Kill! The thunder and lightning spear was raised, and a purple unicorn head condensed on the top of the spear, looking ferocious and dazzling, and collided with the thunder and lightning hammer. Boom! Woo! Lei Tingyun groaned. Under the head-on blow, his magic was shattered, and his knuckles broke on the spot, with blood flowing out. How could this happen? This kid, why is he so strong? Lei Tingyun thought gloomily and stepped back. At this moment he finally realized how terrifying this young man was. He was by no means simple. But it's too late to regret now. The situation has already become a fight to the death. What's more, I was the one who provoked it first, so I have to fight even if I have to kneel down. Ji Fan sneered as he hammered, Lei Tingyun, since I can lead everyone out of the thunderstorm, you should have realized something. It's a pity that you are too blindly confident. I didn't want to bother with you, but you came here to die. Damn it. My Lei family is the king of thunder magic. Who do you think you are? How dare you act violently in front of my Lei family's Qilin? Kill! Lei Tingyun roared as if to cheer himself up. Holding a lightning spear and riding the purple lightning unicorn, they rushed towards Ji Fan together. The mighty thunder and lightning destroyed everything wherever it passed, cracked the earth, and turned mud and rocks into ashes. A glowing wild dog is worthy of calling himself a unicorn? Ji Fan said, with lightning surrounding his entire body and holding a lightning hammer in his hand, just like the god of thunder descending to earth. Without any unnecessary movements, he swung his lightning hammer forward. 80. 80. 80. Boom. 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 The two men collided 3 times in a row, and each time it was a head-on battle. The thunder and lightning were so powerful that they destroyed all the surrounding areas. Especially the last hammer, a ray of divine light wrapped around Thor's hammer, causing it to burst out with a breath of destruction. The terrifying thunder power descended from the sky, as if the sea of thunder above the 9 heavens was resonating with it. Boom! Puff! Lei Tingyun was blasted so hard that he vomited blood and flew backwards. No one knew how many bones in his body were broken, and he rolled on the ground. No more fighting, no more fighting. Thundercloud yelled, he was afraid of fighting. After the collision, Lei Tingyun's confidence was completely shattered. He knew that he could not defeat this young man in terms of absolute combat power. This is a life-and-death battle, and you still want to call for a timeout? Didn't you just say that no one can save me and I must be killed? Ji Fan didn't give him any chance at all. Boom! On his other palm, another Thor's hammer condensed, more than a meter tall and surrounded by the dazzling light of lightning. At this moment, 2 thunder hammers fell down together. The terrifying power of thunder was like 2 huge mountains of thunder and lightning pressing down, making people feel suffocated and terrified. The sky is falling and the earth is collapsing, the purple gold hammer. No! Lei Tingyun roared and tried his best to resist. Lightning burst out from his body and he turned into a purple lightning unicorn and rushed out, trying to block the attack. Boom! Ouch! As a result, 2 lightning hammers fell down, and the exploding thunder power blew the purple lightning Qilin to pieces on the spot. Before it was shattered, it actually let out a dog's cry. Ah! The thunder cloud screamed as it was blasted into the ground, creating a large charred pit in the area. The violent thunder waves swept across the entire Thunder Valley. As a result, Han Xian, Lu Ming, Bai Wuliang and others were pushed back by the impact of this wave, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. The magic of Thor's hammer can actually exert such tremendous power in Ji Fan's hands. A moment later, the lightning dissipated. A huge charred pit was left at the spot, and the thundercloud had turned into a piece of charcoal. With a crackling sound, the charred corpse was torn into pieces, and he died tragically at this place. Crash! And at the moment when Lei Tingyun's body shattered, clusters of spiritual medicine covered with light exploded all over the ground. Damn, this drop rate, what kind of web game is this? Ji Fan was stunned. But he soon understood that it was because the storage ring in Lei Tingyun's hand was destroyed by the previous blow, and all the treasures he had obtained in the Thunder Tribulation Valley exploded. In addition, there are some of his personal belongings. And at this moment, Han Xian and the others also came over and looked at Lei Tingyun's corpse, which looked like a piece of charcoal, in the charred pit, and they were all horrified. Thunder Cloud, was he killed just like that? Thunder Cloud, was he killed just like that? Not really. That attack just now was too strong. Even though we were standing far away, we were trembling. I didn't expect that the only heir of the Lei family would die here. If this gets out, it will definitely cause an uproar. Yes, in every generation of the Lei family, there is only one person who is born with the Thunder Qilin King body. Now that Lei Tingyun is dead, this lineage will be extinct. That can't be said. Who can predict luck? Without Lei Tingyun, there might be a new heir to the Lei family. You said nothing to everyone. At this time, Xia Xuanji came over and said, "Everyone, I hope you can keep today's events to yourself. After you leave, don't say a word to anyone. Jubaila will give you a considerable amount of hush money." Obviously, Xia Xuanji didn't want anyone from the Lei family to find Ji Fan in the future. "Don't worry, Miss Xia. We all know what's going on. Yes, our lives were saved by the seniors, how can we betray them?" Everyone expressed their opinion. Ji Fan glanced at the people around him and said, "Gather the spiritual medicines from the Thunder Tribulation Valley, everyone take a breath, and then we can set off." "Yes, senior." Everyone said respectfully. Before, they all respected Ji Fan, but now they felt a sense of awe towards him. Such violent thunder and killing made them feel scared. Ji Fan sneered slightly, and just as everyone turned around, he moved and appeared next to the two monks, pressing one of their palms on the top of their heads. "Ah! Senior, what are you doing?" They were both startled. "Fuck you," Ji Fan said. Thunder palm. Boom. Boom. Ah. Ah. Along with two screams, the thunder palm exploded at close range and directly blasted through the two men's skulls. Even the strong men in the Jindan realm could not escape. The head exploded on the spot. Plop. Plop. Two bodies just fell to the ground. "Senior, what are you doing?" Han Xian and others were also shocked. Only Xia Xuanji remained calm. She looked at the two charred bodies on the ground and asked, "Could it be that these two people are also from the Lei family?" Ji Fan nodded and said, "That should be the case. Lei Tingyun is the only heir of the Lei family. How could such a person not have followers when he goes out?" Before entering the Lei Zhe area, these two people were very respectful to Lei Tingyun. During the thunderstorm, Lei Tingyun fled alone, and these two people had no choice but to go with us. But along the way, they were too low-key, as if they were afraid that we would notice them. It wasn't until the final battle between me and Lei Tingyun that I accidentally saw that the eyes of these two people were full of worry about Lei Tingyun, and they even wanted to attack me by surprise. Everyone looked at the two corpses and thought about it carefully. It was just as Ji Fan said. These two people followed Lei Tingyun at the beginning. They were very high-profile and arrogant. But later, after Thundercloud escaped in the thunderstorm, the two of them seemed like completely different people. Regardless of whether they are really members of the Lei family, it is better to kill the wrong ones than to let them go. This principle is understood by everyone in the cruel world of cultivating immortals. Next. Everyone quickly cleaned up the spiritual medicines in the Thunder Tribulation Valley. Half of the elixir was sent to Ji Fan. These people naturally had to distinguish between the primary and the secondary. If this great god had not taken action this time, they would have died long ago and would not have been able to reach the Thunder Tribulation Valley alive. What's more, he is strong enough. If you try to be cunning in front of him at this time, wouldn't that be courting death? Although natural treasures are precious, one must be alive to enjoy them, right? Ji Fan looked at the spiritual pressure in front of him. In fact, his cultivation did not require the help of natural resources or treasures. However, this pile of rare elixirs is priceless. Although he has no need for them, he can exchange them for precious blood of the same value to baptize his own body. At this time, Ji Fan saw that Xia Xuanji was standing at the entrance of the Thunder Tribulation Valley, looking towards the depths of the lazy area. She was dressed in a purple dress, looking alluring and charming. Her skirt fluttered, revealing her slender snow-white legs with elegant curves. She was wearing a pair of sky-blue crystal sandals, and her slender snow-white feet were white and translucent, like a perfect work of art. She was in a trance, even a little selfless. It seems that the closer you get to the depths of lazy, the more worries you have. Ji Fan walked over and said. Xia Xuanji smiled lightly, then looked into the distance and said, Ji Fan, I'll tell you a secret. What? Ji Fan asked. Xia Xuanji said, deep in the land of lazy, there is actually a rare item created by heaven and earth. The real purpose of my coming to the land of thunder tribulation this time is not just for the thunder tribulation liquid, but for that rare item. A strange thing. Ji Fan's mind moved, and he asked, what kind of strange thing? Xia Xuanji said quietly, you should know that the reason why the lazy land attracts lightning is because there is a complete UNC spiritual vein here. This strange object is a treasure born from the UNC spiritual vein. I believe you must have wondered why I came to Wanjian Mountain. The headquarters of the Xia family's Jubao building is 100,000 miles away from Wanjian Mountain, and I am the direct descendant of the Xia family. I shouldn't travel so far to a place like Wanjian Mountain to be a guest elder. Today I will be honest with you. In fact, there is a problem with me. My natural charm conflicts with the skills I practice, which makes it difficult for me to make any progress in my cultivation. However, the rare treasure born from the UNC spiritual vein can help me overcome this difficulty. I heard that there are 3 magnetic spiritual veins in the eastern part of the continent, and the most powerful sect in the eastern continent is Wanjian Mountain. So I became a guest elder in Wanjian Mountain and investigated the 3 UNC spiritual veins. I have found 2 of them. Unfortunately, neither of them contains what I want. The Yuan magnetic spirit vein in this lazy area is the most dangerous, but because of this, the chance of that strange item being born is even greater. I believe that what I'm looking for must be in there. Hearing this, Ji Fan's mind turned, and he said, so, actually, you asked me to come here to help you get that rare item? Xia Xuanji nodded her snow-white chin, looked at Ji Fan with charming eyes, and said, after entering the UNC spiritual vein, I will need your invulnerable physique to help me. If you help me get that rare item, from now on, no matter what you want in the Jubao towers across the continent, you can enjoy half-price treatment. Ji Fan smiled and said, so, this is the special reward you mentioned. Xia Xuanji said angrily, I knew you were just imagining things again, but how about this special reward? Really? Enjoy half-price treatment at Jubaila for life. This condition is simply too tempting. Jubaila's business is spread all over the continent. If you want to make it in the continent, there are too many places that need Jubaila's care. Being able to enjoy a 50% discount at Jubao Tower for life is a temptation that I believe no cultivator can refuse. Sister Xuanji, don't forget the other thing you promised me. Ji Fan reminded. Xia Xuanji smiled and said, the mantra for the transformation of the Hunyuan sword suit? Okay, I can give it to you now. After saying that, Xia Xuanji threw over a piece of mental information. This piece of information is exactly another change of the 18,000 flying swords in the Hunyuan sword suit, a means of attack. Ji Fan temporarily wrote it down and studied it later when he had time. Then we have an appointment. Xia Xuanji stretched out her slender little finger and handed it to Ji Fan. Again. Don't you like playing this? Everyone was almost ready and left the Thunder Tribulation Valley. After passing the Thunder Tribulation Valley, you will reach the depths of the Thunder Lake. There was almost no lightning in this place, but in the air, there were ball lightnings flying around, tearing the space apart. Each ball lightning contained terrifying energy fluctuations. How can we get through with so many people? When everyone saw this scene, they all backed out. These spherical lightning bolts are so powerful that even a master in the Jindan realm would not be able to withstand them and would be blown to ashes. At this moment, there are so many ball lightnings, flying around, with almost no gaps. It is extremely difficult to pass through them. This is a natural barrier. Even if a master in the nascent soul stage comes, it will be useless. For a moment, everyone looked at Ji-fan. With the ability of this senior, it should be no problem. Ji-fan looked at the spherical lightning all over the sky, frowned, and said, "It's not easy to deal with. It's definitely not going to work if we rely on the lightning induction technique and the lightning exorcism technique." Lu Ming nodded and said, "That's right. The ball lightning here is too dense. If one move is pulled, the whole body will be affected. Once the means of attracting and driving away lightning are used, all the ball lightning will attack together and swarm in. Even a strong man at the peak of the nascent soul realm cannot withstand the attack of all the ball lightning. Alas, no wonder no one has dared to come here to collect the thunder liquid for so many years. I didn't expect the depths of the Laze area to be so terrifying." Han Exayan also frowned. "Senior, do you have any ideas?" Lu Ming looked at Ji-fan. Ji-fan thought for a moment and said, "I do have a way to get in, but if you ask me, I can only protect one person." Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Xia Xuanji. "If we protect one person to get in, then that person must be Xia Xuanji. Xia Xuanji is the initiator of this action. All of them came here for the rewards offered by Jubao Tower." Although they had thought about collecting some of the thunder liquid, many people decisively gave up in the face of this great difficulty. The journey to Laze was extremely dangerous. It was already very good that they could get out alive and successfully get the reward from Jubao Tower. What's more, they also found the Thunder Tribulation Valley and harvested a large number of spiritual medicines. It can be said that the trip was worthwhile. In that case, let's retreat back to Thunder Tribulation Valley and wait for Senior and Miss Xia to come out there, Han Xian suggested. "Agree." Lu Ming and Bai Wugui also nodded. The members of the Thunder Magic team retreated back to the Thunder Tribulation Valley. Only Ji-fan and Xia Xuanji were left in front of this natural barrier formed by thousands of spherical lightning bolts. In fact, Ji-fan did not fool them. He could only protect one person. The ball lightning here is too dense. The more people there are, the more delays will occur. It is impossible for him to take care of them all. Bringing one person in is already the limit. "Are you ready?" Ji-fan asked. "Well, shall we just go in directly like this?" Xia Xuanji couldn't help but ask. Ji-fan nodded, walked forward, and hugged Xia Xuanji's slender waist, pulling her into his arms. The fragrance and softness of her body in his arms made Ji-fan's heart flutter. Hugging such a great fairy is probably the dream of every man in the world. "Is this your plan?" Xia Xuanji stared at Ji-fan with her beautiful eyes, and it was hard to tell whether she was coquettish or angry. "Sister Xuanji, I'm sorry to have to let you stay down there," Ji-fan said with a smile. After saying that, Ji-fan held Xia Xuanji's slender waist with one hand, held the chaos purple bamboo with the other hand, and slashed at the spherical lightning group in front of him with a sword. "Thunder and lightning, retreat. Open it." Boom! Ji-fan swung his sword, which contained the art of driving away thunder. It instantly created a gap in the sky full of spherical lightning and opened up a path. Next, Ji-fan's battle suit disassembled, and 180,000 flying swords were assembled into Kunpeng sword wings, which were carried on his back. Boom! Then, holding Xia Xuanji, he rushed towards the spherical lightning in the sky at an astonishing speed. These ball lightnings are more terrifying than thunderstorms. Although Ji-fan used the thunder-repelling technique to expel some of the ball lightning, soon, a large number of ball lightning flew over again, and seemed to be aware of Ji Fan as an invader, and all of them bombarded towards Ji Fan. Ji Fan turned over and protected Xia Xuanji under his body. In an instant, thousands of spherical lightning bolts began to bombard Ji Fan's back. Balls of lightning fell down and hit Ji Fan's back. These ball lightnings, which were powerful enough to turn a nascent soul realm warrior into ashes, fell on Ji Fan's back at this moment, emitting dazzling sparks. Ji Fan, how do you feel? Xia Xuanji looked at the young man who protected her from lightning, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes. It feels numb and comfortable. Ji Fan said with a grin. Xia Xuanji was speechless for a while. The power of these spherical lightnings was enough to reduce any nascent soul realm expert to ashes. In such a disaster place, Ji Fan actually used thousands of thunders to strike his body as electrotherapy. Boom! Ji Fan swung his sword again, clearing a path through the myriad of spherical lightning bolts, and flew in holding Xia Xuanji. In this way, under the bombardment of violent thunder, Ji Fan moved around and changed his position constantly, protecting Xia Xuanji under his body intact. At last, they broke through the blockade of ball lightning in one breath and appeared in the deepest part of the Lei land. This is the core of the Lei area. There is no lightning or electricity in the deepest part. It is also a safe zone. Ji Fan said, looking at the scene in front of him. There is thunder liquid. There is a big mountain here, and at the foot of the mountain are puddles of water. These puddles are full of purple liquid, emitting an astonishing energy fluctuation. This is exactly the thunder liquid. In the market, a small bottle of thunder liquid can be sold at an astonishing price. And here, there is so much thunder liquid, which is simply an astonishing wealth. Thunder and lightning are a kind of violent and extremely destructive energy, but everything will eventually turn bad before good. From this destructive force, a product containing powerful vitality is often born. This thing is the thunder liquid. Thunder tribulation liquid can be used to refine the body. It can not only strengthen the body, but also enhance the power of thunder magic. It is a rare treasure. After some cultivators pass through the thunder tribulation liquid will fall from the sky, which can heal the cultivators and strengthen their bodies. Places like the Lei area are filled with thunder all year round, and there must be thunder fluid inside. At last, Ji Fan's gaze fell on the mountain. The rare treasure you mentioned is in the mountains? Ji Fan asked. Xia Xuanji's eyes were deep, and her beautiful face was full of seriousness. She nodded and said, "It must be. This is the source of the UNC spiritual vein. If that thing really exists, it must be on the mountain." After saying that, Xia Xuanji took out some jade bottles, jade gourds and other treasures, and said, "Before that, let's collect the thunder tribulation liquid first. This is a good thing. Although everyone has a limit on how much thunder tribulation liquid they can take, the extra thunder tribulation liquid is incredibly valuable in the market." Ji Fan nodded and began to collect the thunder liquid here. Soon, all the thunder liquid here was taken away by Ji Fan. Xia Xuanji did not move at all. She stared at the mountain in front of her from beginning to end. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind, so graceful and enchanting, like a fairy riding the wind. No, a goblin. All the thunder liquid has been collected, but how should we divide the profit specifically? Ji Fan walked over and said. Let's each take half. You keep 50% of the thunder tribulation liquid for cultivation, and the rest can be sold or exchanged for something useful to you. Xia Xuanji said lightly, then raised her hand and took away some of the thunder tribulation liquid. Ji Fan didn't expect that when faced with a treasure like the thunder tribulation liquid, Xia Xuanji would be so generous as to give away half of it. You have to know that this operation was all planned by Xia Xuanji. Ji Fan just contributed a lot. Even the treasure for collecting the thunder liquid was provided by Xia Xuanji. Being able to obtain half of the thunder liquid, this operation is already very rewarding for Ji Fan. Ji Fan, I'm catching up. At this moment, Xia Xuanji walked towards the mountain. Compared to the thunder tribulation liquid, she was more interested in the things in the mountain. Ji Fan also walked towards the mountain. He also wanted to know what the strange thing in this Yuan magnetic spirit vein was. Strangely enough, there is no danger in this mountain. Xia Xuanji walked in front, looking very familiar with the route. She was dressed in purple, with her waist swaying and her round buttocks swaying left and right, accompanied by gusts of fragrant wind. Ji Fan frowned more and more, and said, "Didn't you say that there was a powerful force guarding the strange object? Why is it so quiet?" Without even turning her head, Xia Xuanji said, "In fact, the thing guarding that strange object is the ball of lightning outside." "Really? But I feel like, Sister Xuanji, you've been here before." Ji Fan couldn't help but ask. Just at this moment, Xia Xuanji stopped. She looked towards a certain place, then waved her hand, and a sword light flew out from her palm. It was a pure white fairy sword, but it also emitted a golden light. This golden light made Ji Fan's heart move. Golden light of Buddhism, is this a magic sword from Buddhism? Ji Fan said secretly. Boom! This white jade Buddha sword carved out a cave in the mountain with one strike. Inside the cave, purple clouds lingered, and a jade bed that looked like it was carved from purple jade lay quietly in the cave. This is... Ji Fan was stunned. Xia Xuanji said, "This is what I'm looking for, it's called UNC Jade Crystal." UNC Jade Crystal, no matter how you look at it, it looks like a jade bed. Ji Fan couldn't help but say. Xia Xuanji smiled charmingly and said, "Indeed, it looks like a jade bed. It feels like it was destined to be together." "What the hell is destined, Sister Xuanji? I feel like you've been acting a little weird since you entered the mountain." Ji Fan said, "This isn't your first time here, is it?" Xia Xuanji turned around, looked at Ji Fan with her charming eyes, and suddenly smiled and said, "Ji Fan, do you like me?" Ji Fan was stunned by the question. What's going on? Why is this big goblin suddenly asking this? Is this a confession? Being confessed to by a stunning beauty like Xia Xuanji is probably what every man dreams of. However, Ji Fan frowned, feeling that something was wrong. In other words, there was something wrong with Xia Xuanji. Immediately afterwards, a pink airflow emanated from Xia Xuanji's body, spreading towards Ji Fan with her as the center. She is trying her best to release her charming aura. Ji Fan thought to himself, what exactly does this enchantress want to do? Ji Fan stepped back. Brush. But at this moment, a ray of golden light flew out from the ground, instantly wrapping around Ji Fan and tying him up tightly. At this moment, Ji Fan was 100% sure that Xia Xuanji was hiding something from him, and at this moment, she wanted to attack him. Open! Ji Fan shouted in a deep voice and immediately tried to break free from the golden rope. But soon, Ji Fan was shocked to find that this rope was actually a terrifying treasure and was not made of pure magic power. His own invulnerability was no immunity to it. Moreover, even with the power of the laws of the universe, he was unable to break free. This is enough to show how top-notch this treasure is. Even with the great laws that Ji Fan can currently control, he is unable to break through it. This is the immortal binding chain, the most precious treasure of Buddhism, a treasure passed down from the mythological era. It is said that it can bind real immortals. Although I don't know whether it is true or not, at least it should be no problem to bind you. Xia Xuanji walked away gracefully, with a charming aura that almost drowned Ji Fan. What do you want? What are you going to do? Ji Fan scolded, not knowing what Xia Xuanji was up to. Hee, you don't even call me sister? Are you angry? Xia Xuanji said with a charming smile. She came to Ji Fan and said, "You are right. I have indeed hidden a lot of things from you. In fact, the main reason for my trip to Lei Zhe is because of you." Me? Ji Fan was stunned. That's right, I came to Wanjian Mountain from the Xia family. Do you think it's really for the UNC spiritual vein? Xia Xuanji smiled, with a natural charm, and her every frown and smile made people unable to take their eyes off. Ji Fan said, "Indeed, I felt that there was something fishy about what you said before. With the ability of the Xia family, there is no need to come to Wanjian Mountain to be a guest elder in order to find the UNC spiritual vein. In other words, the story you told me in the Thunder Tribulation Valley was a lie?" "Not entirely." Xia Xuanji said, "It has come to this, it doesn't matter if I tell you everything. In addition to being a direct descendant of the Xia family, I am actually from Mount Shumi. Mount Sumeru. The Buddhist sect outside the world." Ji Fan was surprised. He had heard of this force. On this continent, there is a sacred mountain called Mount Shumi, which is a Taoist tradition passed down from ancient times and has always been secluded from the world. However, it is said that this Taoist tradition is related to the mythological era of the prehistoric period. Mount Sumeru has been a mysterious place since ancient times. Even the exact location of Mount Sumeru cannot be located, and no one knows where it is. That is why people on the mainland call it a secluded Buddhist sect. This mysterious Taoist sect has been very low-key for thousands of years, but being low-key does not mean it has no strength. Even those famous holy places would not easily provoke people coming out of Mount Shumi unless it was absolutely necessary. It is said that there is a background on Mount Shumi that even famous holy places are wary of. You are actually related to Mount Shumi. Ji Fan looked at Xia Xuanji in surprise. This big demon, with all kinds of charm, doesn't look like the pure and abstinent practitioners of the Buddhist sect. It's like a peerless demon woman suddenly telling others that I am a bodhisattva. Xia Xuanji narrated, "From the day I was born, I carried a great cause and effect, which was a kind of bodhisattva fruit. Later, Mount Shumi found the Xia family and said that I was the reincarnation of a bodhisattva and was once a great figure in Mount Shumi. After that, I was taken to Mount Shumi to practice. This bodhisattva fruit is a kind of retribution. It has indeed benefited me a lot, but unfortunately, I was born with a charming body. I didn't lie to you about this. The charm bone conflicts with the method I practice, forming a unique killing intention. This has caused serious problems in my practice. The killing intention is difficult to resolve. If I continue to practice, not only will I violate the power of the Bodhisattva's Tao fruit, but I will also become a bloodthirsty and murderous female demon. 10 years ago, I walked down Mount Shumi and searched for a way to resolve my murderous intent in this world of mortals. That day, I heard rumors about the Great Dao Carrier, which gave me hope. Perhaps only the Great Dao Carrier, which is invulnerable to all attacks, can help me resolve my murderous intent." Ji Fan said, "So, the real purpose of your hiding in Wanjian Mountain is to find me." "That's right," Xia Xuanji nodded her fair chin and said, "To put it bluntly, the killing heart Dao fruit is a crystal of mana that is difficult to dissolve by normal means. You are invulnerable to all kinds of attacks, so you can completely dissolve it. All I have to do is transfer this killing heart Dao fruit into your body." Ji Fan thought about it and said, "But that's not right. You've been in Wanjian Mountain for so long. If you wanted to take action, you would have done it a long time ago. Why wait until now? Moreover, you even specially planned to bring me to the land of Lei Zhe." "2 reasons. Xia Xuanji said, "When I first arrived at Wanjian Mountain, you were always under Qin Ku's care, so I didn't have the chance to do anything to you. The second reason is that you were too young, and I was waiting for you to grow up and become a real man. When I grow up. Hey, you are not planning to. Ji Fan's heart suddenly started. Xia Xuanji smiled charmingly and said, during the 2 years I traveled in the mortal world, I found the secret technique of the ancient Hehuan lineage. It is a method of dual cultivation. In this process, I can transfer the killing fruit to you and use your invulnerability to dissolve it. Hearing this, Ji Fan's face was full of bitterness, and he said, I say, you are a little bit heartless. You have been treating me as your prey since I was a child. You have waited for so many years, just to find a place where no one is around and get rid of me. What? Aren't you looking forward to it? Xia Xuanji smiled and gently stroked Ji Fan's cheek, saying, isn't this exactly what you were thinking of? Ji Fan said with a gloomy face, it's a bit aggrieved that I shouldn't say it. Xia Xuanji looked at the UNC jade bed and said, you are right. I have been here before. This UNC jade bed is prepared for you. The ability of this UNC jade bed can better allow me to transfer the killing heart Dao fruit to you. In fact, if this UNC jade bed is not connected to the UNC spiritual vein and cannot be dug away, we don't need to come to Lei Zhe at all. We can just find an inn outside Wanjian Mountain to deal with you. Don't say such harsh words, okay? Ji Fan felt a chill. Actually, there is no need for you to plan this. With your charm, don't you have confidence? Just tell me directly, maybe I won't refuse. Let me go and I will cooperate with you, okay? I feel very suffocated when you tie me up like this. Ji Fan said unnaturally. People's hearts are hidden in their stomachs. I have waited too long for this day. I brought you here and tied you up with the immortal rope. This way, you will be completely under my control. Xia Xuanji smiled coquettishly, her charm reaching its peak. She stretched out her hand and pushed, and Ji Fan flew backwards, flew into the cave next to him, and fell directly on the UNC jade bed. Xia Xuanji followed gracefully and walked into the cave as well. Then she waved her hand, and the rubble that had been split apart previously covered the entrance of the cave, as if nothing had happened here. Time passes. I don't know how much time has passed. Boom! The sealed cave was broken open, and Ji Fan walked out with his upper body naked and black hair draped over his shoulders. He turned his head and glanced at the UNC jade bed behind him. A graceful beauty was lying there, covered with a purple dress, but it still couldn't hide her graceful curves. Her skin was flawless white, her long black hair was spread on the UNC jade bed, her beautiful face was perfect, like a fairy, and she was sleeping soundly at this moment. Ji Fan touched his chest. In last night's violent storm, Xia Xuanji did transfer a kind of killing fruit to himself, but this thing had been completely dissolved by his invulnerable physique. Ji Fan came to the top of the mountain and sat down cross-legged. At this moment, he entered the Lingtai Fangcuan mountain and comprehended the laws of the Tao. Boom! There are 24 levels of the Great Tao. The great way of feeding back has begun. After the lovemaking, Ji Fan experienced the wonder of dual cultivation, which was completely different from the venting of desires he had experienced in his previous life. There was also a kind of mysterious Taoist rhyme in it. Therefore, Ji Fan's comprehension of the Great Tao increased by nearly 4 levels in one go, which even he himself did not expect. It turns out that dual cultivation is so wonderful. No wonder the ancient Hehuan lineage was able to accept this method and increase their spiritual power soaring. Ji Fan grinned. At this moment, with the support of the Great Tao, Ji Fan's cultivation level soared at the speed of a rocket and instantly reached the great perfection of the true Yuan realm. At this time, a ray of divine light appeared in the body and turned into an immortal sword. With one sword, it cut through the shackles of the realm and sent Ji Fan steadily into the Golden Core realm. And in one breath, he was sent to the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. There is a golden elixir in the body, which is the source of all things. This golden elixir is the source of magical power for all immortal cultivators. In the future, it can be transformed into the primordial spirit and become a physical treasure. Ji Fan had no magic power, but he still condensed a golden elixir. However, after this golden elixir took shape, it quickly melted and turned into wisps of golden light, which merged into Ji Fan's limbs and bones, becoming one with his Taoist body. The golden elixir has actually merged into my flesh and blood. It seems that as a carrier of the great Tao, the changes I have undergone since the golden elixir stage are different from those of ordinary cultivators. Ji Fan said in his heart. Although the golden elixir melted, it did not disappear. Instead, it turned into a golden light and merged with Ji Fan's body. This golden light melted into the limbs and bones, becoming a unique power. When activated, the golden light covered the whole body, just like an indestructible body of Vajra, which could allow the physical body to gain a large amount of defense instantly. This, the golden elixir transforming into the physical body, I can understand that, but how can it also gain a certain ability? Could it be related to the murderous fruit that Xia Xuanji transferred to me? Ji Fan asked in surprise. And at this moment, in the cave, Xia Xuanji also came out, with a smooth and flawless body, perfect curves, slender snow-white legs, and long black hair scattered on her chest and back of her head. Overall, she looked like a perfect work of art, holy and otherworldly, that should not be desecrated. Xia Xuanji's body moved slightly, and her magic power evolved into a white dress that covered her body, making her look holy and otherworldly, more fairy-like than a fairy, with an ethereal temperament. Now, Xia Xuanji's overall temperament changed. Her natural charm seemed to have disappeared. Instead, she became otherworldly, like the Queen of the Nine Heavens, with an aura that could not be desecrated. Xia Xuanji walked forward barefoot. With every step she took, a golden lotus blossomed on the ground. Golden lotuses bloomed with every step she took. Her figure flashed a few times and appeared on the top of the mountain, coming to Ji Fan's side. When Ji Fan saw Xia Xuanji at this moment, he couldn't help but feel moved. Obviously, he also noticed the change in Xia Xuanji's temperament. What? Don't you recognize me? Xia Xuanji smiled slightly. It's indeed different now. In the past, you were like a big goblin, but now you are more holy and flawless than a fairy. Now you are more like a Buddhist bodhisattva. Ji Fan said, with a complex look in his eyes. Is this still Xia Xuanji? Xia Xuanji said, the aura of Mei Gu has been completely suppressed by me. The killing intention has been eliminated, and I will regain the body of a bodhisattva. Ji Fan's heart moved slightly, and he said, do you want to go back to Mount Shimi and live your life as a Buddha? Xia Xuanji stood alone in the wind, her black hair flying, her white clothes fluttering. She was truly a beauty of her generation. She smiled and said, everyone has their own path to take, and this is true for all living things. Even if you live your life as a Buddhist monk, you will still have a wonderful life. Ji Fan stood up and said, I can't even understand what you are saying now. You really are like a bodhisattva. Xia Xuanji looked back at Ji Fan and said, have you entered the Golden Core realm? Ji Fan was stunned and said, there is no fluctuation of mana in my body. Can you see that? Xia Xuanji nodded and said, I have the wisdom eye of Buddhism. In fact, there are many pupil techniques in this world, and each pupil technique has the function of verifying other people's realm. Since you have entered the Jindan realm, it means, this route of external supernatural power may really be suitable for the carrier of the great Tao. Everyone knows that it is impossible for a person to reach the Golden Core realm with external supernatural powers. But at this moment, Xia Xuanji saw Ji Fan's Jindan realm cultivation, which surprised her. Maybe Ji Fan could really practice the great Tao to the highest level. I'm also curious about how far you can grow in the future. Xia Xuanji said with a sweet smile, which was different from the charm in the past, and made people feel like spring breeze. Ji Fan activated the golden elixir light in his body, illuminating his entire body, as if he had transformed into an indestructible body of diamond. There is an additional golden body effect in the light of the golden elixir. Is it related to the murderous fruit that you transferred from my body? Ji Fan couldn't help but ask. Xia Xuanji nodded and said, yes, the golden body technique is a rare fruit of the Buddhist path. When I transferred the killing fruit to you, I mixed other things in more or less. Your invulnerability to all methods has dissolved those impurities, but the fruit of the Tao cannot be dissolved. This may be a great help to you. So, being pushed down by you this time actually helped me, right? Ji Fan said with a bitter smile. Consider it as compensation for you. Xia Xuanji said lightly, and then a ball of golden Buddhist light condensed under her feet, turning into a golden lotus platform, which dragged her up. Are you going back to Mount Shumi? Ji Fan asked. Yes. Xia Xuanji nodded, then raised her hand and threw a jade token to Ji Fan, saying, this is my identity token in the Xia family. Take it, and Jubaila will give you half-price treatment in the future. I promised you, and I have done it. Ji Fan held the jade token in his hand and said with a wry smile, we are done with this, right? It's just an exchange of interests. Hearing this, Xia Xuanji stopped and was silent for a moment. Then the white-robed bodhisattva jumped down from the lotus platform, came in front of Ji Fan, and hugged him in his arms. You performed well. If you have trouble in the future, come to Mount Shumi to find me. At this moment, Xia Xuanji seemed to have returned to her previous fairy state and smiled at Ji Fan, soft and charming. But the next moment, she rose into the air and returned to the lotus platform, her white robe fluttering, holy and otherworldly, still the body of a bodhisattva that is inviolable and cannot be desecrated. This made Ji Fan feel that the moment just now was just an illusion. Is this, the last tenderness? After being gentle, you will become the holy and noble bodhisattva. She left. With his feet on the lotus platform, his white clothes fluttering, he merged into the void and disappeared. Ji Fan stood on the top of the mountain, and the familiar fragrance still lingered around him. Damn it! The first time I came to this world, it turned out to be an exchange of interests. I always feel a little depressed. Ji Fan raised his head and looked into the void, feeling like he was taking advantage of someone he had just taken. However, Xia Xuanji's words before she left made Ji Fan believe that this white-robed bodhisattva was not indifferent to worldly matters. Mount Shumi, the holy land of Buddhism. Ji Fan smiled slightly. In the future, when I am strong enough, I will set foot on your holy land of Buddhism and marry your holy bodhisattva. This sleep. I have to sleep back. Ji Fan returned to the cave where the UNC jade bed was. On the jade bed, the purple dress that Xia Xuanji had worn before was still on it. In addition, there was a golden rope next to the purple dress. It is the immortal binding chain. This is the most precious treasure of Buddhism. It is a treasure left over from the mythological era and is said to be able to bind the immortal Fujianxian. Ji Fan picked up the purple robe, sighed, and put it into his storage ring. As for the immortal binding chain, it can be enlarged or shrunk. After shrinking it, Ji Fan wrapped it around his wrist, and it looked like a golden bracelet. Come. Ji Fan raised his hand, and in the corner of the cave, a shining battle suit turned into 180,000 flying swords and reassembled on Ji Fan's body. He looked at the UNC jade bed again, then turned around and left. Although the UNC jade bed is a rare item, unfortunately, it cannot leave the UNC spiritual vein, otherwise it could be sold for a good price if taken away. In front of the Thunder Valley. Ji Fan came out safely from the depths of the Lei Zhe area, came to the Thunder Tribulation Valley, and met the members of the Lei FA team. Senior, you are back. Miss Xia just came over, gave us the reward for this mission and left. Han Xian couldn't help but say. What happened to Miss Xia? She seems like a different person. She is dressed in white and looks otherworldly. Although she is very beautiful, her temperament is completely different from before. Lu Ming also said. Ji Fan smiled bitterly. Of course, he couldn't tell these people about the whole process. Let's leave. This operation ends here. Ji Fan said. They left the land of Lei Zhe. On the way back, Han Xian and Lu Ming were chatting and mentioned a place. Zhanlong Mountain, the illusion of Tiandao Tower. Ji Fan's heart moved. He had heard of this place when he was in Wanjian Mountain. This seemed to be a famous large-scale dungeon event. The reason why Wanjian Mountain had devoted all its efforts to cultivating Xiao Feng in the past 6 months and wanted him to grow up as quickly as possible was to let Xiao Feng represent Wanjian Mountain and participate in this Tiandao Tower illusion event. But Ji Fan didn't know the specific content. Tell me about the illusion of the heavenly Dao Tower. Ji Fan said directly. Han Xian said in surprise, Senior, don't you know about the illusion of the heavenly Dao Tower? This matter has been making a lot of noise recently. Many major forces, including people from famous holy places, are eyeing that place. Soon, Zhanlong Mountain will become a place where winds and clouds gather. All the gods and goddesses will go to Zhanlong Mountain. Through Han Xian's narration, Ji Fan learned about it. This illusion of the Tower of Heaven involves an ancient legend. In ancient times, half of a tower fell from the sky to the mainland. On this half of the tower, the 3 words, Tiandao Tower, were engraved. However, after a section of the heavenly Dao Tower fell to the continent, its entity had already collapsed. However, there are independent laws within the Tiandao Tower. These laws constitute a tower in the mirror, hidden in the Zhanlong Mountain. Every 300 years, the illusion of the heavenly Dao Tower will open once, but only those at the nascent soul stage and below can enter. There are countless cultivation resources, the creation of heaven and earth, and even various records. After breaking the records, you can get rewards from the heavenly Dao Tower. Each reward is a priceless treasure and one of a kind. So that's how it is. That is to say, now that the 300 years are up, the illusion of the heavenly Dao Tower will open again. Ji Fan said. Han Xian nodded, Senior, you must have been practicing in the mountains all this time. How could you not know about such a big thing? Ji Fan was speechless and did not respond. At this moment, the voice of Chaos Immortal Embryo appeared in Ji Fan's mind. You must go to this heavenly Dao Tower. You're awake, have you been awake a long time ago? Ji Fan asked with a dark face. What's wrong? Asked the Chaos Immortal Fetus. It's okay, just go ahead. Ji Fan said. He suspected that the placenta had spied on his and Xia Xuanji's relationship. Chaos Immortal Fetus seemed to really not know, and continued, the heavenly Dao Tower is a legendary existence in the starry sky. Just by listening to the name, you can tell that this tower is related to the ancient heavenly Dao. You are the carrier of the great Dao. After entering the heavenly Dao Tower, many things inside can accelerate your compatibility with the great Dao. Ji Fan nodded, okay, it looks like we'll be busy from now on. After they came out of Lei Zhe, Ji Fan did not plan to stay with them. After saying goodbye to them, he set off for Zhanlong Mountain. Although Han Xian and Lu Ming also seemed to be going to Zhanlong Mountain, Ji Fan was not planning to go with them. Alone, I set out on the journey. There is still 1 month left before the illusion of the Tiandao Tower opens. Ji Fan had already asked Han Xian about the route. Starting from Lei Zhe, he only needed to cross the Black Cloud Mountains. It is a shortcut, but also a dangerous one. In the Black Cloud Mountains, all kinds of monsters are rampant, and there are even primitive alien species. Even flying a sword across the Black Cloud Mountains is very dangerous. But Ji Fan decided to take this path. He wanted to fight with some powerful monsters, and in the battle, he could also speed up his alignment with the Great Dao. At the same time, Ji Fan also knew that he lacked some combat experience and many combat skills needed to be honed, which was also a process of making himself stronger. Therefore, it is most appropriate to go to the Black Cloud Mountains and fight with the monsters. The Black Cloud Mountains are called the Black Cloud Mountains because the vicious energy of the monsters in the mountains accumulates and turns into black clouds, which cover the sky above the mountains all year round. 20 days later, in the Black Cloud Mountains, Ji Fan sat cross-legged under a waterfall, his upper body naked, with lightning wrapped all over his body. Pure lightning energy flowed through the boy's body like animal blood, cleansing every inch of his body. During these 20 days, Ji Fan baptizes himself with thunder liquid every day. The thunder tribulation liquid can be used as beast blood. After 20 consecutive days of baptism with the thunder tribulation liquid, Ji Fan's physical strength has been greatly improved. Moreover, the thunder tribulation liquid greatly enhances the power of thunder magic. However, Ji Fan's use of the laws of the Dao instead of magic power was already quite buggy. In fact, Ji Fan didn't care about the damage bonus brought to him by the thunder tribulation liquid. He was just using the thunder tribulation liquid to strengthen his body. This should be the last time I use the thunder tribulation liquid. As expected, the more times the thunder tribulation liquid is used, the stronger the resistance becomes. The effect of continuing to use the thunder tribulation liquid for baptism is already minimal. Ji Fan said secretly. He still had a large amount of thunder liquid in his hands. These thunder liquids can be taken to the treasure house and exchanged for precious blood. Ji Fan spread his hands. A ray of divine light from the avenue appeared in the palm of his hand, changing in thousands of ways, like a ray of primordial immortal energy, emitting auspicious colors. Compared with the past, this ray of divine light is brighter and more solid. Ji Fan sensed his degree of compatibility with the Great Dao and had already reached the 26th level. During the past half-month, he fought with various monsters and beasts. During the battle, his compatibility with the Great Dao soared to a new level. Roar! Just at this moment, a black tiger as big as a mountain emerged from the nearby forest. The back of this black tiger was covered with bone spurs that were like sharp swords. They shone coldly, just like metal, and even emitted sword energy fluctuations. Wherever they passed, the sword energy strangled all the surrounding trees to pieces. Jianhu, this is a relic of the ancient times. Its strength is comparable to that of a cultivator in the Golden Core realm. Not bad, it's a good training target. Ji Fan grinned. He raised his hand, and the chaos purple bamboo that was inserted diagonally not far away flew over. This chaotic purple bamboo now emits a faint purple light. Compared to when it was just pulled out from one Jianfeng, it was in tatters and covered in blood, but after being nurtured by Ji Fan's divine light during this period of time, it had begun to show its divine radiance. Bring it on! Ji Fan said, holding a bamboo sword, and rushed towards this ancient relic, and soon they started fighting. A man and a beast engaged in a fierce fight. In order to hone his combat experience, Ji Fan deliberately used only a small amount of the laws of the Dao, striving to reach a state of parity with the sword tiger, so as to fight against it and hone his fighting skills. Otherwise, how can you practice if you chop it off with a sword? After a hard fight, Jianhu was panting, and Ji Fan was also a little out of breath. It must be said that this ancient relic was indeed extremely ferocious. At this time, Ji Fan suddenly looked in a certain direction and said, "Hey, girl over there, have you seen enough?" He. Suddenly, a series of silver bell-like laughter was heard in the forest. On the branch of a big tree, the space surged, and then a girl in red appeared there. From the very beginning, Ji Fan realized that there was someone hiding there and no one could escape his sixth sense. Huh. You're quite interesting. You can actually sense my existence. Even some powerful pupil techniques can't see through your method of escaping into space. The girl in red smiled sweetly. The girl looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. She was wearing a red dress that showed off her graceful curves. She was about the same age as Xia Ziyue, but her figure was a little fuller than Xia Ziyue's. At her current age, Xia Ziyue can be said to have developed quite well, but compared to the girl in red, she still seems a little lacking. The girl had pretty facial features. She was full of charm at a young age. She had black hair tied in a crooked ponytail and looked at Ji Fan with playful eyes. What are you doing? You've been spying on me for so long. Ji Fan said. I was waiting for someone, and by the way, I saw a fool fighting a sword tiger in close combat. I thought it was interesting, so I came to take a look. Young man, the sword tiger moves slowly, you have to fly a kite and keep your distance, do you understand? The red-clothed girl smiled sweetly, with bright eyes and white teeth, and a small canine tooth that was particularly eye-catching. Damn! Ji Fan was speechless. This is being laughed at. I was training with the sword tiger, so naturally I had to fight him in close combat. Young man, the sword tiger is very afraid of fire magic. You can use fire magic to deal with it and keep your distance. The girl in red said with a smile. Go away, don't disturb me. If you continue watching, I will collect the ticket money. Ji Fan waved his hand and said. You don't even appreciate my help, you fool, said the girl in red. And just at this moment, in the void, figures broke through the air, controlling various weapons and appeared above the girl in red. These people were very strange. Each of them retained some animal features to a greater or lesser extent. Some had horns on their heads, some had wings on their backs, and some were even half human, half animal. Moreover, the auras of these people are not weak, and the weakest ones are at the peak of the Golden Core realm. Could the people from the demon clan be from the kingdom of 10,000 demons? Ji Fan frowned slightly. The kingdom of 10,000 demons is a country composed entirely of demon cultivators. It is powerful and 1 or 2 levels higher than the 10,000 Swords Mountain, enough to be compared with famous holy places. And these people are all demon cultivators. Your Highness, why did you come here by yourself? The Black Cloud Mountains are still very dangerous, said one of the half-human, half-beast demon cultivators with a lion's head and a human body. The girl in red smiled and said, You are too slow. What is the princess looking at? These demon cultivators looked at Ji Fan. Nothing, I found an interesting human boy who was having a lively fight with a sword tiger, so I took a look to kill time and wait for you to come over. The girl in red stood up and stretched, revealing her fair waist. Huh, fighting against a worthless bloodline like Jianhu, he actually suffered such a bad defeat. He is really useless. Why is he worthy of the attention of Her Royal Highness the Princess, said a green-haired man with an angle between his eyebrows. He looked towards Ji Fan with contempt. Okay, now that we're all here, let's go. After we find that big guy, we'll deal with him and then head to Zhanlong Mountain together, said the red-clothed girl, then she jumped up and landed on the back of a ferocious bird. She glanced at Ji Fan and said, Young man, work hard slowly. Goodbye. The ferocious bird cried out and flew away carrying the girl in red. The other demon cultivators didn't pay any attention to Ji Fan and left with the girl in red. Whispering sound. Ji Fan sneered lightly. I was just practicing by killing a wild monster, but I was looked down upon. Damn it. However, from the conversations of these people, Ji Fan could hear that the identity of this girl in red was not simple. She seemed to be a princess. Could she be the princess of the kingdom of 10,000 demons? Moreover, they will go to Zhanlong Mountain in the end, probably to participate in the illusion of Tiandao Tower. Roar! Now! The sword tiger recovered its strength, roared, and pounced on Ji Fan again with great ferocity, as if it wanted to take advantage of Ji Fan's distraction to tear the young man apart. Ji Fan didn't even look at it, he raised the bamboo sword in his hand and slashed down. Phew! A flash of sword light passed by. The saber tiger was split in half on the spot. The cut was smooth and a large amount of blood spurted out. The sword tiger was split into two halves. Before it died, it stared with unwillingness and fear, as if it had not expected that the young man who had fought with it to the death could suddenly become so strong and kill it with just one sword. "I'm just playing with you, do you take it seriously?" Ji Fan sneered, put away the bamboo sword, turned around and left. Although this sword tiger is a relic of the ancient times, Ji Fan is not interested in its blood. The precious blood he wants must at least be from the descendant of a divine beast. One day later, Ji Fan arrived next to a volcano in the Black Cloud Mountains. Boom! There, flames shot up into the sky, and the light of magical power shot up into the sky. At the same time, there was a strong wind and terrifying demonic energy dancing, as if there was a fierce battle, like a group of demons dancing wildly. Ji Fan appeared on the top of a towering tree, tapped a leaf with his toes, hugged his shoulders, and looked in the direction of the volcano. There was fighting, and it was very intense. It's them. Ji Fan has the ability of clairvoyance and can see things very clearly. Under the volcano was the group of demon cultivators that they had encountered not long ago. They were currently fighting a dragon with the blood of a fire dragon. It was a fire dragon. Except for the fact that it had no claws under its ribs, it looked no different from a real dragon. At this moment it was surging and emitting raging flames, even borrowing the power from the volcano. That is the red fire dragon. Its combat power is comparable to that of the nascent soul stage, and it is even stronger than the ordinary nascent soul stage. Ji Fan said inwardly. This red fire dragon had obviously been injured, but it counterattacked with all its might and still caused heavy damage to those demon cultivators. In particular, the power borrowed from the ancient volcano made this red fire dragon even more ferocious. It was like it was running wild with only a little blood left, slaughtering these demon cultivators wantonly. There were a total of more than a dozen demon cultivators, and many of them had died in the battle. Several of them were turned into ashes under the breath of the red fire dragon. The ferocious bird that had been carrying the girl in red was torn into two pieces and fell in a pool of blood, already dead. Ji Fan smiled, leaped a few times, and appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Wow, that was a terrible beating. Ji Fan couldn't help but say. The red fire dragon went berserk, and these demon cultivators were obviously no match for it. They suffered heavy casualties. Now, including the girl in red, there were only 4 people left who were able to fight. Among them, the green-haired man who had ridiculed Ji Fan before only had one arm left. At this moment, he was dragging his injured body to fight with the red fire dragon. "It's you." The girl in red was a little surprised to see Ji Fan, but she couldn't pay so much attention to it at the moment, because the girl in red was seriously injured and kept retreating under the pressure of the red fire dragon. "I found it interesting, so I came to take a look." "Little witch, you silly girl, to deal with the red fire dragon, you have to keep a distance. By the way, are you good at fire magic? Use fire to attack it." Ji Fan said with a smile. These were the words that the little witch had said to him before, and now he was returning them exactly as they were. "Get lost. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? The red fire dragon is good at long-range attacks. It's a fire dragon, and you want me to use fire magic? To give it additional status, you idiot? The little witch yelled in frustration. You don't know how to be funny. Ji-fan spread his hands. You really don't know how to be funny. Ji-fan spread his hands. The little demon girl was so angry that she wanted to curse. Am I kidding you? Can't you see that I'm about to destroy the team? Princess, don't pay attention to this man. The most urgent thing now is to retreat quickly. It seems that we can't get the fire dragon egg. The green-haired man shouted. And at this moment, the red fire dragon pounced and killed again, taking away one of them. Ji-fan took a look and saw that the annihilation of this gang was a foregone conclusion. Ji-fan cleared his throat and shouted loudly, "Help kill online, 10 infusions of the blood of the descendants of the divine beast. If you need it, add me to the team plus. The little demon girl turned around and glared at Ji-fan. Young man, if you want to help, just do it. Why are you shouting? Ji-fan smiled and said, I told you that helping to kill someone will cost you a price. It will cost you the precious blood of the descendants of 10 divine beasts. Why don't you go and grab it? 10 bottles. The little witch rubbed her little fangs angrily. Huh, you are the demon cultivators from the 10,000 demons country. I heard that the thing that the 10,000 demons country lacks the least is precious blood. The precious blood of the descendants of 10 infused divine beasts is already a cheap price. Ji-fan stood on the edge of the battlefield with his arms around his shoulders, looking relaxed. Roar! The red fire dragon roared and exhaled flames, like a column of magma light, which instantly submerged the demon cultivator with a lion head and a human body. Ah! The golden lion king screamed in agony and was turned into a pile of black charcoal and burned to death by the fire dragon's breath. This red fire dragon is not of ordinary dragon bloodline. Ji-fan recognized it as a being recorded in ancient books called the Red Flame Emperor Dragon. From the name, one can tell that it is an emperor-like existence among dragons, the most powerful fire dragon, and its bloodline is very rare. Now, only the little witch and the green-haired man are left. The green-haired man glanced at Ji-fan, his eyes flashing with coldness, and he shouted coldly, Boy, you want 10 injections of blood of the descendants of divine beasts, right? Sure, come over and stop the Red Flame Emperor Jiao, so that we can escape. When we are safe, I will pay you 10 injections of precious blood. Stupid. Ji-fan replied directly, if you want to use me as cannon fodder, you don't have to say it so obviously. Let me buy you some time to escape. When I'm killed by the Red Flame Emperor Jiao, you won't have to pay a single can of precious blood and you can get away safely. You're just thinking about good things. The green-haired man's eyes flashed with viciousness. Come here, I only have one word to say, otherwise, I can kill you first. Ji-fan sneered and raised his middle finger. Oh, this finger of mine is out of control. Sorry, I did it on purpose. Ji-fan said happily. You. The green-haired man was completely enraged. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards Ji-fan, shouting, You little human, accept your fate. It's your fault that you didn't come to join in the fun. Go stop that fire dragon. The green-haired man stretched out his hand to grab Ji-fan. In his palm, a terrifying vortex of demonic energy condensed. He wanted to control Ji-fan firmly so that he could take action. Hee. Ji-fan grinned and slapped him hard. An unstoppable force burst out, and with a bang, the green-haired man was slapped back in the air, spitting blood and his jaw was broken. You are so strong. The green-haired man widened his eyes in disbelief. He had thought that Ji-fan was a human boy who could be easily captured and it would be a piece of cake to control him. After all, he had fought very badly with monsters of the Sword Tiger bloodline before, which showed that he was not very strong at all. Result. Now, after a face-to-face encounter, he was actually knocked away from the air, which showed that the fighting power of this human boy far exceeded his. How could this happen? The green-haired man roared, but soon he was in despair. Because he flew backwards, he landed right in front of the red flame emperor dragon. Roar! Ah! Following a shrill scream from the green-haired man, the red flame emperor dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed the green-haired man in one gulp, then a breath of fire dragon burst out of its mouth. At such a close distance, the green-haired man couldn't bear it at all, and was directly turned into ashes in the column of magma light, deader than dead. Snort. Ji-fan sneered. People like this only had their own faults and could not blame others. After the red flame emperor dragon killed the green-haired man, it decisively set its sights on the little demon girl in red who was closest to it, and pounced on her with a roar. The little witch was fighting and retreating at the same time, looking very miserable. Most of her red clothes were burned, revealing her fair and crystal-clear skin. However, there were also many burn marks on this fair skin. "Ah, I can't move, young man. If you really have a way, please do it quickly. I will give you 10 bottles of precious blood." The little witch screamed and waved her hand. 10 bottles of sealed precious blood flew towards Ji-fan. Ji-fan raised his hand, and 10 bottles of precious blood floated in front of him, sensing it slightly. The blood inside is indeed the authentic precious blood of the descendants of divine beasts, and its purity far exceeds that of ordinary beast blood. Good. Ji-fan nodded with satisfaction and put away the 10 bottles of precious blood. The next moment, the Hunyuan sword suit turned into a pair of steel sword wings and was carried on Ji-fan's back. Boom! Ji-fan used all his strength to activate the Kuanpeng sword wings, and flew towards the little demon girl at an astonishing speed, with sword light filling the sky. Brush! The sword flashed. Ji-fan picked up the little demon girl from the claws of the red flame emperor dragon, then rushed out at an astonishing speed, causing a gust of air, and instantly arrived in the air, floating there with the steel sword wings on his back. "Let's go, what are you standing there for?" the little witch asked anxiously, hanging on Ji-fan like a koala. "Huh, what a mess. This fire dragon is running low on health. Although it is running wild with the help of the power of the ancient volcano and is extremely powerful, it will be hard for it to survive if you give it a fatal blow." Ji-fan sneered. The little witch also knows this truth, but it is not easy to do it. The red flame emperor dragon borrowed the power of the ancient volcano and was nearly invincible in this area. It used offense as defense and no one could resist it. It would be good enough to get away alive, let alone give it a fatal blow. Roar, roar, roar. The red flame emperor Jiao was completely enraged, his eyes were red, and at this moment he was riding the magma all over the sky and rushing towards Ji-fan, determined to burn all the enemies in front of him to death here. Facing the furious red fire dragon, it felt like a flaming mountain was passing through the sky and smashing down on him. The scorching flame energy and overwhelming oppressive force would make even a master at the peak of the nascent soul stage run away without any ability to fight. 180,000 swords. Sudden. Ji-fan shouted in a deep voice, and the Kuanpeng sword wings behind him disintegrated again, and the 180,000 flying swords changed. The sword flashed and the sword energy strangled the void. A terrifying murderous aura filled the void, as if it was going to tear the sky into pieces. 180,000 flying swords were quickly assembled, completing a new change. An iron sword dragon formed by the condensation of a flying sword is lifelike. 180,000 flying swords make sword sounds together. The sound of the swords replaces the sound of dragon roars and resounds through the void. This is exactly one of the attack variations in the Hunyuan sword suit. Kill. Ji-fan raised his hand and pointed at the red flame emperor dragon in front of him. The next moment, the steel sword dragon rushed forward, baring its fangs and claws, roaring and winding. 108,000 flying swords glowed together, and the terrifying sword energy turned into a storm, tearing the sky apart. The entire night sky seemed to be illuminated by the sword light rising into the sky. Boom! The iron sword dragon slammed into the red flame emperor dragon's body, and sword energy flew out in all directions, crisscrossing the void. With a momentum like a hot knife through butter, it tore the red flame emperor dragon in half. Ah! Along with the scarlet flame emperor dragon's miserable roar, the fire dragon was torn into two halves from head to tail. The fire dragon's blood spilled all over the void. It was a horrible sight, as if the entire sky was bleeding. Ji-Fan immediately took out his magic weapon and began to collect the blood of the fire dragon. This red flame emperor dragon is the descendant of a divine beast, and his blood is also extremely precious. And at this moment, the steel sword dragon once again transformed into 180,000 flying swords, returned to Ji-Fan's side, and reassembled into Kuanpeng sword wings, which were carried on Ji-Fan's back. This. The little demon girl stared blankly at the handsome boy in front of her. She really didn't expect that this human boy was so powerful. Even though the red flame emperor dragon was low on health, its final rampage was still unstoppable. It was simply a pipe dream to be able to deal a fatal blow to it. But this human boy did it. His 108,000 swords move was incredibly powerful. It was the most direct and simplest offensive sword technique. That's right. This attack variation of the Hunyuan sword suit is indeed a kind of swordsmanship, and the mantra is also an explanation of the swordsmanship. Ji-Fan had the incredible ability to enter a state of enlightenment at any time. He quickly mastered this sword technique and completed this change in the Hunyuan sword. It is worthy of being a treasure left by the ancient sword saint. The attack changes of these 180,000 swords are so powerful. Of course, this is also inseparable from my ability to control the laws of the universe. Ji-Fan said in his heart. However, this formula is not considered the inheritance of the ancient sword saint. Although it can be called a sword art, the most important thing is to cooperate with these 18,000 flying swords. To put it in an analogy, in the words of Blue Star, these 18,000 swords are like a computer program, and this formula is just the driving password. It is far from the inheritance of the true ancient sword master. Who are you? Which force's son of God are you from? At this moment, the little witch asked with her charming eyes blinking. In her opinion, this human boy was so ferocious, he must be the son of God of a powerful force. I'm not the son of God of any sect. I'm just a handsome young man passing by. Ji-Fan said lightly. Okay, let me introduce myself first. The little demon girl thought Ji-Fan was unwilling to say it, so she said, my name is Man Xiaoyao, I come from the Wanyao kingdom, and I am considered to be of royal blood in the Wanyao kingdom. Slim waist? Ji-Fan was stunned. It's Man Xiaoyao, what are your ears? Man Xiaoyao said angrily. Huh, but your slender waist does feel good. Ji-Fan said with a smile. He was still holding the little girl horizontally, and her slender waist was in his palms. Ah, you little hooligan from the human race, can you put me down now? Man Xiaoyao suddenly broke free from Ji-Fan's arms as if a cat's tail was stepped on. The little devil pinched her waist angrily and said tenderly, I have already introduced myself, now it's your turn. My name is Ji-Fan. I'm not the son of God. That's it. Ji-Fan said calmly. Ji-Fan? That's strange, I seem to have heard this name before, Man Xiaoyao murmured, his little tiger teeth sparkling. But soon, Man Xiaoyao remembered something and said, oh, fire dragon egg, my fire dragon egg. After saying that, she transformed into a beam of red light and rushed towards the ancient volcano. Ji Fan had also collected all the fire dragon blood and followed. He knew that Man Xiaoyao had gone to such great lengths to obtain the dragon egg of the Red Flame Emperor Jiao, which must be a great treasure. Ji Fan actually intervened in this matter because of the fire dragon egg mentioned by Man Xiaoyao. They entered this ancient volcano. Inside the volcano, it is extremely hot and the magma is rolling. And right in the center of the lava lake, there is a dragon egg the size of a human head, as red as jade, emitting a pure breath of fire. On the eggshell, there are flickering flame patterns, mysterious and complex. Is this your purpose? Ji Fan said. Man Xiaoyao nodded his fair chin and said with a smile, yes, this fire dragon egg is of great use to me. If I had come 2 days later, the fire dragon egg might have been eaten by the Red Flame Emperor Jiao. Eat it. Damn it. You eat the eggs you laid yourself. What's wrong with that? Ji Fan said in astonishment. Man Xiaoyao said, the Red Flame Emperor Jiao is extremely ferocious. Regardless of whether it is a demon beast that takes the path of the Beast King or a demon cultivator that takes the path of transformation, most of them are like tigers that will not eat their own cubs. They value their offspring very much. Only the Red Flame Emperor Jiao is different. The Red Fire Dragon is famous for its brutality. In addition to hiding in volcanoes to absorb the energy of the Fire Dao, it can also devour its own children to enhance its abilities and even increase its lifespan. Ji Fan nodded, and then said, then what do you want to do with the fire dragon egg? I need the soul of the young fire dragon inside. Man Xiaoyao said, I have a weapon that needs a fire dragon soul to activate, but there are no pure-blooded fire dragons on the continent, so I can only look for a dragon soul. The Red Flame Emperor Jiao, as the Emperor of Fire Dragons, is the most suitable. As he spoke, Man Xiaoyao took out a weapon. It was a large bow that looked like fired jade all over. It shone with the brilliance of a ruby and was extremely beautiful. It had a strong aura of fire. Are you a shooter by profession? Ji Fan asked. Man Xiaoyao said with a smile, Ji Fan, you helped me a lot this time. I am not a stingy person. I will take the fire dragon soul, but the dragon egg still contains a powerful energy essence that can be used as precious blood. Even the fire power inside can enhance fire spells. Improve the art of fire. Ji Fan thought that he did master a fire technique, the Bifang flame. An hour later. The sky brightened. Ji Fan and Man Xiaoyao walked out of this ancient volcano. Man Xiaoyao couldn't let go of the red bow in her hand. The fire dragon soul had been extracted by her and integrated into the weapon. He becoming my weapon soul is better than being eaten by my own mother. This fire dragon soul can grow with this weapon. Maybe in the future, it can really evolve into a dragon soul. Man Xiaoyao said happily. Now that the fire dragon immortal Bao has been successfully awakened, when I enter the illusion of the heavenly Dao Tower, I can kill everyone in my way. Ha ha ha, Man Xiaoyao laughed. She had the figure of a Lolita, but her smile was very domineering. Ji Fan, are you also going to the illusion of the heavenly Dao Tower? Man Xiaoyao asked at this time. Yes. Ji Fan did not hide it. The illusion of the heavenly Dao Tower opens, and heroes gather together. I'm sure everyone wants to join in the fun. Man Xiaoyao smiled sweetly, her little tiger teeth sparkling, and said, are you going alone, or are you going on behalf of the forces behind you? If it's the former, I sincerely hope to cooperate with you and act together with our 10,000 demons nation. Ji Fan thought about it. He definitely represents an individual. Wanjian Mountain does not need him to represent it. Moreover, he didn't want to represent Wanjian Mountain. Well, if necessary, maybe we can try to cooperate and we'll see then. Ji Fan nodded and did not refuse. After all, the Tiandao Tower illusion is full of good and bad people, and the situation is very chaotic. It would be a bit hasty to make a promise now. Let's take it one step at a time. Ink stained the void. It's pitch dark. In a place in the Black Cloud Mountains, Ji Fan was sitting cross-legged on a cliff, with a fire dragon egg in his palm, the divine egg of the Red Flame Emperor Jiao. Now, a ray of divine light flew into the fire dragon egg, extracted all the essence and precious blood in the fire dragon egg, and merged it into his own body. Apart from anything else, the essence of this fire dragon egg is in no way inferior to the Bifang body obtained before. The Bifang treasure body is well preserved, and the essence of the beast's blood is completely sealed inside the treasure body. Even though the fire dragon soul was extracted from this fire dragon egg by the little demon man, the life energy inside it still existed. In a sense, the egg was still alive, but it had no consciousness. Ji Fan directly extracted the essence of the fire dragon egg and used it to cleanse his body. But just at this moment, Ji Fan noticed that within the extracted essence of energy, there was a tiny symbol that was extremely mysterious, probably only as big as a fingernail, but it emitted a dazzling golden light. The breath of the avenue! Ji Fan exclaimed. At this time, the voice of Chaos Immortal Embryo came. The lineage of divine beasts is a bloodline protected by the ancient heavenly Dao. The blood of pure-blooded divine beasts all has Dao runes, which is unique. Although the descendants of divine beasts are not as good as pure-blooded divine beasts, there is a certain chance that Dao runes can be born, but it is very rare. Then I am really lucky. Such a probability appears inside this fire dragon egg. Ji Fan said with a smile. He refined the essence of the fire dragon egg. Among them is the tiny avenue rune. Boom! The next moment, Ji Fan's spirits were lifted, and his degree of compatibility with the Great Dao instantly increased by 2 levels, reaching the 28th level. The degree of compatibility between the two realms Dao was instantly improved, which was equivalent to Ji Fan's own enlightenment for half a month or even more than half a month. You know, as his compatibility with the Tao becomes higher and higher, the progress of enlightenment has obviously become slower, and it is far from being as fast as a rocket at the beginning. It seems that I have to refine more beast blood in the future. While strengthening my body, I can also improve my compatibility with the Great Dao. Ji Fan grinned. In fact, this time when you enter the illusion of the Heavenly Dao Tower, you have plenty of opportunities to obtain this kind of runes. The Chaos Immortal Embryo laughed. Is it also in the illusion of the Heavenly Dao Tower? Upon hearing this, Ji Fan was overjoyed. What do you think? The Tower of Heavenly Dao. Just from the name, you can tell that it is related to the ancient Heavenly Dao. How could there not be such opportunities inside? Chaos Immortal Fetus said with a smile. Ji Fan nodded and looked towards the end of the Black Cloud Mountains. It seems. This time, the illusion of the Tiandao Tower can give me many surprises. The next few days, Ji Fan and Man Xiaoyao crossed the Black Cloud Mountains together and visited many places in the Black Cloud Mountains. In just 2 days, they would be able to leave the Black Cloud Mountains and reach Zhanlong Mountain. During this period, Ji Fan refined the precious blood of the 10 descendants of divine beasts given to him by Man Xiaoyao. Unfortunately, although these precious bloods were precious, there were no great runes in them. It wasn't like the Bifang body, which allowed Ji Fan to obtain the innate skills of the divine beast. Certainly. This is understandable. Although the 10 precious bloods of the divine beasts are precious, they are not complete. They are all parts extracted from the descendants of various divine beasts. In addition to the 2 of them setting out on the journey together, Ji Fan also had several sparring sessions with Man Xiaoyao along the way, just to hone his combat awareness. At the beginning, even when Ji Fan suppressed his strength, he was still able to fight back and forth with Man Xiaoyao. However, as Ji Fan's combat awareness gradually improved, Man Xiaoyao was no match for him even with suppressed strength, and was forced into a miserable state by Ji Fan several times. However, it must be said that this little witch is very good at archery. With a fire dragon bow in her hand, she can almost hit the target every time. Every arrow is comparable to the strongest attack of a sword master. If it wasn't Ji Fan, if it was anyone else, even if Xiao Feng, who had the War King body, came, he would suffer a lot. Do you have a special physique? Next to the campfire, the two were eating barbecue, and Ji Fan asked Man Xiaoyao. Man Xiaoyao is dressed seductively in red. Although she has a Lolita style, her figure is very plump. However, this charming Lolita is gnawing on an animal leg without any image at the moment, with her mouth full of oil. Does this count as cannibalism? Ji Fan couldn't help but complain. Bullshit. Man Xiaoyao glanced at him coquettishly, and then said, the rules of our demon race are different from yours. In the ancient times, the demons and monsters relied on devouring each other to improve their cultivation. By the way, what did you ask just now? Let me ask you, do you have a special physique? Ji Fan asked. Man Xiaoyao sucked his fingers and said, we demons are different from you humans. The special physiques are for you humans. We demons respect bloodline. 2 days later, Ji Fan and Man Xiaoyao arrived at the outskirts of the Black Cloud Mountains and they crossed the mountain range. After leaving the mountains, another 800 miles away is Zhanlong Mountain. The little demon stretched lazily and coquettishly, revealing a piece of her fair waist. She rolled her eyes at Ji Fan and said angrily, really? We could have left a few days earlier if you hadn't insisted on walking home. This is your own choice. I didn't force you to stay with me. Ji Fan rolled his eyes and walked out of the Black Cloud Mountains. But just when they were about to walk out of the Black Cloud Mountains, they happened to meet a group of people who were about to enter the Black Cloud Mountains, so they bumped into Ji Fan and his group. Ji Fan frowned. There is a lot of demonic energy in these people, they are also demon cultivators. Moreover, these demon cultivators are fully armed in black armor. Black Dragon Guard. When Ji Fan saw these black armors, he immediately thought of this word. This is the Black Dragon Guard of the Wanyao Kingdom's royal family. During the years in Wanjian Mountain, Ji Fan read a lot and knew some knowledge about the mainland. Among them, he had read about the Black Dragon Guards of the 10,000 Demons Kingdom. It could be said that this was a powerful force of the 10,000 Demons Kingdom. Although there were only 8,000 of them, their combat power was unparalleled, and many people on the continent were frightened by their presence. The 8,000 Black Dragon Guards are from the same clan, the Blackwater Dragon lineage. It can be said that these Black Dragon Guards are all human-shaped dragons. There were about 500 Black Dragon Guards in front of Ji Fan at this moment. This was equivalent to the power of 500 dragons, enough to move mountains and fill the sea. Boom! As soon as the 500 Black Dragon Guards met Ji Fan, they released a terrifying aura. The black evil spirit swept across the entire mountain, as if there were thousands of world-destroying black dragons. It was enough to show how terrifying this aura was. Ji Fan sneered, unmoved, still with his hands behind his back, looking at the Black Dragon Guard in front of him. Don't block the road, get out of the way. The leader of the Black Dragon Guard said, holding a dark spear. Presumptuous. At this moment, the little demon who had gone to pick wild flowers came flying from a distance. The figure of Hua Mei appeared beside Ji Fan, with a slim waist and sweet buttocks, and an enchanting posture. Princess. The leader of the Black Dragon Guard was startled and immediately saluted. The other Black Dragon Guards saluted one after another. Coming to see you? Ji Fan looked at Man Xiaoyao. Man Xiaoyao nodded. Not long ago, she had sent a signal to the people of her Wanyao kingdom, and this group of black dragon guards came to pick her up. Princess, I brought people here after receiving your message. I was just about to gather the black dragon guards to search the mountains. At this time, a young man in black combat clothes and with horns on his head walked out from behind the 500 black dragon guards. He held a dark halberd in his hand, looked dignified, and his brows were full of unruly expression. Little Prince Black Dragon, I didn't expect that the person who came to pick me up would be you. Man Xiaoyao chuckled. Ji Fan was a little surprised. Because this guy called Little Black Dragon Prince is actually in the nascent soul stage. Young Demon King. Ji Fan said in his heart. A great demon in the nascent soul realm is worthy of being called a demon king. Although this young Black Dragon Prince is not very old, he has already reached the nascent soul stage. Among the demon clan, he can enjoy the treatment of a demon king. The nascent soul stage, in a sect like Wanjian Mountain, is enough to allow one to sit on the position of elder. And in those famous holy places, many young people with extraordinary talents can often reach such heights. It can be seen that Wanjian Mountain is still a level weaker than those famous holy places. The Wanyao Kingdom is an existence that can be compared with the famous holy places. To be precise, the Wanyao Kingdom was originally classified as one of the 10 famous holy places. Ji Fan didn't expect that as soon as he left the Black Cloud Mountains, he would encounter a young demon king, who was comparable to the holy son of a famous holy land. The young Black Dragon Prince said, I just arrived at Panlong City at the foot of Zhanlong Mountain, and I received the message from the princess, so I rushed over to pick her up. Why is the princess alone, and staying with a human boy? Where are Biha and the others? Dead. That red flame emperor dragon is much more powerful than I thought. If I had known it would be so troublesome, should have brought a team of black dragon guards with me. But fortunately, I have got what I wanted. Let's go to Panlong City in Zhanlong Mountain, said the little barbarian demon, waving her little hand. Good. The young Black Dragon Prince nodded, then glanced at Ji Fan and frowned slightly. This human boy is the princess's war slave? War slaves? Ji Fan frowned. No, he's a friend. It's all thanks to him that we were able to get out of the Black Cloud Mountains this time. Man Xiaoyao couldn't help but say. Friends. Hee, princess, forgive me for being so presumptuous, but among the human race, there are very few who can be called friends of the 10,000 demons nation. The Black Dragon Prince said arrogantly, as a princess, only the sons of gods and daughters of the great sects can be friends with her. Young man, which sect son of God are you from? Wanen Dad. Ji Fan said calmly. Huh. The little Black Dragon Prince was stunned. He obviously didn't understand Shandong dialect. He said disdainfully, is this your name? I haven't heard of it. It seems that you are not the son of God. Aren't you called Ji Fan? Wanandi? When did you get such a strange name? It's a nickname. Man Xiaoyao asked naively. Ji Fan. Ji Fan? The little Black Dragon Prince raised his eyebrows. I have heard of the name Ji Fan, Wanjian Mountain, the carrier of the great Dao. Are you the mascot? Man Xiaoyao patted her tender thigh and said, yes, I was wondering where I've heard the name Ji Fan. It turns out that you have the same name as the mascot of the cultivation world. Hearing this, Ji Fan smiled bitterly, and then said, we are not just people with the same name, I am the carrier of the avenue. What? Hearing this, Man Xiaoyao, the young Black Dragon Prince, and even the Black Dragon Guards were a little surprised and looked Ji Fan up and down. He is actually the carrier of the avenue. Impossible. Man Xiaoyao didn't believe it at all. She shook her little head and swung her ponytail away, saying, "The carrier of the great Dao cannot practice, but you are so awesome." Ji Fan. A hint of disdain flashed in the eyes of the young black dragon prince. Ever since he knew that Ji Fan was the carrier of the great Dao, that look of disdain had been revealed without a doubt. As a result, he didn't even listen to what Man Xiaoyao said just now. "So you are really the mascot? Who was the low-key son of God?" The little black dragon prince scolded softly, and then said to Man Xiaoyao, "Princess, let's go. This kind of useless body, although famous, is useless to you and me, so let's not bother with it." Man Xiaoyao shook his head. No, there are some things you don't understand. Ji Fan, let's go to Panlong City first. I want to talk to you about how the carrier of the great Dao can practice." As she said that, Man Xiaoyao was about to invite Ji Fan to go on the journey together. "Princess, I came here this time, firstly, to assist you in entering the heavenly Dao Tower, and secondly, I was ordered by the Demon Queen to supervise you. You are too inexperienced in the world, so don't associate with messy people." The young black dragon prince spoke righteously, his eyes full of seriousness. "What do you mean, supervise me?" Man Xiaoyao was immediately unhappy when he heard it. "Yes, the Demon Queen's token is here." The young black dragon prince took out a purple gold token. "Oh my God! I really am my mother's token." Man Xiaoyao's pretty little face suddenly became as ugly as it could be. "I thought I would be free for a while after participating in the illusion of the Tower of Heaven, but my mother actually sent this stubborn black dragon here. Now." The little prince of Black Dragon glanced at Ji Fan and said, "Although I don't know how you bewitched the princess to believe you, please stay away from her. If you dare to come close to us again, I will kill you without mercy. Go away." Ji Fan raised his eyelids. "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly." The little black dragon prince frowned and said, "Stay away from the princess. The princess's status is not something you can approach, let alone be friends with. If you do it again, I won't care if you are the mascot of the immortal world or not. I will kill you." "Oh." Ji Fan smiled. Sudden. He grabbed Man Xiaoyao and pulled her to his side in a domineering manner. He even boldly put one arm around Man Xiaoyao's slender waist and held her in his arms. Man Xiaoyao was frightened by Ji Fan's domineering behavior. At this moment, she was held in Ji Fan's arms like a little white rabbit. She was a little at a loss for a moment, and two red clouds appeared on her pretty cheeks. She subconsciously tried to break free. But just at this moment, Man Xiaoyao felt a mysterious power emerging from Ji Fan's body, which actually suppressed the evil spirit in her body in an instant, leaving her unable to resist. Ji Fan scratched his ears, looked at the little black dragon prince, and said, "I still didn't hear it clearly. Say it again." Provocative. This is a complete provocation. A soaring aura and surging demonic energy immediately burst out from the body of the young black dragon prince, and transformed into a world-destroying black dragon behind him, with fangs and claws bared, and a captivating aura. "You're looking for death." The young black dragon prince shouted angrily, with murderous intent, and rushed straight towards Ji Fan. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The 500 black dragon guards also shouted loudly, with murderous aura rising to the sky, causing the mountains to tremble, and the sky seemed to have become dark. Ji Fan smiled and hooked his finger at the black dragon prince. There was, of course, no reason for his provocation. First, the young black dragon prince was arrogant and conceited, and had spoken rudely before, so Ji Fan had no choice but to teach him a lesson. Although, being patient can bring peace of mind for a while, the reason for being patient is because I cannot beat you. Since I can beat you, I will still tolerate your bullying. Although it may not sound good to be vindictive, but it feels good. Certainly. There is a second reason, which is Ji Fan was attracted by the strength and bloodline of the little black dragon prince. He was currently lacking a mount, and this black dragon was just right. Ignorance. Stupid. It seems that today, I will wipe out the carrier of the great Dao from the world. Prepare to die. The black dragon prince shouted in a deep voice, and the dark halberd in his hand came straight towards Ji Fan. Damn it, Xiao He, wait a minute, don't seek death, hey, I don't have such a good relationship with him, I don't know if I can beg for mercy. When Man Xiaoyao saw this scene, her pretty face suddenly turned pale with fright. When the red flame emperor dragon was in a rampage state, Ji Fan killed it instantly with one blow. Although the black dragon prince was a young demon king, in terms of combat power, he was no match for the rampage fire dragon. He can't defeat Ji Fan. Boom. However, it was too late to say anything now, as the black dragon prince's halberd had already reached Ji Fan's front, and the cold murderous intent could make the mountains collapse. Bang! Sudden. Ji Fan raised his hand and lightly grabbed the halberd that was stabbing at him. His hand was on the junction of the halberd blade and the halberd shaft. A terrifying force emerged from his arm, suppressing everything and preventing the halberd from moving forward at all. What? The young black dragon prince was stunned, as if he had not expected that Ji Fan, the carrier of the great Dao, could actually catch his weapon with his bare hands. But this one blow. The young black dragon prince only used 30% of his strength. Because in his opinion, although the carrier of the great Dao has a great reputation, he is just an ordinary person, and 30% of the power is already a respect for him. What? You haven't eaten yet, and you want to kill people with such an attack? It's a joke. Ji Fan said lightly, blocking the little black dragon prince with one hand and holding the little barbarian demon with the other hand, hugging the girl's slender waist, just on purpose. Court death. Boom. The young black dragon prince burst out with even more terrifying demonic energy and suppressed Ji Fan. It was as if a dark mountain fell from the sky with terrifying momentum. Are you stupid? Knowing that I am invulnerable to all kinds of attacks, does that mean that demonic energy is not magic power? Ji Fan sneered. Demonic power is also a kind of magical power. Although the paths they take are different, all things return to their source and ultimately reach the same destination. What's going on? Even if you are immune to all kinds of attacks, the power of the realm suppression is enough to smash you into pieces. You are not an ordinary person. The pupils of the young black dragon prince shrank sharply. On the road to immortality, there is indeed a concept of realm suppression, which is a force different from magic power. In the eyes of the young black dragon prince, even if Ji Fan is immune to all kinds of attacks, the power of realm suppression will prevent him from turning over. But at this moment, it seems that is not the case. You can practice. How is this possible? The carrier of the great Dao can also practice. The young black dragon prince said in surprise. However, he did not panic. The halberd in his hand was buzzing. At this moment, the young black dragon prince surged with terrifying demonic energy to strengthen the power of the magic weapon in his hand. Since it is invulnerable to all kinds of attacks, we will use physical attacks and defeat it with the power of divine weapons. Boom! Een! The black dragon roared, and a dragon roar burst out from the mouth of the black dragon prince. The black dragon prince's originally handsome face turned into a pitch-black dragon head, but it was not ugly and quite cool. Ha ha, you look good. I've got you. Come and be my mount. Ji Fan laughed. You actually want to kill me? Een. The young black dragon prince roared again and used all his strength to activate the magic weapon in his hand. When the nascent soul gets angry, the mountains and rivers collapse. At this moment, the mountain range behind Ji Fan was destroyed by a terrifying force. The mountain was collapsing, and rocks were flying into the air, and were smashed to pieces in the air by a domineering force. However, Ji Fan remained as steady as a rock, holding the halberd in one hand. No matter how powerful the young black dragon prince was, he held the halberd firmly without moving at all. How so? The young black dragon prince was not convinced. He used all his strength to activate his magic weapon, but still could not hurt the young man. The power in the halberd was suppressed by another force, just like a fish in the water being pressed by a huge rock, with no power to resist at all. Come on. Ji Fan uttered 2 words lightly. You. The young black dragon prince gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred on his cool black dragon head. It was really a great shame that his opponent actually encouraged him to cheer up. It showed that he did not take his attack seriously at all. Kill. The young black dragon prince was furious. He concentrated all his demonic power on his halberd, strengthening the power of the magic weapon, and wanted to kill the hateful young man with one blow of the halberd. Boom! On the halberd, terrifying demonic power condensed and the sound of thunder was heard. However, this halberd still could not move forward at all. No matter how hard the black dragon prince tried, he could not get beyond the limit. Even the shaft of the halberd had been severely bent due to excessive pressure, like a large black bow. Come on, you can do it, black dragon. I believe in you. You are the blood of dragon, the descendant of the dragon. Don't be afraid of difficulties and danger. Go forward bravely. Come on, you can definitely hurt me. Ji Fan grinned and encouraged the little black dragon prince with words. It's so bullying. The young black dragon prince wanted to roar, his eyes were red. Since he was born, the young black dragon prince has always been invincible. He is the only son of the Black Dragon King of the 10,000 Demons Kingdom, the young prodigy of the demon race, the young demon king, the son of God who can be compared with the famous Holy Land. How could he have ever encountered such a frustrating battle? There was a look of disbelief in Man Xiaoyao's beautiful eyes. She knew the strength of the Black Dragon Prince, who was stronger than herself. Although Man Xiaoyao is from the royal family and her bloodline is nobler than that of Prince Black Dragon, she is not as old as him, so her strength is lower than that of Prince Black Dragon. Among the younger generation of the 10,000 Demons Kingdom, the young Black Dragon Prince is almost invincible among his peers. After all, he is a young demon king. But now, in front of Ji Fan, this young demon king was like a 2-year-old child wielding a wooden sword. He was so immature that no matter how hard he tried, he could not kill Ji Fan. Not far away. The 500 Black Dragon Guards were equally shocked. They were well aware of how terrifying the Black Dragon Prince was, and they had genuine respect for him. But at this moment, the little prince was very embarrassed. It was unbelievable that a young demon king, who was exerting his full strength, was treated like a joke. You're pretty good. At this time, Ji Fan spoke, in the nascent soul realm, you have such strength, which is much stronger than ordinary cultivators. I have to admit that your bloodline is very strong, but it is not strong enough. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of divine light flew out from Ji Fan's palm and wrapped around the halberd in the hand of the young Black Dragon Prince. The next moment, the laws of the Tao suppress it. The evil spirit on the halberd disappeared completely. Bring it here. Ji Fan snatched the halberd from the Black Dragon Prince's hand, held it in his backhand, and swung it fiercely, like a huge black stick, and hit the Black Dragon Prince hard. Boom! Ah! The young Black Dragon Prince screamed and flew backwards like a cannonball, piercing through the 3 mountains behind him, and finally crashing into a mountain several thousand meters away, his entire body sinking into the ground. Man Xiaoyao and the Black Dragon Guards were stunned. The young black dragon prince was actually knocked away by just one blow. The young demon king, the pride of the 10,000 demons kingdom, couldn't even withstand a blow from this human teenager. The most important thing is that this human boy is a useless person known to everyone. Wow, does this count as hitting the green? Ji-fan said with his hands on his chest. The next moment, 180,000 flying swords transformed into Kunpeng sword wings and appeared behind Ji-fan. Ji-fan soared into the sky with sword wings on his back. Ji-fan, don't kill him, just teach him a lesson. Xiao He is just a despicable person. Man Xiaoyao shouted hurriedly. She was really afraid that Ji-fan would kill the dragon. If the Black Dragon Prince died, it would be a loss for their Wanyao nation. Losing a genius was a high price to pay. More importantly, the Black Dragon Prince was a young and powerful person in their lineage. Ji-fan said nothing and chased after him with the Kunpeng sword wings on his back. Damn it, Xiao He is such an idiot, I told you I might not be able to get mercy from you. Man Xiaoyao stomped her feet angrily. After all, she and Ji-fan had only known each other for a few days, and their friendship was not that deep yet. Man Xiaoyao is about to chase after him. 500 black dragons must follow. Don't bother causing trouble. If he really wants to kill him, it will be useless for you to go. It will only increase casualties. I will go and persuade them myself. Man Xiaoyao shouted, her red dress fluttering, as she chased after Ji-fan. And at this moment, the young black dragon prince struggled to get out of the mountain, his eyes filled with murderous intent. But soon, he saw Ji-fan coming towards him with Kunpeng sword wings on his back. The young black dragon prince had no time to think about the secret of why the carrier of the avenue was so powerful. A dragon roar burst out from his throat, and he transformed into his original form, a black dragon covered with black scales and armor. He was mighty and domineering, and rolled out a terrifying demonic aura. I'll fight you. Een. The young black dragon prince transformed into his original form, his murderous aura was even more terrifying, and he rushed towards Ji-fan carrying boundless demonic energy. Fight? As you wish. Ji-fan said, thunder condensed in his palm. In an instant, an oversized Thor's hammer appeared in his hand, like a physical entity, wrapped in thousands of thunders. When wielded by other people, this Thor's hammer is only 1 foot long, but it is also incredibly powerful because it is made of compressed thunder. However, Ji-fan's Thor's hammer, even when compressed to the extreme, is still more than 1 person tall. In addition, he had consumed a large amount of thunder liquid, so the power of his thunder magic was even greater than before and was far beyond the level of ordinary magical powers. 80. Boom! With one blow of the hammer, the void exploded, thousands of thunders surged, and concentrated at one point to explode. Even the night sky sea of thunder resonated with it at this moment. Bang! The young black dragon prince who had just rushed over was directly knocked away by a hammer. The huge dragon body crushed a mountain, it was a miserable scene. Een. The young black dragon prince was not convinced, and soared into the air once again, his huge dragon body rolling with demonic clouds. And on the head of this black dragon, a pair of black dragon horns burst out with sword intent that soars into the sky. It is a kind of sword power. Black dragon sword Dao, kill quickly without mercy. Clang! Clang! The pair of dragon horns on the head of the young black dragon prince actually separated from the body and turned into 2 black dragon swords, emitting black sword energy that soared into the sky. The sword light swept across the sky and slashed towards Ji-fan. Damn, can I take it off? Does it hurt? Ji-fan couldn't help but say. The young black dragon prince was speechless. In fact, this move is indeed very painful, but it is his killer move. The two black dragon swords can cut everything. Since he was born, this pair of dragon horns has been nurtured and refined. But he really didn't want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary, because it was so painful that it would pull out bones. Kendo. Ji Fan was speechless for a while. Indeed, the power of swordsmanship is the nemesis of the carrier of the Great Way. The sword is the most powerful physical attack method in the world. It uses magic power to enhance the power of the immortal sword, which is something that the carrier of the Great Way cannot be immune to. It seems that I have to find time to study swordsmanship carefully. Using swordsmanship against swordsmanship is the most important way to make up for the weaknesses of the carrier of the avenue. Ji Fan thought. Moreover, the chaos purple bamboo in his hand can break all kinds of weapons, which is very suitable for practicing swordsmanship. Facing the two black dragon swords that swept across the sky and earth, Ji Fan narrowed his eyes and did not dare to be careless. This little black dragon prince is several levels stronger than the previous Xiao Feng. Certainly. Ji Fan is now much stronger than he was at the Qilin banquet. Clang! A black dragon sword slashed down, and the black sword energy swept across, just like a world-destroying black dragon falling from the sky. Ji Fan swung Thor's hammer and hit it head-on. The sword art of the divine power level. Ji Fan said secretly. As expected of the young demon king of the 10,000 demons kingdom, the swordsmanship he practiced has reached the level of supernatural powers, which is a rare achievement among the younger generation. But Ji Fan is different now than before. He can exert more laws of the Tao. The power of any spell in his hands has surpassed the power of ordinary magical powers. Boom! The power of thunder was raging, and the lightning illuminated the entire void, as if the ninth sky thunder god had descended to the world and merged with Ji Fan. The huge Thor's hammer was swung, splitting the void. Every hammer strike resonated with the nine heavens sea of thunder, reaching the level of great supernatural powers. Boom! 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 Although the pair of black dragon swords were extremely sharp and their sword energy was rolling, they only collided with the Thor's hammer in Ji Fan's hand for 3 rounds before being blasted away. They were covered with charred marks and were seriously damaged. You! The young black dragon prince quickly recalled the black dragon sword. He was afraid that Ji Fan would hit him a few more times and his dragon horns would be broken. Xiao He, how about being my mount? Ji Fan said lightly. You are dreaming. I am the pride of the 10,000 demons kingdom and the young demon king. The young black dragon prince shouted angrily. He had his own pride. Nonsense. If you weren't so outstanding, I wouldn't have chosen you as my mount. Watch out, 80. Ji Fan wielded Thor's hammer with one hand and rushed towards the black dragon prince again. Boom! Boom! The young black dragon prince collided with Ji Fan twice again. As a result, he was knocked unconscious by Thor's hammer in both collisions. If it weren't for the amazing defensive power of his black dragon body, he would have been blown to pieces under such terrifying thunder power. Damn it! The young black dragon prince had never suffered such a blow before. In a one-on-one fight, facing a human boy, this young demon king had no power to resist at all. Young black dragon prince even felt that this human boy had not used his full strength, which gave him a sense of powerlessness. I am the son of the black dragon king, the pride of the 10,000 demons nation. I will definitely ascend to heaven in one step on the path of dragon transformation in the future. How can I allow others to blaspheme me? I will fight you. The young black dragon prince was really furious at this moment. His true black dragon form roared, and demonic energy swept in all directions, shaking the mountains and causing cracks in space to appear in the void. But just at this moment, Ji Fan made a sword gesture, and a sharp sword light burst out from his eyes. 180,000 swords, kill. In an instant. Kuanpeng's sword wings disintegrated behind him and turned into 180,000 flying swords, and instantly reassembled to become a steel stegosaurus. A stegosaurus made entirely of flying swords, each scale was a sharp flying sword, bursting out with amazing sword light. 108,000 flying swords glowed together, and the sword light seemed to illuminate the sky. They appear. The 180,000 flying swords that can kill the Red Flame Emperor Dragon in an instant. Man Xiaoyao rushed over at this moment. She had a delicate and beautiful lowly figure, and her pretty face was extremely pale. She knew that the little black dragon prince was finished. Ah! Now! The young black dragon prince was so terrified when facing the stegosaurus that fell from the sky that he felt an unprecedented crisis of death. He felt that if he took one more step forward, he would be killed immediately. But unexpected. After the iron stegosaurus swooped down, it did not immediately kill the black dragon prince. Instead, its claws hovered above the black dragon prince's head and stopped there. However, the murderous intent that filled the void did not dissipate, but was all condensed on the steel sword dragon, as if it could shatter the void at any time and anywhere. The little black dragon prince stood still, as if time had stopped for him. He knew that if he moved, this indestructible steel stegosaurus would easily tear him to death. Still fighting? Ji Fan said lightly. The face of the young black dragon prince was very dark, although his face was originally quite dark. Ji Fan smiled. With a move of his body, he appeared on the dragon's back of the black dragon prince and rode on him, really treating the black dragon prince as his mount. Ji Fan held down the black dragon's head and said in a deep voice, "Submit, or die." The little black dragon prince was so angry that his heart was about to break. His voice was trembling as he said, You can't kill me. Aren't you the princess friend? My identity is not ordinary to the 10,000 monsters nation. If you kill me, it will be difficult for the princess to explain. Man Xiaoyao. Ji Fan looked up at Man Xiaoyao who was rushing over from a distance, and couldn't help but smile, saying, Didn't you just tell me to stay away from her? Now you know to bring up Man Xiaoyao to beg for mercy. Little black dragon prince. But it's useless. If you can't become my mount, I will kill you. Even a little demon can't stop me. Ji Fan sneered and raised his hand. The next moment, the sharp claws of the iron stegosaurus reached down, and the terrifying murderous intent made the young black dragon prince tremble all over. Wait a minute, I have a condition. The young black dragon prince suddenly said. Tell me about it. Ji Fan said. The little black dragon prince said, My demon clan advocates absolute strength. I have nothing to say if I am inferior to you in skills. However, if I defeat you one day in the future, you must set me free. Ji Fan smiled, Okay, then, let's start the inner demon oath. The so-called heart demon oath is a means of restraint among cultivators. After making the heart demon oath, if one violates it, the heart demon will immediately retaliate. For all cultivators, inner demons are fatal and may very likely ruin their path to immortality. The young black dragon prince had no choice but to make a vow under Ji Fan's tyranny, willing to follow Ji Fan and become his mount. But when his fighting power exceeds Ji Fan's, he will leave. Ji Fan sneered, thinking that the black dragon prince's idea might never come true. His bloodline is indeed very strong, but Ji Fan will also become stronger and stronger, mastering more and more laws of the Great Way, and suppressing everything under the Great Way. Man Xiaoyao was dressed in red, looking graceful and elegant. Her lowly-like figure was the best. She also walked over at this moment. You really accepted it. Man Xiaoyao said, blinking her big ruby eyes. Yeah, what's wrong? Do you want to plead for him? Ji Fan said lightly. Man Xiaoyao glanced at Ji Fan, then at little Prince Black Dragon, and suddenly said, Xiao He, hand over the Demon Queen's token. The young Black Dragon Prince was extremely speechless. Seeing that the Black Dragon Prince was indifferent, Man Xiaoyao said to Ji Fan, Hey, order him to hand it over. The Black Dragon Prince's already dark face turned even darker. Princess, you are adding insult to injury, you are taking advantage of someone's misfortune, you are going too far, you are sneaking into Qinsong, you are. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't know how to use idioms, don't use them randomly. Give me my mother's token, or I'll let Ji Fan kill you. The little devil pinched her waist angrily and said with a proud look on her face. Ji Fan. Are you two in the same group? That token was given to Prince Black Dragon by the Queen of 10,000 Demons. As long as he had the Queen's token, Prince Man would have to accept Prince Black Dragon's supervision and be restricted in every way. Even without the token, I will report to the Demon Queen everything Her Royal Highness the Princess has done after I return. The young Black Dragon Prince said stubbornly. However, he still gave the Demon Queen's token to Man Xiaoyao. Not long after, the 500 Black Dragon Guards saw an astonishing scene. The young man before came in front of them riding a black dragon, and this black dragon was none other than their little Black Dragon Prince. The young Demon King of the 10,000 Demons Kingdom actually became the mount of this human boy. However, they had all witnessed Ji Fan's fighting power. The young Demon King was no match for this human boy. The demon race admires the strong, and Ji Fan's performance really makes them admire him. However, the 500 Black Dragon Guards did not expect that such a rebellious man as the Black Dragon young prince would actually surrender in the end and become the mount of the human boy. Look at that. You all deserve a beating, don't you? When the young Black Dragon Prince saw the 500 Black Dragon Guards staring at him, he couldn't help but roar. The dragon roared in the forest, shaking the mountains. Okay, let's go to Zhanlong Mountain. Ji Fan patted the dark dragon head and said. The little Black Dragon Prince flew into the air, and the little man demon also sat on the back of the little Black Dragon Prince. Then, the 500 Black Dragon Guards all transformed into their original forms, marching along the way like a group of dragons dancing wildly. Why can the carrier of the great Dao be used for cultivation? Finally, the young Black Dragon Prince couldn't help but ask. He was very curious. The disadvantages of the great Dao carrier were clearly known to people from ancient times to the present, but why could Ji Fan display such powerful combat power? Hearing this, Man Xiaoyao also pricked up his ears to listen. Ji Fan said calmly, Don't worry about these useless things. You won't understand even if I tell you. Humph, if you don't tell me, do you think I can't see it? When you fought with me, although you were very strong, you didn't have any mana fluctuations. You used external methods. The Black Dragon Prince said, such as, external magical powers. So what? My extraterrestrial magical powers can't defeat you? Ji Fan said. He couldn't tell anyone about his condition. Since everyone suspected that he was using some extraterrestrial magical powers, he let them do as they pleased. That's not right. The in vitro magical power has long been proven to be useless. It can't even reach the Golden Core realm. Man Xiaoyao said disapprovingly, Xiao He is a young demon king in the nascent soul realm, more powerful than ordinary nascent soul realm. But Ji Fan, you were able to beat him like a dog. It can't be as simple as the in vitro magical power. Princess, do you know how to chat? The young Black Dragon Prince said speechlessly. I don't want to save face, do I? I've already been defeated and turned into a mount, and you're still rubbing salt into the wound. Is that right? Man Xiaoyao stuck out her tongue with a smile, and then said, Ji Fan, your realm should be above the Golden Core realm, or the nascent soul realm. It is impossible for your external magical power to reach this realm. Ji Fan smiled and said, external magical powers are indeed a dead end for others, but that doesn't mean they are not suitable for being a carrier of the great Dao. What? Man Xiaoyao and Black Dragon Prince were both shocked. You mean, you can use your external magical powers to reach the highest realm? If this matter were to get out, it would definitely cause a sensation across the entire continent. As a legendary physique, the carrier of the Great Dao has outstanding abilities in all aspects, especially immunity to all kinds of attacks. On the road to immortality, it is like a black hole. This is a body that is envied by God. God made it impossible for him to store magical power because he doesn't want this physique to grow and disrupt the balance. But now, a carrier of the great way that can be cultivated has appeared. No matter what realm he grows to in the future, at least within a certain range, Ji Fan will break certain balances. At the foot of Zhanlong Mountain. Panlong City. In the past, this city was specially prepared for the independent cultivators who ventured into the Black Cloud Mountains, but during this period, Panlong City has been particularly lively. To be precise, every 300 years, when the illusion of the Heavenly Dao Tower opens, Panlong City will be like the new year, with powerful people from all directions gathering and the world gathering. Very quickly, Ji Fan and his companions arrived at Panlong City. Ji Fan no longer rode on the Black Dragon Prince, but walked into Panlong City with Man Xiaoyao and the Black Dragon Guards. But even so, the 500 Black Dragon Guards are still eye-catching. Black Dragon Guard. That's the ace team under the Black Dragon King of the 10,000 Demons Nation. 500 of them came at once. They should be escorting a genius to participate in the Heavenly Dao Tower. It is said that there will be 3 geniuses from the Wanyao Kingdom participating in the Heavenly Dao Tower this time. One of them is the little princess of the Wanyao Kingdom's royal family, another is a genius from the Qinghuan lineage, and the third is a descendant of the Black Dragon King. Look, the young man leading these Black Dragon Guards should be the rumored Black Dragon Prince, the young Demon King. In fact, the most famous person of this generation in the Wanyao Kingdom is the genius of the Qinghuan lineage, named Prince Qi, who is the most noble one among the royal bloodlines of the Wanyao Kingdom. Although Prince Red's parents are not pure-blooded divine beasts, it is said that Prince Red's bloodline has returned to his ancestral lineage and he has become a true pure-blooded phoenix. Hiss, there is such a thing. Doesn't that mean there will be another pure-blooded beast on the continent? Good. Listening to the discussions of the people around him, Ji Fan couldn't help but frown and asked Man Xiaoyao, how many people in your Wanyao Kingdom have royal bloodline? Man Xiaoyao said, there are 3 demon kings in the Wanyao Kingdom. The descendants of the 3 demon kings are all of royal blood, and the red prince they are talking about is indeed the best of our generation. The pride on the face of the young Black Dragon Prince flickered twice, although I don't want to admit it, he is indeed much stronger than me. After his bloodline returned to his ancestral state, he is already on par with pure-blooded divine beasts. Ji Fan nodded. He just asked casually and didn't take it seriously. According to the time, the illusion of the Heavenly Dao Tower should open in 3 days. Before that, everyone should get ready. Man Xiaoyao said. There should be a treasure house here. I want to exchange some things. Ji Fan said. Indeed, there is. Jubao Tower is in the West City. I went there once when I first arrived here, said the young Black Dragon Prince. Okay, then come with me. Ji Fan said. Man Xiaoyao thought for a moment and said, then you guys go to Jubao Tower, I'll go sort out the other people coming from the Wanyao country, and we'll meet at Tiandao Courtyard in the center of the city. Good. Ji Fan nodded. Tiandaoan in the center of the city is said to be the entrance to the illusion of Tiandao Tower. Later, people built a manor around the entrance, which is this Tiandaoan. Soon, Ji Fan found the Jubaila branch in Panlong City. After entering, he directly threw out the token that Xia Xuanji gave him. When the people in Jubao Tower saw that it was the Xia family's direct line token, they were shocked and immediately invited Ji Fan and Prince Black Dragon to the VIP room on the third floor. Ji Fan didn't say anything more. He directly took out the thunder liquid and a large amount of spiritual medicine he got from the Thunder Valley, and piled them into a small hill that sparkled. Seeing so many elixirs, even the young Black Dragon Prince couldn't help but feel jealous. What's more, there is good stuff like Thunder Tribulation liquid in it. It has to be said that the Xia family's Jubao Tower is a group of people who have seen the world. Even the treasure that shocked the young Black Dragon Prince did not cause much waves in the eyes of the person in charge of Jubao Tower. It was not even as shocking as Xia Xuanji's token. My dear guest, do you want to exchange these spiritual medicines and lightning fluids for other things, or directly exchange them for immortal stones? The person in charge of Jubaila said. The so-called immortal stones are actually the currency of the immortal world, which is similar to the spirit stones in the immortal novels of previous lives. However, immortal stones are only circulated among ordinary immortal cultivators. People with real status and strength prefer to exchange treasures for other treasures, which is more cost-effective. Exchange all of them for precious blood. I only want the precious blood of the descendants of divine beasts. Of course, if there is real blood of divine beasts, it would be even better. Ji Fan said. The person in charge of Jubaila nodded and immediately went to make arrangements. The illusion of the Tower of Heaven is about to open, and the competition inside is bound to be fierce. Ji Fan is immune to all kinds of attacks, and can also apply the laws of the universe, which is enough for him to gain a foothold. However, the Chaos Immortal Embryo said that there are some special places in the illusion of the Heavenly Dao Tower, and even if one is immune to all kinds of attacks, one may not be able to gain any benefits. So Ji Fan thought that it would be better to baptize his body as much as possible to make it stronger before going in. You really should refine your body. To be honest, if you exclude the ability to be invulnerable, your body is not that strong. The young Black Dragon Prince found a rare opportunity and attacked. You don't have to tell me this, I know it myself. Ji Fan glared at him and said. In fact, there are many details to pay attention to when refining the body. On the path to immortality, in addition to the realm of cultivation, body refining also has its own levels. They are, moving blood, creation, Vajra, rebirth, and immortality. It is very difficult to train the body. It requires a large amount of precious blood for support, so even a young demon king like the Black Dragon Prince, in fact, is only at the initial Vajra level in his body refining, and his physical defense is greatly increased. And Ji Fan was just moving blood. After all, he had only grown up recently, and his body had not yet been tempered enough. Just at this moment. There was a noisy sound outside. Ji Fan and the young Black Dragon Prince stood on the third floor of the Jubao Tower and looked out. They saw the southwest direction filled with rosy clouds and colorful rainbow lights. There, a lively fairy bird flew towards this side. He's here. The young Black Dragon Prince said with a frown. In his eyes, there was a desire to fight, unwillingness, and helplessness. Wow, Phoenix, I saw a phoenix. This is 7 phoenix feathers. This is a pure-blooded divine beast, a pure-blooded phoenix. It's him, the proud prince of the Qinghuan lineage of the 10,000 demons nation, the Red Prince. A young pure-blooded divine beast, indeed, is extraordinary. His brilliance almost surpasses all the geniuses of this generation in the 10,000 demons nation. As the crowd was talking, a scarlet phoenix flew over. The bloodline of the phoenix, the male is a phoenix and the female is a huang. It is obvious that the Red Prince is a pure-blooded divine phoenix. There are 7 phoenix feathers behind him, which is the symbol of a pure-blooded phoenix. Only the true mythical beast phoenix has 7 phoenix feathers. If one is missing, it is not pure blood. Ah! With the cry of a divine phoenix, the divine phoenix transformed by Prince Chi flew directly to the Tiandao courtyard in the center of the city. And with the arrival of the Red Prince, those so-called chosen ones seemed to have made an appointment, and soon, another eye-catching figure appeared. A young man with remarkable demeanor, handsome and heroic, was now surrounded by a group of people and flying towards Tiandaoan on his sword. Is that someone from the Wanfa sect? Well, the clothes on these people are indeed unique to the Wanfa sect. The one leading them should be the Wanfa sect's son of God. I think his name is Li Tianming. Li Tianming, the innate Taoist body. It is said that this kind of physique can control any spell, and can even make all spells return to 1, without being restricted by the properties of spells. It is very terrifying. Although the Xiantian Dao Body is not among the top 10 in the divine body list, it is also a rare divine body. If we really want to rank it, it is at least around 15th. Ranking 15th is already quite impressive. Ji Fan stood on the 3rd floor of Jubao building, looking at the man named Li Tianming, with a sneer on his face. The innate Tao body controls everything. It seems that this person has a natural supreme starting point in the way of magic. Ji Fan said. The Black Dragon Prince's face darkened. What are you secretly happy about? You mean, you are his nemesis, right? He can control everything, but you are immune to it. Ji Fan was speechless after being rebuked. He glared at the little Black Dragon Prince and said, Man Xiaoyao is right. You are quite talkative. Snort. The young Black Dragon Prince turned his head away proudly. Ji Fan looked at the innate Taoist body again. This person is not worth taking seriously. Even if he is the son of God, he poses no threat to me. After the innate Tao body left. Soon, a woman of outstanding elegance came over, wearing an apricot yellow gown that wrapped around her graceful figure. Walking along with this woman was a face that was familiar to Ji Fan. Xiao Feng, you are finally here. Ji Fan was standing on the 3rd floor and couldn't help but sneer when he saw this scene. The person who came was Xiao Feng. As for the woman, Ji Fan made a general guess from the discussions of the people around him. Is this the War King body? Xiao Feng from Wanjian Mountain. Wanjian Mountain is really lucky. It is not a famous holy place, but it has obtained the 9th-ranked War King body in the world. Speaking of which, with Xiao Feng's qualifications, it is more than enough to join a famous holy place, so why go to Wanjian Mountain? You don't understand this. The competition in the famous Holy Land is fierce. Even if one has the 9th best War King body in the world, it is hard to guarantee that there is no one better than him in the famous Holy Land. In comparison, if you lower your level and enter Wanjian Mountain, you can obtain first-hand resources and get the support of the whole sect. I see. Xiao Feng is really thoughtful. The woman next to him looks familiar. Could she be the female heir of the War God Temple? Yes, the goddess Tu Jiaojiao of the War God Temple. She also has a divine body, although she ranks relatively low, but her exquisite fairy body and the War King body are a perfect match. The two complement each other and can exert greater combat power. It is said that every generation of the War King body and the exquisite immortal body will eventually become Taoist companions. The abilities of these two physiques are absolutely well matched. One can see through everything, and the other is invincible in a single fight. It seems that this generation's War King body and exquisite immortal body have also come together. Xiao Feng was in high spirits. He walked with the extremely beautiful Tu Jiaojiao. The two of them talked and laughed, and felt the attention from all around. Both of them enjoyed it very much. They walked side by side, like a pair of immortal lovers, towards Tiandaoan. You are also from Wanjian Mountain, you should know the strength of the War King Body, asked the young Black Dragon Prince. It seems that he is very wary of his opponent, the War King Body. Ji Fan's pupils glowed, and he used his clairvoyance to say, not bad, Xiao Feng has entered the Golden Core realm. It seems that the old guys in Wanjian Mountain have fed him a lot of good things. Golden Core realm? Although he is a little worse than the geniuses from famous Holy Lands, he is the 9th best War King Body in the world after all. He grows very fast. His level cannot be judged solely by his realm. The young Black Dragon Prince said seriously. Ji Fan smiled and said, since you have chosen to follow me, you can ignore the threat of the War King Body. He is my defeated opponent. Soon, many descendants of the Taoist tradition appeared one after another. These people, who were hailed as sons of gods and goddesses, were all dazzling and outstanding in style. For example, the overlord body, a powerful king-level physique, has close combat capabilities that rival the divine body. A thunder and lightning body, a physique that is comparable to the Lei family's Thunder Kirin King body. The demonic sword body is said to have the sharpest attack. There is an innate sword energy in the body that makes it invincible. The space divine body, although not ranked in the top 10, is also at the divine body level and is better than those king extreme combat bodies. Various powerful physiques appeared one after another. There was no doubt that each of them was a chosen one of heaven, a rising star, destined to have a bright future. These people have the same goal, which is Tiandao Temple in the center of the city. In addition to the Red Prince, the innate Dao Body, the War King Body, and the Linglong Immortal Body who had entered the Tiandao Academy before, there are already several people at the Divine Body level. However, among these people, except for Prince Qi, Ji Fan did not see anyone from a famous Holy Land. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the famous Holy Land have not appeared yet? Ji Fan said. Different from ordinary sects, the geniuses of the Holy Land are called Holy Sons and Holy Daughters. The little Prince Black Dragon said, this time, in addition to my 10,000 demons kingdom, it is estimated that people from the 3 famous holy places will come. Although there are more holy places on the continent, some are far away. There are also many places of good fortune there, such as, the Divine Beast Cemetery, which produces a lot of good fortune blood. Other famous holy places should not rush here for the illusion of the heavenly Dao Tower. Mythical Beast Cemetery. This was not the first time Ji Fan had heard of this place. Moreover, the Divine Beast Cemetery is a place of great significance to Ji Fan. Because his father, Ji Jianyun, represented Wanjian Mountain to fight in the Divine Beast Cemetery and died there. It is said that he was killed by the power of the Sacred Beast Cemetery. There was a complex look in Ji Fan's eyes. In the future, he would definitely go to the Cemetery of Sacred Beasts. Gradually, many talented people gathered in Tiandao Academy. Finally, Ji Fan saw the people from the Holy Land. A divine sword came out of nowhere. The sword was 100 meters long, and there were 20 or 30 people standing on it. The most eye-catching one among them was a graceful woman who looked like Jiu Tian Xianji. She was like a fairy from the sky, with fluttering clothes, flying black hair, and a graceful figure bathed in fairy light. People could not see her face clearly as it was obscured by the fairy light, but through her perfect figure, they could feel that this woman must be a fairy who was so beautiful that she could topple a country. Beside this woman, there were men and women, all dressed in white sword robes. Here it comes. That is the purple Qi from the East Sword of the Sword Saint sect. That woman should be the saint of this generation, Feng Qingya, who is known as the Sword Fairy. Seeing this scene, Ji Fan couldn't help but say, the Sword Saint's Taoism, is it the Taoism left by the ancient Sword Saint? The Black Dragon Prince nodded and said, not bad. Is this Feng Qingya the descendant of the Sword Saint? Ji Fan was a little surprised and subconsciously touched the Hunyuan sword suit on his body. This is also something left behind by the ancient swordsman. The little black dragon prince said, she is not the descendant of the sword saint. Although the sword saint lineage was left by the ancient sword saint, it is said that the sword saint's inheritance is not in the sword saint lineage, but on a sword saint road. This sword saint lineage was only created by the sword slave of the ancient sword saint, but even so, it has still grown into a famous holy place now. Swordmaster Road. Ji Fan had heard Xia Xuanji mention this place. Similarly, the sword fairy of the sword saint's lineage also went to Tiandao Academy in the end. At this time, the person in charge of Jubao Tower came back and brought what Ji Fan wanted. Dear distinguished guest, here are 30 bottles of precious blood from the descendants of divine beasts, said the person in charge of Jubao Tower. Only 30 bottles? The thunder tribulation liquid I gave you alone is worth more than that, right? Ji Fan frowned. You know, I enjoyed a half-price discount at Jubaila, so I shouldn't have exchanged only such a few things. The person in charge of Jubaila smiled and said, don't be angry, guest, because there is a jar of real blood of a divine beast here. Blood of divine beast. Ji Fan's eyes lit up. The young black dragon prince was also shocked. You know, the blood of divine beasts is very precious even in the kingdom of 10,000 demons. It is hard to come by. Even for someone like Prince Black Dragon, it is not easy to get a jar of divine beast blood. The person in charge of Jubao Tower took out a can of sealed animal blood and handed it to Ji Fan. What kind of mythical beast? Ji Fan couldn't help but ask. The person in charge of Jubaila smiled and said, this is a can of pure Qilin blood. As everyone knows, there is a holy spirit at the headquarters of my Xia family, who is the legendary fire Qilin. This Qilin blood was given by that holy spirit, and was later traded to the branch here. Kirin divine blood. The young black dragon prince was also moved, and it was obvious that he wanted it too. Not bad, thank you for your hard work. Ji Fan said, and put away the can of Qilin divine blood. Apart from anything else, just getting a jar of precious blood of a divine beast is worth it. Ji Fan is about to leave. But at this moment, the person in charge of Jubaila suddenly asked, dear guest, I want to ask, whether the token was given to you by a girl named Xia Xuanji. Not bad. Ji Fan nodded. The person in charge of Jubaila's eyes lit up and asked, are you Xuanji's friend? How is she, now? Where is she? Return to Mount Shumi. Ji Fan said. The graceful figure of the white-robed bodhisattva appeared in his mind, and at the same time, the enchanting figure in purple appeared, like a peerless fairy. It is hard to imagine that these two temperaments can appear in the same person. Go back to Mount Shumi. So, Xianji's problem has been solved? The person in charge of Jubao Tower couldn't help but ask. Ji Fan nodded. Without further communication with the people from Jubao Tower, he took all the precious blood and left. As a result, he just walked out of Jubao Tower. The little demon came running towards them in a hurry. Her charming figure attracted the attention of many people around, especially the male monks. Oh no, there's a problem at Tiandao Temple. Let's go there quickly. As soon as Man Xiaoyao came over, she pulled Ji Fan and the little black dragon prince towards Tiandao Temple. What happened? The young black dragon prince frowned. The little demon shouted angrily, those gods and goddesses have discussed a plan that will allow them to gain the upper hand after the illusion of the heavenly Dao Tower opens. According to Man Xiaoyao. After the illusion of the heavenly Dao Tower was opened, the entrance appeared once every hour and existed for a very short time. If you didn't have time to go in, you would have to wait for the next time, which would waste a lot of time. In the past, when the Tower of Heavenly Dao was opened, as soon as the entrance appeared, everyone would compete for the initiative based on their own abilities. But this time it was different. After discussion, the sons and daughters of gods and goddesses held competitions in the Heavenly Dao Academy. Everything was decided by winning or losing, and they had to work out a ranking of combat power. The higher the seat order, the earlier a person can enter, and no one can snatch it. In this way, the person who enters first will definitely gain the upper hand. Damn, we can play it this way. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Ji Fan said. This illusion of the Heavenly Dao Tower is very important to him. It can help him improve his compatibility with the Great Dao more quickly. The initiative is still very important to him. Even if we can't get first place, we have to be in the top 10. Otherwise, others will have been in there for a day while we have just started, so we will be left behind. The little black dragon prince also said. Tian Daoan. An ancient manor, although simply built, it has a sense of simplicity. In addition, this place is the entrance to the Tiandao Tower, so it has a mysterious atmosphere. And at this moment, Ji Fan and the others walked in. Quite a number of people gathered around Tiandao Academy to watch, but these people were not the real protagonists. The real protagonists were the group of young geniuses sitting together inside Tiandao Academy. Each of them is brilliant, each of them is outstanding, as if they are the darlings of heaven and earth, with dignified bearing and outstanding temperament, each of them is a dragon among men. The people watching around were all brought by these chosen ones, but because of their status, they could only be in the periphery. In the central area, only the sons of gods and goddesses from all parties had places. The overlord body, thunder and lightning body, space god body, demon knife body and so on that Ji Fan saw not long ago are all in this place, occupying a place. Of course, there was also Xiao Feng, who had the war king body, and the goddess Tu Jiaojiao from the temple of war gods sitting together. There were also a few people Ji Fan had never seen before, but the fact that he could sit with these people showed that his status was extraordinary. However, there were two people sitting at the highest point. One is the Holy Sword Fairy from the Sword Saint lineage. She is still shrouded in fairy light, and only a graceful figure can be seen, but not her face. But even so, she still looked like a banished immortal, like the Queen of the Nine Heavens who had descended to the earth, holy and otherworldly, making people dare not blaspheme. Next to him was a mighty young man in a scarlet battle suit. Although he had transformed into a human form, Ji Fan's clairvoyance could still see through his true form. The Red Prince. It's the pure-blooded phoenix. This seating arrangement is quite interesting. It seems that the ranking has already been determined. Ji Fan said inwardly. Needless to say, the saint from the Sword Saint lineage was strong enough to sit at the top. Prince Qi is the strongest person in the 10,000 Demons Kingdom at present. No matter in status or strength, he is not inferior to the Sword Fairy of the Sword Saint lineage, and is right next to her. The others also took their seats one by one. Hey, have you arranged the seats now? Isn't it a little early? Xiao He and I haven't taken action yet. Man Xiaoyao snorted and walked up with her slender waist twisted. In an instant, all eyes were turned towards Man Xiaoyao, Ji Fan and the little black dragon prince. One of the gazes, extremely cold and filled with murderous intent, fell on Ji Fan. It was none other than Xiao Feng. Ji Fan. He's here too. Xiao Feng said, gritting his teeth, his eyes sharp like a sword. At the side, Tu Jiaojiao followed Xiao Feng's gaze and forgot about the past, saying, Ji Fan? Is he the carrier of the great Dao of Wanjian Mountain? That's right. Xiao Feng said in a deep voice, his face as gloomy as water, and the murderous intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Do you have a grudge against him? Feeling Xiao Feng's murderous aura, Tu Jiaojiao couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This mascot of the cultivation world is incomparable to you. You can suppress a useless mortal who can't practice cultivation with just a flip of your hand. How can you still have such hatred? Xiao Feng was speechless. The news that he was defeated by Ji Fan and pinned to the ground was well kept secret in Wanjian Mountain and would never be leaked out, so as not to affect Xiao Feng's reputation. Therefore, even though Tu Jiaojiao was very close to Xiao Feng at the moment, and wanted to develop the relationship into a Taoist couple, she had no idea that Xiao Feng had suffered such a great humiliation. Very good, Ji Fan, you brought this upon yourself, so don't blame me for being rude. Xiao Feng sneered. He had already entered the Golden Core realm. In order to allow Xiao Feng to catch up with the Heavenly Dao Tower trial, Wan Jianshan had indeed fed him a lot of natural treasures. Coupled with Xiao Feng's talent as a war king, he digested these natural treasures in the shortest possible time and broke through to the Golden Core realm. In Xiao Feng's opinion, this time facing Ji Fan, he will be invincible. Because Ji Fan's extracorporeal magical powers made it impossible for him to grow to the Golden Core realm, he had already left Ji Fan far behind. Just by relying on the realm suppression, he could trample Ji Fan under his feet. In Xiao Feng's eyes, Ji Fan's appearance this time was no different from asking for death. Ji Fan, just accept your fate. It's hard for you to die easily this time. I must beat you like a dead dog in front of everyone. Xiao Feng's eyes flashed with resentment and he cursed viciously. Now, Ji Fan, Man Xiaoyao and the little black dragon prince walked into Tiandaoan. Everyone's eyes fell on Man Xiaoyao and young black dragon prince. They know who these two people are and their identities cannot be underestimated. The young black dragon prince is already a young demon king. Although he is not as good as the red prince, he is also a contemporary prodigy of the 10,000 demons kingdom. As for Man Xiaoyao, although she is only at the peak of the Golden Core realm, she is still young and is only one step away from becoming the young demon king. Most importantly, she is also of the royal bloodline of the Wanyao kingdom. Why are you guys gone? I thought you wouldn't come. Prince Qi snorted coldly. Man Xiaoyao snorted, we are low-key, unlike you, who swaggered over here in your original form, as if you were afraid that others didn't know you. What are you showing off for? It is obvious that Man Xiaoyao and Prince Qi do not get along well. Both of them are of royal bloodline from the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Even though Prince Qi has returned to his ancestral lineage and become a pure-blooded divine beast, Man Xiaoyao still refuses to give him face. The young black dragon prince didn't say anything, but it was obvious that he didn't like the red prince very much either. I alone can represent the kingdom of 10,000 demons. The two of you coming here are redundant. Prince Qi sneered conceitedly. Princess Fairy, Prince Black Dragon, please take a seat. There are 2 seats here. Someone said. The identities and strengths of Man Xiaoyao and Black Dragon Prince cannot be underestimated, and soon someone prepared 2 positions for them. Man Xiaoyao didn't hesitate and sat directly in one of the seats. But it was beyond everyone's expectations. The other seat was occupied by a human boy. That position originally belonged to the young Black Dragon Prince, but was taken away by someone else. What's even more strange is that although the young Black Dragon Prince had an unpleasant expression on his face, he did not stop him. Instead, he just stood next to the young man willingly. What's going on? For a moment, everyone looked at each other. Ji Fan's sudden action attracted a lot of people's attention. Even the Red Prince and the Saint Maiden of the Sword Saint sect looked over here. At first, no one paid attention to this young man. Everyone's attention was attracted by Man Xiaoyao and the Black Dragon Prince. It was not until Ji Fan made this outstanding move that everyone began to pay attention to him. Snort. Prince Qi snorted coldly and said, "Little demon, is this man your war slave? How ignorant of etiquette. Although Black Dragon is not of royal blood, this seat should be his, not your war slave." Hearing this, Ji Fan smiled and said calmly, why, isn't this position open to whoever has the ability? And I'm not just sitting here, maybe I'll sit in your position in a while. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Who is this? So crazy. He wanted to sit in the position of Prince Chi, a position that represented absolute strength and the ability to enter the heavenly Dao Tower first. Not everyone could sit there. This sentence was like a provocation to Prince Chi. How courageous. Man Xiaoyao chuckled and said, I just admire your cool look. Prince Chi was provoked in public, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, Who are you? You are so arrogant. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength. Everyone. Before Ji Fan could speak, Xiao Feng suddenly stood up and said, Excuse me for making fun of you all. This person is from Wanjian Mountain, but he is not an unknown person. I believe everyone has heard of his name. As soon as these words came out, many people showed great interest. Who is so famous? Is he some genius secretly hidden in Wanjian Mountain? In Wanjian Mountain, apart from you, Brother Xiao, who has the War King body, is there anyone else who can be on par with Brother Xiao? Tell me about it. At this time, someone said, his name is Xiang Feiyun, and he has the overlord body. Although Xiao Feng had just entered the Golden Core realm, as the 9th best War King body in the world, the people present still had to give him face. Everyone knows that once Xiao Feng grows up, his strength will surpass that of most of them. Building good relationships at this time is undoubtedly the most reliable thing. Xiao Feng laughed sarcastically and said, Ji Fan, the carrier of the great Dao, don't you have any fame? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Avenue carrier? Is that him? What is he here for? This was the question almost everyone had at this moment. For a moment, a series of complicated and ridiculing looks fell on Ji Fan. It was him. The Saint of the Sword Saint sect said softly, I went to Wanjian Mountain to see it before, but we were all very young at that time. No wonder it looked a little familiar to me just now. What did you say? Carrier of the Great Dao, what is this kind of person doing in a place like this? Xiang Feiyun, the overlord body, said disdainfully. What's going on, Brother Xiao, did you bring this person here? Why would a mortal like him get involved in this kind of occasion? The man with the lightning body also said, with a look of disdain. So he is the carrier of the great Dao. No wonder I saw no fluctuation of mana on his body. How could a person without even mana dare to provoke Prince Chi and seek popularity? The demon knife body also sneered. Others either looked disdainful or sneered in silence, their attitudes were very obvious. Presumptuous. Prince Chi was furious. He glared at Ji Fan and said, a person like you is worthy of being with us? Xiao Feng, the person belongs to your Wanjian Mountain. You handle it. He, Prince Chi, don't worry. Even if you don't tell me, I will handle it myself. Xiao Feng said with a sneer, standing up, emitting a powerful aura. Boom! A surge of magical light shone on this place, making Xiao Feng look extremely tall, like a god of war. Beside him, Tu Jiaojiao smiled slightly. She and Xiao Feng were getting along well recently. It was also something that the War God Temple and Wanjian Mountain would like to see them become Taoist companions in the future. At this moment, looking at Xiao Feng's mighty and domineering side, Tu Jiaojiao just felt it was pleasing to the eye. Man Xiaoyao and Little Prince Black Dragon were speechless at this moment. They all knew Ji Fan's methods, so Xiao Feng was probably going to be in trouble. Ji Fan, you see, this is not a place for a clown like you to stay. Everyone tells you to get out and they don't welcome you, but I have decided to send you out myself. Xiao Feng smiled maliciously and walked towards Ji Fan. What's wrong? Are you itching again? Have you forgotten the time when I pressed you to the ground and rubbed you? Ji Fan sneered and glanced at Xiao Feng with contempt. Xiao Feng's face suddenly turned gloomy. The thing he least wanted people to mention was this matter, let alone in public. What do you mean? Xiao Feng was defeated by him. How is it possible? How can a person without any magical power defeat the War King Body? Some people were whispering and making strange expressions. Humph, you really know how to make yourself look bad. Tu Jiaojiao snorted with disdain. She had decided that Xiao Feng would be her future Taoist partner. Now seeing Ji Fan say this, she felt like he was mocking her man, which made the girl feel very unhappy. Tu Jiaojiao said disdainfully, "Don't you know your own situation? You are so arrogant. You should know that even if you have a legendary physique, you are still useless. Xiao Feng can make you, an ordinary person, suffer with just one finger. Is it fun to attract attention like this?" Ji Fan glanced at Tu Jiaojiao and ignored her. Instead, he said to Xiao Feng, "I told you that you can seek revenge on me at any time, but you will have to pay with your life." Boom! Xiao Feng was enraged, and thought of the humiliating scene at Wanjian Mountain. The magic power in his body suddenly burst out and turned into divine light that rushed out from the top of his head. Ji Fan, you will definitely die today, 5-color God Seal. Xiao Feng moved, and as soon as he came up, he used the innate magic of the War King Body to seal Ji Fan. This surprised the people present. Was Xiao Feng taking it too seriously? To deal with a person who had no magical power at all, he even used the 5-colored divine seal. Was it really that necessary? Shouldn't he be able to suppress this avenue carrier with just a wave of his hand? The 5 rings reappear. 5 divine rings instantly locked Ji Fan. Kill! At the same time, Xiao Feng did not delay and directly summoned the Dragon Bone Sword. The Dragon Bone Sword was pulled out from the scabbard of the Dragon Slaying Sword. Under the nourishment of a wisp of dragon breath in the scabbard of the Dragon Slaying Sword, the sword intent was amazing. The moment the sword was drawn, it was like the roar of a real dragon, shaking the void. 3 Wonders of Tonggu. Xiao Feng directly used his strongest sword technique, which was still the killing move in Tonggu's sword technique. However, the power Xiao Feng displayed this time was even more powerful than at the Qilin banquet. He did not need the help of the 3 immortal swords. He concentrated all his sword power on one sword. With one sword, he defeated the enemy. The terrifying power of sword power burst out in an instant and killed Ji Fan. Fuck, what's going on? I'm taking it too seriously. Yeah, what happened to Xiao Feng? Why did he use his ultimate move to deal with the carrier of the Great Dao? Are you going to wipe him out directly? Even if that's the case, there's no need to take it so seriously. Isn't this just a matter of a few moves? Everyone was surprised. Even Tu Jiaojiao didn't expect why Xiao Feng was so angry. Hee hee. Ji Fan smiled, "Xiao Feng, don't you remember? Your 5-color divine seal can't seal me at all." Bang! The words fell. Ji Fan's whole body trembled, and the 5-colored divine ring on his body collapsed on the spot. Boom! The next moment, Ji Fan moved, jumped up, and instantly came to be half suspended in the air. At this moment, there was murderous intent in his eyes, and he instantly drew the laws of the Tao to bless himself. At the same time, one of his legs was wrapped with the divine light of the Tao, and he stepped down and crushed Xiao Feng. This opportunity cannot be missed, he must kill Xiao Feng. Boom! As Ji Fan stepped on the ground, a glowing footprint fell from the sky, instantly crushing the void, causing the space to collapse. Pitch-black space cracks filled the void. At this moment, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. The footprint that fell from the sky was like an ancient sacred mountain crushing down. The energy contained in it was suffocating and breathtaking. Those people who were watching from the outside had weaker cultivation. Under this oppressive feeling, they felt their hearts and gallbladders were about to burst, and their faces turned pale. Many people could not even bear such pressure, and their calves cramped and they collapsed to the ground. The gods and goddesses from various forces all had grim expressions on their faces at this moment. Regardless of whether they were the overlord body, space god body, demonic knife body or any other people with special physiques, they were all stunned and stared at this scene in shock. Even Prince Chi's pupils contracted violently. Facing the footprint that was pressing down on him like an ancient sacred mountain, even he felt a chill in his body. Ah! Ji Fan, I'm going to kill you. Xiao Feng roared wildly. It's not that he couldn't feel the terrifying power, but now he couldn't care less. He was so furious that he was almost crazy. The dragon bone sword flew up against the air and slashed forward, exerting all the power of the ancient sword art to counter Ji Fan's kick from the sky. Boom! Puff! Ji Fan stepped down with one foot, and the huge footprint instantly destroyed Xiao Feng's swordsmanship. With a bang, Xiao Feng was stepped on the ground. Xiao Feng's entire chest caved in, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken internal organs. Damn, I'm playing. What's going on? How could this be possible? The War King body couldn't even withstand a single blow and was stepped on just like that. Inside Tiandao Court, everyone was shocked. No matter whether it was the gods and goddesses or the onlookers, they all stared at the scene in amazement, their eyeballs almost popping out. Xiao Feng, who was in the War King form, tried his best, but he didn't even last a single round before he was stepped on the ground. This was an absolute crushing defeat. Isn't it true that the carriers of the great Tao cannot practice cultivation? How could there be such terrifying combat power? That is the 9th best War King body in the world, his achievements are limitless. Even now at the Golden Core realm, no one of the same level dares to say they can beat Xiao Feng. No matter what the space god body, what the overlord body, what the exquisite immortal body, or what the demon knife body, they all have to give face to Xiao Feng, because they all know how terrible the War King body is. Result: this War King body that they had placed high hopes on was actually like a kitten. He was trampled underfoot in the first round and did not even have a chance to resist. This moment. They remembered what Ji Fan had just said, that he had pressed Xiao Feng to the ground and rubbed him. Originally everyone thought this was a performance to attract attention. Now it seems to be true, Xiao Feng was really defeated by Ji Fan. Impossible. Tu Jiaojiao stood up, feeling unbelievable. Xiao Feng, who was like a god of war just now, was now suppressed by someone with a kick. The contrast was really too great. This is the man who is going to be her Taoist partner. He should be full of vigor and talent. How could he be humiliated like a stray dog? Man Xiaoyao and the Black Dragon Prince looked at each other and both showed an expression of, as expected. They expected Xiao Feng to be defeated, but they never thought he would be defeated so thoroughly. Even at the Jindan realm, the War King body is still very strong, and even fighting against opponents of higher levels is not a problem. But in front of Ji Fan, she was so unbearable. Sitting at the highest position in Tiandao Academy, Prince Chi frowned, with a solemn look in his eyes. Because this scene also exceeded his expectations. The Saint of the Sword Saint lineage stood in a fairy light. She did not speak, but had stood up from her elegant sitting posture just now, which was enough to show that she was quite shocked. Ah! Now! Xiao Feng shouted in grief and anger. How so? How could this be? He thought that since he had achieved the Golden Core realm, he could use his absolute fighting power to crush Ji Fan, who would never be able to enter the Golden Core realm, and avenge his previous defeat. But he never expected that this young man became even more terrifying than at the Qilin banquet. He, a dignified war king, didn't even get a single move away and was suppressed by a kick in front of everyone. Nightmare. Originally, Ji Fan was a nightmare and a demon in his heart, and now the nightmare continued to repeat itself. Ji Fan sneered, stepped on Xiao Feng, and looked down at him. I didn't expect that you can't even withstand one move now. You are getting weaker and weaker. I am very disappointed in you. Puff. This sentence made Xiao Feng vomit blood on the spot, and he was devastated. The next moment, a ray of divine light turned into a magic sword in Ji Fan's palm. I said, if you jump around in front of me again, I will kill you. I mean what I say. The words fell. Ji Fan decisively cut down the divine light of the avenue. With a puff, Xiao Feng's head and body were separated, and a bloody head rolled out. The expression on the head was ferocious, terrified, unwilling, and full of disbelief. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that this would be the end of his life. A generation of war king, ranked 9th in the world, just died like that. Wow! The whole audience was in an uproar, including the gods and goddesses, all of whom stared with their eyes wide open in disbelief. They didn't expect that Ji Fan would be so decisive. With the 9th best war king physique in the world, he would kill without hesitation. Even Man Xiaoyao and Little Black Dragon Prince were very surprised that such a rare divine body was chopped off by Ji Fan. The war king body is dead, and Xiao Feng was killed just like that. He really had the heart to do that. This is too sudden. Before I could react, the 9th-ranked war king body in the world was chopped off. How cruel. What is going on? How can the carrier of the avenue be so strong? Isn't it said that this is a useless body? What kind of useless body can have such fighting power? I want it too. Wanjian Mountain suffered a huge loss this time. They spent so much effort to finally win over a warrior, but he was chopped off as soon as he debuted. This is a bit too embarrassing. Everyone was shocked. No one could remain calm at this moment. Some people felt it was a pity that the 9th-ranked divine body died like this. But there are also people who gloat over others' misfortune. That is the bad nature of human beings at work. A person who is more brilliant than them is just slaughtered like this. It looks really pleasing to the eye. Bang! Ji Fan raised his foot. He kicked Xiao Feng's head to Tu Jiaojiao's feet and sneered, "Your man. I'll give it back to you. Hug him lovingly." Tu Jiaojiao turned pale, took a step back in horror, trembling all over, and dared not speak. It's an out-of-body magical power. At this moment, Feng Qingya, who was hidden in the fairy light, spoke. As the saint of the sword saint lineage, she was knowledgeable and she reacted immediately. You mean, Ji Fan practiced the heterodox way? Indeed, Ji Fan has no magical power, but he has such a strong fighting power. He should be following the path of extracorporeal magical power. But, it shouldn't be like this. Feng Qingya spoke again. It is impossible to cultivate external magical powers to the Golden Core realm, but Ji Fan is in the Golden Core realm. A person with in vitro magical powers has reached the Golden Core stage? Everyone was surprised. He is at the Golden Core stage? I thought he was at the nascent soul stage, said the innate Taoist body. This is not the point. The point is that Ji Fan broke through the Golden Core realm with the help of his extracorporeal magical powers. This shows that this cultivation system, which has always been defined as a dead end, has now been broken. Feng Qingya murmured. Although she tried her best to remain calm, she could feel that the saint was shocked. Snort. Prince Qi snorted coldly and said nothing, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Ji Fan was different. He, Ji Fan, you look quite handsome with this droopy bear look. At this time, Man Xiaoyao suddenly said this, breaking the silent atmosphere. This pretty little Lolita was too straightforward in her character. Although she was the princess of the kingdom of monsters, she had no image of a lady at all. Her fragrance was strong as soon as she opened her mouth. Ji Fan stretched. At this time, he turned around and looked at the people with higher seats, and said, "Then, should I challenge everyone's seats next?" As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the several gods and goddesses present changed drastically. Even those with overlord body, space god body, etc., had faces as cold as frost. They were all in the Jindan realm, and through the way Ji Fan dealt with Xiao Feng just now, they had already seen that no matter whether Ji Fan took the route of in vitro psychic powers or not, at least, within the Jindan realm, no one present could be his match. It's too troublesome to challenge them one by one. If we are going to fight, fight the one at the top. Ji Fan raised his head and looked directly at Prince Qi and Feng Qingya. The two of them had similar seating arrangements. Because not long ago, the two of them had a competition, and neither of them could defeat the other, and they were evenly matched, so they sat in the same seats. Is it to challenge you or is it to challenge you? Ji Fan's eyes swept over Feng Qingya and Prince Qi. Snort. Prince Qi snorted coldly and shouted, "You are indeed very powerful with your external magical power." Xiao Feng was too eager for success and lost his life. However, there is a great realm between you and me. Do you think your magical power can do anything to me? Oh. Looks like someone has taken the lead. Ji Fan said with a smile. The first bird to stand out. When these three words are used to evaluate others, perhaps no one will take it to heart, but the Red Prince is actually a phoenix, a divine bird. However, he was evaluated as a bird. One can imagine the psychological trauma he felt. Court death. Sure enough, a strong murderous intent burst out from the eyes of Prince Qi, and a surge of blood energy exploded from his body, making everyone present feel a surge of pressure. Although I know that your in vitro magical power is unlikely to be very effective, you are destined to be a trouble once you enter the heavenly Dao Tower. Since you are here to seek death, I don't mind taking care of you before entering the heavenly Dao Tower. Divine light surged within Prince Qi's body, and a lifelike phoenix shadow rose up behind him, emitting a divine wave. Hearing this, Man Xiaoyao and Black Dragon Prince's expressions changed slightly. They were well aware of the Red Prince's strength. He was an extremely terrifying existence. After all, he had transformed back into a pure-blooded phoenix. If he attacks, can Ji Fan withstand it? Facing the oppression of Prince Qi, Ji Fan smiled, slowly raised his palm, made a pistol gesture, put his index finger and middle finger together, and pointed it at Prince Qi. The hot breath of fire condensed on the fingers and compressed. Bang! Ji Fan drank softly. Boom! The next moment, a beam of hot flame appeared from Ji Fan's fingers, as if a volcano had suddenly erupted. The tremendous flame energy was compressed into a beam of light and blasted towards Prince Qi. Its power is so incredible that it is like a large-scale artillery exploding. Yeah. A melodious phoenix cry was heard from within the body of Prince Qi. He reached forward with his hand and mysterious runes surged. Each rune shone brightly and evolved into a phoenix claw, trying to crush the flame. Boom! This beam of fire collided with the phoenix claw evolved by the Red Prince, erupting with an astonishingly hot aura that swept in all directions, causing the surrounding gods and goddesses to retreat. Prince Qi cried out in pain, as if he had not expected the attack to be so powerful. It was definitely a blow at the supernatural level. He didn't expect that the attack that Ji Fan launched with just 2 fingers would involve the level of supernatural powers. Prince Qi stepped back and shook his palms, feeling a burning pain. This is only the case for him. If it were an ordinary person, it is possible that he would be seriously injured by this blow. Bifang's flame, humph, playing with fire in front of a phoenix, you are just showing off your proficiency in front of an expert. Bifang is not a pure-blooded divine beast, do you think this kind of attack can hurt me? The Red Prince snorted disdainfully, and the next moment, a pair of scarlet wings stretched out from his back, and the Red Prince soared into the air. To shoot birds, you still have to use a bird gun. Ji Fan said, his posture unchanged, pointing the pistol at Prince Chi. Boom! Boom! 2 more Bifang flames were shot out, and the astonishing aura of fire cut through the sky. After the flames were compressed, each strike was as powerful as a volcanic eruption. Prince Chi was very fast. He soared into the sky with the wings of the phoenix on his back, and moved in the air to avoid the flames of Bifang. Boom boom boom. Ji Fan fired one shot after another, as if he had transformed into Xiao Ma Gu, with beams of fire bursting out from his fingers, chasing after the Red Prince. The Red Prince showed his speed advantage by weaving in and out of the flames. If he couldn't dodge, he would evolve a phoenix claw and scratch and explode the target. A casual strike is a magical power. The carrier of the Great Way is really extraordinary. Hee, but how long can his stored mana last if he uses his magical powers so wantonly? Yes, external magical powers require the help of external treasures to store mana. After all, this mana is limited, and each attack at the level of magical power requires a large amount of mana. Even if he didn't use an external magical power, how could a cultivator at the Golden Core realm compare in power to the Red Prince? The Red Prince is just waiting for him to use up all his magic power, and then defeat him instantly, or kill him, to show off his style. These sons and daughters of God said. Their guess was actually correct, this was exactly what Prince Chi was planning. To him, Ji Fan could not be called his opponent. Even if he had killed Xiao Feng, in the eyes of Prince Chi, there was still a big gap between him and him. Prince Chi had a sneer in his eyes, watching Ji Fan squandering money like a cat playing with a mouse, and secretly mocking Ji Fan's stupidity. How could he not see through such a small trick? But Ji Fan still didn't care. The 2 fingers were like guns, roaring and blasting fire all over the sky. The surging flames of Bifang covered the sky, turning it into a sea of fire. Even though Prince Chi had incredible speed, he was still in a lot of trouble from the repeated bombardments. This made Prince Chi frown. Man Xiaoyao and young Black Dragon Prince looked at each other. With this kind of fighting tactics, Ji Fan could not gain any advantage at all, so why did he insist on it? That's all. A cup of tea passed. Ji Fan still did not stop outputting. As for Prince Chi, he was forced into a rather embarrassing situation. Although he was fast enough, he could not withstand such torture. Soon, the flames all over the sky made Prince Red extremely miserable. Even several parts of his body were burned. It took a lot of effort to put out the Bifang flame. Immediately afterwards, a large number of Bifang flames rushed over and even part of the Red Prince's wings were burned. Asshole! Divine light appeared from Prince Chi's body and extinguished the Bifang fire. But the next second, his hair was hit by the blow and caught fire. For a moment, even someone as powerful as Prince Chi was in a state of disarray. Looking at Ji Fan again, with a smile on his face, Prince Chi couldn't help but wonder, who is the cat and who is the mouse? Who is playing whom? What's going on? Is his power unlimited? Why hasn't it been used up yet? How much mana do you have in reserve? The group of gods and goddesses were surprised. Asshole, since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Prince Chi was angry. If this continued, it would be hard to say who would be the one to play with. He didn't have the patience to wait for Ji Fan's magic power to run out and then kill him with one move. This human boy had gone too far, and he had to kill him forcefully. Ji Fan swore that he really had no intention of humiliating Prince Chi. He just missed the Little Mark movie he watched on Blue Star and wanted to experience the thrill of unlimited bullets. Cut. Just at this moment, behind Prince Chi, a divine light appeared, and a phoenix feather fairy sword rose into the air, turning into an astonishing sword light, falling from the sky and slashing towards Ji Fan. God-slaying sword! Everyone exclaimed. This is the talent of the pure-blooded phoenix. People say that the phoenix is a divine bird of fire, but in fact, the phoenix's abilities are more than that. The real power of the mythical beast phoenix lies in the 7 phoenix feathers on its back. Each phoenix feather is a powerful fairy sword with different powers. The god-slaying sword can kill all kinds of powerful bodies and is aimed at people with special physiques. The soul-slaying sword kills the soul. The demon-slaying sword targets the powerful bloodline of the demon clan. The demon-slaying sword is used to counter various magical powers. The 7 phoenix feathers are 7 powerful divine swords. They have unique abilities in all areas. This is the power of the phoenix bloodline. The sword that kills gods comes out. Specially designed to target the various special physiques of the human race, a beam of sword light fell straight down towards Ji Fan's head, distorting the space, and the sword light penetrated all directions. Snort. Ji Fan snorted coldly, and a purple light appeared in his palm, which was the chaos purple bamboo. To put it simply, the 7 phoenix feathers are also magical weapons, and they are magical weapons that grow with the phoenix itself. Since it is a magical weapon, it would be most appropriate to use the chaos purple bamboo to defeat all the magical weapons in the world. Although the chaos purple bamboo is not as good as the legendary divine whip, fortunately, Prince Chi's phoenix feather sword has not grown either. Bite! With a crisp sound, a bamboo sword flew up into the air and collided with the tip of the god-slaying sword. At the beginning, when everyone saw Ji Fan taking out a broken bamboo pole to fight against the sword of god-slaying, they all wanted to laugh, or make some sarcastic remarks. But before they could even open their mouths, something surprising happened. When the god-slaying sword collided with the bamboo-breaking sword, it actually flew backwards on the spot and was knocked back. You think you can just... As soon as someone uttered this, he swallowed the rest of the words. What? Prince Chi was stunned. The god-slaying sword was so powerful, how could it be defeated by the bamboo-breaking sword? This carrier of the human race's avenue can really give him surprises. Does it always play by its own rules? Soul-slaying sword, god-slaying sword, demon-slaying sword. Prince Chi was angry, and 3 phoenix feathers appeared behind him. They shone brightly and the divine light shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 3 sharp fairy swords, which slashed towards Ji Fan, like 3 long rainbows, bombarding him to kill him. 3 magic swords. Cut the body with 1 sword. 1 sword cuts the soul. 1 sword breaks the law. If any opponent were to be hit by these 3 consecutive attacks, even those sons of God with special physiques, they would be seriously injured if not killed. Ding ding ding. With 3 crisp sounds, Ji Fan swung the chaos purple bamboo in his hand and tapped it 3 times in a row, repelling all 3 phoenix feather immortal swords, which could not get close to him at all. Impossible. My 3 swords are not purely magical means. Your carrier of the great Dao cannot be immune to them. How did you repel them? Prince Chi shouted in horror. Ji Fan raised the broken bamboo pole in his hand and said, "This is an innate treasure, the best sword in the world, the best divine weapon, the best artifact under the starry sky. It can open the gate of heaven with 1 sword, it can make immortals kneel with 1 sword, it can suppress the galaxy with 1 sword. Get lost, you are kidding me. Is it fun to lie to a child? It's just a broken bamboo pole. Are you taking me for an idiot? Isn't this the iron bamboo that grows in the southern continent? Ji Fan's boasting immediately attracted a barrage of abuse. But this is the result Ji Fan wanted. The chaos purple bamboo is too precious. Once discovered by others, he will inevitably become the target of public criticism. It is said that one is guilty of possessing a treasure. However, since Ji Fan showed it off so openly, no one would suspect it, and besides, the appearance of the chaos purple bamboo was not that good. Even though it had regained some of its luster under Ji Fan's care, it still looked like a badly damaged bamboo pole. So, after all this boasting, people would only believe that Ji Fan must have used some secret means and would not doubt that it was chaos purple bamboo. Boom! At this time, intense flames emerged from the body of the Red Prince, and the terrifying aura of fire was more shocking than a volcanic eruption, as if it was going to burn the sky to ashes. Ah! Accompanied by a cry. The Scarlet Prince transformed into his true form, a pure-blooded phoenix, with scarlet clouds surrounding his body. This scarlet cloud turned into the phoenix divine fire that filled the sky and burned the sky. The 7 phoenix feathers behind him danced in the air, clanging, and the sound of swords could be heard. 7 sharp sword lights tore gaps in the space on the spot. Prince Chi finally got serious. Everyone exclaimed. Even the Saint Maiden of the Sword Saint lineage was staring at Prince Scarlet without blinking. Actually, everyone present is a competitor, and they might become hostile after entering the Tiandao Tower. As a pure-blooded divine beast, the Red Prince is a formidable enemy. If one could understand the various methods of the Red Prince before entering the Heavenly Dao Tower, it would be easier to take precautions in advance. That's why Prince Chi initially wanted to let Ji Fan use up all his magic power and then kill him in one fell swoop, so as not to reveal too many of his cards. But now it's no longer possible. Ji Fan's strength forces Prince Chi to take it seriously, otherwise he will suffer a great loss. You will pay for your actions. Prince Chi said angrily. If it weren't for this human boy, why would he have exposed so much in front of everyone? Boom! The red clouds rolled, and the phoenix flames vented down, like a flaming mountain falling from the sky, rushing towards Ji Fan. Wherever it passed, the space melted. So strong. This was the voice of everyone, including Man Xiaoyao and young Prince Black Dragon. It was actually the first time for them to see Prince Chi use the Phoenix Divine Fire. When he was in the kingdom of 10,000 demons, Prince Chi's 7 phoenix feather swords were able to sweep away everything. Is this feather of yours the source of the phoenix fire? Not bad, not bad. As a turkey, you are very pure-blooded. Ji Fan said sarcastically without mercy, staring at the phoenix feather on Prince Chi's body, his eyes sparkling. Boom! A large amount of phoenix divine fire erupted and submerged Ji Fan in it, like a mountain of fire smashing down on his body, with a terrifying force. A huge mushroom cloud of fire rose into the sky. Everyone in Panlong City can see it. Humph, you didn't dodge or evade? You are too confident. Even the greatest magical power cannot defend against my phoenix divine fire. Prince Chi sneered. Everyone also focused their eyes on the fire, wanting to see whether this powerful fire attack had seriously injured Ji Fan. But this time no one dared to make any sarcastic remarks in advance. Because this young man has brought them too many surprises, they are afraid of being slapped in the face if they say too much. That's it? Really? In the flames, Ji Fan smiled coldly and was unharmed. The phoenix divine fire that filled the sky was extinguished after it approached him. The pupils of the Red Prince shrank fiercely, and he said, "You are invulnerable to all methods, can you still ignore the realm suppression?" Ji Fan sneered, not bothering to explain to his opponent why the carrier of the Great Dao was called a legendary physique. If it was just to ignore the mana attacks of the same level, anyone who tempered their physical body could do it, then the great Dao carrier was still a fart. The next moment, Ji Fan, carrying the Kunpeng sword wings on his back, soared into the sky and raised the bamboo sword in his hand. In an instant, thunder roared and the terrifying thunder filled the void. Divine sword controls thunder, kill. Boom! Ji Fan directly used the bamboo sword to draw down a ray of thunder from the 9 heavens. The huge power of the thunder shook the sky and made the sea of thunder above the sky resonate with it. This time, Ji Fan did not use simple lightning techniques to create the divine sword to control lightning. This is a powerful move in thunder magic, called Thunder Slash. Using the laws of the Great Way to control this thunder technique makes its power even more astonishing, surpassing the ordinary level of magical powers. It can be called a great supernatural power. Boom! Ah! A bolt of thunder struck the body of the Red Prince. Even someone as powerful as the Red Prince could not help but scream. Even a pure-blooded divine beast could not withstand such a thunderous blow and rolled in the air. I'll chop. Boom! Ji Fan once again attracted the thunder from the sky, and another string of thunder fell from the sky, comparable to a great magical power. With the help of the bamboo sword in his hand, he swung it towards Prince Chi. Soul-slaying sword. Kill! Prince Chi shouted loudly and swung his phoenix feather sword, which collided with the thunder. Clang! The soul-slaying sword flew backwards, and under this blow, it became dim and even had traces of being blackened. Even a sword as powerful as the phoenix feather immortal sword could not withstand the power of this thunder. I'll chop. I'll chop. I chop, chop, chop. Boom boom boom. Ji Fan's movements were like those of a ghost. He used the same move over and over again without any casting process. Each move was launched instantly. Bolts of heavenly thunder struck the Red Prince and shattered the void. See this scene. People were stunned with astonishment, whether they were the sons and daughters of gods, Man Xiaoyao, the little black dragon prince, and even the saint girl of the sword saint lineage, all cried out in surprise. The carrier of the great Dao is surprisingly so strong. Each of these lightning techniques is comparable to great magical powers. I have to say that the comprehension of a legendary physique far exceeds that of other bodies. It is incredible that they can comprehend both thunder and fire magic to this extent at the same time. What I am most concerned about now is Ji Fan's mana. Does this guy have so much mana reserves? If it were someone else, he would have used up all his mana long ago if he used his magical powers so arbitrarily. The Scarlet Prince was suppressed, and the 7 phoenix feather swords were completely unable to resist. Accompanied by the sighs of the crowd, Prince Chi roared like a madman, and all 7 phoenix feather swords attacked. The sword that slashes gods, the sword that slashes souls, the sword that slashes demons, the sword that slashes monsters, the sword that slashes the heart, the sword that slashes the sky, and the sword that slashes souls. 7 immortal swords turned into a sword formation, sweeping across the void with an invincible posture. Sword energy crisscrossed the sky, and the sharp sword light seemed to want to shatter the void. The last 3 swords of the 7 phoenix feather immortal swords, including the heart-severing sword, can cut off the heart of Tao. The sword energy can affect a person's state of mind, causing his fighting spirit to be greatly reduced, and he can only exert 70% of his full strength. In the later stages, the heart-severing sword can even cut off a person's Tao heart, turning him into a useless person from then on. The sky-cutting sword is designed to break through space. The soul-slaying sword is designed to target various formations. It can be said that the power of the pure-blooded phoenix is not just talk. Not to mention the all-destroying phoenix divine fire, just these 7 kinds of accompanying divine weapons are enough to make Prince Scarlet invincible. It's just a pity. he encountered a more perverted being who was able to wield the laws of the Dao. Boom! The sky was filled with thunder that entered the mortal world. Ji Fan seemed to have turned into a peerless god of thunder. He wielded thunder like a giant dragon of lightning, bombarding the earth with great force. Without any fancy moves, he made a domineering move. The 7 phoenix feather immortal swords were no match at all. Even though they formed a sword formation, they were still struck by the thunder and flew everywhere. They had no power to resist. Ah! Prince Chi was blown away, screaming in agony, and his whole body was smoking from being struck by thunder. But the phoenix feathers on his body were not damaged at all. As expected of a pure-blooded divine beast, the feathers on its body are all treasures. Not only do they have amazing defensive capabilities, but these feathers also have the effect of strengthening fire magic. Hey! Ji Fan smiled, rushed forward with Kunpeng's sword wings on his back, flipped over, and rode on the body of Prince Chi. You have a nice set of feathers. I want them. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Fan suddenly grabbed a handful of phoenix feathers and pulled them off with a swish. Ah! Prince Chi screamed loudly, and his voice was like that of a puppy, which showed how much pain it was. Swish, swish, swish. Ji Fan waved his hand and pulled off handfuls of phoenix feathers, putting them into his storage ring. After a short while, Prince Chi's back was bald. Get out of here, you bastard! Prince Chi roared. As the most powerful genius in the 10,000 demons country and the son of a saint on par with famous holy places, how could he have been treated like this before? This is such a huge humiliation, and it happened in front of so many people. The Red Prince flew up and down, with patches of red clouds surging from his body, trying to shake Ji Fan away. But unfortunately, the Phoenix Divine Fire transformed from the red clouds had no effect on Ji Fan at all. He was immune to all kinds of attacks, so even the Phoenix Divine Fire could not hurt him at all. Behave yourself, Ji Fan said in a deep voice. He gathered the hammer of Thor in his hand and smashed it hard at Prince Chi. Boom! 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 Every blow of the hammer was like an explosion of extremely powerful thunder, which hit the body and made it absolutely crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Moreover, the area that lost the protection of the phoenix feathers was burned black by lightning on the spot, causing Prince Chi to be in excruciating pain and roaring madly. Chilla, chilla, chilla. Ji Fan continued plucking the feathers, just like plucking chicken feathers. Large handfuls of phoenix feathers were pulled off by him. In the blink of an eye, Prince Chi had another bald spot on his body. Damn it, the Red Prince was actually suppressed so badly. Not only was it suppressed, but it was also plucked. Is this treating the mythical beast, the phoenix, as a chicken? Ji Fan is so bold. He is really not afraid of offending Prince Chi, you know. It is hard to say to what extent his in vitro magical power can help him grow. Once Prince Chi grows up in the future, how can he let him go? Unless he kills Prince Chi here today, just like he killed Xiaofeng. It should be impossible to kill him. Prince Chi must have some treasures that can save his life. The 10,000 demons kingdom values him so much, so it is inevitable that he has 1 or 2 treasures that can help him escape. At this moment, no one was not shocked. To dare to do this to a pure-blooded divine beast, this is too bold. Sometimes, even if you have the ability, you may not have the courage. For example, those things like overlord body, thunder and lightning body, innate Taoist body, demonic knife body and so on, they were all dumbfounded. They asked themselves, even if they could achieve this level, they would not have the courage. Once the Red Prince rises, he will die miserably. He won't even have to leave the heavenly Dao Tower. The Red Prince might be able to kill the person who humiliated him inside the heavenly Dao Tower. The overlord body said unconvinced, and at the same time, there was a sense of jealousy. Yes, he is just a young man with no courage. We don't need to provoke him now. Let's wait and see what happens to him. The demon knife body also said. Such people are brave but not wise. Even if they can practice, it will be difficult for them to achieve great things. Xiantian Dodi said with disdain. Anyone can see that the innate Dao body is jealous one-sidedly. Because he can control everything, but Ji Fan is immune to everything. In other words, against Ji Fan, the Xiantian Dao body has no chance of winning and is his natural nemesis. Some people are jealous, and naturally there are also people who admire him, but in this situation, they dare not say it. Oh my God, I never thought that Ji Fan could do this. Even Man Xiaoyao couldn't help but say. This is the first time I've seen Prince Qi in such a miserable state, said the young black dragon prince. Although they all came from the kingdom of 10,000 demons, when they saw Prince Qi being bullied so badly and having his hair plucked out, for some reason they had no sympathy and were only secretly happy. That's all. In less than a cup of tea. Most of the phoenix feathers on Prince Qi's body had been plucked out, leaving only hair behind his butt and on his head. The rest of his body was completely bald, making him look like a broiler chicken sold in the market. The legendary pure-blooded phoenix did not look lively at all at this moment, and even looked ugly and miserable. Damn it, why can't I pull the phoenix feather off my butt? Ji Fan said speechlessly. Every feather on the phoenix's tail is a rare fairy sword. If you pull one off, it will be absolutely priceless. I just don't believe it. Ji Fan shouted loudly, with the divine light of the avenue wrapped around his arms. He grabbed the phoenix feather called Sword of God-Slaying, and was about to tear it off. No. No. Prince Qi was really scared, because the phoenix feather immortal sword was his foundation. Although the phoenix feathers on his body are also precious, they can be regenerated as long as he consumes rare treasures. However, once these phoenix feathers are broken, it is very difficult to repair them and they cannot regenerate. If Ji Fan pulled it out, this phoenix would be ruined. Buzz. Sudden. A ball of mysterious light emerged from the body of Prince Red. The next moment, Prince Red used this ball of mysterious light to escape. When he appeared again, he was already outside Tiandao Temple. Really? Ji Fan thought to himself that this guy really had a treasure that could help him escape. This is a treasure that can instantly teleport him to a long distance and away from the battlefield. If used properly, it is equivalent to having an extra life. Ji Fan, I will remember you. If I don't kill you in the heavenly Dao Tower, I will not be a human being. Prince Qi left these words and fled quickly, flying out of the city. You are not a human being, you are a bird. Ji Fan said. Now. The whole city was in an uproar. That is. The Red Prince? Not long ago, people saw with their own eyes that Prince Qi transformed into his original form and flew to Tiandaoan. How come he is bald now? If it weren't for the 7 phoenix feathers behind his butt, they really wouldn't have recognized that this was the Red Prince. They would have thought it was some meat chicken that had turned into a spirit. What exactly happened in Tiandaoan? The hair of Prince Qi was pulled out by someone. Who has the guts to do that? Ji Fan? Prince Qi mentioned this name. Sounds so familiar. Many people were inspired and thought of the mascot of the immortal world. And at this moment, in Tiandaoan, Ji Fan used his sword to cut through the War King's body and drove away Prince Qi. His fighting power shocked everyone present and made them speechless. Some of these people admired him, some were jealous, and some were unhappy, but on the surface, none of them showed it. They could see that at their current level, they could not afford to provoke this carrier of the great Tao. Even Prince Qi is not his match, let alone them. For a moment, someone looked at Feng Qingya, the saint of the sword saint lineage. However, this sword fairy had no intention of taking action. Although Ji Fan defeated Prince Qi, it did not affect Feng Qingya's seat, and there was no need for Feng Qingya to attack Ji Fan. After all, before entering the Tiandao Tower, no one wants to reveal too much and give their opponents an opportunity to take advantage. If everyone has no objection, I will enter the Tiandao Tower in this order in 3 days. Ji Fan said lightly. No one present spoke, there was total silence. Those people with the so-called overlord body, thunder and lightning body and demon knife body, all looked as if they had eaten too many wolfberries. Their faces turned red, and there was fear, anger and unwillingness in their eyes, but they did not speak. Strange, shouldn't there be saints from Tianhuang Holy Land and Xianwu Holy Land? Why didn't they come? Don't they need to compete for seats? Ji Fan couldn't help but say. Finally, Feng Qingya of the Sword Saint lineage spoke, bathed in the fairy light, in the Tianhuang Holy Land and the Xianwu Holy Land, there are treasures left by the previous generation, from the last time the Heavenly Dao Tower was opened. After the Heavenly Dao Tower is opened, they can be teleported directly in, without having to compete for a place here. There is such a thing. Ji Fan frowned. In other words, everyone fought hard here for a long time, but in the end they were just fighting for the 3rd place. Tianhuang Holy Land and Xianwu Holy Land can enter first and gain the upper hand. But even so, being 3rd is still an advantage. Ahem. Just at this moment, Man Xiaoyao stood up, stretched lazily, revealing a section of her fair waist, and said with a smile, "It's my turn now." Looking at the seating arrangement, the overlord body seems to be quite high. I challenge the overlord body. Then I will challenge the demonic blade body. The young black dragon prince also took a step forward and said. Overlord body Xiang Feiyun. Nia Tian with the devilish sword body. The 2 men stood up, frowning, looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The sects they both belong to, one comes from the temple of the god of war like Tu Jiaojiao, and the other is the sword refining sect. Both of these sects are as strong as the 10,000 Swords Mountain. However, compared with the kingdom of 10,000 demons, these 2 sects are much inferior. The young black dragon prince took the lead in fighting against Nia Tian, who had the demonic blade body. Even though the young black dragon prince had a hard time fighting Ji Fan, he was, after all, a young demon king and a powerful nascent soul realm cultivator. On the other hand, even with his demonic blade body, Nia Tian was only at the peak of the golden core realm. In the first encounter, Nia Tian was suppressed by the black dragon prince without even showing any of his true abilities. As for the little demon, Xiang Feiyun, the overlord body who was fighting against her, was also at the peak of the golden core stage, about the same level as Man Xiaoyao. After the 2 fought for more than 10 rounds, Man Xiaoyao suddenly took out the fire dragon bow, pulled the bow to the full moon, and a fire dragon roar shook the earth. The scarlet flame was compressed and condensed into an arrow-shaped shape. On top of the arrow, an angry dragon coiled on it, vivid and lifelike, emitting a terrifying aura. Overlord Xiang Feiyun frowned and said, "Okay, I lose. I will give my position to the fairy princess. Everyone can see it." Their competition was always limited, and no one wanted to reveal their true abilities. Although the initiative is important, if you don't expose yourself, you can give full play to your abilities in the Tiandao Tower and gain greater benefits. It's really boring. Man Xiaoyao grumbled in dissatisfaction. There were no further changes. It can be said that the biggest variable today is Ji Fan's arrival. Because of this variable, not only was Prince Qi forced to retreat, but even the 9th-ranked war king body in the world was defeated here. I believe it won't be long before this news spreads. It is bound to cause a big sensation. The legendary waste body that has been passed down through the ages is not only capable of cultivation, but also has demonstrated such amazing combat power, which is bound to cause quite a stir on the continent. Now that the order for entering the Heavenly Dao Tower has been decided, Ji Fan did not stay here any longer, but left Tiandaoan. He has more important things to do. In his hands, he had a large amount of precious blood from the descendants of mythical beasts, and even a jar of Qilin divine blood. Before entering the illusion of the Heavenly Dao Tower, Ji Fan had to digest it all and allow his body to complete a transformation. Hey, have you heard? Something big happened in Tiandaoan today. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, everything about Tiandao Academy was exposed. What did you say? The Avenue Carrier is here, the mascot? The 9th best warrior body in the world was actually chopped off by the great Dao Carrier. This must be fake. It's absolutely true. Everyone saw it. Xiao Feng was killed in front of all the gods and goddesses. No, I mean, that War King body is fake, right? I am really confused about the great Dao Carrier that can be used for cultivation. Could it be that the criticism of the ancient sages is wrong? Is the great Dao Carrier not a waste body? According to the people present, Ji Fan is practicing external magical powers. Damn, so that's how it is. This kind of rubbish cultivation system has long been abandoned from the path to immortality. It's hard to make it big, but Ji Fan actually chose to take this path. Don't rush to ridicule. This kind of outsider will never be able to break through to the Golden Core realm, but Ji Fan is already in the Golden Core realm. This is what the Saint of the Sword Saint sect said herself. Her pupil technique is very powerful, and she will definitely not be wrong. A carrier of the great Dao in the Golden Core realm, who crushed the War King body in one round, and defeated the Scarlet Prince across a great realm. He is a pure-blooded phoenix. Damn it, is the carrier of the Dao that has been cultivated so ferocious? While everyone was shocked at Ji Fan's fighting power, different voices were also heard. After all, the heterodox is still the heterodox, and it is difficult for it to become a force to be reckoned with. It is indeed unexpected that Ji Fan can break through to the Golden Core realm with the help of his in vitro magical power, but this is the end of it. These words are said to have come from the mouth of an elder from a famous holy land. This is an elder of the Xianwu Holy Land. He is well versed in history and not only powerful, but also a great scholar on the continent. This elder of the Xianwu Holy Land was escorting the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Holy Land to participate in the trial of the Heavenly Dao Tower. Although he did not show up, he also learned the news, so he spread such a sentence, which has now been leaked. The carrier of the great Dao is indeed special, and his comprehension is amazing. Therefore, he can take one more step in this dead end. However, the external mana cannot cultivate the Yuanshan. Without the Yuanshan, it is impossible to talk about the Yuanying. It's just a pity that such a person killed the promising War King body. What a pity. These are the original words of the old scholar. Since the old scholar who is well versed in history and the present has said so, who would still doubt it? Everyone firmly believes that the Golden Core realm is the limit of the carrier of the great Dao. At the same time, I feel sorry for the War King's body. This is an extremely strong physique that can dominate the immortal road, but it was chopped off by the carrier of the avenue. And at this moment, Ji Fan didn't know this. He is now in the treasure house. Since he is a VIP guest of Jubao Tower, he can enjoy the VIP middle P room of Jubao Tower anytime and anywhere. In other words, no matter where he goes in the future, as long as there is Jubao Tower, Ji Fan can stay there for free. Boom! In the private room, blood was surging, and the pure energy of the precious blood was surging like a vast ocean. Fortunately, the luxurious private room in Jubao Tower is protected by a formation, otherwise, this monstrous blood-colored energy would definitely rise into the sky and dye the sky red. Ji-Fan sat cross-legged on the ground. There was an empty can thrown around the body, but what was inside was not some candied pear, but the precious blood of the descendants of a divine beast. If ordinary people want to use the precious blood of these descendants of mythical beasts, they need a long time to digest it bit by bit. But Ji-Fan really did it as if he was eating canned rock sugar and snow pears. He opened a can and drank it. After absorbing it into his body, he directly suppressed it with the laws of the Tao, refined it with the power of the laws of the Tao, and integrated it into his limbs and bones. In just one night, he had refined the precious blood of more than a dozen descendants of divine beasts. Boom! And at this moment, blood rushed into Ji-Fan's body, and it rushed out from the top of his head. If it weren't for being restrained by the formation in the private room, this blood would have rushed up to the sky. The first stage of body training is moving blood. Now, Ji-Fan has reached the pinnacle. His body was crystal clear, and his blood emitted a ruby-like glow, condensing in his flesh and blood, raising his physical strength to a new level. Good fortune. The blood-colored divine light was restrained and returned to the flesh and blood, making the flesh and blood exude a holy aura. This is the realm of creation in body refining. Oh my God, body refining is really a luxury. It takes the precious blood of so many descendants of divine beasts to barely reach the level of good fortune. Ji-Fan smacked his lips. I have to say, physical training really costs a lot of money. Keep going. Ji-Fan still has nearly 20 bottles of precious blood from the descendants of divine beasts in his hand, as well as a jar of Qilin divine blood. If someone else wanted to refine it in a short period of time, it would be impossible. With so much precious blood, it might take a year or two to slowly absorb it. However, Ji-Fan only spent another day to swallow all the precious blood of the 20 descendants of the divine beasts and refine it all, making their bodies as crystal clear as jade, their flesh and blood blooming with divine brilliance, and their spirits as handsome as jade. At last, it was the can of Qilin divine blood. After the Qilin divine blood was released, Ji-Fan immediately felt the vigorous essence of fire, which was a pure and terrifying energy of heaven and earth. He seemed to see a volcano that had been sealed for a long time, with raging waves inside. And on the top of this volcano, a red monster was running and jumping, which was the epitome of the fire Kirin. Come on, let's see if this infusion of Qilin's divine blood can send me into the Vajra realm. Ji-Fan said. This Qilin divine blood is indeed the blood of a true divine beast. It is not easy to refine it. It took several hours. You know, it usually takes Ji-Fan only half an hour, or even less, to make a jar of precious blood of the descendant of a divine beast. Damn it, what's going on? I've refined so much blood from the descendants of mythical beasts, and there's also a jar of Qilin blood. I won't even mention the Qilin magic, but there's not even a single Dao rune. Ji-Fan said dejectedly. Chaos Immortal Fetus jumped over and said, Boy, what are you thinking about? I've already told you that the chances of a descendant of a divine beast producing Dao runes are very small. Besides, that Qilin's precious blood is just a can. I don't know what the blood was shed for, maybe it was to treat an external injury. How could there be Dao runes in it? Ji-Fan gritted his teeth and suddenly thought of something. Do you think the Red Prince has any Dao runes on him? There must be. Its bloodline has returned to its ancestral lineage. It is now a pure-blooded phoenix. There must be great Dao runes in its body. The Chaos Immortal Fetus said with certainty. Okay, when we get to the Heavenly Dao Tower, I'll find a way to kill that little phoenix and refine his divine blood and the Dao runes in his body. Ji-Fan suddenly became excited. There are more Dao runes in the Heavenly Dao Tower. You don't have to only care about the one in the little phoenix, said the Chaos Immortal Embryo. Ji Fan checked his current condition. Now his body is still at the creation level. But just at this moment, divine light surged within Ji Fan's body. Golden body. Buzz. In an instant, a surge of golden light enveloped the entire body, covering Ji Fan's entire body with a layer of golden glow. Even his hair was golden, just like an indestructible body of Vajra. The golden body technique left by Xia Xuanji is really useful. With my current physical strength, plus the golden body technique, combined together, it is comparable to the physical body of a Vajra realm. Ji Fan clenched his fists, and a clanging sound came from his flesh and blood, like the sound of metal clashing, as if every inch of his bones had turned into the hardest diamond iron, and his body's defense was greatly enhanced. In this way, after entering the Tiandao Tower, I will have an extra layer of protection. Ji Fan said with a smile and put away the golden body technique. Next. Seeing that it was still early, Ji Fan took out a pile of scarlet feathers from his storage ring. These were all phoenix feathers. They looked like feathers, but they were extremely hard, comparable to dragon scales. The most important thing is that these feathers are top-quality materials for refining weapons. They are phoenix feathers, which have a strong ability to enhance fire magic. Hey, Placenta, do you know how to refine weapons? Ji Fan asked. What are you doing? Said the Chaos Immortal Fetus. Ji Fan took out the Chaos Purple Bamboo, put it together with the phoenix feathers, and said, I want to make a feather duster. Puff! Chaos Immortal Embryo almost vomited blood. You are crazy. Chaos Purple Bamboo is the raw material for the Divine Whip. Why did you make it into a feather duster? It is true that these phoenix feathers can strengthen the effect of fire magic when refined into Chaos Purple Bamboo, but Chaos Purple Bamboo is a first-class artifact under the starry sky, and you made it into a feather duster. Aren't you afraid of being punished by God? Wait, I understand. The placenta spoke for a long time and then suddenly stopped, as if it understood what Ji Fan meant. Ji Fan smiled and said, as I use the aura of the great Tao to nourish the primordial Chaos Purple Bamboo, it has gradually begun to show its brilliance. I believe that soon, once its brilliance becomes dazzling, people will recognize it as the primordial Chaos Purple Bamboo. I understand the principle of possessing a treasure, which is a crime, so I made it into a feather duster as a way of hiding it. This way, even if this weapon becomes more powerful in the future, no one will think of Chaos Purple Bamboo. Ha 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 ha. Chaos Immortal Fetus laughed and said, good idea, not bad, the best feather duster in the world, interesting, here, I'll give you a set of the art of 100% refining equipment without losing stars. Ji Fan. Did this placenta play online games while traveling in the starry sky? Which game was it hurt to create this 100% refining equipment without dropping stars? But I have to say, the secret technique of Chaos Immortal Embryo has always been very reliable. Ji Fan used the laws of the Tao to refine flames, used a small world as a furnace, and refined tools out of thin air, refining phoenix feathers one by one onto the Chaos Purple Bamboo. Not long after, a feather duster emitting a red divine glow was born, floating in front of Ji Fan, like a peerless immortal sword. With the Chaos Purple Bamboo as the base and the phoenix feather as the body, from now on it will be called. Ji Fan thought for a long time, and finally clapped his hands and said, it will be called the Chaos Chicken Feather Sword. The Chaos Phoenix Feather Sword sounds better than this name. Do you know how to give it a name? Chaos Immortal Embryo couldn't help but complain. At least it sounds better than your 100% series. Ji Fan rolled his eyes and said. This day, the heroes gathered in Tiandaoan. The center of Tiandaoan is naturally the sons and daughters of gods from various sects, and the periphery is the people sent by various forces to participate in this large-scale copy activity. The illusion of the heavenly Dao Tower opens once every hour, and the opening time is only a few breaths. Those people on the periphery will probably have to queue for a long time before they can squeeze in. It feels like squeezing into a new suit. But the sons and daughters of gods inside the Tian Dao Academy are different. At least in the first 10 times, they will definitely be able to enter. The Saint of the Sword Saint sect is here. Feng Qingya stands in a fairy light, with her feet on a 100-meter-long fairy sword. Those above are all disciples of the Sword Saint sect, and they can also be said to be Feng Qingya's protectors. In addition, a series of characters including Overlord Body, Thunder and Lightning Body, Demonic Knife Body, and Innate Tao Body are also standing in this place. It is not difficult to see from their positions that they have indeed followed the ranking battles of the previous 2 days and will enter the Tiandao Tower one after another. The Red Prince was also there, but at this moment he had not transformed into his original form, but was in human form, wearing a red battle suit and standing still with a gloomy face. Man Xiaoyao and the little black dragon prince stood together. They were dressed in gorgeous red, revealing their lowly figures, which were exquisite and graceful, especially their white and tender waists, which made people linger. He's coming, so slow. Man Xiaoyao looked up. I saw a sword light flying over, and Ji Fan came to Tiandaoan on his sword. The magic sword under his feet, well, let's call it a magic sword, it's actually a feather duster. What the hell, using a feather duster as a sword? A strange person must have a strange weapon. For a moment, everyone didn't know how to complain about this scene. Only Prince Qi stared at Ji Fan with his teeth bared in anger. Because he recognized that the feathers on the feather duster were all the phoenix feathers on his body. This guy actually made a feather duster with his phoenix feathers, and appeared in front of him riding the feather duster in full view of everyone. This is a great shame and humiliation. Hi, you're here quite early. Ji Fan landed, put the Chaos Chicken Feather Sword on his back, and greeted Man Xiaoyao with a smile. Man Xiaoyao stared at the feather duster behind Ji Fan with her beautiful eyes. You, don't tell me you made this with phoenix feathers. Isn't this obvious? Isn't it beautiful, with fire and lightning all the way, so cool? Ji Fan grinned. Man Xiaoyao was speechless. The Black Dragon Prince also had a dark complexion. Prince Qi gnashed his teeth even more. If he didn't know that he couldn't beat Ji Fan, he would have gone berserk on the spot. You are such a waste. So many phoenix feathers are top-grade materials for refining weapons, but you made a feather duster. It would be better to make a feather fan. The little demon said angrily. Obviously, she also had her own ideas. A feather fan is useless. I don't have Zhuge Liang's brain. It's not as good as a feather duster. It can just sweep the dust when I have nothing to do. Ji Fan curled his lips. Bullshit, a feather fan is practical. It can be used as a treasure to fan the wind and fire. When the weather is hot, it can also restrain the breath and fan yourself to cool down. Man Xiaoyao curled her red lips in disdain. Not far away. Prince Qi wanted to curse. I'm still here. Is it appropriate for you to discuss my feathers in person? There are feather dusters and feather fans, can't you make something more upscale? Etc. The key doesn't seem to be here. At this time, Ji Fan also looked at Prince Qi and said, it seems that whether you have hair or not doesn't have much impact on your body. Prince Qi gnashed his teeth, his eyes flashing with coldness. Ji Fan, don't be so complacent. How long do you think you can bully others for? A heretic is still a heretic after all. You will only stop at the Golden Core realm. Your future is uncertain. At least I can beat you up. Ji Fan sneered, if you say another word, I will pull off the 7 phoenix feathers behind your buttocks. It seems I've hit you where it hurts. Prince Qi sneered, then turned around and moved away. In fact, he was also afraid of arguing with Ji Fan. After all, the combat power of the Dao carrier at the current level was obvious to all. Ji Fan stared at Prince Chi's back with fiery eyes, as if he saw a beautiful woman. Huh, go ahead and show off. Once we get into the heavenly Dao Tower, I'll find a chance to make you bleed. Ji Fan grinned. Black Dragon, follow me to the front. Ji Fan said to the little black dragon prince. What? The little black dragon prince was stunned, then realized something and said, you mean, should go in with you? Nonsense, you are my mount, so of course you move with me. Ji Fan said. Although the mount doesn't sound good, the little black dragon prince is still very happy. Because Ji Fan could enter the Tiandao Tower first and seize the initiative, following him would also give him the initiative. This. Man Xiaoyao's eyes were full of envy. She came to Ji Fan and took her arm. Brother Ji Fan, do you want a new mount? As she spoke, her eyes sparkled, making Ji Fan feel uncomfortable all over. You are a fairy princess after all, can't you have some bottom line? Ji Fan said speechlessly. Can that broken thing be eaten as food? Man Xiaoyao blinked her bright eyes and said softly, I also want to be your mount. Ji Fan took a deep breath, his mind full of thoughts. A little barbarian demon as a mount? Ji Fan pulled the little black dragon prince and ran to the front. In fact, it's not that Ji Fan didn't want to, it's just that this girl Man Xiaoyao couldn't be ridden at all. Ji Fan's clairvoyance allowed him to see her true form, which was a tree. How could he ride on a tree? The little demon stamped her feet angrily. It's a rare opportunity for me to seduce someone, but I failed. Ji Fan and the little black dragon prince came to the front. The people from the Sword Saint sect were right beside him. At this moment, Ji Fan could feel that the eyes on the 100-meter-long immortal sword were looking at him. Ji Fan, after entering the heavenly Dao Tower, are you interested in cooperating? Suddenly, within the fairy light, a charming and elegant voice was heard, like the sound of nature, like the trembling of wind chimes. She was so graceful in the fairy light, which made people imagine a lot. I want to cooperate with you. You have so many people around you, why do you still need a collaborator? Ji Fan said disapprovingly. You are destined to be with my Sword Saint lineage. At this time, Feng Qingya said, the Hunyuan sword suit you are wearing is the property of the ancient Sword Saint, from the Sword Saint path. Ji Fan touched his battle suit and said, how is it? Feng Qingya's charming laughter came, you don't need to be nervous. The things that come out of the Sword Saint road are for those who are destined to get them. Even our Sword Saint sect cannot interfere. I just think that since you are destined to be the ancient Sword Saint, you need to walk with us. Ji Fan said, as for the cooperation, we'll see how it goes after we get in. I'm not interested in protecting her. Humph. A cold snort came from the 100-meter-long immortal sword, and it shouted, don't you take yourself too seriously? The saint of my Taoist sect invited you because she thinks highly of you. Don't be ungrateful. This is one of Feng Qingya's protectors speaking. Ji Fan glanced at him and sneered, Saintess, keep an eye on your dog, otherwise, you will have to enter the heavenly Dao Tower alone. For a moment, the man on the 100-meter-long magic sword remained silent. As a famous holy land, they have always been in a superior position and have developed a habit of being proud. The protector just now also became arrogant because of a disagreement. But facing Ji Fan's murderous intent at this moment, this guy immediately became timid. I almost forgot that this young man has unparalleled combat power at his current level. If he really kills them, even Feng Qingya may not be able to stop him. If Ji Fan was murderous and chopped them all to pieces, Feng Qingya would have no one to assist her after entering the Tiandao Tower, and would definitely fall behind the saints and daughters of other holy places. Anyone who dares to remove the hair of the Red Prince is simply a madman. He may really not care about the reputation of the Sword Saint's lineage and fight with them. Boom! Just at this moment, a ray of light descended from the sky and landed in Tiandao Temple. Immediately afterwards, a mirage-like scene appeared. Unreal and ethereal, a gorgeous starry sky appeared before everyone like a fantasy. And right under this starry sky, the shadow of half a pagoda appeared there. It was extremely ancient, but it exuded an inexplicable Taoist charm, as if it was in the midst of chaos, floating up and down, full of mystery. Tiandao Tower. Tiandao Tower. 3 words appeared on the top of the half-tower. It appeared. The heavenly Dao Tower is open. Everyone exclaimed, the long-awaited moment finally arrived. The Tiandao Tower is finally opened. Under the starry sky that was like a mirage, there was a sense of oppression that made it hard to breathe. Even the saint of the Sword Saint sect was breathing rapidly at this moment. It was like a kind of oppression from the great Tao in the dark. However, unlike others, Ji Fan was extremely excited, his blood boiling. This feeling of oppression for others made Ji Fan feel like spring breeze. Because he is the carrier of the Tao, he is naturally friendly to the Tao. In Ji Fan's eyes, this Tiandao Tower is like a paradise for gods. Heizi, get ready. Ji Fan said. The young black dragon prince nodded, no longer caring about face at this moment, and transformed himself into his original black dragon, with Ji Fan riding on him. Little black dragon prince is actually his mount. Incredible, the young demon king is actually Ji Fan's mount. What a bold and courageous man. This scene was seen by people around, who were filled with envy and jealousy. Boom! Following a loud bang, a gap appeared in the mirage-like illusion, with dazzling golden light swaying. The entrance has appeared. We only have a few seconds to spare. Hurry up. The young black dragon prince reminded. In the past, every time the entrance appeared, there would be a fight among people around, all wanting to get in first and gain the upper hand. However, this time, everyone had already decided on the order of the battle in advance, and everyone was abiding by the rules. If anyone violated the rules, they would be attacked together after entering the Tiandao Tower. The people from the Sword Saint sect have already moved. The 100-meter-long immortal sword turned into a sword light and rushed into the golden crack. The young black dragon prince was not to be outdone. He let out a dragon roar and rushed in at maximum speed, carrying Ji Fan on his back. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the golden crack. Everyone watched with envy. Whoever enters first will inevitably gain the upper hand. Now, pieces of golden light enveloped Ji Fan. He and the black dragon prince entered a passage filled with golden light. In front of us were the people from the Sword Saint sect, but soon they disappeared. It seems that even if they come in through the same entrance, they will be randomly assigned to different places. Ji Fan's eyes sparkled. As the carrier of the great Tao, he instantly understood some of the rules of the heavenly Dao Tower. This is an advantage that others do not have. Boom! Ji Fan and the little black dragon prince passed through this golden passage. They were not separated but teleported into the Tiandao Tower. Wow! Ji Fan couldn't help but exclaimed, is this the scene inside the Tiandao Tower? The Tiandao Tower is a world of its own. Wherever Ji Fan's eyes can see, there are endless mountains rising one after another, like real dragons lying dormant on the earth. The breath of antiquity and wildness coexists, like a primitive and mythical world that has come across time and space. At the same time, the spiritual energy in this world is astonishing, and even contains the rhyme of Taoism, which is astonishing. This is just one floor of the Tiandao Tower. This half of the heavenly Dao Tower has 3 floors in total. Each floor is a mythical world with amazing resources of creation. Ji Fan looked up at the sky, his eyes sparkling with light and containing the divine light of the Great Way. His 6 senses were fully activated, and he comprehended the world, just as he had comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth before. Boom! Just at this moment, a golden light fell from the sky and landed on Ji Fan. Clang! In the space of the heavenly Tao Tower, a melodious bell sound spread throughout the world, like the ringing of a bell from the avenue. A golden list appeared in the void. The carrier of the great Tao, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, has initially resonated with the heavenly Tao Tower, and is rewarded with a great Tao rune. A majestic voice, without any emotion, like a sound woven together by some kind of order, resounded throughout the world. This. Ji Fan was stunned for a moment. As soon as he came in, he resonated with the laws of the heavenly Tao Tower and received a reward. Also, that golden list is kind of interesting. The little black dragon prince said, "I didn't expect that you would accomplish an achievement as soon as you came in without doing anything." "Then the list must be the achievement list?" Ji Fan asked. The little black dragon prince nodded and said, "Yes, anyone who can achieve great success in the heavenly Tao Tower will be on the list and will receive rewards from the heavenly Tao Tower." At this moment, a ray of golden light appeared in front of Ji Fan. Ji Fan understood what this meant after a quick thought. This meant that he wanted to leave his name on the achievement list. This golden light can be controlled and evolved into fonts or patterns. Ji Fan thought about it and waved his hand. The golden light suddenly turned into 4 words. The boy who chases the wind. In an instant, these words appeared on the golden list in the void, shining with golden light, dazzling. At the same time, in another place inside the Tiandao Tower, Feng Qingya and the people from the Sword Saint sect were looking at the void golden list. "I have accomplished an achievement as soon as I came in. It is just as I guessed. The characteristics of the great Tao carrier are compatible with the heavenly Tao Tower." Feng Qingya murmured, her graceful body shrouded in fairy light. "It's just, the 4 words, wind-chasing boy, sound so rustic." The other side. There were 2 figures, one male and one female, with more than a dozen protectors around them, but none of them could conceal the brilliance of the man and woman. The man was wearing a golden battle suit and had a heroic appearance, like a martial god descended to earth. His entire body was enveloped in golden light, like the offspring of the ancient gods, with a dazzling halo on his head. The woman was dressed in fairy clothes that covered her body, highlighting her tall figure and ethereal face. She was as beautiful as a fairy in a painting, otherworldly and otherworldly. Her noble temperament could not be desecrated. These 2 people are the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Xianwu Holy Land. They were teleported in directly. The previous generation had obtained a secret treasure in the illusion of the heavenly Tao Tower, which allowed them to be teleported directly in after the heavenly Tao Tower was opened. In the end, the initiative was taken by such people? The Saint Maiden of the Xianwu Holy Land said unhappily. "Humph, he's just an arrogant clown relying on outsiders. When we meet, just kill him. That Tao rune will be very useful to us." The Holy Son of the Xianwu Holy Land said domineeringly, with an absolute murderous aura emanating from his whole body. This murderous aura is not easily developed. It must have been honed through various bloody battles. The 3rd direction is on top of a big mountain. A proud figure stood there, tall and straight, like an ancient god who had traveled through time from the ancient times. He has long golden hair and golden pupils. Although he is young, he possesses a calm and fighting spirit that older people do not have. The most important thing is that there is a crack between this person's eyebrows, and he has a 3rd eye. The Holy Son of Tianhuang Holy Land. Yang Tianqi. According to legend, he is the descendant of the Yang family, one of the ancient gods. Although he does not have a special divine body, his bloodline is unparalleled, with ancient divine blood flowing in his body, and he has also awakened the Yang family's ancestral third eye. With such bloodline, even many divine bodies cannot compare to him. What's more, there is the help of Yang family's sky eye, which is an invincible weapon. What an interesting guy. He actually got the upper hand. Yang Tianqi stood with his hands behind his back, looking in one direction as if he were one of the ancient gods. Behind him, there was also a group of protectors, who also came from the Tianhuang Holy Land. Check it. Yang Tianqi said to a protector behind him. Yes, Holy Son. The protector nodded and disappeared without a trace. And at this moment, in the area where Ji Fan is located, a Dao rune fell and appeared in Ji Fan's palm. Placenta, just as you expected, we can obtain Dao runes in this heavenly Dao tower. Ji Fan said excitedly. Without further ado, he integrated this Dao rune into his body and refined it using the Dao laws. The Chaos Immortal Fetus sent a voice message over and said, "Of course not. The rewards in the heavenly Dao tower are more than that. When you come here, you can improve your Dao compatibility while also getting other good things. Okay, stop showing off. After the first recharge is received, you still have things to do later." Ji Fan thought for a moment and said, "Placenta, have you been to the heavenly Dao tower?" He seemed to know this place too well. The Chaos Immortal Fetus was silent for a moment. "The place I went to was the real Tower of Heaven, not the illusion formed by this kind of laws," Chaos Immortal Fetus said shockingly. Ji Fan was speechless for a while. "I think you are pretending." Brush. Just at this moment, Ji Fan suddenly turned around and slapped a certain area with his palm. A bolt of lightning instantly burst out from his palm, blasting a large charred hole in that place. "Huh! You are quite perceptive." A middle-aged man in a gray robe snorted coldly, revealed his figure, and put away an animal skin blanket. "It's a treasure made of the fur of a space beast. Man Xiaoyao also has one in his hand. It can hide in an independent space." The pupils of the Black Dragon Prince shrank slightly, and then he looked at the logo on the middle-aged man's clothes and said, "You are from Tianhuang Holy Land." Tianhuang Holy Land. Ji Fan frowned slightly. As soon as he came in, he was targeted by the people from Tianhuang Holy Land. The gray-clothed man from Tianhuang Holy Land smiled and said, "Yes, I am Yang Tianqi's protector." The man in gray was the one who had just disappeared from Yang Tianqi's side. He had practiced a special eye technique and was very good at finding people. In addition, the area where Ji Fan was located was relatively close to Yang Tianqi, so the man in gray found Ji Fan without much effort. Yang Tianqi, the heir of the Yang family, the holy son of the Tianhuang Holy Land who carries the blood of the ancient gods. The young Black Dragon Prince frowned, looking as if he was facing a formidable enemy. "Humph, you came here sneakily, you must be holding it in." Ji Fan sneered. The gray-clothed man was very conceited. Even after learning about Ji Fan's record, he was still very arrogant and shouted, "Ji Fan, right? You are lucky. You got a Dao rune right after entering the heavenly Dao tower. Now there is a good opportunity in front of you." Ji Fan said nothing and looked at the man in gray. "Give me the Dao rune you just got. It will be very useful to our saint son. Then come back with me and follow him." The gray-clothed man raised his chin proudly. "Although you practice the external Dao, you seem to have special advantages as a carrier of the Dao in the heavenly Dao tower. You must come here to serve the saint's son." Looking at the proud man in gray, Ji Fan frowned. "My appearance fee is very high. Do you think Yang Tianqi can afford me?" He. Hearing this, the gray-clothed man sneered, "Ji Fan, your record outside is indeed good, but the foundation of the Holy Land is not as simple as you think. As soon as he finished speaking, a treasure appeared in the gray-clothed man's hand. It was just a folding fan, but it gave off an ancient aura. It was obviously a secret treasure, and it had killed countless people, so it had already bred a very terrifying murderous aura. I see. With the help of the power of the treasure? Those famous holy places do have powerful foundations. This man in gray is just an ordinary nascent soul realm, and is far from someone like the Red Prince. He can't even beat the young Black Dragon Prince. But holding the Holy Land's secret treasure gave him a surge of confidence. The fan is nice, I like it. Fan nodded. The gray-clothed man had a sneer on his face. He opened his folding fan, and a dazzling light and terrifying sword aura were released. Mountain and River Sword Fan. The young Black Dragon Prince said, "No wonder you are so confident. This is a pretty good killing weapon." The treasure fan contains the Shanha sword art created by Shanha Taoist. Yes, it is the Mountain and River Sword Fan. The Taoist Shanha back then was a supreme elder of my Tianhuang Holy Land. The man in gray said confidently. The Shanha sword fan in his hand glowed, and he pointed at Fan, "Submit? Or die?" Stupid. The only thing he got in response was Fan's cold words. The next moment, Fan raised his hand and pointed, and a ray of divine light flew out and instantly wrapped around the Mountain and River Sword Fan. "Bring it here." Fan raised his hand, and the Mountain and River Sword Fan flew out of the gray-clothed man's hand and flew directly into Fan's hand. What? How is this possible? The man in gray's face suddenly changed. He was so arrogant just now, relying entirely on the killing weapon in his hand. He had heard that the power of swordsmanship was the nemesis of the carrier of the Great Way, and believed that the Mountain and River Sword Fan would definitely be able to restrain Fan's abilities. But unexpectedly, the next second, the killing weapon flew into Fan's hands. What's the point of fighting then? You rely too much on the treasure in your hand. If you are strong enough, would not have taken your weapon away from you. Fan said. He waved the Mountain and River Sword Fan in his hand, and in an instant a green mountain appeared out of nowhere. This green mountain was completely formed by the condensation of sword energy. It was lifelike and exuded the power of swordsmanship. Boom! The sword Qingshan pressed forward towards the man in gray. There was no unusual change, and even if the man in gray resisted with all his might, he still couldn't escape death. Finally, with a desperate roar, it was suppressed by the green mountain of Sword Dao. The terrifying power of Sword Dao shattered it into pieces, turning it into a pool of blood. Wow, it's really powerful. Fan said, and waved his fan again, taking the sword mountain back into the fan. This Tianhuang Holy Land, what was it thinking? It sent me a killing weapon at the beginning. Should I thank them properly? Fan said with a grin. The Black Dragon Prince was speechless. I came here with a weapon to kill you, but who would have thought that you would take it away directly? Actually, the man in gray originally wanted to follow secretly and inform Yang Tianqi at any time. But Fan saw through it, so he had no choice but to take action. Moreover, he thought he could fight with Fan as he was holding the Holy Land killing weapon, but he didn't expect that he couldn't hold out for a single round and his equipment was exploded. It's a good treasure. Let's go. Let's set off and start advancing the progress of the dungeon. Fan shook the treasure fan and turned to leave. The young Black Dragon Prince took away the space animal skin rug used by the man in gray. This is also a good treasure. He has always envied Man Xiaoyao for having one. Fan didn't want to waste time, so he rode the black dragon and rushed away. The initiative is very important. Before the massive influx into the heavenly Dao Tower, everyone was seizing the time to find their fortune and to gain a foothold as a priority. Clairvoyance. Ji Fan stood on the black dragon's head and observed the surrounding mountains with his clairvoyance. In a place like this, people who possess pupil skills have unique advantages. Ji Fan's clairvoyance is naturally not a problem. While Ji Fan was searching, the Dao rune in his body was also refined. His compatibility with the Dao suddenly increased by 2 levels, and he was even about to break through the 3rd level. It seems that the Dao runes rewarded in the heavenly Dao Tower are better than the Dao runes born from the body of the red fire demon dragon. Ji Fan thought. Now Ji Fan's compatibility with the great Dao has reached the 30th level, and he is about to break through the 31st level. However, the great way of repaying the kindness did not appear. Ji Fan could feel that the next time the Dao would repay him, he would have to reach the 36th level of the Dao. 36, this number also has a special meaning in the evolution of the Tao, and it is a Tiangang number. Very quickly, Ji Fan's clairvoyance captured a hidden valley filled with invisible auspicious colors that were difficult to find without special pupil powers. He rode the black dragon prince and rushed directly towards the valley. There was actually a battlefield in this valley, with broken weapons and dried blood everywhere, as if it was from hundreds of years ago, but the bloodstains had not yet disappeared. You can even see some corpses. These corpses all belong to cultivators. They have not decayed for hundreds or thousands of years and still retain the same appearance they were in before death, but none of the corpses are complete. Either they were cut in half, or they lost their heads, or their heads were pierced. It could be as miserable as it could be. This should be the result of the cultivators who entered this place when the heavenly Dao Tower was opened last time. There is good fortune in the valley, but it is obvious that the previous generation has already mined it. We don't need to waste time. The young black dragon prince suggested. Ji Fan smiled and said, "No, the good fortune in this valley has indeed been picked, but there are other things in the valley." After saying that, Ji Fan strode towards the interior of the valley. Inside the valley, there was a piece of land that looked as ordinary as it could be. Ji Fan took a step and measured it, then grinned and said, "Almost, this is the place." "What's wrong with this place?" The young black dragon prince was confused. Ji Fan smiled mysteriously, raised his hand and pointed, and a ray of divine light flew out and broke into the soil. Probably a few breaths of time passed. "Rise!" Ji Fan shouted in a deep voice and stomped his foot on the ground. Boom! The whole valley was shaking. The piece of land in front of them, which could not be more ordinary, suddenly exploded. Immediately afterwards, an ancient stone tablet rose from the ground like a black hill, and stood in front of Ji Fan and the little black dragon prince. "This. How do you know that there are hidden things in the valley? Your pupil technique is so powerful?" The young black dragon prince said in surprise. Ji Fan touched his eyelids and said with a wry smile, "This thing can't be found by pupil technique." "Not relying on pupil techniques? Then how did you know?" The young black dragon prince didn't understand. Ji Fan smiled slightly. "If I say I have a strategy, would you believe it?" "What is a strategy?" The young black dragon prince was confused. At this time, the voice of Chaos Immortal Embryo entered Ji Fan's mind. As expected, when you first resonated with the laws of the heavenly Dao Tower, you gained insight into a lot of information. Really? He is naturally friendly to the great Dao and masters the laws of the great Dao. The laws of the heavenly Dao Tower are equally inseparable from the ancient heavenly Dao. Therefore, Ji Fan was able to complete his first achievement as soon as he came in and resonate with the heavenly Dao Tower. This resonance also allowed Ji Fan to glimpse some information about the laws of the heavenly Dao Tower. According to the theory on Blue Star in the previous life, the laws within the heavenly Dao Tower are like a large database. When Ji Fan resonated with the heavenly Dao Tower, he gained insight into the large database of the Heavenly Dao Tower and obtained some important intelligence information regarding the distribution of the land of creation. This is what Ji Fan calls a strategy. The stone tablet was extremely dark, but Ji Fan could tell at a glance that it was something obscured by the aura of the great Dao, and therefore was hidden underground and not discovered. "Get out of the way," Ji Fan said to the young black dragon prince. The divine light of the avenue was wrapped around his fist, making his entire arm look extremely sacred, as if he was wearing a layer of sacred armor. Boom! The next moment, the great Dao divine fist attacked and hit the stone tablet hard. Boom! There was a violent vibration on the stone tablet. After this punch, spiderweb-like cracks spread out in all directions with the place where Ji Fan's fist landed as the center. It's pretty tough, but if one punch doesn't work, then give it another one. Boom! Ji Fan punched again, his sacred fist was as dazzling as the sun. Boom! There were even more cracks on the stone tablet, and the crisscrossing cracks almost covered the entire stone tablet. The third punch. Boom! Finally, after the third punch landed, this solid and immortal stone tablet exploded, and a ball of divine light flew out from the broken stone tablet. "Where are you going?" Ji Fan shouted and reached towards the light. The divine light of the avenue flew out and turned into a sacred palm print, grabbing the light in its hand. This is a piece of golden stone, which contains a mysterious aura and has complex patterns carved on it. Heavenly Secret Stone. At this time, the voice of Chaos Immortal Fetus came, "Give it to me, give it to me. This thing is useful to me. It can speed up my birth." "Is it useless to me?" Ji Fan couldn't help but frown. When something good happens, everyone will think of themselves first. Chaos Immortal Fetus said, "You can't say it's useless to you. For ordinary people, this thing can help them gain enlightenment better. Holding it in your hand can increase the chance of enlightenment. But you can enter Lingtai Fangtsuan Mountain at any time, so this Tianji stone is useless to you." At this time, the Black Dragon Prince's eyes lit up and he said, "This should be the Heavenly Secret Stone, which can increase the chance of enlightenment. I didn't expect that such a good thing was sealed in the stone tablet." "Really?" The placenta didn't lie. Ji Fan smiled and said, "Okay, I'll give it to you. Anyway, I have taken some good things from you. Your 100% series of secret techniques are all very useful." Speaking of, the Heavenly Secret Stone in Ji Fan's hand disappeared and was thrown to the Chaos Immortal Embryo. Clang! Just at this moment, in the void, the sound of the avenue bell was heard. A majestic and emotionless voice of order spread throughout the world. "Blast the Heavenly Secret Monument with your fist, and the reward is a great Dao rune." Accompanied by the sound of the avenue bell. Follow closely. On the void golden list, the words "Wind-Chasing Boy" shone brightly, and new achievement information appeared behind the name. Damn it! Why is it him again? In the area where the Xianwu Holy Land is located, their holy son and holy daughter saw this scene, their expressions suddenly became ugly, and there was malice in their eyes. So that's how it is. He is the carrier of the great Dao. In the Tower of Heavenly Dao, this physique has advantages that others don't have, said the Saint Maiden of the Immortal Martial Holy Land. That Dao rune can directly elevate any spell to the level of divine power. This guy got another one in less than half an hour. The Son of God was dressed in a golden battle suit, with a strong sense of unwillingness. But fortunately, we also have information left by the previous generation, so we can catch up with the later generations, said the saint. Let's hurry up. Before others come in, we must seize all the advantages we can first, and then go find Ji Fan and ask him to hand over all the Dao runes. The Son of God sneered, caring a lot about the Dao runes in Ji Fan's hands. Sword Saint Tradition. Feng Qingya was enveloped in the fairy light, looking at the updated gold list in the sky. Her eyebrows slightly frowned. Sure enough, he has a great advantage, which is why I tried my best to win him over in the beginning. Saint, I'm sorry, I spoke too much at that time. A protector said guiltily. It doesn't matter. He is a proud and arrogant person. Even if you didn't interrupt and provoke him at that time, he might not join forces with me. Feng Qingya said, raising his hand and waving it. A roll of animal skin appeared in his hand. This is also the information left by the previous generation, recording the coordinates of some places of creation. Holy land of heaven and earth. Yang Tianqi frowned and said, Wu Hai has been gone for a long time and has not given any information back. I'm afraid, he is in danger. What? A group of Dao protectors behind Yang Tianqi exclaimed, no way, Wu Hai brought the mountain and river sword fan with him. His mountain and river sword Dao is enough to fight against the Dao carrier. I heard that the power of the sword Dao is the nemesis of the Dao carrier. Humph, nothing in this world is absolute. Yang Tianqi sneered, as if he didn't care, even though he lost a killing weapon. Although the heavenly secret stone was given to the chaos immortal fetus, Ji Fan also obtained a great Dao rune, which he immediately absorbed into his body and refined. Let's go and continue to the next place. Ji Fan grinned, rode on the black dragon and left. At this moment, the young black dragon prince was extremely excited. Although he had gained nothing now, he knew that as long as he stayed with Ji Fan, he would definitely gain benefits. He has already seen that Ji Fan's Avenue Carrier has an absolute advantage in the Heavenly Dao Tower. This Dao rune was quickly and completely absorbed by Ji Fan. His degree of compatibility with the Great Dao successfully reached the 32nd level. Damn it, the energy contained in this Dao rune cannot be compared with the previous one, damn it. Ji Fan thought while gritting his teeth. It actually only improved the degree of fit by a little more than one level. Heizi, do you see that mountain that looks like a toad? At this time, Ji Fan stared at a place. What's wrong? The young black dragon prince asked. Go for the toad's waist and hit it head-on. Ji Fan said with a grin. The little black dragon prince said with a dark face, are you sure? That mountain is made entirely of black gold. Even if I had a body like mine, would be broken and bleeding if I crashed into it. If you hate me, can you just say so? You know nothing. Just ram it when I tell you to. If there are good things inside, I'll share them with you. Ji Fan said as he smashed the faucet. All right. The black dragon prince's eyes lit up, and then he rushed towards the Toad Mountain in front of him, hitting the Toad Mountain's lower back. But unexpectedly, the young black dragon prince did not suffer a bloody head injury. After he hit the ground head first, he disappeared on the spot and was taken into the interior of Toad Mountain by an unknown force. It felt like a plane crashing into Wakanda. Inside Toad Mountain, the power of thunder and fire surged, filled with a breath of destruction. After seeing this, Ji Fan and the young black dragon prince were amazed at the scene in front of them. Inside the mountain, there were rumbling thunder and blazing underground fire. Especially the underground fire, which almost turned into magma and rolled on the ground, as if one had come to a scorching hell. There is no doubt that in this pool of earth fire, even cultivators at the nascent soul stage or above will be turned into nothing and will be completely unable to survive. Not to mention, above the underground fire pool, there is also rolling thunder, which is also a force that can destroy everything. I know this place. The little black dragon prince said, my father has been here before. It was the last time the heavenly Dao Tower was opened. My father accidentally entered a pool of heavenly thunder and earthly fire. He saw a small tree deep in the pool with a mysterious fruit on it. It must be a treasure that can seize the fortune of heaven and earth. It's a pity that this pool of heavenly thunder and earthly fire is too terrifying. It can burn strong men above the nascent soul stage. He couldn't even get close to it at that time, so he had to give up. Listening to the story told by the young black dragon prince, Ji-fan nodded. The only people who could enter the illusion of the heavenly Dao Tower were at the Golden Core realm and the nascent soul realm. With the strength of the young black dragon prince's father at that time, it was definitely not higher than the nascent soul realm, so it was impossible for him to wade through this pool of heavenly thunder and earthly fire. This place is tailor-made for me. You wait here, I'll go pick the good fortune. Ji-fan said, walking forward. Could it be that your invulnerability is immune to places like this? There was a gleam in the eyes of the young black dragon prince. Ji-fan nodded. This pool of heavenly thunder and earthly fire is actually similar to the land of Thunder Lake. The destructive energy contained within it is the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Ji-fan is also immune to the laws of heaven and earth. Plop. He jumped directly into the pool of thunder and fire. In an instant, the surging magma submerged it. Oh my God! Ji-fan suddenly screamed, and floundered in the magma, with a look of fear on his face. What's wrong? Your immunity to all attacks has no effect? The young black dragon prince was suddenly frightened. If the invulnerability cannot resist the power here, then there is only one ending waiting for Ji-fan, and that is to be reduced to ashes. No, I can't swim. Why is this underground fire pool so deep? Ji-fan shouted, splashing his feet happily. In this pool of heavenly thunder and earthly fire, it is basically impossible to fly a sword, soar into the air, or jump. One can only swim across by enduring the power of the pool of earthly thunder and earthly fire. Pity. Ji-fan had never been in the water. It has been like this in both my past and present lives. I am a landlubber and cannot swim at all. He floundered on the spot, unable to move forward even a bit except sinking. Little black dragon prince. I thought it was no big deal, why was he shouting so loudly? But the problem now is really embarrassing. Ji-fan's invulnerability makes him immune to the destructive energy here, but he is stuck on the tiny problem of not being able to swim. What should he do? Do this: lean forward, push with your feet, and paddle with your hands outwards. The young black dragon prince lay on the shore and gave instructions. It's useless. Ji-fan shouted. Breaststroke is not easy to learn. Paddle forward with your hands and move your legs up and down alternately. No. Not like this, don't you know how to flap your arms? The young black dragon prince turned into a swimming coach, giving instructions while gesticulating. You're not doing that right. I told you to move your legs up and down alternately, not to spread your legs apart. Damn, why are you so useless? Plan forward with both hands. Not left and right, but front and back. Can you do it? Why are you spinning around? How about this: relax your whole body, lie on your back, and try the backstroke. Damn it! Backstroke is the easiest. If you can't even master it, you're destined to be a landlubber for the rest of your life. You're a loser. You can't even learn this. It drives me crazy. The little black dragon prince was so anxious and angry that he felt like bubbles were about to appear in his mouth. Ji-fan stared in the pool of thunder and fire. Come down if you can. It's okay if you can't swim. At worst, I don't want the fortune here anymore. Listen to me. At this moment, the voice of Chaos Immortal Fetus came into Ji-fan's mind. Relax your body first, imagine yourself as a dog, put your 4 paws under your body, imitate the posture of a dog walking, and then, hold your head and chest high. Done. Ji-fan followed the guidance of the Chaos Immortal Embryo step by step, and finally he really floated up. This is dog paddling. Really? Dog paddling is the easiest swimming skill to master. It's just that, the movements are a bit ugly. Placenta, you are amazing. Tell me honestly, are you a dog? How come you are so good at teaching a dog to paddle? Ji-fan said with a smile. Chaos Immortal Fetus. Black Dragon, wait for me. I'll come back after I pick up the fortune here. Ji-fan glared at the little black dragon prince, then doggy paddled all the way towards the depths of the magma. This picture. At one point it became very low class and downgraded. During this process, bolts of lightning fell from the sky and struck Ji-fan. As a result, after these thunders approached Ji-fan, they all disappeared into thin air and were dissolved by his invulnerability. At last, Ji-fan successfully swam to the depths of the pool of heavenly thunder and earthly fire. As the young black dragon prince said, there is a small tree growing here, which is crystal clear, sacred and otherworldly, with the rhythm of Tao flowing on it. And right at the top of the small tree, there is a mysterious fruit and 3 purple gold flowers. This mysterious fruit also has a purple gold glow, with mysterious patterns on its surface and a Taoist charm inside, as if a chaotic aura is permeating inside, making it mysterious and unpredictable. What kind of fruit is this? Ji-fan couldn't help but ask. At this time, the Chaos Immortal Fetus's surprised voice came. It turns out that this kind of power is hidden in this section of the Heavenly Dao Tower. Power? What power? Ji-fan couldn't help but ask. This placenta is very proud. There are very few things that can surprise it. Even when it comes to things like chaos purple bamboo, the placenta doesn't seem very surprised. Seeing this fruit today made this guy who calls himself the Supreme of Chaos so surprised, which shows that this fruit must be of great origin. Chaos Immortal Embryo said, this fruit represents a kind of power. In the world, there are 8 kinds of power that can be regarded as the extreme of a certain field. They are called the 8 extreme powers. Could it be the 8 great skills? Ji-fan complained. Chaos Immortal Fetus ignored him and continued, these 8 extreme powers represent strength, law, speed, soul, control, spirit, formation, and prohibition. Each of these 8 powers is the strongest in its own field. For example, force can break all laws with one force. Each of the 8 powers has its own strengths. If any one of them is pushed to the extreme, it will become the overlord under the starry sky and sweep across all gods and Buddhas. Hearing this, Ji-fan was shocked. Oh my god. So cool. Any kind of power is enough to be invincible, not to mention on this continent, even in the outer space where strong people gather, this is the top power. And now, one of the 8 extreme powers is right in front of Ji-fan. This thing, let alone in a famous holy place on the mainland, even in the outer space, it would be something that people would fight for. What power does this fruit represent? Ji-fan couldn't help but ask. Take it down and take a look, and you'll know, said the Chaos Immortal Embryo. Ji-fan swam over and grabbed the small tree. I thought he would be attacked by some kind of power, but I didn't expect that the tree was easily picked off. It's also possible that the tree was indeed protected by a powerful magic power, but it had no effect on Ji-fan's carrier of the avenue. After all, he was invulnerable to all magic. Ji-fan injected a trace of consciousness into this purple fruit. Immediately, he read a piece of information. Extreme speed, traveling through the void. Ji-fan's mind moved, and he said, Great Void Shuttle, this is an ultimate power in the field of speed. Primal Chaos Immortal Embryo said, Extreme speed? Indeed, the ability to travel through the void can indeed be called the fastest in the world. Hehe, I didn't expect to gain so much from the Heavenly Dao Tower illusion this time. One of the most powerful 8 extreme powers in the world is in my pocket. Ji-fan said with a smile, playing with the speed fruit on it. Chaos Immortal Fetus was silent for a moment, and finally said, "In fact, this 8 extremes power is also known as the 8 great disasters. There is a rumor under the starry sky that the 8 extremes power represents 8 baits. Someone is fishing, using the entire eternal starry sky as a fish pond. These 8 powers are just the baits cast by the angler. Throughout the ages, it is said that anyone who has pushed this power to the extreme has suffered an ominous fate. This." Ji Fan's face was ashen, and he said, "Are you throwing a bucket of cold water on me?" The Chaos Immortal Embryo continued, "This is a forbidden secret under the starry sky. I can't explain the truth of the 8 extremes power, but you can master it. You said something bad was going to happen, so how could I dare to practice?" Ji Fan said speechlessly. "I'm just saying that people who push the power of the 8 extremes to its limit will encounter something ominous, but you can use it first and don't push it to the peak. This kind of power, even if you only master the basics, will benefit you for the rest of your life. This is the advice of Chaos Immortal Embryo. Before figuring out the truth of the 8 extremes power, you can use this power, but you can never push it to its peak." Certainly. It is impossible to push such an almost invincible force to its peak in a short period of time. Ji Fan felt relieved. He carried the golden tree with him, climbed out of the pool of thunder and fire, and returned to the side of the little black dragon prince. "Is this the sacred tree? You really got it. What a fortune this is," the young black dragon prince said excitedly. Ji Fan put away the sacred tree first, and then without saying a word, he knocked the young black dragon prince to the ground with a big move. Bang, bang, bang. Ji Fan rode on the black dragon prince, punching and kicking him, saying confidently, "You are laughing at me for not being able to swim, right? What's wrong with not being able to swim? What's wrong with dog paddling? You're showing off, right? I'll cut you to death." Clang. At this moment, outside, in the Tiandao Tower, a melodious bell sounded again. Immediately afterwards, on the golden list in the void, the words, "Wind-chasing boy," changed again. The majestic and emotionless voice of order resounded through the void. "Go through the thunder and fire of heaven and earth without any injury. Reward, dragon-slaying sword. Completed a new achievement." At this moment, everyone in the Tiandao Tower was gritting their teeth in hatred as they looked at the golden list in the void. The Sword Saint Sect, the Tianhuang Holy Land, the Xianwu Holy Land, the Saint Sons and Saint Daughters of these 3 famous holy lands were all grinding their teeth. Less than an hour after the start, he achieved 3 achievements in a row. And this time, he was directly rewarded with an unparalleled divine weapon. The legendary dragon-slaying sword came out again. This sword had been lost for so long and turned out to be in the Tiandao Tower. The rewards of the Heavenly Dao Tower are actually the treasures stored in this world. After someone completes an achievement, the laws of the Heavenly Dao Tower will randomly bestow some good things stored in the tower. Sword Saint Tradition. Feng Qingya and a group of protectors were struggling to cross a place of good fortune. It was a terrifying area of gravity. They took one step at a time, struggling to move forward. According to the information left by the previous generation, there are resources of fortune behind this gravity field, and it is no small fortune. And after passing this gravity field, you can also be listed on the achievement list and have your name on the gold list. Result. They were making progress one after another, and Ji Fan completed another achievement. Now those are the 3 major achievements. The people from Tianhuang Holy Land and Xianwu Holy Land were the same. Seeing Ji Fan breaking 3 records in a row on the record list, they were filled with hatred. At this moment, Ji Fan pressed the little black dragon prince on his body, looking at the immortal sword that fell from the sky. It was surrounded by green light, and the hilt and the sword body were naturally formed. It was covered with Sanyan sword patterns, which were extremely gorgeous. The powerful sword energy condensed on this immortal sword. Clang! Ji Fan raised his hand, grabbed the dragon-slaying sword, and said to the Black Dragon Prince, "Look, the dragon-slaying sword." "I know." The little Black Dragon Prince had a dark face. "It's just right to kill you," Ji Fan said. The little Black Dragon Prince had a bitter expression on his face. "Ji Fan, is it really necessary? I was just doing this for your own good. I just wanted you to master another skill." After Ji Fan vented his anger, he held the dragon-slaying sword. "I didn't expect that the lost dragon-slaying sword was actually in the Tiandao Tower." Ji Fan spread his hands, and the scabbard of the dragon-slaying sword appeared in his hand. This scabbard was once in Xiao Feng's hands, but after Xiao Feng was killed, Ji Fan took away his personal storage artifacts, and the dragon-slaying sword scabbard naturally belonged to him. Clang! Ji Fan inserted the dragon-slaying sword back into the scabbard. It fit perfectly. Now this magical weapon was complete. "But I have the chaos purple bamboo. Although this dragon-slaying sword is amazing, it cannot compare to the chaos purple bamboo. I'll keep it for now and we'll talk about it later," Ji Fan said secretly and put away the dragon-slaying sword. "Don't say I didn't take care of you." Ji Fan glanced at the young Black Dragon Prince and picked a purple gold flower from the sacred tree and gave it to him. This purple gold flower has endless uses. Although it is only a companion, it is a rare treasure from heaven and earth. One purple gold flower can enable a person to undergo a complete transformation, which is equivalent to a great opportunity. The young Black Dragon Prince held the purple gold flower in his hand, feeling the vigorous energy in it. For a while, he felt that the beating was worth it. Ji Fan didn't feel any pain at all, because the path he took was different from that of others, and this purple gold flower was useless to him. Now, Ji Fan sat down cross-legged and picked the speed fruit from the sacred tree. After the fruit fell to the ground, the sacred tree quickly withered and lost all its vitality. Only the speed fruit and 2 purple gold flowers remained. Ji Fan swallowed the speed fruit in one gulp without thinking. In fact, this fruit is not a real fruit. After entering Ji Fan's mouth, it does not need to be refined at all. Instead, it turns into obscure runes and flows into his sea of consciousness. These runes are unlike any other characters in the world, but through perception, one can comprehend the secret methods recorded in them. However, one needs to be in a state of enlightenment to understand the meaning of this rune. This is only the case with Ji Fan. If it were someone else, even if they obtained this fruit that represents one of the 8 extreme powers, they would not be able to easily understand the mystery contained therein. But not everyone can attain enlightenment anytime and anywhere like Ji Fan. Extreme speed, traveling through the void. To travel through the heavens, only speed can be invincible. What kind of speed can be called the best in the world? As fast as the wind? As fast as lightning? Jumping through space? Teleporting? Neither. Only by leveraging the power of the void can it be called the fastest in the world. The void is illusory and transcends the level of space. In the void, one can even change the rules of space and even redefine space. Once one has mastered the rules of the void, one can enter it and in an instant, appear anywhere in the vast world, the universe, the galaxy, and the heavens and myriad worlds. This is extreme speed. It's called Great Void Shuttle. Ji Fan felt the power of extreme speed and was terrified. It's so terrifying. This secret technique can be said to have completely overturned the world's understanding of the field of speed. This is something that cannot be compared to any speed-type skills, magical powers, etc. Once you have mastered this secret technique, you will be the fastest person in the world. You don't need to practice any speed techniques to achieve extreme speed. This theory completely surpasses the cognition of the mainland. It is worthy of being an invincible force under the starry sky. Ji Fan thought. It is indeed as Chaos Immortal Embryo said, this is a secret technique that can benefit him for the rest of his life, and can make him more powerful in any realm. Ji Fan began to comprehend this extremely fast secret technique. But just at this moment, something strange happened. Some inexplicable images appeared in Ji Fan's mind. Under the blood-stained starry sky, it seemed as if one had arrived at the end of the universe. Here, a dam stood towering into the sky. The corpses of millions of immortal kings had built this dam, suppressing this place as if it was guarding something. This is the end of the immortal road. Ji Fan didn't know how he knew all this. It was as if he had gotten this information when he saw these images. The immortal king is the most powerful being under the starry sky. But at the end of the immortal road, there were millions of dead immortal kings lying dead, their bodies forming a dam as tall as a mountain. The end of the immortal road. A bloody dam was built with the corpses of millions of immortal kings, and at the other end of the dam was an endless grey ocean connecting to the void zone. Sea of bitterness. Ji Fan exclaimed inwardly. He didn't know how he knew all this, but this information appeared in his mind inexplicably. At the end of the immortal road, there is a dam built with the corpses of millions of immortal kings and an endless sea of suffering. Ji Fan has never seen these things before, but he inexplicably knows what they are. It is a very strange feeling. And right above this sea of suffering, a small boat shaped like a crystal coffin rides the wind and waves, struggling to cross the sea of suffering. On the crystal coffin boat, there is a fairy in white. Half of her face is extremely beautiful, holy and otherworldly, while the other half looks bony and hideous. She held a tattered fishing rod and fished in this bitter sea. Sudden. The half-human, half-corpse fairy in white raised her head, as if she saw Ji Fan, and gave him a strange smile. Oh my God! Ji Fan suddenly woke up, sweating all over. What happened just now? He saw the end of the immortal road, the sea of suffering under the starry sky, and a half-human, half-corpse fairy in white, riding a coffin boat and fishing on the sea of suffering. At this moment, Ji Fan suddenly thought of what Chaos Immortal Embryo said. Angler. The fisherman who uses the eternal starry sky as his fish pond and the power of the 8 poles as bait. Legend has it that anyone who pushes the power of the 8 extremes to its peak will encounter something ominous, and 9 out of 10 times it is related to this angler. What's wrong with you? The voice of Chaos Immortal Fetus came. I saw some horrific scenes. Ji Fan said, without saying directly that he saw the fisherman. Chaos Immortal Fetus thought for a moment and said, your 6 ears are born with a causal ability. Anything that involves great causality will stimulate your causal ability and allow you to see some causal images. This 8 extremes power is indeed ominous. The horrifying scene you saw should be the great cause and effect of the 8 extremes power. But don't tell anyone about what you saw, and don't tell me either. This is karma. Whoever you tell will have to bear this karma with you. I don't want to bear this for no reason. Listening to the words of Chaos Immortal Embryo, Ji Fan nodded to show his understanding, and then said, the specific scene I saw was like this, at the end of the starry sky. Fuck, I've already told you not to say it. I don't want to hear it. The placenta was making a lot of noise, and it quickly cut off its connection with the outside world, so I couldn't hear anything. Damn, are you pretending to be offline? Ji Fan said speechlessly. But jokes aside, Ji Fan had no intention of really tricking Chaos Immortal Fetus, he was just simply bickering. He recalled the scene in his mind just now, which was horrifying and mysterious, and now he was still sweating coldly. His intuition told him that this was not a good sign, and he even felt like he was being watched by something unknown. Boom. Sudden. The great way of feeding back has begun. When Ji Fan was comprehending the extreme speed, his compatibility with the Great Tao was also rising at an astonishing rate. Originally, his degree of compatibility with the Great Tao was only at the 32nd level, but now it has reached the 36th level, an improvement of 4 levels. This 8 extremes power is indeed not simple. I have only studied the basics, but it is comparable to the time I have spent on enlightenment for several months or even half a year. Ji Fan sighed. You know, when his compatibility with the Great Tao reaches the 30th level, it becomes very difficult to improve it. It may take him only 1 month of enlightenment to increase his compatibility by 1 level. Ji Fan made up his mind that it would not be enough to simply attain enlightenment in the future. He needed to find some peerless magic skills to study in depth. Practicing these magic skills in Lingtai Fangtsuan Mountain would allow his compatibility with the Great Tao to soar rapidly. The great way of feeding back begins. Ji Fan's cultivation began to rise. And just as Ji Fan was receiving the feedback from the Great Tao, time is also passing quietly. The Tiandao Tower has been opened again and again, and many people have flocked in. The Red Prince, the Little Demon, the Thunder and Lightning Body, the Overlord Body Xiang Feiyun, the Demon Knife Body Nye Tian, the Innate Tao Body Li Tianming and other characters, all entered the Heavenly Tao Tower. They immediately noticed the golden list in the void. Is this the achievement list of the Heavenly Tao Tower? Damn, this wind-chasing boy, could it be Ji Fan? It says that his avenue carrier has achieved resonance with the Heavenly Tao Tower, and there are 2 major achievements behind it. He actually completed 3 major achievements by himself. It's only been a short time, and he has achieved so many achievements. Didn't they say that the saints and saintesses of the famous holy places also came in? But they didn't get a single achievement, and Ji Fan himself got 3. How is it possible? Ji Fan actually surpassed all the saints and saintesses. Everyone looked at the void golden list and was extremely shocked. Some were jealous, some were envious, and some were angry. For example, those who are not optimistic about Ji Fan at all and believe that Ji Fan will definitely be killed by the Holy Son or Holy Daughter of the Holy Land after he comes in, such as the Thunder Body, Overlord Body and Demon Knife Body, all firmly believe this. Of course, there is also the Red Prince. Seeing Ji Fan doing so well, these people were filled with hatred. The little barbarian demon stood on the top of the mountain in red clothes, with 500 black dragon guards beside him. He smiled and said, yes, he is quite capable. Damn Xiao He, he must have gained something by following him. Let's hurry up and act. In 2 days, the 2nd floor of the Heavenly Tao Tower will also be opened. There won't be so many rules then, and we can all go in together. That's right. In the next period of time, try to dig out all the good fortune on this level. You think too much. The Heavenly Tao Tower has its own rules. It won't let you dig it all out. This illusion of the Heavenly Tao Tower has existed for so long that if you wanted to dig it all out, it would have been dug out by the previous generation long ago. Clang! At this time, the avenue bell rang. The void gold list has changed again. It is, the Sword Saint sect. A night passed. In fact, the time it took for the Tao to repay its kindness was not long. It was mainly because Ji Fan devoted himself to feeling the power of extreme speed, and a whole night passed without him noticing. This time, the Great Tao fed back his kindness and allowed his cultivation to leap to the peak of the Golden Core realm. This time, the Tao gave back to him, and he did not advance to the next realm, but Ji Fan was not surprised. The higher the level of cultivation, the more difficult it is to break through. It is impossible for every feedback from the Great Tao to allow him to achieve ascension. Ji Fan stood up and clenched his fist. The divine light of the Dao wrapped around his fist. In an instant, the laws of the Dao condensed on his fist. The divine light of the great Dao became even more dazzling and ever-changing. At this moment, it turned into a sacred boxing glove, covering his arms. Ji Fan can control more and more laws of the universe, and his fighting power is becoming more and more terrifying. He feels that a punch from him is enough to destroy mountains and rivers. Ordinary Yuanying realm warriors are like chickens and dogs in front of him and can be killed in the blink of an eye. Boom! Ji Fan stomped the ground violently, and a terrible pressure descended upon him, as if the ancient heaven had descended upon the earth. The mountains trembled, and accompanied by a rumbling sound in the void, 300 avenues of purple air appeared behind Ji Fan. The purple energy in every avenue was like a purple-gold dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, splitting the void, and making loud explosions. At this moment, Ji Fan was filled with heroic spirit. He felt that he could blow up mountains and rivers with his fist and suppress the whole world. Is this the power of the ancient heavenly way? Ji Fan thought to himself. The more he is in tune with the great Dao, the more Ji Fan can feel the horror of the ancient heavenly Dao. It is truly a power that even immortals and gods cannot reach. Now, this power is bestowed upon myself. Ji Fan walked out of the pool of thunder and fire and stood on the top of the mountain. He saw that the young black dragon prince was also here, staring at the golden list in the void. There are quite a few changes. Let me take a look. Ji Fan looked up. At the top of the gold list, was still Ji Fan's name. However, below his name, the achievements of 3 famous holy places also appeared. Sword Saint Dao Feng Qingya, breaking the gravity reversal pattern, reward, Star Moon Saint Armor. Xianwu Holy Land, MOU, defeat the ancient immortal miniature, reward, 3 amazing swords. Yang Tianqi from Tianhuang Holy Land, the ancient land of the sword immortal, the reward is a great Dao rune. Ji Fan looked at these achievements and nodded. Sure enough, if the 3 holy places can't achieve any achievements in one night, they are not worthy of being called holy places. The little black dragon prince said, a lot of things happened in this night, and many people came into the heavenly Dao Tower. Well, let's go, keep moving forward and go to the next place. Ji Fan said. The black dragon flew across the sky, passed over the mountains, and headed towards one place. During this period, someone else achieved something. And this person turned out to be Tu Jiaojiao, Xiao Feng's former lover. War God Temple, Tu Jiaojiao, insight into the ancient God manor, open the God burial ground, reward, Dragon Blood Immortal Shield. Seeing this record, Ji Fan was a little surprised, because his next destination was this ancient God manor. The little black dragon prince said, the essence of Tu Jiaojiao's exquisite immortal body lies in her exquisite heart, which can see through the weaknesses of various magic spells and magical powers, even the weaknesses of formations, the trends of mountains and rivers, etc. Although this divine body has little combat power, it does have its unique features. Hurry up, we still have time to go there now. Ji Fan urged. Not long after. Ji Fan and the little black dragon prince came to a group of mountains. And right among these mountains, a manor that looks like a fairy's residence opened up, hidden in a fairy mist. It is illusory and ethereal, as if it does not belong to this world. On the gate of the ancient mansion, there are 4 big characters, Gus Hen Manor, written on it. After Ji Fan and Prince Black Dragon arrived here, they walked in. After the 2 entered the manor, their expressions changed. The Black Dragon Prince looked terrified and said, my magic power has been sealed. How could this happen? Ji Fan looked up, smiled slightly, and said, there are special rules in the ancient God manor. Here, you cannot use mana, you can only use blood power and innate magic. Ancient God manor. As the name suggests, this is related to the divine body and special physique. After entering, all magic powers and supernatural powers will become useless, but the innate magic can still be used. This is a paradise for people with special physiques. Ordinary people who come in without any innate magical powers will have their magic power and supernatural powers banned, and they can only become lambs to be slaughtered. The little black dragon prince clenched his palms and said, "Sure enough, the demon power and magic are all ineffective, but my bloodline is strong and I can use the power of my bloodline to fight the enemy. What about you? Although you are taking the route of external magical powers, but here, your external magic power cannot be used." Ji Fan nodded. This place is really special. In the ancient gods' manner, even the laws of the universe cannot be guided. It is truly magical. But fortunately, there is one thing that has not been banned. Brush. A ray of the great Dao divine light wrapped around Ji Fan's fist, and his great Dao divine light could still be used. It seems that this ray of divine light is also a part of his talent. This ray of divine light from the great Dao has been cultivated to be strong enough by him. Even without the guidance of the laws of the great Dao, it is still invincible. So don't even think about seeking revenge against me. Even if no one can use magic power, I can still kill you in seconds. Ji Fan said with a grin. The young black dragon prince snorted. He had seen how powerful Ji Fan's divine light was. Seeing that Ji Fan could use the divine light, the young black dragon prince gave up the idea of taking the opportunity to beat Ji Fan up. The two walked towards the ancient god manor. Behind the gate of the ancient god manor, there is a group of people guarding it. Judging from the clothes they were wearing, they actually came from quite a few forces, including the Temple of the God of War, the Sword Refining Sect, and the Thunder God Pavilion, which was also the sect where the Thunder and Lightning Body belonged. It seems that there are quite a few people entering the ancient god manor, and they come from more than one sect. However, these people are the protectors who came with their sons of gods and goddesses. They are not qualified to enter and can only stay here to guard the door to make it convenient for their sons of gods and goddesses to pick the good fortune inside. At this moment, when these people saw Ji Fan and the young black dragon prince coming towards them, they were all frightened, thinking of Ji Fan's terrifying fighting power when he was in Tiandao Academy. But it happened quickly. A sinister smile appeared on their faces. This is the ancient god's manor. No one can use magic power here. As for Ji Fan, the carrier of the great Dao, his magic power comes from outside his body, and is completely useless here. So what if I am immune to all attacks? In the ancient god manor, his fighting power was completely wasted. Even ordinary cultivators like them might be able to kill him with some tricks. When they thought that this carrier of the great way that had given their godsons and goddesses so many headaches had died in their hands, it would be a great achievement. After their godsons and goddesses came out, they would definitely reward them handsomely. They can also have a share of the good fortune in this ancient god's manor. Even if the son of God and the goddess eat the meat and they drink the soup, it is enough to make them ecstatic. Ji Fan, what are you doing here? Our godson and goddess are all in there. Are you going in to seek death? Two of them shouted in dissatisfaction, not giving any face at all. But this is still considered good. Some of them came up with ill intentions and said, you have walked into the trap yourself. Your combat power is indeed good, but in this ancient god manor, you are just a fish on the chopping board. Since you have delivered yourself to my door, I will not let this opportunity go easily. Carrier of the great Dao, you are indeed unique. It's a pity that here, except for being invulnerable to all kinds of attacks, you can't do anything else. And we have enough means to kill you. Another person also said. Judging from the clothes he was wearing, he was from the Temple of the God of War. My son of God said that you are a big threat in the heavenly Dao Tower. Fortunately, we ran into you in the ancient god manor. If you were somewhere else, we really wouldn't be able to control you. Kill him. If we kill him, we will have accomplished a great deed, and the good fortunes obtained by the sons and daughters of God will surely be shared with us. Seeing that this was a rare opportunity, these people could no longer hold back and wanted to kill Ji-fan and seek credit from their own godsons and goddesses. Idiot! Ji-fan sneered, raised his hand and pointed at these people, and said, "Xiao Hei, don't let any of them go, kill them all." Snort! The young black dragon prince snorted coldly, transformed himself into a black dragon, and flew across the sky like a black mountain, killing these people. What? Little black dragon prince, you. Young prince, are you willing to follow him and become his mount? Shouldn't we join forces to kill him now? These people were horrified. Blinded by desire, he was only concerned with imagining the benefits of killing Ji-fan, and even forgot that there was a young demon king beside Ji-fan. Of course, they probably didn't expect that the young black dragon prince would be so devoted to Ji-fan. The young black dragon prince transformed into his original form and killed everyone in his way. These ordinary cultivators were no match for him at all. They did not have powerful bloodlines and special physiques. Outside, they might be able to resist, but inside the ancient god manor, they were completely lambs to be slaughtered. Puff puff puff. The black dragon prince had sharp claws and fangs. Wherever he passed, broken limbs and arms flew everywhere. Soon, the place became a river of blood. These people never dreamed that they were so confident in killing Ji-fan 1 second ago, but in the next second, they became small fish and shrimps on the chopping board of others and died so easily. Humph, if I were as stupid as you, I would have died several times ago. The young black dragon prince looked at the corpses all over the ground and said with contempt without mercy. Ji-fan smiled with satisfaction. This little black dragon is pretty good. Even though he's unruly, he really does get things done. Right now. Inside the ancient god's manor, divine light was lingering, and a cave was about to open. Outside the cave, there were already several people waiting. Tu Jiaojiao from the Temple of War God and Xiang Feiyun with the Overlord body are the leaders. In addition, there are the Thunder and Lightning body and the Demonic Knife body also in this place, waiting for the cave to open. This time, we can open the ancient god manor thanks to the Linglong heart of the Linglong immortal body. After the immortal mansion is opened later, Fairy 2 can take action first, and then we can rely on our own abilities. How about it? Nia Tian, with the demon knife body, carries a dark demon knife on his back, like a great demon king, with messy hair draped over his shoulders and captivating eyes. Compared to when he was in Tian Dao Academy, Nia Tian's aura was even more fierce, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Obviously. After entering the Tian Dao Tower, they no longer hid their edge. Tu Jiaojiao, who was wearing a yellow fairy dress, smiled and said, "That's great. I won't be polite then." At this time, a purple-haired young man said, "When I opened the ancient god manor, I lost a killing weapon and paid a price, so I asked to go in second." This person is none other than the lightning body. Upon hearing this, Xiang Feiyun and Nia Tian's faces looked unhappy, but after looking at each other, they didn't say anything. Boom! Finally. After the cave in front of him was opened, the door of the cave slowly opened accompanied by a burst of colorful light. "Everyone, I'll go first." Tu Jiaojiao had an excited look on her face and was the first to rush into the opened cave. Boom! But at this moment, at the entrance of the cave, 5-colored divine light appeared, carrying an astonishing power of thunder, sweeping out and instantly submerging Tu Jiaojiao. Junior sister. The expression of Overlord Xiang Feiyun changed. However, Tu Jiaojiao was also quick-eyed and quick-handed. After realizing that something was wrong, she immediately raised a blood-red shield to protect herself and retreated from the five-colored divine light. Dragon Blood Fairy Shield. This is exactly the reward that Tu Jiaojiao received when she opened the ancient god manor. This is a defensive treasure refined from dragon blood. Although magic power cannot be used in the ancient god manor, this dragon blood fairy shield is still strong and can withstand attacks at the great supernatural level. Damn it, it's the five-colored divine thunder, the heavenly thunder condensed from 5 kinds of attributes. Its power is many times higher than the ordinary 5-spirit thunder method. The thunder and lightning body shouted. Xiang Feiyun said, speaking of thunder magic, no one here can compare with your thunder and lightning body. How can you get through? The lightning body shook his head and said, no one can use mana. My lightning body, with its innate magic, is good at attacking, but forgive me for being frank, even if I can use mana, it is not easy to break through the 5-color divine thunder formation, not to mention that now everyone can only use their innate magic. Damn it, are we just going to give up the opportunity that's right within our grasp? Tu Jiaojiao gritted her teeth in anger. Don't worry, maybe there is some trick, said Nya Tian, the demonic knife body. Yes, since the ancient god manor suppresses magic power, it is to test the visitors. This 5-colored divine thunder formation cannot be broken through by brute force. It must require skills. Xiang Feiyun also agreed with this point of view. Tu Jiaojiao was unwilling to give up, but time waits for no one. More people will gather at the ancient god manor soon. There are too many wolves and too little meat. There will definitely be a bloody battle. While they were talking, 2 figures walked in. It was Ji Fan and the little black dragon prince. Ji Fan. Tu Jiaojiao's pupils shrank sharply, and hatred flashed in her eyes. It wasn't because Ji Fan killed Xiao Feng. In fact, Tu Jiaojiao and Xiao Feng didn't have much feelings for each other. It was just that Ji Fan humiliated her in Tiandao Academy. Women are naturally vindictive, especially those who always claim to be the darlings of heaven. This guy is here too. What are the people outside doing? Here, no one can use magic power. Ji Fan's combat power should not be able to be exerted. The thunder body said, gritting his teeth. He was very jealous of Ji Fan, especially his achievements in thunder magic, which even he, a thunder and lightning magician, could not catch up with, which made him extremely jealous. Humph, you're looking for death. Now that you've come to our doorstep, don't blame us for being rude. The lightning body said this with a murderous gleam in his eyes. Etc. At this time, Xiang Feiyun suddenly sneered and said, have you all forgotten? He is invulnerable to all kinds of attacks. This kind of talent is perfect for breaking through the 5-colored divine thunder formation. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes. It is immune to all kinds of attacks and can definitely deal with this 5-colored divine thunder formation. You know, it is recorded on the Void Golden List that Ji Fan passed through that place of heavenly thunder and earth fire unscathed. Although no one knows what that place is, it must be no worse than this 5-colored divine thunder formation. You're right. With him here, we don't need to waste time looking for any tricks. We can use him to take the things out of the fairy palace first. Tu Jiaojiao's eyes flashed with cunning. This person has achieved 3 great achievements in a row, so he must have a lot of good things on him. When the time comes, everyone should be alert and never let him run away. After using him, kill him on the spot. Nya Tian, who has the demon knife body, smiled grimly. They don't know. The carrier of the Tao is also born with the ability of 6 ears. Ji Fan heard almost all of their conversation clearly, even if their voices were very low. Idiot, why don't you use telepathy? Ji Fan couldn't help but complain and walked up at a leisurely pace. Tu Jiaojiao immediately winked at Xiang Feiyun. Xiang Feiyun nodded and said to Ji Fan, "Ji Fan, you came at the right time. Let me get straight to the point. There is a 5-colored divine thunder formation guarding the entrance of this immortal palace. We need your ability to break in and take out the fortune in the immortal palace. When the time comes, we will give you priority to choose. How about it?" The others also nodded. But they were all sneering in their hearts. Ji Fan didn't even look at them, his eyes fixed on the fairy palace, which was full of jewels and precious stones. It seemed that it was a place of great fortune. "Wait for me here," Ji Fan said to the young black dragon prince. Then, he strode directly towards the 5-colored divine thunder. Tu Jiaojiao, Xiang Feiyun, Nia Tian and the lightning body all smiled triumphantly. They didn't expect Ji Fan to be so obedient. They had prepared a series of excuses and even planned to intimidate Ji Fan, but they didn't expect that with just one sentence, Ji Fan obediently went to do the hard labor. Haha, he really knows how to deal with the current situation. It seems that he is also afraid of death and is afraid that we will deal with him. The thunder body said proudly with a curled lip. Boom! The 5-colored divine thunder array was activated, and 5 colors of thunder blasted towards Ji Fan one after another. Ji Fan didn't even bother to look at it. This mere 5-colored divine thunder was far less powerful than the pool of heavenly thunder and earthly fire. Ji Fan was not afraid at all despite being struck by the 5-colored thunder, which couldn't even hurt a hair on his head. He just walked in with a swagger. He really went in, unscathed. This is really infuriating. Tu Jiaojiao, Xiang Feiyun and Nia Tian saw this, feeling surprised and jealous, gnashing their teeth, but their eyes also became hot. The young black dragon prince remained indifferent, as if everything was as expected. Ji Fan just passed through the 5-colored divine thunder array. The thousands of lightning bolts hitting him were like electric therapy to him. Clang! Just at this moment, the avenue bell rang, and the void golden list changed again. Wind Chaser Boy, immune to the 5-colored divine thunder formation, reward, 1 great Dao rune. Another achievement. A great rune fell from the sky and landed accurately in Ji Fan's hands. Outside, Tu Jiaojiao, Xiang Feiyun and others were watching with great excitement. This guy actually completed another achievement and obtained a Dao rune. That's a good thing, and they have always been jealous of it. Very good, no matter what you get, it will be ours in the end. The thunder body hugged his shoulders and sneered. The same goes for others. They now wish Ji Fan could do more and get more rewards. In the end, it would all be in vain and they were destined to succeed. Young Prince Black Dragon, there will be a good show soon, I hope you don't interfere. Xiang Feiyun said to young Prince Black Dragon. What? After using him, you are going to take action against him? The young Black Dragon Prince said with a slight sneer. Tu Jiaojiao came over and said, Young Prince, you have been humiliated by following this kind of person. With your status, you should be on par with the son of the famous Holy Land. This is a good time to destroy him in the ancient god manner. Are you going to give up, young prince? Logically speaking, the young prince had the ability to kill him when he walked in here, but he hasn't taken action until now. Is it because of the oath he swore to by his inner demons? Xiang Feiyun continued. The little black dragon prince smiled and said, You are quite smart. There is indeed a demonic oath between him and me. I cannot do anything to him in the short term. Then don't worry, little prince. You just need to watch the show. You don't need to take any action. We will kill Ji Fan. Then, won't the little prince be free? Tu Jiaojiao smiled particularly brightly. The little black dragon prince nodded and grinned, Okay, then I wish you success. I will support you spiritually. After saying that, the young black dragon prince retreated to the side, looking as if he was staying out of the matter. It must be said that this little black dragon prince is a bit mean. Others may not know about Ji-Fan's situation, but doesn't he know it? His current attitude is completely encouraging these people to seek death. However, in the eyes of Xiang Feiyun, Tu Jiaojiao, Nye Tian and the Thunder Body, they were happy to see the Black Dragon Prince stay out of the matter. As long as the Black Dragon Prince did not take action, they would have Ji-Fan in their hands. For a moment, a look of pride flashed in each of their eyes. Oh, what a sin! The little Black Prince said secretly, standing aside like an old monk, as if he was in meditation. And at this moment, Ji-Fan has already walked into the Immortal Palace. The space inside this fairy palace is not big, and you can see the end at a glance. There were jewels and various treasures piled up into a small mountain. Damn! Is it so casual? Ji-Fan was speechless. So many rare treasures are just piled up like garbage. Are they so rich and powerful? Heavenly Secret Stone, there are 3 heavenly secret stones inside. The voice of Chaos Immortal Embryo came. The Tianji Stone can help him be born as soon as possible. Although he will inevitably need Ji-Fan's help later, the help of the Tianji Stone can greatly improve his efficiency. Don't be in a hurry, take them all at once and divide them up after we get out. Ji-Fan said, taking out the storage device and collecting these rare treasures. After doing all this, Ji-Fan was about to leave. But before leaving, he noticed a mural in the Immortal Palace. The mural depicts a scene of a white-robed swordsman slaying demons. It is unknown how many years this mural has existed. It is dim and many parts are missing. Ji-Fan narrowed his eyes, then walked forward, cut the mural off the wall, and prepared to take it away. However, Ji-Fan was very surprised that this mural could not be stored in the storage container. Then he carried the wall and left the Immortal Palace. Now, Tu Jiaojiao, Xiang Feiyun, Nye Tian, the Thunder Body and the Black Dragon Prince were waiting outside, feeling a little anxious, wondering what Ji-Fan was doing inside. I hope he has picked out all the good stuff first. Tu Jiaojiao said worriedly. Humph, go ahead and pick him, as long as he's alive and well. The Lightning Body said disapprovingly. Xiang Feiyun and Nye Tian sneered in silence. They had decided to take advantage of Ji-Fan. After using him, they would never let him walk out alive. Finally, Ji-Fan came out and ran out with a wall on his back. This guy went in to do the demolition? The Lightning Body asked in astonishment, why did he even take off the wall? A thief never leaves empty-handed, right? They took everything they could, even the wall was demolished. It seems like it saves us a lot of trouble. Tu Jiaojiao said with a smile. At this moment, Tu Jiaojiao, Xiang Feiyun, the Thunder Body and Nye Tian all pressed forward. The young Black Dragon Prince tactfully stepped aside. Ji-Fan, you did a great job. Hand over all the storage tools you have. The Lightning Body walked forward impatiently. It seems that you are not going to share with me? Ji-Fan said lightly. You should have some self-awareness. Here, it's good enough that we don't kill you. You are only worthy of serving us, and you want to share our fortune with us? It's ridiculous. The Thunder and Lightning Body snorted coldly, with a mocking look in his eyes. Leave the storage device behind, and I'll give you 10 seconds to escape. Nye Tian, with the demonic knife body, was extremely cold and arrogant, like a sword unsheathed, with a fierce aura. Seeing these people turning their backs on him, Ji-Fan also smiled. That's right, I didn't plan to share it with you. What did you say? The Lightning Body let out a deep roar, and lightning and thunder appeared on his body, and an endless amount of lightning power surged out. Although the magic power is forbidden here, the innate magic of the Lightning Body is the power of thunder, called Thunder Moon Slash, which is a very domineering lightning attack technique. Tu Jiaojiao laughed sarcastically and said, "Ji Fan, let me be frank. You can't leave alive today. Do you think we will let a threat to us go unpunished? That's right. No matter you leave the storage device behind or not, you'll have to die." Xiang Feiyun, the overlord, also said, with his hands behind his back and a sneer on his face. "Hee, Ji Fan, you humiliated me in Tiandao Academy. Did you ever think this day would come?" Tu Jiaojiao mocked him without any hesitation. Ji Fan sneered. This scene was within his expectations. He glanced at the little black dragon prince. The little black dragon prince said, "Hurry up, the princess has sent me a message. She has found a treasure land and needs our help. There is your favorite thing in it." "Are there any women?" Ji Fan asked. "There is beast blood," the young black dragon prince said with a dark face. Ji Fan's eyes lit up, and he said to Tu Jiaojiao, "Lei Dian Fat and the others, stop talking so much, and get started. I'm in a hurry. You are looking for death. In this situation, you still dare to speak so shamelessly. Kill." The thunder and lightning body was the first to lose patience and was enraged by Ji Fan's arrogance. Boom! A series of terrifying lightning flashes appeared, and a lightning moon wheel flew out from the body of the lightning body. This was his innate magic, the Thunder Moon Slash. It seemed like a weapon evolved from the power of thunder and lightning. It was in a half-moon shape, extremely sharp, and when it rotated, it carried an astonishing electric current that could break anything. Cut! The lightning body attacked directly, and Thunder Moon Slash flew towards Ji Fan, aiming straight for his neck, intending to kill him with one blow. And Ji Fan. He sneered slightly and raised his hand calmly. A ray of divine light suddenly flew out from the palm of his hand and slashed towards the lightning body. Bang! At the first encounter, the Thunder Moon Slash seemed like it was made of paper, extremely fragile. It shattered immediately when touched by the divine light of the Great Tao, and then continued to slash towards the thunder and lightning body.